This is a worn-out book that everyone despises, yet you regard it as a treasure. Even in the face of the witch's threats, you remain focused on flipping through the book in your hands. Everyone thinks you are truly insane, but only you know that this will be the key to your survival. Because as long as you can learn all the folk methods in the first part, you will gain the 3S level left-hand magic inheritance, which will help you escape right under the witch's nose. At this moment, a group of children with seemingly different skin tones sat quietly in a large room. These children were at an age where they loved to fidget, but at this moment, they all remained still, their eyes filled with fear as they looked towards the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of high heels striking the wooden floor came, followed by a blonde woman in a nightgown, accompanied by a strong white teenager. The woman looked at the children with a greedy, loving gaze, taking out a test tube from her body, assessing which of them met her requirements. You know, it has been a few years already, and if you still can't let me give birth to a new life, then I will need a new husband. Mother, I understand. The boy named Noor looked at the obedient children in the living room, his eyes seemingly filled with pity, yet also a hint of anger. Then, the woman sat down on the recliner. Mary, Emma, come here. Your heart skipped a beat, but you saw the two little girls next to you with slightly terrified expressions, trying hard to adjust their faces. Quickly walking over, the woman looked greedily at the smooth skin, caressing the cheek, and even extended her tongue to gently lick the earlobe. So young, how very young. If my child hadn't been stolen, I would be like this now, she whispered softly, but you didn't have time to think about what these words meant. In the terrified gaze of all the children, Noel pulled the largest child over and dripped the liquid from the test tube into a cup of water, forcibly making him drink it. Gulping, the boy's face turned red, but soon a loud explosion was heard from below, followed by a scream. Noel's expression darkened as he pulled one child after another, as if death was calling their names. Soon, all the 9-year-old children fell down, and a foul smell filled the air. A group of useless people. I really doubt if those guys taking the money are trying to fool me. Is this what the smart kids in every state look like? Scammers. Amelia was filled with anger, her charming face twisted with rage. Noel hurriedly drove everyone back to the various rooms on the first floor like cattle. Because the rooms were limited, there were 4 children huddled together in a cramped room, and you happened to be in the same room as Emma and Mary, along with another girl who looked very indifferent, curled up on the sofa watching them. You start to think about all of this. In this life, you are the illegitimate child of the 3rd son of the Kano family. Your mother is Chinese, and your father is of Italian descent. Although you are in a gangster family and an illegitimate child, your life has actually been quite good, and you even have a bit of a genius reputation, receiving attention from your grandfather. Until recently, on your way to kindergarten, you were suddenly kidnapped, and then during the trafficking, you met 2 other girls, eventually arriving at this destination. Today, in order to escape, you and 2 girls secretly witnessed the tragic state of the boys who had previously been forced to drink the potion, which scared you and triggered an early awakening of your memories. Thinking of the tragic scene, you couldn't help but frown. Don't get me wrong. Your frown is not just because of the tragedy, but more so because of everything experienced in this mansion in such a short time. That aging woman named Amelia. Her aging process is abnormal, and she seems to be a witch. That's right, a witch. You all witnessed her eyes rolling back, and then she suspended the big kids who wanted to escape into the air out of nowhere. This is also the reason why everyone is shivering and afraid to resist. At this moment, the Portuguese blonde girl Mary, who was flipping through a book, closed it and spoke up. The 3 of them looked over. What? I said. The old witch and her son spoke in Portuguese. I have already seen it. It's all in this book. Are you saying that you can learn a language just by reading books? The indifferent girl next to her showed an amused smile. Simple, it's very simple, Mary said in a self-evident tone. The indifferent girl was shocked, and her expression gradually relaxed, as if she wanted to say something. Meanwhile, Mary looked at Emma with a proud smile, wanting to see her companion's shocked expression, but Emma maintained a slight calm smile, while glancing at you out of the corner of her eye. Seeing this, Mary wrinkled her nose and looked at you, but when she saw you had no reaction, she trotted over. You didn't pay attention to the little thoughts between them. Portuguese? Could this be Portugal? Impossible. Although there had been various transfers, the timing didn't match, and there were no flights or sea voyages, most likely still in America. So these people are of Portuguese descent, speaking this language in daily conversation, and are more likely immigrants. After all, this is the largest immigrant country in the world, where Portuguese immigrants come to America. The witch collects children and makes the older ones take potions. So what is the purpose? Thinking of the words spoken by the woman holding 2 girls that I vaguely heard at the time, could it be that curiosity kills the cat? The urgent task is to find a way to leave. You think to yourself, do you think my Portuguese is correct? The proud little genius girl Mary handed over the book and began to speak a series of Portuguese words like a peacock spreading its feathers. You casually responded while glancing over. But the next moment, your gaze froze, fixated on the book written in Portuguese. In front of you, the appearance of the book gradually blurred, undergoing a tremendous change, and 4 familiar ancient characters appeared on the cover. Zua Dao Min Dien. You snatched the book and began to examine it carefully. Mary looked at you with a grievance, snorted, and then turned to Emma beside her. Emma slightly frowned, waved her hand to call Mary over, and began a friendly conversation in comfort. Her eyes were always glancing at you, but she didn't notice anything unusual. She didn't realize that the girl on the other side, whose expression had returned to indifference, was also secretly observing her. You look at the book in your hand, and yes, it is Chinese characters, simplified Chinese characters, and the texture is real. So, this is my time-traveling golden finger. You can't wait to flip it open, only to see the densely packed ancient characters at the beginning twist and transform into simplified Chinese characters in an instant. The inheritance of 5,000 years of civilization is long and profound. Since ancient times, countless cultivation methods have continuously declined and been replaced, leading to their disappearance. However, as the saying goes, a wild goose leaves a sound as it passes, a person leaves traces as they go. They have not completely vanished but have flowed into the folk due to various reasons, transforming into strange customs, folk remedies, various secret techniques of unconventional trades, and even slightly mysterious professions, such as yin-yang masters, old mute shamans, fortune tellers, and carpenters. Most of them only possess some skills without true mastery. Even if a small portion are genuine cultivators, they do not follow the orthodox path, thus collectively referred to as unorthodox methods. The author of this Zua Dao Min Dien intended to use it as a means of inheritance and proof of the Dao path, thus compiling most of the folk arts that have occurred on that land from ancient times to the present, and it has been improved and annotated, with some ancient left-hand arts added as the core. Its characteristics are diverse, sinister, easy to learn but difficult to master. As for who the author is, 4 characters are written in the corner of the first page, Zua Dao Shinjun. Turning to the second page, it is actually the table of contents. The table of contents seems to be divided into 2 main sections. One is the general section on side paths, along with its 4 chapters, folk methods, folk strange arts, 1,000 thieves and beggars, and meow and die sorcery. The other is the general section on left-hand paths, but no chapters are written after that. Turning to the third page, it is the folk methods section of the miscellaneous chapters, which lists several folk remedies. The so-called folk remedies are mostly various strange customs, such as rolling eggs to drive away illness, using willow branches to ward off evil, killing animals for protection, using yang energy to dispel evil, cursing loudly, and using filth to drive away evil. Most of them are easy to obtain and simple to perform, summarizing the rules that the people have accumulated over a long time of living, or influenced by some knowledge from Taoism, Buddhism, and other sources. Of course, with such a simplified method, in terms of effectiveness, what can killing blades for protection, cursing loudly, and using willow branches to beat ghosts do? How can I use them against a witch? What a joke! She's not a female ghost. Moreover, this is overseas. Can these local methods really be effective? Indeed, folk remedies are just for keeping home safe and dealing with minor issues in rural areas. When something serious happens, they can't hold up. Lewis was just about to turn the next page when the page wouldn't pull like glue and an epiphany came to his mind. As a legacy book, it must be progressive. Either learn them all and automatically open the next page, or kill the evil creature or powerful cultivator, which would be both a blood sacrifice to this magic treasure and proof of one's strength and qualification to open a higher level of inheritance. Lewis looked at his small arms and legs, and the closed environment, and decisively gave up the second method. 10 years or more, kill many soldiers. Emotions should be dominated by anger. The dirtier the cursing, the better the voice. Willow branches that grow in shady places that don't see sunlight are soaked in salt water and used with a broken mouth for better results. Find a piece of iron 2 inches long and the thickness of a small thumb. Cut your pinky finger to drip blood once. Insert it into the lock, and meditate on the great name of Master Luban, and it will be ready in 3 days. It's only the second one that can be practiced as you go, but this fourth one, unlocking, at this point, There was a clear, loud stepping sound coming from the walkway outside the door, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing and going back and forth again and again. Lewis knew that it was a food delivery. That's right, despite kidnapping them, the other party had been fed and watered, and had no intention at all of making them do anything, and every now and then they even managed to let loose in the yard. Of course a normal abducting family wouldn't do this. After all, there was no trust and it was money spent to create value. But if it was this witch who wanted something else, then it made sense. Hearing this voice, Mary, who had just been slightly more lively, instantly went white and cowered, not speaking, while Emma, who had been wearing a silky smile, did not change her face. As for the girl who had just been indifferent, her eyes rolled and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, footsteps came to them. Click. Noelle walked in with a tray of food, looked at the 4 indifferently, and set the 4 portions down. There was a big difference between the 4 portions of food. Louis and the indifferent girls was just a serving of mashed potatoes, 3 or 2 slices of ham, and a glass of water. Emma and Mary's was a completely different story. Fluffy white bread sandwiched with blueberry sauce, a fried chicken leg sprinkled with spices, and a serving of milk is simply the kind of food that children of the rich class eat. As to why it's treated so differently, eat up and hurry up. Don't keep me waiting or I won't mind stamping a few more nice flowers on your face. Noelle raised his palms unkindly. Mary's body trembled and her expression was timid as she began to eat, while Emma looked straight at the other. Brother Newell, does the lady like that pairing? Newell's expression changed slightly. Well, it's okay, you're kind of useful. The two just climbed into conversation. Louis ate on the sidelines while keeping an eye on the conversation, unsurprised that Emma and Noelle were climbing in, because Emma and Mary, the 2 companions she had met on the way to the trafficking van, were no ordinary people, or rather, none of the children who had been trafficked here were ordinary, more or less intelligent. Mary was the youngest, only 5 years old, but a genius at learning, as evidenced by the Portuguese she had just spoken, although the odds were that she had only learned part of it temporarily, and that was something. Emma words, the age is 1 year older than him, 7 years, but this girl is a little evil, very good at disguise and observation. This is still his awakening memory after reorganizing the time together to come to a conclusion. As for the indifferent girl, she had always harbored a deep wariness and was not even willing to tell her name. In fact, he vaguely felt a little strange in his mind, always feeling that Emma was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember exactly where he had seen her. Smart, slightly shady, good at pretending, good-looking girls. The more I think about it, the more familiar it seems. The mashed potatoes were mediocre, boiled in plain water and mashed with a sprinkle of salt, and the ham slices were overcooked, salty, and dry, making them hard to eat. But Louis ate it all anyway, put the dishes away, and let it go. Soon, Noelle seemed to be having a good time talking, and actually had a little smile on his face as he put his dinner plate away and left, only to give Mary a cold glare before he left, turning her little face white with fear before he left. End of chapter. Chapter 3 Cooperation Program. When it was gone, Mary's face eased a little, and she crouched there looking at the doorway with the bread clutched in her hand, a little dazed. Louis shook his head and didn't say much. Good food and drink didn't mean this was home. They were kidnapped and trafficked children. The reason why Mary was targeted by the other party was because a few days ago when she first came in, she was confused and played a little bit, which angered the other party, and as a result, she was directly slapped and thrown over. And if it wasn't for Louis's help in blocking the way, her face might not be able to get rid of the swelling right now. And at that point, Emma, who had a relatively better relationship with her, was a quick duck. At this point Emma was eating soft blueberry bread and handing Louis a fried chicken leg. Louis didn't hesitate to take it and eat it. Chicken thighs sprinkled with spices and drenched in oil sauce just smell good. At that moment a small hand holding half a loaf of white bread with blueberry sauce reached out to none other than Mary. Louis took it as it came, and in fact Mary had been doing so for the past few days, probably as a thank you to him. How's everyone getting on these days? I'll go first, Emma said as she looked at a few people. I've been observing for the past few days, and Mrs. Emilia loves to dance, and every day at noon she dances a little with Newell before taking a nap, getting up about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Newell spends basically every night in Mrs. Emilia's room, so his room is usually empty. Also our release time has a lot to do with Mrs. Emilia's mood. Mrs. Emilia's color scheme for clothes, dresser not to be touched. Emma rattled off a piece of information about the time, organized in a way that was not at all like what a 6-year-old should do, putting it outside for an adult to see. He or she is bound to be shocked. But here, no one is shocked. There is just quiet listening. The cowering Mary spoke up as well. Mrs. Emilia's room is on the innermost part of the 2nd floor, and based on their span, it would take 15 to 17 seconds to run across the floor to the stairs and back down again, depending on the state of affairs at the time, and there's bound to be a margin of error. Also, there is a problem with the space in the main room of this manor. Every room I've been to and counted, the size is wrong. It's much smaller. Space area calculations for each room and also floor distance running. This observation, this calculation, this spatial sense. Louis felt a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. If he had been able to do that, he wouldn't have pulled his crotch so much in math in his last life. This time, Both men turned their attention to Louis, an ally of the three of them. But at that moment, the cold girl spoke. There were no obvious deficiencies on the property, and the surrounding area was lonely, with no neighbors, but occasionally an old woman would come around with a fruit stand. Emilia and her son, Newell, sleep together a lot. Well, if you can understand those two words. The three of them all sized each other up at the moment, understanding the meaning of the other's opening at this moment. A few moments later, just as Emma moved, Louis stepped forward and held out his hand. Welcome aboard. I'm Louis, 6 years old. The girl nodded stiffly. It was obvious that she seemed a little uncomfortable socializing with people. I'm Haley, 8 years old. Please, I'm Mary. I'm Emma. After briefly introducing each other. Well, next I'll talk about what I found. Louis spoke up, drawing attention to himself. There's something wrong with that witch's ability. It can't be used often. I have some guesses as to her purpose with Noelle. The odds are that she wants to perform some evil sorcery for no other purpose than to restore youth of some sort, as evidenced by the speed of her aging and the things she said today, and we are the material. Speaking of which, all three girls looked a bit uncomfortable. Even though they are geniuses, they are still children, still in childhood, and their families have told them stories about old witches and so on, and their impression of them is horrible and evil. And now it looks like they're about to become dried frogs in the hands of the old hags. How can the heart not be afraid? And none of them had any intention of questioning Louis' speculation. The facts were there, and everyone was smart enough to see them. Louis looked at the three men. Emma, the one who was best at disguising herself. In turn, her emotions were a little unstable at the moment, gritting her teeth in a slight grimace. Mary, a bit of a prissy little girl, was blushing but obviously still calm, just muttering something under her breath. As for Haley, her fists were clenched. Based on the trio's behavior, Louis had an insight into their personalities in his mind. Well, don't be afraid. The ones she's done in the last few days, and the ones we've peeked at the bodies of, are all 9-year-olds, and very few below that, so we still have time. It has been proved that horrible crises, so long as they are not close at hand, are easily consoled by mankind, and calmness is restored. What do we do next? Mary asked. Her eyes looked at Louis. In the real face of a crisis, Marie still trusts Louis more, combining intelligence from all. Louis' eyes twinkled. 2 ways. 1. Prepare something ahead of time and wait until the wind is let out to climb the wall and leave. Or we find a way to open the door and then climb the wall and leave. 2. Mary, you just said the room space is not right. Maybe the house still has a basement, a dark room or something like that. Let's usually observe more and then make a decision. Strike that. Mary nodded straight away. No problem. Just give me a little more time and I'll soon be able to find and then locate the missing parts. 2 hands, and besides, what are we supposed to do to climb out of the wall? We're all too short. Haley spoke up and got right to the point. Build a human wall, and a hook and claw. I'll do that one. Usually collect some spoons and such if you can iron and, here, the usual practice first. The 4 of them just started talking feverishly about an escape plan. The details of the plan were quickly refined. Only, of the 4, Emma's eyes flickered slightly. In addition to those 2 spells, she actually thought of one more way, and it was simply disgusting that the old hag dared to capture her, and that she had to spend the whole day pandering to this witch. How can you just run away? She, and that newer had to pay. As the evening fell and the night encroached, each slumped in his place and fell into a deep sleep. A tiptoeing figure crept to Louis's side and took the book he had placed by his head, flipping through it slightly before quietly setting it down and returning to his position. Moonlight mapped in through the boarded-up windows. It shone on the face of Louis, who should have been asleep, with 2 crystal-like eyes shining brightly. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Terror in the Basement. The week after that, everything went well. Emma and Mary, because of their loveliness, were still often called over by Lady Amelia to serve, while Louis and Haley took advantage of their time off to secretly observe the manor's construction. When we return at night, we gather again to summarize the results. A few days down the line, Emma got a large number of forks and obviously gouged down iron tools from somewhere. Louis used these to quickly create props shaped like iron claws, thanks to the various small videos from his previous life, although he often only collects them without looking through them, but all sorts of miscellaneous information still stayed in his head. The yard was looked at and the northeast corner, with a small amount of tree cover and relatively minimal yard walls, was the best choice. Okay, so let's practice the human ladder again and then we'll start finding our moment. I have to say, a bunch of little kids building a human ladder or something is perfectly fine in terms of flexibility and weight. It just, more or less, looks a little funny. Haley was the oldest and was at the bottom, followed by Louis, then Emma, and at the top was Mary, and the 4 staggered and fell often, but not even Mary cried out. After this kidnapping and thrashing, there was still some growth. The time passed so peacefully and slowly that the plan went well, except that occasionally, Emma and Haley would find Louis would be up against the wall, grimacing and cursing in a low growl, the words coming out of his mouth completely different from their Shetter-only language. Pardon their small vocabularies, but to this day they can't imagine how on earth they came up with all that vicious, spreading language to 18 generations of ancestors with the other mother as the point of origin. It's just horrible, especially the youngest. Mary looked at Louis at this time with some fear in her eyes. Something special happened today. Night. Soon after the four had fallen asleep, Haley, who was nearest the door, awoke with a start, woke Emma and Louis and Mary, and crept to the door, keeping her ear to the ground. Carla, Carla, click, crunch, the sound of a bolt turning, just across the street. This was followed by inaudible footsteps, faint and rapidly fading. Across the street from Corolla they escaped. They actually pick locks? What now? That's a good thing. Emma suddenly laughed. There was a hint of a smile on that obviously adorable little face, but at the moment there was an odd hint of gloom about how it looked. No amount of planning on our part is as good as someone else doing it all over again, and if they succeed in escaping, they will surely leave a trail, and if they fail, it will provide us with a lesson. Now it's time for us to go back to bed and wait for tomorrow. Louis looked at Emma in surprise and then nodded without hesitation. That's right. Haley nodded back after a brief hesitation, and only Mary, a little worried about the safety of Corolla and the others, couldn't say anything, much less do anything. 15 minutes later, wah wah awa, a mournful scream resounded through the entire estate, and everyone woke up in an instant. Louis's 4 eyes snapped open as well. None of them had been asleep. Soon, one by one, the doors opened, and Noelle, with a scowl, ushered out one child after another, and vaguely, Louis saw the fresh blood on the other's cuffs, and his heart fluttered. In the hall, oil lamps burned. In the center, 4 huddled children were whimpering, breathing heavily as if they were fighting for air, like a broken bellows. Amelia was in a robe, full of rage, and her eyes rolled violently white when she saw everyone had arrived. An unseen force appeared. Boom! The ripping low chirp instantly disappeared and was replaced by that fine sound of an extruder squeezing oil, grease, blood, fat, vomit. There was a lot of vomiting, crying and screaming. That's what happens when you run away. 9 years old, and as long as someone meets my criteria, then everyone gets to live. Otherwise, they're all just like them. Go, Newell. Newell helped Amelia slowly up the attic toward her room. After a while, everyone actually returned to their rooms spontaneously. Sitting on the couch, Louis's face was hard to read. The other party's hand just now was truly terrifying, and should definitely not be faced head-on. Moreover, how did the other party discover the escape of the 4 Corolla people? Without figuring that out, the next plan could not be utilized. Damn, how come my hang is just some small means? Forget it, it's useless to think about this. Since the other party's ability is so powerful, then when escaping, one cannot take being chased into consideration. One must be more secure. Mary, how long will it take to find the hidden room? Mary, who was still in a trance, sniffed and immediately responded. Almost there. I finished most of the math and I've been able to pinpoint the approximate location. Okay, then the first plan is suspended. Let's go ahead with the second plan. Seeing that Louis was still able to make up his mind and stay calm, the other 3 finally eased their emotions a bit. It was a night when no one slept well. The next day, as Louis and the others took a mop to clean the hall and the puddle of debris, Mary suddenly tugged at his coat, taking the excuse of cleaning, and the cover of Emma and Haley. Mary pulled Louis in a direction around the corner of the attic, and cautiously stepped into one of the rooms. This is it. I figured out that the lesser hidden room was in this spot, but I couldn't find the door. Louis's eyes scanned quickly while his mouth said, "You go back first. You and Emma can't say anything about being called by the old hag in case you realize it's not there. Are you alone? It's too dangerous." Mary was a little worried. "Don't nag." Louis frowned. Mary nodded commiseratingly and tiptoed out. Ordinary room with standing framed canvases. 1 bed, 1 cabinet, 1 dresser, with limited space and limited items to place. There's not much to hide. Louis narrowed his eyes, opened the closet. Nothing. Felt under the bed. Nothing. Moving away from the painting, a crude single sliding door appeared. Louis laughed. Sure enough, there's a problem. Louis then pulled out a candle and lit it, and walked in. Candles are also one of the things prepared these days, and as for venturing in, it was considered before the search was made, and naturally there was no hesitation when it came to it. The steps went all the way down in a dark environment, illuminated only by a weak candle flame, but soon electric lights appeared ahead, glowing faintly but still illuminating the way. Down the steps and around the corner, Louis finally saw where the end was, A small basement filled with all sorts of things. What's more, on the opposite side of this small basement was another staircase and a vague light. This could very well be another exit. But before Lewis could continue forward, a hand suddenly reached out from the basement doorway floor. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Evil Witchcraft Dirty Families. Louis's pupils tightened. It was the hand of a dry, thin, hairy man covered in dirty grime, scratching the ground at the moment. For a moment, first impressions of the land, the sights of various crime and horror movies echoed in Louis's mind. It wasn't until the chains on that wrist collided with the ground that Louis's heart finally relaxed slightly. It's good to be tied up. Sanity is back on the high ground. Cautiously approaching, into the eyes, is a pale skin, a haggard face, seems to be even on the verge of not being able to speak a word of middle-aged man lying on the ground. Ankles and wrists are bound with chains. He seemed to sense Louis's arrival, raised his head, his eyes lit up, and spoke with difficulty. Run away. Don't. Stay. Here. He stuttered and stammered, and it was obvious that his speech had deteriorated due to a long period of inactivity, coupled with the chains and pale skin. One look and you know you're incarcerated. After a brief hesitation, Louis decided to take a gamble and communicate with the other party. After all, this was a rare opportunity that had to be seized. Of course, he still didn't get too close. Fortunately, Louis made the right bet. In a stumbling exchange with the other man he learns that he is in fact Amelia's son. That's right, it's the son. For a middle-aged woman to have a middle-aged man for a son, there are certainly issues involved. His mother, Amelia, was a witch descended from a Portuguese tribe of witches who later followed a man to this part of the United States of America during its 19th century colonial expansion, only to suffer abandonment due to old age. Thereafter, in order to maintain her youth, she utilized an evil sorcery that could suck the life out of a girl to restore her youth. But the sorcery had limitations, and the girl who was sucked was only descended from witches who could do so, and here she was just alone. Her tribe and relatives were far away in Portugal and there were no other witches descended from her at all. In which case she happened to give birth to twins, and thus began the sin. By this witchcraft, she has lived from the 19th century to the present day, and has managed to maintain her youth and beauty. And by witchcraft, she has earned a considerable amount of money, allowing herself to live a privileged life, until a dozen years ago, when the matter went awry. That year, she got pregnant again with her own son, and gave birth to twins. Soon after this, her son falls in love with a girl in the neighborhood and after conferring they decide to elope. But before he does, he wants to steal his child away, not wanting to subject his child to a sordid future such as his. At that, the man shed tears. By the time he heard this, Louis had a pretty good idea who the son-cum-husband in the story was. Next, things went awry. The power of witchcraft was so strong that he was found with his feet broken and locked in the basement, while the woman who eloped took another child and lived or died. Newell, now, was the child who had been left behind, the son of the man in front of him. How old is Newell? Looking at the hopefulness in the man's eyes, Louis shook his head. He knew what the other man meant, but there was no point in deluding himself, and looking at the scratches on the walls it was clear that the other man had a sense of time. The man hung his head, his face smiling miserably. Oh, Louis was in no mood to look at his opponent's misery, and hastened to ask for useful information. Last known, the more they age, the weaker their sorcerous powers become. On the opposite side of the chamber was a path to the outside, but it was locked and difficult for a child to open. Amelia's sorcery, in addition to shifting things with her mind, allows for a great increase in her own speed and strength, but there will be no change in her own physical strength. The last thing is that she loved her son so much that she didn't kill him even though he had betrayed her. After making inquiries, Louis ascended the steps to look at the door, which fatally revealed the light that had come in, and at the great lock. Looking at this big lock, Louis suddenly took out an iron piece from his bosom to come. It was the very lock opening tool that he had specially found out to use the blood gold hinge in the past few days. Decisively biting through his little finger, he smeared the blood on it and inserted it into the lock, muttering under his breath to beg Ancestor Lupin for help while stabbing back and forth a few times before stopping. It will take the next 2 days of poking and prodding to get this big lock open. I don't know if Lupin is useful in this foreign country. Louis then quickly returned to the hall the same way he had come. By now, the hall had been cleaned up, and the children were all sitting around quietly staring at each other, the experiences of these hours seeming to have sapped them of their old spirituality. And Emma wandered in between all of them, not knowing what to say, with an affable and lovely smile on her face that seemed to inspire, and some of the children clearly showed their affinity for her. At this point, Louis, who had returned unobtrusively, called both Marys over after glancing at Emma. Nothing happened? It's fine. It's just that the old witch has been so grumpy lately. I don't know if it's from what happened last night. Mary subconsciously touched her head, which seemed a little swollen. Looks like she's been beaten again. By the way, why did the old hag kiss her son? And kicked us out? Is that what Sister Haley said earlier about getting laid? Mary asked curiously. Mud-hot eyes. After a short silence, Lewis nodded. Mary was thoughtful. While next to her, Haley paid no attention to this and looked anxiously at Lewis, who nodded. Soon after returning to the room and talking to the three about the secret room below, but not exposing the blood and gold hinges, only saying that he was learning to pick locks and would need 2 or 3 days, got a surprise from the trio. The time never came for a few days after that, but Emma and the crowd, taking advantage of their free time, actually mingled and all became friends. On this day, the congregation sat frozen in the hall after the red dance carpet had been laid out. Instead, Lewis vaguely heard a shout from the second floor. Oh, oh, oh. The corner of Lewis's mouth twitched. It seemed that the mother and son had forgotten to close the door. But in broad daylight, TSK. Next to her, Haley suddenly looked over and whispered, "They mustn't have time for us now. This is an opportunity. What do we do?" "No time indeed." Lewis made a mental comment before looking at Haley. "Do you think they'll let us leave?" said, looking around at the kids next to him. Haley trailed off and finally sighed. "That's right. It's not practical to try to sneak away when there are so many people and so many targets." Emma, however, smiled. "Of course I will." She came to the crowd and narrated with a serious expression. And those children who were originally wary and resistant, their expressions gradually became half convinced, and when they all heard the sound from the second floor, all of them became surprised with a hint of trepidation. Their eyes went uncontrollably to the door. End of chapter. Chapter 6, 3 Twists and Turns. Morbid Love. Down the steps, Haley is questioning Emma. Can they really escape? We still don't know how Corolla and the others were found. Sister Haley, why think about that? Now that they are in bed, everyone thinks they don't have time to care, so they make their own choices. Dad said that everyone has their own freedom, so this choice is the right one for everyone. Emma said with a smile. It's better to care about that now than to leave quickly. Haley didn't say anything, just seemed to think of something and looked coldly at Emma, moving away from her. Seeing this, Emma's expression got a little out of control and she skimmed her head to stop looking at Haley. Mary looked at her two sisters in confusion, a little confused as to what they were talking about. Never mind, just follow Brother Lewis. For his part, Lewis shook his head. Emma had deliberately induced those children to run away, and all these days she had been disguising herself, gaining favor with the children, and perhaps preparing to do something that just happened to be used at the right moment. As for Emma's behavior being right, let's just say it's in their favor. If there hadn't been the path of the underground chamber, perhaps Lewis and the others would have chosen the same escape route as those children, which would have been much more risky. So as the party that benefited from it, what could Lewis say? However, this Emma person really is a bit evil in her bones. Completely unlike the mind of a child, without changing her face, she lured so many people to fulfill her purpose. Need to be alerted. At this point, they finally arrived at the underground chamber and also met the middle-aged man who was locked up here. As soon as they met, he said anxiously, "The time is not right, Mother." The words were not finished. Bam! Heavy, flying footsteps came down the dark steps. Lewis and the others were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Who else but Amelia could appear now? At this moment all sorts of questions appeared in Lewis's mind, but it was too late to think about it. He immediately ran to the gate and took out the blood gold hinge that had already succeeded. The iron piece had automatically turned into a key, only vaguely red in color. Click! The large lock opened at the sound. The long-lost extreme light filtered in from outside. Move! Just buzz! The doors closed instantly, and Lewis felt an impact and slammed right into the wall. Bang! So dizzy. Forcing himself not to collapse, Lewis yelled out, "Haley!" Next moment, all movement disappeared. Lewis shook his head and looked down, only to see the cloaked hair, face a few points more aging, still with injuries on her body. Amelia looked ahead with a grimace, while Haley was holding a sharp piece of iron against the middle-aged man's neck. A trace of blood filled the air. Louis quickly stepped down and likewise took out a piece of iron to hold against his throat as an insurance policy. "Let go of him," Amelia growled lowly, her face bruised, the white whites of her eyes rapidly taking over her entire pupils, but she was slow to activate her powers. Lewis was relieved. The man was right. She did love her son, and he seemed to have done the right thing when he chose to tell Haley and the girls about all this. But Louis's eyes flicked to the gloom of the basement. "Let us go, or kill him." The corner of Amelia's mouth twitched. "Fine, I'll let you guys go." Click. Controlled by thought, the gate slowly opened. Lewis's eyes signaled and Mary quickly trotted out. Haley and Lewis exchanged glances and pulled the men along with them as they made their way to the back of the room. "Now, you step back." Amelia obediently returned to the darkness. The men could not be brought to the basement because they were bound in chains. Both knew that once they let go, Emilia would surely run after them, so they had to take the lock to hold the gate down to buy time. Louis waved his hand toward the corner as if signaling to leave, but that's when, "Mother! I'm coming!" Newell's voice suddenly rang out. Next, Newell and Emilia rushed out together, and at this point, Emilia was extremely fast. Bang! In the dark corner, a board with nails lodged in it swung down violently from above, smashing into Newell's head, blood spurting out at once, and the scream instantly drew Emilia's attention, and she paused violently to look back. Meanwhile, Haley's eyes were hard and she slashed the man's throat. On both sides, both are screaming and bleeding. Ah! Emilia let out a shrill scream. She watched the scene in horror, and after a brief tangle of hesitation, ran to the imprisoned man, carefully covering his throat wound, and the man embraced his wife at that moment, like an infant immersed in its mother's arms. There was actually such a sense of coziness. Suddenly, she looked up at Haley, who was fleeing toward the front door, and Louis, who hadn't left, and her eyes rolled up. Bear! A sharpened piece of iron violently appeared from her arms and slashed her neck. The sharp pain once again interrupted her ability. She wailed. She struggled, but the man held her in a deadly embrace and kept slashing her neck. Mother! Mother! Die! Together! We are dirty! Emilia seemed to have concerns, and although she was struggling, she was slow to break free. Put! Put! Louis, seizing the moment, quickly came forward and, with two quick, sharp blows, drove the sharpened iron spikes into Emilia's eyes. Ah-ha-ha! Bang! 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 Behind her, the nail-encrusted board swung down once more as well, slamming hard into Emilia's head, taking 3 blows in a row. Emilia's struggles weakened violently. Louis kept taking deep breaths, and Emma was panting, her arms trembling uncharacteristically, her body shaking. The two looked at each other with more than a little understanding. That's right, the one who had been hiding in the dark corners just now was Emma, who had wanted to ambush Emilia as a last resort, but hadn't expected it to play an unexpected role. But there was no time for them to lament now, as Louis took the board from Emma's hand and swung it down hard towards Newell, who was still rolling on the ground. Bang! If you cut the grass, you must get rid of the roots. The man who was holding Emilia in a death grip, his hands gradually loosened along with the loss of blood. Emilia heard Newell's screams, which had already dwindled to a whisper, and she reached out and kept groping in his direction, wanting to hold her children as she had done when she was a little girl, to sing them lullabies, to breastfeed them, to dance together in the afternoon sun, to feel the happiness that belonged to them as a family amongst each other. Behind, a shady Emma looked at the happy Emilia with a sneer. The piece of iron in his hand rested against the back of Emilia's neck at one point, and poof, all movement disappeared. Louis and Emma both went limp. The physical exertion of the maneuver was too much for them, who were only 6 years old, and Louis even suspected that he had just had the help of adrenaline. After a while, the two stood up, but Louis was in no hurry to leave, but headed up, and Emma hesitated for a moment, staying where she was, and began to check if the three were dead or not. Louis then smiled as he found a black book in a cubicle dresser on the second floor. Good stuff. One of the intelligence gathered by Emma and the others had said something to that effect, that the dresser was not to be approached by anyone, so he gave it a shot. Basement exit. Louis and Emma stepped out together into the free fresh air and that bright sunlight. Louis, Emma, great. Behind the tree, Mary and Haley, who were hiding with sticks, came out. Turns out, they didn't leave right away. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Escape from the Coven? After leaving the basement, several people discussed what to do next. It was finally a unanimous decision to find someone to call home. After walking for a while, several people managed to find the old woman at the fruit stand that Haley had said she had stumbled upon, borrowed the phone. It also became clear where he was now, a remote part of Mississippi with only a few families. Even the village was 10 miles away. That's when a few people also finally said something about where they came from. Haley, my family is in Calabasas, California. Family words. Father is a professor of medicine. I often follow my father to learn about medicine. You guys are my first friends. I'll be in touch with you in the future. Of course, you're our friend too, so we'll be in touch often. Louis laughed. Emma nodded back. Except, Mary was a little red-eyed. I'm sorry, I don't know where my dad is, and my mom's in the hospital, and I'll probably go to my uncle's later, but I don't know where that's going to be, and this, has always been very proud of her. I did not expect the family will be like this. Louis' sympathetic look at her. Hesitation for a moment. If you want to find us, wait until you grow up to go to New York. There is the most prosperous city. We will meet. Aha. Mary nodded vigorously. It's a lie used for comfort. Of course, but it doesn't matter. The other person isn't sad anymore, is they? A few people looked over at Emma, who came up with her standard smile. In my case, I don't have a mom, but my dad is very good to me. Well, it would be nice if I had a little more time to spend with me, and my family is in Orlando, Florida, where there's Disney to play with, and I'd like for us all to still be friends in the future. She kept her fake smile on, but her eyes were on Louis. In her opinion, of these three people, only Louis can be her friend. After all, they are accomplices. Mary nodded, taking careful note, while Haley looked at her indifferently. She could see the other woman's fake smile. It was so fake. Louis, I have a special family, and there may be another reason why I was abducted this time, so I can't tell you the specifics. And also, Emma, would you mind if I came to your house for a while? At that, Emma was slightly surprised, and the fake smile on her face was a little too much to maintain, and she agreed in one breath. The reason Louis did what he did was, as he said, this abduction. He wasn't sure if it was an accident or if it was intentional. Someone was playing a game. Was it internal, or an external enemy? So he won't choose to go home until he's strong or figures it out himself. And in the meantime, Emma's house, which is in the same state of Florida but in a different city, is the perfect host family. Along with the banter, the old woman at the fruit stand brought food and chatted with the four children. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to say why they were here and just muddled through. But Louis still found a photo in her home, in which a young man who resembled that middle-aged man was holding hands with a woman and smiling happily. Louis' heart some understanding. No wonder has been wondering not to. Originally, this old woman's daughter is when and that man eloped people. 2 days later, 3 jeeps arrived with a clear purpose, and from them 3 middle-aged men came down, excitedly picking up Emma and Mary, while another looked at Haley and said something. Haley's father, a professor of medicine, is too busy as well as California being a bit far away, so he hires someone to pick her up for protection in passing. The man who came to pick up Mary was her uncle Frank, a former college teaching assistant, now a ship repairman, who could only pick up Mary because her sister was bedridden, and who was now hugging Mary with moist eyes, and who was a bit overwhelmed by the warmth of her not-so-familiar uncle, but did not resist. Lastly, there is Emma's father David, a single father, middle class, who at the moment is excited to see Emma and shedding tears, and Emma shows her excitement as well. Then, after Emma spoke to her father, not knowing what the other had said, he agreed so quickly, and stroked Louis's head. Poor boy. You've helped Emma, and I'll take care of you. Soon, the four got into separate cars and watched each other go away. Orlando, FL. Florida is located in the southernmost part of the United States of America and has a peninsular topography, while the city of Orlando is the central city of the state and is the third largest city, which is, of course, most famous for Disneyland and Universal Studios. And with Emma's family, right here, even owning a not-so-small house with attached storage and pool, the standard of living isn't bad. It has to be said that being in the late 1980s, the United States of America in the midst of bipolar hegemony is no less happy at the bottom, thanks in large part to technological advances and concessions to the bottom under bipolar hegemony. Arriving here, Emma's father, David, after speaking to the community council at his expense, Louis managed to live here on a loan basis and familiarize himself with his new life. However, because of his status, there were still a lot of paperwork to be done in terms of his schooling, mainly the need to have a guardian's consent. But Louis' situation was unique, which was why there was such a delay, and it was just as he wished, as he had other, more important things to be busy with. Stay in the room separate from Emma's and keep the door unlocked. Louis pulled out the book on witchcraft that he had turned up at Amelia's house. Although there is a left-handed folk code in place, but the characteristics of the left-handed path is that there can be anything, so it is not bad to absorb a little bit of Western witchcraft. Turn the pages for a closer look. As he looked through it, Louis's face gradually changed. The book wasn't exactly a grimoire, to be precise. It was actually Amelia's diary, with a few Portuguese spells mixed in. After the first few words about the bliss of parenting, the pain as well as the wonderfulness of eating your children, how to raise your children sexually, and other unnutritious heart dumps, Louis quickly scrolled through and saw what he wanted to see. According to this above record, the witch's ability is strange. Each witch will have a natural ability, and the rest of the magic potions, magic spells, etc. It can be said that it is extremely broad, but her diary records are not much, because the witch lineage has long been torn apart, and the inheritance is also incomplete. The origin of the witch line is said to be related to the devil and God, and was persecuted and hunted down numerous times throughout history until it was dispersed throughout the world with the Age of Sail. The United States of America, for example, actually had witches who arrived with the colonists, only to be discovered and cleansed and burned by the locals in Salem in 1693, which even featured the church. The Salem line has since moved south as well, and was not heard from until one of the Supreme Witches re-established the coven. And the reason why she was so concerned about it was because their Portuguese witch line had a not-so-small connection with the Salem line. And when she had been abandoned here and left without a family, she had searched for a way to contact the Salem line of Supreme Witches and had gotten help. And in it there is also an account of a change in the Supreme Witch in previous years, and that she was going to meet the new Supreme Witch in a little while. Supreme Witch? Salem? A coven of American dread witches? Lewis's entire face was filled with disbelief. Am I in the movie world? Wait, does that Amelia actually belong to some movie I haven't seen? End of chapter. Chapter 8, Bad Seeds. Witchcraft. Earth Law. With the Supreme Witch and the Salem Witch trials coming together, the only thing Louis can think of is a coven of American dread witches. In his last life, he loved to watch horror movies in his spare time, and for reasons well known to all, Louis usually watched foreign horror movies. An American Horror Story, a horror American show that ran for 10 seasons, was one of the leading ones, and he loves to watch the season of the Coven of Witches among them. Although the horror atmosphere is not quite enough, but the face and style in it are very capable, pure, hot, seductive, and, of course, there is a common characteristic, but that doesn't mean Louis wants to come in. Inside the danger is not low. The living corpse, voodoo queen, evil spirits, and a variety of powerful natural ability is also really horrible. Resurrection, instantaneous movement, mind control, flame manipulation, out of body. However, he remembered that the coven was a story after the millennium, and it was still early in the millennium, and the diary entry that the new Supreme Witch had just succeeded to the throne a couple of years before also indicated that it was still early in the plot to be carried out, and that the coven was taking place in the city of New Orleans, which was far enough away from himself not to worry about. Wait, if the coven is now real and the Amelia one is most likely a movie plot, then, in Lewis's mind, the movie and reality intersected, and the barrier of knowledge broke down at this moment. Cute, observant, disguised evil child lowly, and named Emma, so it's the bad seed. Lewis gave a relieved smile. A naturally highly intelligent sociopathic evil child, self-interested, emotional, and apathetic to life. He kills several people at the young age of 8, and even ends up committing patricide. The reason is just because of something small. No wonder it was so crisp and clean at the time. So it's a natural. So, will she do it to herself? Well, you never know, but there was no need to be afraid. In the end, she was just a child, relying on her childish identity and acting skills to deceive adults, so as long as she was able to recognize her disguise, there was no need to worry about her being able to cause harm to herself. Kids, so what if they are antisocial? As long as they have a brain and are scared, there is nothing they can't change. The stick will tell her what to choose. Let's tentatively decide that this is the American drama world. We'll have to pay more attention to it in the future, so we don't fall into a hole. With this admonition, Lewis whirled around and began to organize the witchcrafts recorded in his journal. There weren't many of them, only a handful of 3 witchcraft potions that enhance the basic abilities of the body, but are difficult to refine, and are subdivided into enhancements for each individual organ aspect. Intent Talent Witch Awakening Ceremony, through sacrifice to awaken the witch bloodline, control the power of intention, and ultimately can realize the intention of controlling things. Witch Limited. 3. Bloodline Drawing Restoration of Youth Spell. Witch Limited. Physical ability enhancement. That's why she's strong in both strength and speed. Oh yeah, and it's the same potion that's supposed to be given to babies and boys to enhance their charging ability from an early age. Intentionally Gifted Wizard Awakening Ceremony. Rolling eyes and moving people in midair to kill them. That should be it. But sacrifice and all that. According to the Western tradition, I guess it's involved with the devil again. Pass. The spell of restoring youth by bloodline drawing. Eating a girl of the same bloodline as oneself to restore youth. TSK. Amelia must be 200 years old, right? What's the difference between this and making up to deceive oneself? The thought of the other woman screwing around at her advanced age just to give birth to a baby girl to eat and regain her youth made Lewis feel too sick to continue the association. It's the first one that works in here, so it's not nothing after all. Let me see what the refining conditions are. Blood of the refiner, ground pine needles, holly oak, milk teeth of a black cat cub, dried lizard, fire, and on a full moon night, with no guarantee of success? Lewis carefully wrote all these down, no matter whether it is useful or not. Remember it first, it will always be useful in the future. Lewis then began to look through his standing book. The Leftway Civil Code is just a projection on a book, its essence exists in one's soul. So, now even without a book carrier, Lewis could flip through the Mindian, just by thinking with his mind, and the Mindian would automatically sense the thoughts to carry out the actions, just like an intelligent machine, which was also in line with the look of the inherited treasures. only to see the book turn automatically and the next page was already open. Apparently, killing Amelia together counts as well. It is still the general chapter of the side door. The chapter of Earth Magic. Because of the strength factor of the strong enemy, this time 2 pages in a row are unfolded. Yang Qi to break the evil spirits. Peach wood making, wadding tugging, needle rusting, stove ash method, and the method of borrowing longevity kowtow. In all, 6 types of earthworks appeared. Yang Qi to break the evil, the blood of the middle finger. The 3 Yang fire is the main. Strong body, Yang Qi since the strong, powerful and powerful with the degree of physical strength. The degree of spiritual fullness is closely related to the evil spiritine soul to cause death, so that it is difficult to possess the body. If necessary, you can spit for the attack. The same can be used with the use of the broken mouth. The effect is even better. Peachwood, ancient legend. Peachwood is a quartet chasing the sun on the way to death, representing the most yang of the wood, can cause death to the spirits, can be made into talismans, wooden swords, etc., to ward off evil spirits. Body protection used. Rip flossing, using delicious snacks, treats and other small foods as bait. It can make people delirious and follow the actions of others, often used in abducting and selling children. And for this reason, it is also known as playing flossing in folklore, and it is often circulated in the South. Needle rust method, you can see whether the soul of the frightened out of the body. Taken and used embroidery needle into a bowl of water. Put the bowl to the bedside. A quarter of an hour later, the needle rust is frightened. The soul out of the body. Stove ash method, take the old stove ash at home to smear the exposed part of the skin. Can make it difficult to see the ghost. If necessary, can be thrown out of the stove ash. Can be scared of it. Borrowed life method, kowtow, borrowed life method in a kind of evil and bizarre branch. Traditional custom, the old man to the younger generation salute kowtow. To the younger generation is the folding of life. The method needs to be every day morning and evening to their own descendants kowtow. Every kowtow one day, will be able to prolong life for one day. The price is not to be stopped, and the descendants of the life of the tenfold depletion. Easy to lose control. The 6 earth methods. Compared to before, these 6 earth methods seem to be much more useful. Even some of them had been called arts, but most of them still dealt with ghosts. Moreover, he really doubted one thing. Would the ghosts in the West really abide by these Eastern methods? It should work, or wouldn't it be useless? And this borrowed life method, it's worthy of being a side door, more or less evil and reasonable. Looking at my white, 6-year-old body, well, that's a law not to be considered. Yang Qi to break the evil is very interesting. This is still a growth ability. The stronger the body, the better the spirit, the stronger the Yang Qi. It seems that voodoo potion has to be on the point of attention, and also have to strengthen the body exercise in weekdays. Cannot stay up all night and hurt the spirit. As for the other kinds of earth law, Lewis is also ready to utilize them first. Don't wait until something happens and then panic. After all, this is the United States of America. Anything can happen. It's not impossible that one day there will be some kind of evil spirits. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Ripcord Technique. The Kano family's investigation. Time passed slowly in peace, and in the blink of an eye it was a week. As it turns out, although the world may have all sorts of strange things and supernatural forces, the social order of the human body still dominates, and Lewis hasn't seen any evil in this time. In the meantime, not being able to do much investigating into his abduction because of his small child body, Lewis focused on his spells and has been practicing hard on the book. Because it was only a custom of earthwork, it was actually quite easy to learn, and 5 of the 6 emerging earthwork methods had already been learned, leaving only the stove ash method. Even if it is the borrowed life method, the most evil of the 6 earth methods, there is no opportunity to experiment with the art. As long as you are familiar with the process, read a few more times, actually belong to the learned. Probably this is called the side door to the left. Highlighting a fast word is simple and easy to understand. Of course, it was also possible that the Minton thought that this spell, Lewis, the inheritor, couldn't use it, so it passed. Now he is trying to find a way to buy the Zao Wang Wang idol and then worship it to get some Zao ash, as a way to complete the Zao ash method. Only for him, a 6-year-old child. This is more difficult, and has not yet succeeded. And his relationship with Emma had changed over the course of the week, which was to say that Emma's father, David, was a good man who seemed to treat Lewis like a son or nephew, with new clothes, delicious food, pocket money, and frequent inquiries as to what Lewis would like to play with, and was not far off from Emma's 1-2 punch except that he wouldn't read Lewis a bedtime story. Only, it seemed to be met with some subtle emotions from Emma, which Lewis sensed even though she didn't show it, and for that, Lewis was fine, because he knew that Emma was such a sociopathic personality, hostile to anyone who would affect her own survival, but not enough to turn on herself just yet. not because of any feelings, but simply because the threat level wasn't enough. After half a month, David finally got through to the community council and sent Louis to the school where Emma was. Community council belonged to the United States of America, a kind of grassroots self-governing organizations, a lot of power. If you can't get through the community council's relationship, then the whole neighborhood will not have your place. The house can't be bought, and even they have a connection with the nearby schools and so on, which is the reason why you can send Louis to school. School, although it is only a public elementary school, its internal facilities and educational resources are actually quite good. Emma, is this your brother? Oh, of course, Emma said with a perfect smile. In response, Louis smiled kindly, not retorting or having much interest in playing with the brats, and sat down in his seat alone, studying the riposte technique. These earth spells were crude, but initiation and mastery had never been the same, and Louis was going to practice some of the good ones more often to increase security for himself. The specific origin of the local method of tugging floss art is no longer available. Large-scale emergence of the time is in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The folk often appear to lose children, and do this kind of thing. There are a lot of names: shoot flower child, people teeth, tooth woman child, etc. And they are among those who commonly use this evil technique. The introductory tug-of-war technique is just preparing a snack and mixing in some food with hallucinogenic effects like mushrooms as a way to lure the children in, and it's not really considered a technique. But not after proficiency. Food is just a supplement. The focus is on language with seductive effects that will have evil potency, even against some weak-willed adults. You can imagine the difference between introductory and proficient. Louis was idly bored and made a deal with a small, fat black man beside him in exchange for food. I have to say, normal little kids are just so gullible, and the little chubby guy who was craving for food easily agreed. Okay, so here goes. Louis patted him on the shoulder with a kind smile, just as Louis is borrowing Emma's house and having fun with Fatty at school. Miami. The old man who had been slow to find his grandson sat in his chair as he looked at his oldest son, now the heir to the gang. Max, you know, what we Italian mafia have as our main theme. Of course, I know. Family, nothing is more important than family. The old man nodded slowly. So, continue to hang and beat the oldest today. And also, go to town, and hire someone. Her name is Elise, who may be helpful in our efforts to retrieve young Louis. Max frowned. Dad, isn't that Elise's psychic eye here? You believe in that? Ahem. Max, you have to believe that there are many incredible things in this world. Be in awe, and look for people with respect. Max didn't retort, not believing it in his mind, but since it was his father's word, he would heed it. Watching his son leave, Carl Cano slumped back in his chair with his eyes closed, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he rummaged out a broken finger with 2 joints and a sharp nail from the wooden cabinet. Looking at this broken finger, he hesitated a little. In the 70s, a strange thing happened in the city of Miami, where an eccentric creature helped a man hunt his enemies, even from thousands of miles away, and flew there to find and kill them. But because of the lack of secrecy in which he acted and the obviousness of the bloodstains, he ended up being exposed, and the man was put in jail, and no one believed him, believing that he was just fantasizing about a monster because of his loneliness. Everything was a figment of his imagination. But the strange creature then actually went to his rescue, and ended up being blown to pieces by a massive collection of gunfire. And then later, the piece was brought back up to him by one of their family members. After experimentation, it was found that the claw was able to absorb nutrients to grow and recover, and it was sealed up by him just in case. And after so many years, even when he suffered from gang vendetta, he didn't use it. And now, he was hesitant to use it. Mysterious forces, demons, or evil spirits, the old man muttered and put the severed finger in the drawer. Time passed quickly and Christmas came. That year, Louis and Emma spent Christmas as a family. In the living room, the Christmas tree was entwined with colored lights, and the table was set with a steaming roast turkey, a white and purple intertwined cake, and the aroma of hearty dishes. David looked at Louis and Emma in their new clothes and nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said that Louis was a good seller, with a pair of light blue eyes like crystals that seemed to sparkle, and a small black suit that held his body upright. Together with his black hair that was like a quiet dark night and his three-dimensional face, he formed a rather mysterious windy Masamune style. And Emma is a change from the usual black and white gray dress, changed into a red dress, bow hair rope embellished in the long shawl hair, neck a string of white pearl necklace, as if the fairy tale out of The Little Princess. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Jealousy. A little lesson. David was all smiles. Fantastic. You guys are a gift from God. With that, he took a picture and then placed the gifts he had prepared into their hands. Louis was a bit awkward. Before he awakened his memories it was fine, But after he awakened his memories and was praised in this way, there was always a sense of shame in his heart, and he hated to have a crack to drill into. But there is nothing to be done. After all, one is really a child now, and one can only learn to accept it. And, in fact, to come back to childhood all over again is a kind of wish that many people can dream of but cannot reach. It was Emma, on the contrary, who always kept a joyful smile on her face, took the gift box and said thank you. The family began dividing the turkey with knives and dividing the cake. And although the family didn't believe in Christ, they were celebrating Christmas after all and prayed a few prayers off the top of their heads. I have to say, one of the misconceptions that Louis has always had about the United States of America is that the delicious-looking turkey is actually not good at all. Its meat is so faggy it chews like you're eating firewood. The seasoning is hard to get into the flavors, and it's simply not as good as a regular piece of broiler, except for the fact that it's big and produces a lot of meat. Sure, it's nice to get a taste now and then. Louis was shallow and focused his attack on the cake and the roast, which was drenched in cumin and chili noodles and was even bursting with juice. One of Louis's favorite foods. David grinned an open-mouthed grin as Louis ate as much as he could roast, and every now and then he'd cut off a piece of turkey meat for him to dip in seasoning, pour a glass of water and hand it over. At the same time the mouth was praising. Louis has been very understanding this time, not only helping out with the housework, but also getting good grades in school. This is a reward for you. The smile slowly faded from Emma's face as she ate her cake alone next to her. She's pissed. What she sees as an accomplice, a friend, is taking away from her at this very moment and is unforgivable. It's not the first time he's done this. Some lessons had to be learned. But then Louis looked over and forked up a piece of turkey onto Emma's plate. David looked relieved while Emma bit her lip. Thanks. The left hand resting under the table was clenched into a fist in a deadly grip. Louis gave her a look, not caring about the malice in her eyes. She felt that Louis was stealing her love. But in fact, it was just David's sympathy for Louis as an orphan and a reward for Louis's help during this time. If she had looked closely, she would have realized that the cake on her plate was the only part that had fruit on it, and that she wasn't baked because she wasn't a fan of it in the first place. But she wouldn't notice. Or rather, she actually noticed, but couldn't, because Louis has compromised Daddy's love for her. Her interests have been violated. Soon, Christmas was over. Emma came to be 8, and Louis was 7. Emma ate and went to her room while Louis helped wash the dishes before returning. Coming upstairs, Louis first looked at the hair caught in the crack of his room door and saw that it hadn't fallen off before he opened the door with confidence. Returning to his room, Louis opened the present, which contained a neat and smooth-looking mahogany short sword. This, he noticed, before, he had actually asked about the mahogany aspect, and also spent his earned pocket money to buy a piece made into an amulet from an old man in the nearby shopping street. Not expecting that, just that one time he asked, David actually remembered it, and by the looks of it, it seemed that he had bought it from Chinatown. I have to say, David really is a good guy. Well, it's decided that this boneheaded sociopath who ended up killing your daughter will be left to me to straighten you out. Swinging his short sword, Louis didn't rush to sleep. He didn't believe that Emma, that sociopath, would hold back after moving malice. There was bound to be action. 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Click. The door to the room opened slowly. A foot stepped in softly. The next second. Click. The lights come on at first. Louis watched with interest as Emma, who was tiptoeing around, holding an 8-tone box. Emma, did you come to my room in the middle of the night to give me a present? Emma's entire body froze in place. Sniffing, taking a deep breath and squeezing out a smile. Yes, on a holiday like this, I think an older sister should give her brother a gift. Oh yeah? I hope you're not trying to give me the gift and then tell David later that I stole it. Louis watched with a smirk while walking over and closing the door to the room behind him. No, how could you think that of me? Knowing that I was the one who asked Dad to take you in, there's no way I would do such a thing. Emma said this, but her feet quietly stepped back. Louis rolled his eyes and didn't bother to act out. Emma, I have no intention of stealing fatherly love from you and I won't be staying at your house all the time, so there's no need for you to think ill of me. This time it's a warning. Next time it won't be a joke. Having said that, Louis quickly took 2 steps forward and tapped Emma on the shoulder. Next, the scene in front of Emma's eyes became slightly blurred, and there was a voice in her ears that sounded, if anything, like her own voice deep inside, and as if it carried some sort of convincing power. She seemed to be hallucinating in front of her eyes. In front of her eyes was her dad lulling her to sleep. Yes, it's time for me to go to my room and go to bed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, staggering out of Louis's room, not forgetting to take the door with him. Watching the other party leave, Louis looked at the slight hallucinogenic powder trapped in his fingernail and nodded. It seemed that the tugging technique was not far from being proficient. The sun is slightly out. At 6 in the morning. Bang! Emma sat up violently and looked around her room with horror in her eyes. In her sleep just now, she had a nightmare of going back to Amelia Manor and enduring the darkness and fear in that tiny room. Every now and then an arm of darkness would reach out from all sides. But soon, she calmed down a bit, and then her face turned ugly. If the memories in his own mind were correct, he had gone to the next room last night, only to be discovered. And after a brief conversation, he had issued a warning to himself. Then, himself lost consciousness and somehow returned to bed, asleep until now? Is a witch. The fear of being imprisoned and terrorized at Amelia's returned once more. She grabbed the covers and cowered on the bed, falling into a brief stupor, her long, shoulder-length hair blowing up to match her expression at the moment almost like that of a scared little child. At this moment, she finally realized that she was afraid that she had made a mistake, luring a guy whose heart was no less than her own and who knew her other side into the house. Early morning, greeting the sun and eating her breakfast, Emma flashed a big grin at Louis, who knowingly returned a kind smile. David, who was next to him, was happy to see the scene. Well, that's nice. End of chapter. Chapter 11, the beginning of the story Camouflage. He thought it had been a wise decision to listen to Emma and bring Louis back, and now the two kids seemed to be getting along just fine. He himself sometimes couldn't take care of Emma because he worked a lot, and although he'd heard from her school teachers that Emma had friends, Emma had never brought a friend over to the house, which made him wonder if his daughter might not have any friends who were too close. Now it was good that Emma finally had a companion, which should be good for her growth. Except that Louis, though he understood, was after all a small child, a year younger than Emma, and not yet a girl, and would probably not have much in common with Emma. So, should he or she adopt an older girl to be Emma's playmate? At this moment, David, who was bent on his children's welfare, pondered the necessity and feasibility of this practice. Financially there is nothing wrong with it. It will be a bit more tiring, but with 2 factories of my own I can still support it. Well, it's just that I don't have a wife right now, and it's a bit of a hassle to adopt. And Angela's side keeps talking about introductions, but there's not much news, so I don't think I'll be able to find a suitable one anytime soon. The adoption process requires an able-bodied family with both a husband and wife, but I think there's an orphanage on the community council side. Cats are known to swim, but on this day, an orange cat that appeared out of nowhere fell into the pond at David Grossman's house and kept flopping around, but was slow to leave the pond. On the second floor, at the bay window, Emma sipped a glass of water and eyed the scene like she was waiting for something. Finally, the orange cat seemed to be tired, and its fluttering movements became slower and slower, and in the end, it was brought down a little bit by the water and the dead leaves, and its body was completely immersed under the surface of the water, and it no longer moved. Seeing this, Emma smiled. She had been waiting for this scene and now, she could go and have a snack. He came into the living room and saw the disgusting guy, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything about him yet, so he could only squeeze out a smile. Hi Louis, good morning. Well, good morning Emma. The two ate their breakfast, during which Emma looked at Louis every now and then, but Louis did not change his face, and smiled at her as if provoking her. At this time, David, who had been out a lot in the past 2 days and didn't know what he was doing, came back. You guys eat first. A cat actually drowned in the family pond. I have to take care of it first. With that, he took the plunge net and walked out. He came back after a while, putting up the net while talking to the two Emmas. You won't believe what I've been doing for the last few days. Look forward to it. You'll see a surprise in a few days. Oh, is it a new date found? Emma said calmly. What's the matter? You're concerned about that? David inquired with a start. No. Well, Dad is just trying to find someone who is compatible and treats you well. But if you don't want that, then no. Louis pondered. Single father is a very difficult occupation. Care of the daughter. After all, as a child is okay, when older many things are inconvenient. Looking for a new wife. This aspect in addition to personal physiological and psychological factors, the biggest consideration should be for the sake of their own daughters. To which Emma did not respond positively, simply saying, recently Mr. Ellis was going to give out a citizenship award, and the winner had to have the S.A. Alden values, the 4 qualities of faith, honesty, cultivation, and compassion, and the prize was a gold medal, a big one, and I thought that would be nice. Oh, Emma will get that medal for sure, and of course, Louis, I feel happy no matter which one of you gets it. David smiled and stroked Emma's head. Emma's left fist clenched slightly before she continued to think about what she should do to get a medal. Louis, who was silently eating a snack next to him, realized in his mind that the fiasco of the medal was finally going to begin. Fruity. Day 2. During classroom lessons, a wasp came in from nowhere, and in this unfamiliar environment, the hornet fluttered around in fear, its sharp buzzing drawing everyone's attention. Immediately afterward there was a series of screams, and a group of small children immediately ducked in all directions. Mr. Ellis said, "Calm down, kids, I promise it's more scared than you are." At this point, Emma stood calm and collected. She walked over with a glass and a piece of paper and covered the wasp with a serious and focused expression, followed by a smooth stride to the window and released the wasp. There was no panic, no violence, but always calmness. In the eyes of all the children, she was now practically a superhero, and in the eyes of Mr. Ellis, Emma is now the best interpretation of the words kind and brave. Good boy. She gave a slight smile. Thank you, Emma. You're welcome, Mr. Ellis. Louis, who always sat next to him, yawned, knowing that was all that was bad about the script, that there were no surprises at all when the play was on. Boring. Actually, if you really look into it, there are quite a few holes in it. Where did the glass come from and how did the bumblebee get in? At that moment, Emma suddenly looked at Louis, her eyes seemingly provocative and full of smugness. Louis smiled and didn't say anything. For the next few days in a row, Emma was perfect, being helpful and understanding, offering to help other students, caring for small animals, helping the janitor with the lawn. And Louis did nothing but watch Emma laugh as often as if she were watching a comical clown show. No way. Kids are kids, and even though they're smart, they have limitations. Like right now, Emma doesn't even realize she's pushing too hard. Not at all like a normal girl should behave. It comes across as hypocritical and pretentious. And this is already obvious to adults who are exposed to them on a regular basis and who are more socially experienced and aware of all the hypocritical things that go on in society like elections, speeches, showmanship, etc. Next thing you know, Emma is going to plant her head and then start the path of no return to killing innocents. Well, it looks like it's time to take matters into her own hands. Louis stretched. It would be a precautionary move to protect David while keeping him from losing his daughter. It would be a precautionary move to remodel him. And in order to rehabilitate such antisocial children, they must be corrected and disciplined before they make a big mistake. Otherwise they will only become more and more biased and hopeless. What a pain in the ass. Louis muttered and continued to indulge in the study of the earth method. The space of the table held some special snacks he had made laced with something, such as a mung bean cake type of food. As it turns out, sidewalks are easy to learn and hard to master. It's real easy to get started, but it's still a little difficult to become proficient. Afternoon. Because the girl next to her newly got a watch, looks very delicate and beautiful. Gathered a group of classmates enviously watched and chattered. Your watch is so cool. I have one too. It was a gift for my birthday and I don't wear it much. Emma listened quietly on the side, looking at her empty wrist. Soon, while running around on the outdoor lawn grabbing each other, the girl and Emma's shoulders collided and the girl fell with an ah. Emma rushed to help her up with concern. Katie, are you okay? I'm sorry. The girl shook her head and ran with her friends again. Ellis, the black female teacher standing in the center of the lawn, frowned at the scene. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Vesta's comments on Emma. She thought Emma was doing well for a while, but that was the problem. She was doing just too well. Too perfectly. Perfectly unlike what an 8-year-old should look like. And just now, Emma seems to have been deliberately knocked down? So it's all pretend? Ellis's brow furrowed a little tighter. While it's not incomprehensible that it should have been faked to win a medal, and many kids have actually tightened up a lot more than they used to during this time and stopped being mischievous, Emma has done more intentional knockdowns. I guess I'm overthinking it. It's just kids after all, so it shouldn't be that bad. But let's give this award to some other kid who's a little more natural. After the teacher left, turning her back, Emma pulled a string of shiny watches out of her pocket, a hint of joy in her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Night. Emma looked her watch over and over before finally putting it away again and starting her homework. David walked in at that moment and set down a glass of milk. Do you need my guidance? No, Dad. I know you're busy. David smiled with a hint of pride in his helplessness. Emma was always so understanding. He said, okay, so if I gave you a hug, what would you give me? Give you a kiss, Emma said with a smile. Warmth abounds between father and daughter. David smiled and turned to go over to Louis. Emma watched the scene, her expression gradually flattening as she looked into the mirror in front of her, pulling up the corners of her mouth into a smile like the one she'd just given. Here's a kiss. The corners of his mouth dropped and resumed smiling, like practicing. Next door, Louis was also writing his homework, but had already finished it. There was no way. Although his intelligence was no longer at its peak during his senior year of high school, the district's elementary school knowledge was still more than enough to complete it. Louis, who had finished his homework, was looking at the courier in his hand that had taken a small half-month to arrive, which was a turtle's pace. Inside that was a smiling, kindly old man like idol with fruits and food piled up in front of him and a flame burning. Beside them were two small childlike idols holding two jars with the words good and evil written on them. It is the folk mythology as well as the Taoist mythology of the Zhao Wang Wang. In fact, if you want to worship, the portrait is also possible, but Lewis thought that offering a statue of the god to come, the effect will probably be a little better. Don't look at the Zhao Wang Wang seems to be in the mouth of the people is not good, but is really directly to the heavenly hearing of the god. In the Qin and Han before even is one of the main worship, visible status. The ashes of the stove and incense burned to worship him are traditionally used to ward off evil spirits, and the longer they are offered, the better the effect, which is also the principle of the Zhao Ash method. Now that the idol had finally arrived, the next page of one's inheritance would finally open again. This time, David came in. Seeing the idol in Louis's hand, David was stunned, but then realized that Louis belonged to a mixed race, perhaps a tradition left by his family from before. For that, he had respect. Louis, have some milk. He placed a glass of hot milk on the table, taking Louis's lack of homework for granted. After all this time, the fact that Louis was a genius had dawned on him. Uncle, thanks. Watching David's back as he left, Louis began to straighten up the room, placing the idol on the north side of the room, taking out the threaded incense from the courier box, and began to make offerings. 3 days later, the awards are about to begin. Emma changed again into her red dress with pearls and looked distinctly princessy. For his part, Louis played with an embroidery needle and sat quietly in the car, where David chatted with Emma, smiling and quipping, "Emma will get the prize." Emma smiled haughtily, but couldn't help but raise her head upwards, and it was obvious that she thought she was going to win the award too. David took Emma and Louis to the school, which was filled with students and parents, while the female teacher was getting ready with a palm-sized golden medal. Soon the female teacher stood at the podium and began to describe the 4 outstanding qualities of the Citizenship Award: faith, honesty, cultivation, and compassion. These are 4 qualities that could not be more wonderful for a child, and I am sure that a child who was able to possess all 4 of these qualities must be a treasure sent down by the angels. Next, I will have the honor of presenting the award, so that this child can enjoy the applause and acclaim. Now, the winner of this Citizenship Award is, off stage, a bunch of kids poking their heads in, along with parents looking at each other, but the eyes that lingered on Emma were the most numerous, for no other reason than that Emma's outward appearance was just too good to be true, and the smile had been kept so reserved, and her temperament so good, that at first glance she felt that this was to receive an award. Noticing the stares, her smile grew wider. But, Milo Curtis, snapping, there was a round of applause. Sitting next to Emma at the table, a young boy with curly yellow hair looked incredulous and whirled into an excited hug with his mom. The smile on Emma's face but disappeared at that moment. The heels of the delicate little leather shoes under her feet couldn't stop tapping the ground. Louis, sitting on the other side of David, was watching her the whole time, and next thing you know, the poor little Curly was about to be poisoned. What a terrible jealousy. Soon, end of awards. David and Ellis were talking at the building. David had missed the last parent-teacher conference because of the factory's work in town and was a little skeptical that Emma hadn't won an award this time around. However, after a brief conversation about studies and the like, Ellis took the lead in talking about Louis. "I hear Louis is your child too?" "Oh, Louis is the child of a relative of mine, entrusted to my care for a few days." "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing, I just think he's a little too mature and out of place with a lot of the kids here. And while he's a genius, I think you should have some idea of how important relationships are to a child's childhood." Needless to say, the black teacher did have a sharp eye, and of course, it had to do with the fact that Louis didn't make a cover-up. David nodded as he thought about the abduction. Maybe, one day, it would be a good idea to hire a psychiatrist and give Louis a look. Louis never expected that the person who deserved to be seen by a psychiatrist the most wasn't being seen, and instead, he was in danger of becoming the #1 target. At this point, David responded and asked, "How did Emma do?" Ellis frowned, as if pondering how to politely reply. "Emma, she's good. She's brilliant. She's got a lot of great qualities that kids should learn. In fact, she could be class president. And most commendable is her courage. But, she seems to have no physical fear, and always impresses by showing her success when she needs to be seen, like one of those politicians, or workplace veterans. I'm sure she'll be a great actress in the future." Is this considered praise? End of chapter. Chapter 13, The Evil Child. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/3985328 failed to retrieve the content of this segment. No text content. Chapter 14, Rectification of Rigor. Emma covered her face and suddenly fled backwards. Louis didn't chase after him. He just watched indifferently. Anyway, everything was under control. Louis looked at his palm. Soon Emma was running into the forest. Damn, damn, damn. Louis, I'm going to get back at you. I'm going to get back at you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you regret it. The branches of the trees swept over his body, bringing a stinging pain. Emma was all but oblivious to this at the moment, her mind frantically pondering what it would take to get back at her opponent. You can't go head to head. Planted? Framed? Louis is not an adult, and some tactics won't work on him. Assassination? He doesn't usually have hobbies and doesn't like to go out and have a chance. Then poison him? No! I have to make him desperate and afraid. Wait, Louis has said before that his family is special so he can't go back. So, the beginnings of an evil plan flared in her mind. Until then, she hadn't even realized that she hadn't actually run out of the forest yet. It wasn't until he tripped over a piece of root under his foot that he finally reacted. She seems to be lost. At this time the sky is darkening, the cold wind whooshing and blowing. In this forest as a poisonous snake spitting out its letters drilling along the seams of the clothes. She couldn't help but clutch her arms, hide behind a tree, and start yelling. But there was no response. The empty dense forest couldn't actually find any living thing at this moment. It was finally getting dark. She was so cold and hungry. She forced herself to keep moving, but now she was like a headless fly. She looked up and tried to orient herself by looking at the North Star, as they say in science magazines, but the sky was so cloudy that she couldn't see anything. Hoo. The night wind was picking up. She couldn't stop thrashing around. This cold, she had never experienced before. Soon it was completely dark and she couldn't see anything anymore. Rustling. She hid like a frightened bird. At this moment, she was finally scared. She wanted to go home. She wanted to be in a warm room. She wanted her dad to make dinner. She wanted someone to talk to her, even if it's that asshole Louis. She wanted to cry. But then the wolf flashed through the bushes, and those green eyes convinced her that she must be right. She covered her mouth in death, not making a sound, but her eyes turned red in this moment. So scared. Don't want to die. Ow. The wolf seemed to have spotted her and lunged, biting her arm dead center, blood pouring out and ripping off large swaths of bloody flesh straight away. Ah-ha-ha. Scream. Phew. The wind blew wildly. Emma flailed her arms wildly, snot and tears. She was going to be crippled. No, she was going to die. It hurt. But then, she suddenly felt the pain diminish, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a blank space in front of her eyes, where there were no trees or wolves. There was only an indifferent face of Louis and an endless sea cliff. She immediately felt for her arm, intact, but the pain seemed real and her arm was in vague phantom pain. I'm not dead? No wolf? You'd love to die a death? Louis's voice came. At the moment Louis was looking at her with a look of contempt, and pointed a finger at her face as well as the ground. Emma was stunned and subconsciously touched her face, only to feel a stream of sticky liquid, snot and tears, and below, wet traces stained the rocks a dark color. Ah-ha-ha. The screams resumed. Louis subconsciously raised his palm, but after looking at her face, he lowered it again with a look of disgust and kicked it, and Emma immediately stopped screaming and kept reaching up to wipe it off. Louis, you again? Sure. Why? I didn't mess with you, did I? Emma, who had become a flower cat, asked, looking at Louis with a look of fear and indignation. You actually asked me why. Don't you ever think you're acting out? Emma shook her head oblivious to the fact, and then whirled around to react to what Louis meant. So, you're there to teach me a lesson? What does that have to do with you? Louis shook his head. Meh, just pretend I don't see you like this. This is just a therapy session for you. Don't worry, the treatments will be every day, and unless I see a cure, I'll be sure to put you in the little electric chair before I leave. And oh by the way, which color electric chair do you prefer? Or rather, which way do you want to die? Drowning like an orange cat? Amelia like broken neck bones? Or do you want to fall like you just tried to do? You can take your time to think and choose. I'll keep an eye on you. Ha! Louis smiled and walked up to her, tapping her on the shoulder. Emma's entire body winced, trembling beyond her ability. Looking at Louis was like looking at some kind of big, flaming demon that was reprimanding himself, a mere imp at the bottom of the heap. At this moment, the sea wind was whistling, and the 2 7 or 8-year-old children's demeanor was actually a little unnerving. I know. I will change, she said in a low voice. Apparently, she still knows how to be afraid and how to concede. But Louis smiled disdainfully, completely disbelieving her bull ********. If sociopathic malignant children were so easily solved, human biology would have made a tremendous advance. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's not a special case that's so thoroughly deep in the genes that it can't be changed. It's not impossible to partially correct it later. even if it's a wicked child born with an evil streak. It's like what's called a superhero, much like the evil child, except it's of the cranky, irritable, emotionally uncontrollable type. But it has been proven in the future that superheroes can be post-directed to gain emotional control, and by adulthood can even be no different from normal people, just easily provoked. However, for a type like Emma, who is naturally incapable of reverence for life and indifference to her own kind, it takes as much hammering and mental hammering as it does to tame an animal, to create artificial injunctions and rules for her. As it happened, the ripcord technique, which had already come to great completion, was perfectly capable of doing this, causing her to be mentally tortured without a trace of injury on her body, which could be described as invisible and difficult to expose. Looking at the somewhat miserable-looking Emma, Louis pointed to one side and told him to wash his face after. Snap! Clapping his hands twice, Milo, who had heard the sound, stood up in a daze and followed them one step forward, like a duckling that only knows how to walk after its mother. Soon, they went back to the school grove. Louis also released his hold on Milo at that moment. It had to be said that the riposte technique after its great completion was to some extent a true single-unit illusion technique. The utility was high. The only problem about that is that you still need to have the help of a drug to get the best results, and I'm afraid the results would have to be much less effective for strong-willed humans like adults. In the end, if this art was very powerful, it wouldn't have been reduced to being used for child abduction, but at least it's enough for now. Louis grinned as he watched a still slightly dazed Milo return to his mother. Spinning around, she looked to Emma, who had honestly kept her head down and didn't say a word, and smiled. Come on, next, expect a new show from you. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Orphan's Grievance, a study of the Civil Code. Sitting in the car on the way home, David looked at the two oddly. I don't know why, but it feels like Emma is afraid of Louis. How is this possible? Louis is a good kid, very understanding. I think Emma is not in a good mood because she lost the medal. David shook his head and put his heart back into it. Suddenly, a text message came through on his phone and he smiled at what it said. Louis, Emma, a surprise for you guys is coming soon. Orphanage. In human society, orphans will never disappear. So, industries like orphanages began to be built along with human civilization. Except that, in the United States of America, everything is private and an asset. That's why very few public orphanages exist. Most of them are private, and orphans from such private orphanages are usually burdened with debts that they pay off when they grow up. And likewise they receive a certain amount of education in the orphanage so that they are more likely to be loved by those in the middle and even upper classes. As for public orphanages, they are rarer and are basically established in the community, with deep ties to the community council. David, on the other hand, chose one such orphanage, and had no choice but to start with a public orphanage since he was now single and not eligible for the adoption process. At least over here he has connections, and with a little bribery, he can still get through. However, the quality of this side, I am afraid it is difficult to guarantee. David also set a standard in his mind. The older sister, who should be kind and gentle, and as understanding as possible, is the foundation, as to learning, skill, etc. In the second place, soon, after communicating with the director, David went to the home and met the school-age orphans, who were about 9 to 12 years old. Then, he took a glance at one of the little girls. There was no way. That girl stood out a little too much compared to the others. The golden sunlight waved down. The expression of concentration depicting the painting. A pair of eyes looked extraordinarily spiritual. And the portrait she drew was beyond the standard that a 9-year-old child should have. Looking somewhat talented. Then he asked the person in charge of the orphanage and learned that this girl was called Esther. About 9 years old. An orphan who had been taken in some time ago. And that she had behaved well in the orphanage over the past few days. Quiet and getting along with the others in a friendly manner. David decisively chose the other side. The dean readily agreed. After all, the David in front of him was really paying for it. David came to Esther and said a friendly hello. Hello, lovely girl. Hello, mature and handsome uncle. After a brief conversation, both parties were satisfied. So it was quickly decided to pack up their things and move in tomorrow after checking in this afternoon. Only, David didn't realize as he turned to leave that Esther's gaze on him revealed a few unusual things and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Room. Louis first looked at the ashes that had been piled up for some time after burning. These ashes would gradually lose their potency when they left the altar. But the longer they were offered in the altar, the more potent they would become, and it was necessary to store them. Afterwards, we offered some food to Zao Wang, inserted threaded incense, and watched the curls of smoke waft up before unlocking the door. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to consciously manipulate the left-way civil code. The pages clattered and turned. Looking at the still-turned civil code, Louis was thinking, after getting the civil code for so long, The other side's performance really can't be called a powerful inheritance. It's all about some folk customs, but that doesn't mean it's not powerful. It's just because one hasn't touched the real core. The inheritance of the civil code is apparently gradual, and unless one kills a stronger enemy, one has to learn step by step. Now appeared. All or just the paraplegic general chapter of the Earth Law chapter is the most huge inside all the chapters, up and down 5,000 years of folklore, evil and strange, the number of incalculable, and according to this speed, their own even if to learn to old age may not be able to finish learning. So the rest of the remaining legacy can't be unlocked? No way. Since the left path divine monarch wanted to use this as an inheritance, it was impossible to do so. In addition, these earth laws were completely unworthy of the name of an inheritance. Since he called himself a divine monarch and wanted to start a sect and leave behind an inheritance, it was inevitable that there would be a core inheritance that belonged to him. This is likely to be in the general left path article that has not been shown. So, the Earth Law chapter is the basis and screening. The other three are advancements and calendars. The general chapter of the left path is his true inheritance, and although his current self had obtained the left-way civil code, he had not in fact obtained the true inheritance. And even the other three major chapters of the Paragon chapter, the chapter of exotic techniques, the Thousand Thieves and Beggars, and the Miao Dai compulsion technique, had been slow to unlock any of them. And how to do the unlocking, Louis didn't know, but combined with all the intel, it should be one of these two. 1. Either a genius who learns a large number of Earth Law chapters quickly, reaches a certain threshold, and then unlocks the next chapter. 2. Either go the other route, experiment with what you learn, kill your enemies, and step up as a way to advance. It was Lewis's guess, and he felt that 8 or 9 were not far off, while the second path was more likely. After all, from the beginning he had said that he could prove himself by killing stronger enemies. This may have been explicit. That's a lot to ask. I hope it's worth the effort. Lewis's eyes flickered, and he had a plan in mind for what to do next. Going by the book definitely won't work. You can only go by the sword, but you are currently too small to act too recklessly. So for now, hibernate first. Learn as much earth magic as possible, and strengthen yourself, and at the same time, you have to collect as much news as you can in this area, such as the Coven of Witches. When he grew up, he could take the initiative to find these relatively powerful existences to hunt and kill, as a way to validate what he had learned and step up. It could actually be faster if I still had gang support. Warlocks want to progress. Cooperation with secular forces has always been a quick means. Intelligence, force, financial resources, all can be supported. Especially since Louis' own family is a not-so-small force, and belongs to the Italian mob, valuing kinship, unity, and the courage to commit crimes, and can bring help in many things. It's simply more than appropriate. Unfortunately, something like being trafficked came out, and it's hard for him to investigate now, and to this day he can't figure out how it all went wrong. Was it internal, or external? I just hate that my body is too small and inconvenient everywhere. Louis shook his head, knowing that it was useless to think much about himself right now, and after forcing himself to calm down, he looked to the pages of the book. The pages of the book had already finished turning at this point, and a new inheritance appeared. Only, after just one look, Lewis's eyes slightly changed. The three methods are, the chicken head method of dispelling evil spirits, the dry kiss method, and the theater spitting blade technique. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Worshipping God's Relatives' Unexpected Birth. Of these three earthly methods, the so-called dry relatives method is the most interesting. In the 5,000 years of rural areas, there is a widespread custom called recognizing godfathers and godmothers, which is called recognizing godfathers and godmothers in the north, and recognizing godfathers and godmothers in the south. And there is a big difference between the two. The northern law of godparents usually recognizes people, and recognizes them for different purposes. Those who feel their children are delicate and want to raise them, recognize those who have many children as godparents. Those who feel that their child's future destiny is weak and want to rub some luck in it, recognize those who have a happy family, wealth and power, which is difficult, and usually only those who have a good enough relationship will agree to do so. Either way, the godparents need to be visited and bonded with last year. In the South, the dry relatives method, most of the time recognize non-human objects, stones, trees, etc., and are the kind of things that have some peculiarities, because it is believed that they are spiritual things, can communicate with ghosts and other things, to provide shelter for the child from ghosts and other things. In fact, in modern times, this method has turned into a custom and way for the two families to promote fellowship and friendship. This earth law may seem unusual, but it has a bit of potential, as its power depends on the strength of the godparent you recognize. Weak recognition will naturally help you less, and strong recognition will naturally help you more. And of the two methods of recognizing relatives, One can't find any well-connected bigwigs at the moment. The first one is abandoned. And the second is the focus. Recognize the spiritual things as godparents. Ordinary spiritual things are useless to him. Unless it is the kind of village head is considered by many people as godparents and the result of many years of worship of the big trees, stones and so on, may still be able to some help. So, is there a possibility that I recognize God as my godfather? Lewis's eyes couldn't help but look towards the Zhao Wang idol, and immediately began to flip up the page, enlarging the act for a closer look. After a short period of watching and thinking, Lewis shook his head and nodded again. In the detailed method of the dry kinship method, there was actually a recognition about God as well. Inside the description, said God is special, exceptionally powerful, is the spirit of the pole, recognize it as a godparent. First of all, people must agree to do, and secondly, they also have to have the qualifications, otherwise cannot afford to be backfired on the contrary. And these qualifications with the fate of the Qigong, Qi luck and so on the esoteric things involved. The streams of destiny and Qi are too esoteric and nebulous to be considered for the time being. Give it a try. Remember Vesta is the family guardian deity, come to think of it, and it's the only idol in the other world that you've personally worshipped for so long. If this doesn't work out, you don't have to count on anything else. In fact, it was because Zhao Wang is the only jutsu, Zhao-ash jutsu, currently associated with a god in the folk canon, and all along, he had felt that the reason why these jutsu of his that are supposed to be watery should have a lot to do with the folk canon should be effective. And so, the idol aspect of the jutsu, if he wanted it to be effective, might have to be chosen as well as one that has a connection to the folk canon jutsu. Lewis first took out a bowl of water and put in a drop of middle finger blood, then quickly fell down on his knees in front of the statue of Lord Zhao and began the great ritual of kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times. At the same time, the mouth recited, Master Zhao Wang Master, the little child Lewis, has to hope that the shelter, no disease and no disaster, in the future will be offered at all times, and the heart is grateful. Lewis chanted it over and over again while his forehead hit the ground, each time solidly, a trail of blood soon staining the ground red. Along with his ritual, the idol moved slightly, the incense ash in the altar began to be swirled and swirled by a wisp of breeze, and the drop of blood in the clear water was even more congealed and glittering. In the next moment, the blood flew into the idol and placed inside the table, just under the idol separated by a layer of wooden boards on the cover of Amelia's diary. A black stream of light dissipated, and the idol's 2 eyes suddenly came to life, seemingly with a hint of spirituality. The curls of smoke emanating from the 3 fine incenses also condensed at this moment, puffing onto Lewis's body and smelling surprisingly fragrant. Watching the scene, Lewis stood up and looked on in amazement. It wasn't quite like what was written in the book. If God had consented, the vision should have been much more powerful than that, and the conscious esoteric knowledge of consent, but none of that was there. But if there was no consent, how can these circumstances be explained? After a bout of detailed rummaging and inspection, Lewis frowned at the idol, as if it came to pass, and as if it did not. He did recognize his godparents, but not God. To be precise, this idol, born of a spirit, and inexplicably related to Lord Zhao. What is this? Lewis cried a little, since the other party wasn't a true god, but only a spirit born from a divine statue. What power could it have? Isn't that contrary to what one intended? And how did it happen to be the birth of the spirit? Shouldn't the birth of a spirit be by chance? So be it, admit it all. There is no turning back. Anyway, recognizing a godparent is supposed to be a gamble, as long as you don't lose. Lewis respectfully kowed out again, and after making offerings of melons and fruits, he whirled around and began to watch the other 2 earth methods. As he watched, but did not see, the eyes of the idol emitted a shimmering light. The handwriting is enlarged. A variety of details and methods are presented. Chicken head to get rid of evil spirits. Since ancient times, crowing rooster has been the name of the sun. It is widely believed that the rooster crowing, it will herald the appearance of the sun, and once the sun is out, all the ghosts and demons are dissipated. Therefore, this method of removing evil spirits by throwing a rooster's head over the roof was derived, which can get rid of the een and evil spirits of the house. Gotta be another earth method for dealing with ghosts and evil spirits. It can't be helped that most folk customs seem to be able to relate to ghosts and spirits. Lewis shook his head and looked to the last of the earth methods. Juggling spitting blade technique. This art is actually just one of the ranks of juggling. In the 5,000 years of ancient times, juggling, or juggling and so on, can be described as a huge bottom of the industry, such as chest-broken boulders, swallowing swords, 3 immortals to the whole, fairy rope and so on. Inside the technology and art mixed, although most of them are flowery, but practiced to the depths, but also no lack of powerful power. In history, There are many strange people to powerful theater mixed into the court, the mighty for a while. Of course, the court treacherous. Most of these people end up not good, and the so-called spitting blade art, in fact, has some relation with swallowing swords, or swallowing swords is a part of this earth law. As long as practiced, one can swallow sharp blades raw, hide needles under the tongue, and even practiced to a great extent, one can spit it out as if it were a concealed weapon, strong and powerful, and kill people easily. Lewis nodded, his eyes slightly pleased. This was probably his first spell with direct killing power, although, it would have to be a great success. It's time to dispense medicine again. It's a pain in the ass to find medicine and stuff in this United States of America. And rooster head, do the chickens hear crow? Time passes slowly. The next day, Louis had the needle in his mouth, his tongue wriggling carefully. Across from him, Emma looked up at him as she ate, then immediately lowered her head when he shifted his gaze. Louis ignored her trepidation, which didn't change the fact that she would continue to be corrected today. It's David. He's out early in the morning. What's he doing? Louis thought about what David had said about surprises. End of chapter. Chapter 17 Unexpected Visitors. Emma's Little Trick. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/39853302 failed to retrieve the content of this segment, and no text content. Chapter 18 Camouflage, Old Pervert. Esther blinked innocently. Well, if you say so. Besides, I've already painted the octave. Won't you take a look at it? Louis looked at this wonderful scene, feeling very interesting. This Esther obviously chose to retreat to advance. What do you mean if you say so? This is not implicitly saying that Emma is talking nonsense. It also shows her generosity. Now it's changing the subject to look at the evidence. Emma's a bit of a handful, isn't she? Soon, Esther brought out a beautiful-looking octave box with various pictures painted on all sides. Louis raised an eyebrow. Extinction. Those paintings weren't made in a short time, which only proves that what Esther says is true. And Emma, here, your octave is very nice, Esther said if she meant it. And at that moment, David, who had witnessed everything, frowned. He wasn't angry, but he still thought that Emma might be a little too sensitive. It was like before, when she had said something angry in the heat of the moment about the medal she had won or lost, and now it was probably because Esther's sudden arrival was a bit sensitive, causing her to get up to such mischief. He lowered himself and looked at Emma seriously. Emma, Daddy taught you to be honest, didn't he? Daddy knows that Esther's arrival has made you a little uncomfortable, but Daddy is sure that you'll learn the benefits of an older sister in the future. And Esther's a very friendly girl. Daddy promises you that. Emma pursed her lips and didn't say anything, just lowered her head. David sighed and just thought that this was probably what happens to children under single parenthood, and didn't criticize anything more, but just let a couple of kids go to their respective rooms. Louis glanced next door before going back to his room, only to see Emma grimacing, not in a beautiful mood at all, and looking like there would be action afterward. And David came to Esther's room. I'm sorry, Esther. You know, Emma, she's just a little scared of life. I hope you can forgive her. Esther just smiled softly. David, Dad, I'm not angry. Emma is a younger sister. Some small temper is just. She changed her tone straight away and addressed the other man as Dad, listening to the other man's understanding tone. David nodded gratefully. That's good. Esther, is there anything you want? No, I just want a hug from Daddy. With a helpless look on his face, David came into a hug and Esther greedily sniffed the scent that belonged to a mature male. Room. Louis sat back in his chair and thought. The other party was clearly out of place, and it would be too much of a lack of a sense of crisis if he didn't think about his origins. Very mature with black ribbons around her neck and wrists. As good a camouflage girl as Emma. There aren't a lot of evil children in movies and TV shows, if indeed they are characters in movies and TV shows. Orphan Grievance and Yulenka, two bad boy movies on par with Bad Seed, came to Louis's mind and quickly began to cross-reference them. Asterisk. Esther. Orphan Grievance. What a giant baby. Louis paled, frowning and flooded with nausea. He remembered what the movie was. He couldn't remember the exact details, but he remembered the general plot. It was an evil child movie called Orphan Grievance. It was called Evil Child, but Esther was actually in her late 30s and only stopped growing up because she got a disease. And also, she was sexually violent and longed for a family. Time and time again she is adopted. Time and time again she tries to seduce the man, trying to make a family of her own. And in the process she uses all sorts of tactics, cajoling, killing, intimidating, deceiving, etc., to destroy the happiness of the original family, to make the man trust her more. And in the end, if the man doesn't want to be her man, then comes the killing. Mud. What kind of trouble is this? David, what kind of people have you adopted? himself. Not to mention that the soul is bigger than the body. The future left-handed character who kills his enemies without changing his face is not a good person. Not to mention Emma, sociopathic personality who doesn't care about life and in the end will even kill him, her own father. And now they've adopted an equally damning, older, evil child who will seduce others. What? Is this a game of werewolf? Why don't you adopt Yulenka as well? And by the way, her megaboobed mother as well. After a brief spat, Louis calmed down and began to think about what to do next. First of all, this thing has to be eradicated. Unlike Emma, who, despite her sociopathic personality, is still young in the end, not rich in experience, not established in her outlook on life, and, of course, most of all, she's David's daughter. And David was kinda nice to Louis and needed that foster status, which is why he chose to correct Emma, even if it was a bit of a hassle. But not Esther, which is an old pervert with a long ago twisted psyche and a uniquely twisted but mature outlook on life that is uniquely her own and, to her detriment. Secondly, got to keep David in check and not let him adopt anyone else. These normal people are okay. They're perverted, shady and murderous, but at least they're not hardcore enough to handle themselves with a bit of effort. If you get into trouble with some mysteriously measured evil child, you'll be in trouble. Now, let me figure out where to start and get rid of this guy. It couldn't be rushed. He currently didn't have any means of cursing people. He couldn't do it quietly. It would be easy to be exposed. And he didn't want to cause too much of a storm and get the attention of the Miami side. So, go with the flow. This guy won't be honest. It's just bitter for Emma. There's no way the little guy can play the old pervert anymore. Bitter one for Emma. And let Esther take the blame. Soon. Start getting up early for school. With the glamour of money, the community board made light work of the letter of introduction. And the school took it in skillfully. Esther Coleman is officially enrolled. As soon as she enrolls in school, Esther invites a different look because of the black ribbon she wears, especially since at 9 years old, she's not in the same grade as Emma and the others, and some of the bullying behavior seems to be starting to show up in the higher grades. In this case, Esther's situation became slightly worse, but she didn't seem to care. Not for 2 days. In the school hallways, snap, one foot deliberately stuck out and tripped him. I'm sorry, but what's with the ribbons? It's so ugly. And that Bible, are you religious? The girl reached out with seemingly good intentions to help Esther come to her feet, but her hand went toward the black ribbon around its wrist. Just touched. Ah! A scream so shrill that it seemed to shatter her eardrums rang out. The whole corridor was silent until one. Emma, who had been attracted by the commotion, saw this, and her feet lurched with a gloating smile. She hummed a pleasant little tune as she slowly and leisurely made her way back to her class. Unbeknownst to them, at the end of class this afternoon, someone was sent to the hospital because they slipped and fell while pouring water, and the boiling water poured directly onto their face causing burns. Oh yeah, that seems to be a girl. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The Evil Children Struggle. The fight between Emma and Esther continues, or rather, opens with a white-hot bang. In just half a month's time, the two had fought openly and secretly several times, from planting and framing in the beginning to vaguely assassinating later. But Emma is on the losing end most of the time, and has to rely on David's paternal favoritism to keep from being crushed by Esther. Even so, one seeming accident at a time made David think that the child might need some education, and that she couldn't be allowed to keep targeting Esther, who was so pathetic. Emma seems to have botched it. Louis, on the other hand, was years away, and even when Esther tried to cajole him into using him as a tool against Emma, he was fooled and simply disappeared without a trace. A man of years and years of peace and quiet practicing his spit blade technique. Because of the lack of medicinal herbs to assist the reason, the progress of cultivation is slow. Even so, Louis' natural talent is really good. At least the needle in the mouth already won't puncture the skin, and some larger knife or something can also try to swallow. It's just a long way from being a success. The express delivery has finally arrived. All the pocket money saved was used to purchase medicinal herbs, but the amount that can be bought is limited. Every time you use medicine to cultivate next you have to cherish it. Unfortunately, the herbs for the witch's body-strengthening potion aren't expensive, but some of them are plants from the Portuguese side that are too troublesome to acquire, and the money isn't quite enough. Alas, money, money, money. As a matter of fact, this money for the secret medicine even had Emma's share in it. Yes, he still had his magic hands on Emma's money, and naturally, Emma didn't dare to give it away. The only request was to stop correcting her for a while, and she had to focus on dealing with Esther. Louis agreed to the deal. Looking at the disassembled courier box, the separated portion of herbs inside, Louis pondered the configuration method. The so-called secret medicine, subdivided seems, in fact, is not too magical, on those unusual herbs only, but it is a strange effect. He also gave the cat and dog and other animals used, in addition to diarrhea other than nothing else, which makes him more and more sure that the success of these techniques with the use of the people of the dictionary has a great deal to do. Lewis began to dispense the medicine, and for reasons of inconvenience in the house, he did it all outside the house on a hill at the back of the property, where he built a stove for the simmering process. Flames flared, pans sizzled, herbs were mashed, water was added, simmered, and every now and then some grams of powdered herbs were weighed and stirred. In no time at all, a pot of black paste was simmering, giving off a grassy, clear aroma. Lewis also did not hesitate, took a spoon and dug out a spoonful, put it into his mouth. The taste was slightly bitter, but it did not bother him. Continue to chew and swallow. At the moment, from the mouth to the throat and the intestines, a sense of coolness enveloped them, and Lewis felt a heightened sense of control over the subtle muscular parts of these areas. Silver needle entrance. Next, Dukes. A needle dug into the bark of the tree, the end quivering slightly. Wonderful. Louis began to pick up the slack again. On the other hand, after half a month of fighting, Esther thought about Emma finally feeling a hint of impatience. She did not understand. The other party should not be faked in terms of age is right. That is to say, she is a real small child, but why so everywhere against their own? Especially the use of those means, has been called vicious, not like a child, but also reveals a little tender. In fact, I fear I would have lost David's trust by now if I hadn't been so tender. Nope, have to bend this little guy soon. If not, a dangerous light flashed in Esther's eyes, and that little boy, there seems to be something wrong with him too, always running out. What is he doing? Never mind, let's go see dear David first. The corners of Esther's mouth turned up slightly at the thought of mature, responsible, and good-looking David, the kind of joy she could only feel from the bottom of her heart when such a man was around. She was in front of the mirror applying her makeup. It was only light, but it gave her an extra hint of seduction. Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor, Emma was feeling equally impatient. She doesn't understand. Why? Why is it that ever since we got home, everything has gone wrong? First Louis and now this Esther. She couldn't feel wrong. This Esther really wanted to steal her father. Will one then be able to enjoy a life where one drinks milk every night, receives gifts, wears new clothes, and is pampered? Click. She gritted her teeth and looked in the mirror, but gave a small smile. The corners of both mouths hooked up, revealing 8 white teeth, and the smile looked standard. At the same time, at the same moment, both men were making shadowy plots in the mirror. Afternoon. Since it was Sunday, school was closed, and all three were busy with their own things at home, and Louis was still a god and disappeared without a trace. Emma, on the other hand, came to the dead tree outside the yard. At this time, she changed into a red dress, dressed up exquisitely, clean little face with a soft smile, looks like waiting for a friend to play the same as the innocent children. And she did wait for someone, only it wasn't a friend. Emma, what can I do for you? I'd be happy to help my dear sister, as long as you listen. Esther, dressed in a black dress and black skirt, walked over with a smile on her face. 2 by 2. The two were surprisingly similar and harmonious at this moment. One red, one black, same smile, same heart. A strong wind struck the trees, rattling the leaves. Emma didn't say anything as she pulled something out of the large tree behind her, a box that didn't look too small, and lifted the lid with both hands with force as a bird call came out. Instead, I saw a pigeon lying down in a box with its feet and wings bound and chirping. Dear Sister Esther, do you think that life only comes once? Esther frowned and nodded. This little girl in front of her was not as good as herself, but she couldn't be treated as an ordinary child. What did she want? Emma's smile grew. Well, sometimes it's just a matter of cherishing it, especially not moving what you shouldn't. Otherwise, it's easy to do that. To Esther's astonished gaze, she stabbed a small knife into the pigeon's body, blood instantly staining the white feathers. The pigeon let out a desperate wail. The blood, the white feathers, the red dress, and the smile that was supposed to be cute. It seemed to have become distorted in this moment, but instead, Esther laughed at that moment, cracking up as if she had seen some comical drama, or as if she thought she was overthinking things, and suddenly her face changed, and she came over quickly, placing her hands inside the box, and staring at Emma with her eyes fixed firmly on her. The black pupils were like an abyss, reflecting Emma's expressionless little face. Then I'll teach you the same thing, that you should start something and finish it, just like that. Click. The pigeons with fragile bones died instantly, their corpses separated, and the spattered blood was even sprayed on the cheeks of the two men. The two girls just stared at each other with blood on their faces. Not far away, behind a large tree, Louis ate a baked ham and watched the amusing bloody drama. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Asking for Help. Angela's visit. Sometimes, Louis thought he was pretty sick for loving to watch women fight, but but he had to say, "It was really fun. It's a shame it didn't come to blows. That's a shame." However, these two equally bad personalities came together and immediately reacted violently. So it was true that the same sex repelled each other. What will they do next? Poison? Or just kill? I don't think it's possible to be as gentle as the previous planting. After all, it's a bit of a ripoff. What does one do then? Just as Louis was thinking that, there was a knock on the door to his room and in walked none other than Emma, who by now had washed the blood from her face while her trademark perfect smile was once again on her face. Only, just as she walked in, that smile of hers simply disappeared and collapsed, as if she was too lazy to fake it in front of Louis. It was normal. After all, Louis was the first person to know her true colors and to make her cry in fear to the point of pain. It was pointless to continue pretending in front of him. "What are you doing here? Trying to straighten things out?" Louis laughed. Emma's entire body shuddered momentarily, and her mouth, which had been open, closed back up. The correction a while back was a complete nightmare for her. Louis uses that strange ability of his to make her have nightmares every day. And in her dreams she even develops various plots, but invariably in the end it's her death. The method of death was still different each time. The only thing that was the same was the kind of torture that the other party had beautifully described as making her feel the preciousness of life. As for the effect, the pigeon just now indicated that he had something to say. Emma took a deep breath. "Louis, we escaped together. We should have been considered friends then, right?" "No, no, no, now we're friends too," Louis returned, looking at Emma, curious as to what she was trying to say. "Okay, then can you help me?" "What? Help you with what?" "Help me with Esther." Emma gritted her teeth a little. "I don't believe you can't see that she and I are one of a kind. And if you say you're correcting me, then why not her?" Louis looked at Emma oddly. He was a little surprised that Emma had actually come to him for help, generically shattering his impression of her. "But against Esther? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just in time for you to go charging in and try it out." Louis' eyes twinkled. "You are David's daughter, so I will correct you. And as for Esther, she doesn't deserve it. She deserves nothing more than to die." At those words, Emma felt like she was going to explode. A breath held in her chest, smothered. "What do you mean? Bullying me? Abominable. If I couldn't get it to work, I would have." But then Louis added, "Mind you, Esther's not normal. So what's not normal about her? Have you thought about it carefully? Where's the brains that dealt with me in the first place?" "And be careful," Louis said meaningfully. Emma was stunned, her mind quickly going back to that day. Esther suddenly screamed when she touched the black ribbon on her hand because she was being bullied by that classmate. Right, the black ribbon, and that black leather Bible she carries around. She's eccentric in that regard. Perhaps, like Louis' family, it was a secret that belonged to her? Emma perked up a bit. Her instincts were telling her that her guesses were going in the right direction. So if she could just figure out that aspect, then she could beat Esther to the punch. As for a head-on hard fight, such as poisoning, making an accident, an ambush, or whatever, Emma had actually thought about it. But when she thought of the scene where Esther had just laughed and twisted the pigeon, she felt that it was unlikely to succeed. Now that we have a more thorough once-and-for-all method here in Louis, the crude means that are easily exposed are on standby. That's when her mind turned and she looked at Louis with a smile. "Thanks. By the way, Louis, she's looking for you these days." "Oh." Louis glanced at her. "Oh." Without further ado, Emma smiled before walking out of the room. "Start plotting once and for all." Watching the other party leave, Louis touched his chin and began to continue practicing the spit blade technique, which at this time was barely an introduction, able to hide a dozen or so needles in his mouth, as well as swallowing a small knife and storing it in his throat, and not changing his color without any difference. But it's a long way from proficiency, and after proficiency, you'll be able to store more than just a pocket knife, and the soaring blade will be more lethal. However, Louis is not going to continue to go deeper for the time being. After he is thoroughly skillful, he will buy a chicken head to learn the chicken head method of dispelling evil, and then he will open the next page of the inheritance. When the time comes, it's perfectly possible to practice the spit blade technique while practicing the others, and there's still plenty of time. Time passes slowly. Another half-month passed. During this time, everything was quiet and the various earlier accidents stopped, really giving David a good time. On this day, a blonde woman came to David's house. "Hello, dear Emma." She greeted Emma first, then whirled around to look at Esther and Louis with a warm smile. "This must be Esther and Louis. How cute." While Louis flashed a polite smile, Esther looked a little wary and watched the other woman for 2 more seconds before suddenly asking, "Who are you, ma'am?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Angela. I'm Emma's aunt. Oh, and yours from now on. Here's your present." Angela took the gift down from the side, a toy gun that looked like it could be faked. a white scarf that looked like it was of good quality, and a hair ornament embellished with tiny diamonds. The next second, both hands grabbed the hairpiece at the same time, and Emma and Esther looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit depressing for a while. A dumbfounded Angela was a little confused. Didn't her brother say that both kids knew what they were doing? What's the situation? At that point, Louis took the toy gun, thanked her, and invited her upstairs to find David. By the time they found David, who had just finished working on the designs in his room, downstairs, Emma had put on a scarf, and the hairpiece was clearly pinned to Esther's head. David clapped his hands together. You'll be on vacation soon, and I think as a new family we'll need to embark on a fun family trip when we do. To the lake, to the woods, to a picnic, to see more sights and friends. What do you think? Of course, the location hasn't been completely finalized yet, but it will certainly be a nice place. And your Aunt Angela will be with us when the time comes. Or maybe the offer was originally made by Angela when she was upstairs. Face the offer. Louis was the first to agree. Next to them, Emma and Esther also chose to agree after a brief hesitation. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Stealing Travel. Dead silence? It always seems convenient to live together as a family and want to do something. Even Esther, being cautious, had no defense against Emma, who was bent on stealing her secrets. One day near the holidays, while Esther and David were out shopping, Emma pulled out the key she'd had someone make in her free time and stuck it in the lock hole. Kalala. Sure enough, the guy locked the door. The door managed to open after 2 more tries and Emma walked into Esther's room for the first time and everything looked flat. Only a painting of a castle in the center looked beautiful, and next to the painting table, besides brushes and paints, there was a violet light and a book. It was the black-covered Bible that Esther had never left her hands without. Emma smiled and picked up the Bible and flipped through it carefully, not flipping through the pages without purpose, but comparing the colors and creases before targeting the pages that were likely to be turned often. Only, there weren't many clues in the loose black Bible, and she'd only rummaged through it to find a few Bible articles that focused on keywords like father, lover, and murder. But it didn't work at all. Could it be? And only if we know what's under those black ribbons of hers? As Emma thought this, and the Bible in her hand turned to the last page of the book cover, the difference in feel instantly caught her attention. The eyes glazed over, only to see a line of letters printed in the corner of the book come into view, printed by the Sarn Agency. Oh, Esther, you're finished. Emma raised her head slightly, a grim smile curling the corners of her mouth. Write down the name. She is ready to find Dad to buy a computer and then come to the search. This is more convenient and fast. Otherwise a name alone to find that can be too much trouble. By this time, computers were fairly common among the middle class, but she still found it easier to get her dad to buy one as opposed to going to other people's houses to get close enough to use one. She really doesn't like being close to too many people. Thinking this over, Emma didn't leave immediately, but carefully surveyed Esther's room. The opportunity was rare and she wanted to find more clues. Pace slowly. Though lull. She turned the suspiciously small violet light on and shone it roughly around towards the room, and quickly found suspicious spots, only to see that the painting actually appeared at the castle with a struggling blood-colored little man. The castle was also burning with flames everywhere, filling the atmosphere of destruction under the purple reflection. Watching the scene, Emma narrowed her eyes. The desire for a computer was unsurprisingly granted by David, but that would have to be bought sometime later, or on the return from the trip. I have to say, David really dotes on his daughter. Also, David managed to settle on a place to travel. A beautiful lake island located next door in Mississippi that Angela knew about from talking to her sisters. Hearing about the beautiful scenery and the fact that David had a business deal going to Mississippi, so it just happened to be chosen. Just 2 days later, the vacation came as promised and the family was officially on a road trip. The United States of America because of the social properties of the reason. For the difficult to profit the construction of social infrastructure has never been interested in. So every family in the United States of America has its own car, and even every child in the United States of America is most eager to get the gift of adulthood is a small car. David and the others then hit the highway in a spacious car with David and Angela in the main passenger seat and the 3 kids in the back. It wasn't a long trip because it was the next state over, merely a day's journey, but in the middle of the night they stopped for the night at a local town called Ravensfar for the time being. Except, for whatever reason, the town seems a little underpopulated, and one family just happens to be hosting a funeral. Louis sat on his bed in the hotel, and after buying a rooster's head from the cook, and after a brief verbal pacification, walked out the door and flung it across the house. That's right, he was performing the chicken head exorcism. Yesterday, he managed to become proficient in the spit blade technique and bought a freshly slaughtered rooster and used the exorcism once. The method of removing evil spirits from the head of a chicken is not just cutting off the head of a chicken and throwing it across the roof of the house, but there are some requirements in it. Firstly, the rooster must not be killed by itself, And secondly, the higher the year of the rooster, the better it is. This earth technique was simple and quick, having been initiated with just one louis, and it was used again today both for the sake of proficiency and as a precautionary measure. After all, it's better to keep your eyes open when you're out and about. After the chicken head was thrown, Louis went to the back of the house and found it on the ground full of dead leaves, and suddenly his eyes were fixed. That chicken had actually withered throughout. The bright red crown was even turning a light black color. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Louis opened his mouth and subconsciously spat out a Chinese expletive. The withered head of a chicken means that there is evil near the house. And the darker the crown, the worse the situation. Louis frowned tightly, and for a moment, he was a bit at a loss for words. It was also the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. This time, Louis's eyes flicked over to the back of the house and saw a line of nursery rhymes that looked like children's scribbles. Beware of stares from Mary Shaw. She has no children, only dolls. If you see her, don't scream, otherwise she will rip your mouth open and tear out your tongue. Louis's pupils shrank, and in the next instant he took 2 steps back while covering his mouth with both hands. Mary Shaw, screaming, and pulling tongues. It's dead silence. I knew it. The folklore gives so many earthly ways to deal with ghosts and monsters, and apart from the reason for the preponderance of ghosts and monsters in folklore, the main thing is that there really are ghosts here. He didn't remember much about the exact story Dead Silence was telling. It was a movie on the older side after all, but he knew the general idea. In short, it was the story of a paranoid ventriloquist who made dolls out of people, and whoever screamed in front of her had their tongue ripped out. It looks like this is the town where the Dead Silence story takes place. Mud. What bad luck. Looked at the sky. Already pitch black. In this case driving at night is looking for death. Do not know how many horror movies are in the night. Action was screwed. Looks like it's going to have to stay here for now. Trying to be calm, Louis remembered that Mary Shaw was still primarily after the family of the boy she'd cursed, and the rest of them were incidental, combined with the funeral that he saw today, and the fact that although there were fewer people, there was still the scent of people in the town. It meant that Mary Shaw hadn't gone on a killing spree, and that he and the others should be fine as long as they didn't make a scene. Wait, Emma and Esther, those 2 bogeys. Louis's eyes glazed over, immediately remembering the 2 men. Can't let them get into things, in case there's a scream here. That would be interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Deterrence, Planning. At this point, in the hotel room, there was not the scene Louis had feared. In the face of Esther's vague targeting, Emma completely ignores it and even smiles, with no conflict at all. In the hallway, Esther, dressed in a black dress and exquisitely groomed, bumped into Emma's shoulder without avoiding it, while Emma quickly returned to her room with her head down and without saying a word. Looking at Emma's back, Esther frowned in confusion. The time spent together made it clear to her that the Emma in front of her wasn't just some white rabbit, but a childish demon who was just as bloodthirsty as she was, just not as crazy. How can you just give in and back down? Unless, of course, she's secretly plotting something. Looks like we'll have to get rid of you first on this trip. Bam! Louis ran up and exhaled when he saw Esther alone. Esther noticed Louis and walked over, smiling. Louis, what have you been doing? In such a hurry? Nothing. After that, he wanted to go back to his room. Esther's expression instantly cooled and she reached out to stop it, feeling that if she wanted to take control of the family, in addition to getting rid of Emma, the one who occupied the most of David's love, she would have to tame this Louis as well. Otherwise it's an afterthought too. Louis, there's something I feel I need to talk to you about. Come with me. Esther reached out to stop it, and said so with a vaguely unquestioning tone in her mouth, which instantly irritated Louis a little. Never mind. It's better to play it safe. I really can't trust you, bogeyman. Louis murmured. What? Esther didn't hear. Next, a hand clapped on her shoulder. Confused voices came from all directions, and in a trance she even saw the beast, or lover, whom she had killed with her own hands, her father. Even though Esther was an adult soul, her body was still that of a small midget child, so the tugging floss spell wasn't as effective on her as it was on Emma, but it wasn't bad either. Looking at Esther, who had returned to her room and fallen into a deep sleep, Louis's eyes twinkled as he wondered if he should just tell the other man to go ahead and kill himself and get disappeared. It's not home, it's outside, and the probability of exposure is much lower. After a few seconds, Louis abandoned the idea for the moment. This is Mary Shaw's territory, so it's better not to do anything extra, and everything is about peace and quiet. For now, it's better to address the other hidden danger. Louis turned his head toward Emma's room, knocked on the door of the room. Knock knock. Late night. An inexplicable power traveled through the town. It's dark. It's obsessive. It's powerful. It was listening to every voice in the town that chanted her name. Then, rush down and take away the sound. All the sound. as the nursery rhyme goes. She'll rip your mouth open and tear out your tongue. And today, she felt the entrance of an outsider who recited the nursery rhyme and spoke her name. Want to check it out? Or not? A shadowy force roams the streets. It's coming. It's coming. Outside the hotel. The sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. The sound of the stones rolling. The sound in the hotel faintly like a cat purring in spring. All sounds eerily disappeared, as if they had entered a realm of absolute silence. But as it tried to enter the inn and unfold its terror, a yellowish aura flickered through the inn. That breath actually made it feel disgusted. It was a different power from the guys at the church. But it was too weak. Wow. The force penetrated, pinpointing the target. Oh, it was a boy. As cute as the boy who said his mouth moved at the show back in the day. It stretched out toward the room. Next moment. Buzz. A light golden aura enveloped the room, isolating all shadowy forces. And vaguely, a majestic silhouette stood above the inn. The shadowy power faded quickly and was gone in the blink of an eye. Yes, it got away. It knew what it was. There were some variations, but it was similar to the power of the guys from the church, and it was restraining her power. Damn it. Just wait until I kill all the people from that family and make the perfect doll. After its retreat, Louis's room, having stayed awake, holding a mahogany sword, with a mouthful of tongue, blood and spit, the distracted Louis was still standing by, and in the mud pill palace above his brow, the Mintian was trembling slightly. At this point, he saw the idol of Lord Zao that he had brought over and placed in a corner of the room suddenly move, hurriedly walked over, eyes suddenly changed, only to see that the statue of God at this moment actually vaguely has a crack, especially that pair of eyes that should have no light, but also inexplicably appeared a kind of dull and lightless illusion. Watching the scene, Louis quickly understood, knelt down and kowtowed, and put on the threads of incense. Some more food was offered up. That's before sitting back on the bed. It seems that she has already come, only to be repelled by Godfather. However, Godfather is now afraid that he is also greatly injured in this way, so he may not be able to block it. Looked at the sky. It's not far to dawn. Louis simply stopped sleeping, sat on his bed holding his mahogany sword, and began to look through the civil code. Having skilled the chicken head exorcism method yesterday, along with the dry kissing method, which he had successfully learned at the beginning, and the spitting blade technique, which he had just skilled 2 days ago, all 3 methods had been initiated, and he was now able to open the next page. Moreover, Louis was ready to summarize the Dharma he had studied. From the time he got the civil code until now, he had gotten a total of 13 earth laws: killing blade to protect the body, breaking the mouth, willow branch to beat the ghost, blood gold hinge, yang qi to break the evil spirits, peach wood making, pulling the wadding, needle rust method, stove ash method, borrowing the life method, kowtow, chicken head to get rid of the evil spirits, dry relatives method, the theater, spitting the edge of the art, entry, blood gold hinges, yang qi to break evil spirits, peach wood making devices, and the method of borrowing longevity, kowtowing, skilled in ragged cursing, needle rust, stove ash, chicken head exorcism, and juggling spitting blade techniques, proficient in wadding, tugging and dry kissing. As for the killing blade protector and the willow branch strike ghost, since it was a direct crossover from killing Amelia in the first place, these 2 earth spells were not initiated. When you break it down, the most useful of these is the tugging floss technique, and as for the rest of the earth spells, they are mixed, but mostly of little use. Human energy was limited. Along with more and more spells, it was destined that some of the spells had no way to become proficient, or even skilled, so planning had to be done in advance, lest one's hands be tied later. Yang Qi breaking evil belongs to all-round enhancement. It doesn't need to be practiced actively. The stronger the body and spirit, the stronger it is naturally. Although the effect of the earth method of breaking the mouth is not known to be strong, it is good to use in practice, and it can also be used in conjunction with other earth methods, so it can be practiced in passing. Peachwood artifacts, not enlightened. Mahogany is limited in its ability anymore, but this thing might be able to help others as well. Be useful for the future. Practice. The Vesta Ash method is currently the only means to actively borrow the power of the idol. It must be practiced. After a bit of a combined effort, Louis had a rough plan for the rest of his practice schedule. Every day, I strengthened my body and then practiced the Zao Ash method in mahogany making, and broke the piggyback. Other than that, there was plenty of time, and Louis wanted to see if there was anything in the emerging earthworks that needed to be added in. The pages of the book turned. End of chapter. Chapter 23, the third technique of the Book of Heresies Unharmed. Only, this time it's a little different. The pages actually didn't stop flipping between pages, flipping straight to the back, and the civil codex itself was emitting a wisp of shimmering light. Immediately afterward, 3 lines actually floated in the air. Jutsu, Fire Jutsu, Inu Jutsu, Zo Jutsu. Fire art, the full name of the fire taming art, now mainly circulated in the western part of the Shaanxi area of the foreign arts. In fact, is from the Taoist art, fire art, tracing the source, and even with the Taoist aptitude to sit on the fire related to the fire and fire taming art, is the latter will be fire taming art modification of the deterioration of the version, to the modern era, but also down to the juggling, relying solely on the skills and some of the secret medicines used in the trick. The fire taming technique is a modified and degraded version of the fire taming technique used by later generations. Therefore, this fire taming art is actually divided into 3 levels: introductory juggling, skillful fire taming, and proficient fire making. Canine arts, divided into 3 main categories: mountain catching dogs, evil dispelling dogs, and pack wolf dogs. Ancient hunter groups for generations to study the special secret art. Hunters have 3 treasures: 1 dog, 2 bows and 3 traps. In the first place is the dog, since ancient times has been said to drive the mountain dog, which also has a door. The strongest can even be able to train a powerful, invulnerable to swords and spears, loyal and ferocious, can kill tigers. Special drive the mountain dog, the source of which is said to be from the ancient Shu region of the Erlangtians searching the mountains to subdue the demon myths. And the evil dog is in folk from ancient times circulated black dog blood evil legend about. This is the art of Taoism. After being fake Mashan into the folk, the left way, the first choice of 5 black dog, the second choice of black dog, the end of the election of the dog, and then the use of the secret art of training. You can get to the ghosts, Inchi, etc. Has a great restraint of the evil dog. The wolf dog belongs to the Ming and Qing dynasties of the collision of East and West, which is mixed with part of the Neon region of the Great Tengu art. Trained out of the wolves can be as precise cooperation, understand the human language, loyal army, but also a war and intelligence, can act as a commander of the head of the dog. The last technique, the hiding technique. It is the simplest of the 3 arts. There are not so many types and levels of division. There is just one function: concealment. Hide your tracks, hide your soul. It can eliminate traces in complex environments, making it impossible for ghosts to find themselves. Of course, if it's on a realistic level, even if the traces are eliminated, the place where one can hide is just a little bit, then it's possible to be found. It's not invisibility or shifting magic after all. Fire magic. Inuyasha, hide and seek. These were the 3 newly acquired inheritance spells this time. The spells in the chapter of foreign arts are really incomparable to the previous chapter of earth spells. Lewis sighed as he looked at the 3 spells that were just as much more complex. These 3 spells put into the ancient times can completely make a person to become in the folk of the famous foreigner, especially the one of the hidden magic, but also gave him the bottom of the face Mary Shaw to save his life. But why did the Mintons suddenly open up the chapter on foreign arts? Lewis realized after a short period of thinking. It looked like his identity as an inheritor was still somewhat useful. Is this permanently open though? Or just this time? Either way, the appearance of these 3 spells was a good thing for Lewis, and he was afraid that he would have to delve into the things on it for a long time to come. Daylight. The moment the white daylight shone through the window into the room, Lewis finally relaxed a little. Although Mary Shaw and many American evil spirits seem to be able to travel by day, the warmth of daylight is still enough to soothe the mind. Especially since his young energy is somewhat increased in daylight. It's good that it's alright. It looks like it's thanks to Godfather after all. Louis first paid his respects to the Zao Wan idol and frowned at the cracks on it. After a night's time, the cracks on it were slightly repaired, but there was still a long way to go before it was completely repaired. I don't know what the method is for speeding up the healing and also making the spirit stronger, but for now, we'll just have to let time heal naturally for now. Taking a deep breath and washing his face with cold water to clear his head, Lewis walked out of the room, met David who had just gotten up and was about to wake them up. Uncle. David was stunned. Louis, get up so early? Is it that you didn't sleep well? No, just go back to sleep first. It's okay if you don't eat breakfast once in a while. Looking at Lewis's somewhat noticeable dark circles under his eyes, David was a little worried. Lewis rubbed his eyes. It's fine. I had a nightmare yesterday. I always feel that this place is not good. Uncle, you know. Inside our traditional custom of bumping into a funeral of a horizontal death or something, we usually feel that it's more bad luck. David frowned and nodded. Okay, then let's finish breakfast and get the hell out of here. And you get some more sleep in the car. Lewis was relieved. Luckily, David wasn't one of those classic dumbass from horror movies. He had just said that on purpose to make David hurry up and take the people away. And David did care for him. And knowing that was the reason, neither said much before deciding to leave immediately. Thank you, Uncle. When he finished, he walked downstairs to get ready for breakfast. Didn't see the look on David's face as he tried to speak. Although Lewis was in foster care, David had actually taken this well-behaved, understanding, intelligent, filial child as his own, but after all this time, the boy still called him uncle. Was there something he had done wrong? Let's hope this trip to Camp Klana and what Angela said goes well. Having a mom should be better for them to feel at home. That's right, this trip wasn't just about seeing the sights, it was also about making friends. Well, female friends. He'd been single for Emma for 8 years now, and while he occasionally went to clubs and such to address his physical needs, it wasn't a permanent solution, and after all, a family couldn't just have a father. It needed a mother figure as well. Angela had been introducing him to dates lately. Emma was aware of that, and this time, the people she introduced were said to be high quality and plentiful. Quite a few were foreign immigrants. The only problem was that the current settlement was in the next state over, which is why he needed to go over there. So let's hope this time it works out. David shook his head and knocked on the door of his daughter's room. Emma looked as normal, just opened the door with her fists clenched tightly and went downstairs after asking where Louis was. Esther, on the other hand, was a little off, and didn't open the door after knocking for a while. Room, woken up with a startled look on his face. Esther, last night, what had happened? Why had he somehow gotten himself back into bed? Wasn't I talking to that Louis kid? No, I have to hurry and put on my makeup first. Esther was in a hurry, applying various makeup items in front of the room's mirror, skillfully and quickly, all the while responding to David. Sorry Dad, I just got up. I'll be right down. Oh that's good, breakfast is ready. Hurry up oh, good. In the mirror, at Esther's eyebrows, black powder coated away, revealing the slightly aged face inside, and with that petite body, an inexplicable sense of awkwardness made people uncomfortable. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Arrival at the Camp. Yulenka, Maria, on the minivan, sitting in the rear driver's seat, Louis looked at the increasingly smaller town of Ravensfar, and his tense body finally slowly relaxed. Facing a powerful ghost creature for the first time, he had to admit that Louis was really nervous in his heart, especially now in the state of young age. Louis felt a bit more at ease with the idol placed in his arms, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the town that was fading away. He knew that he would be back in the near future. And now, go to the travel location first, then fix Esther, step by step. Thinking of this, Louis unconsciously glanced at Esther, who was hiding next to him on the other side of the car, one person away, and Esther seemed to notice, glancing at Louis and whirling her head away, not saying a word. It was just that her much ragged breathing still caught the attention of Emma, who had been watching her from the side. Emma instantly gave a gloating smile, a thumbs up toward Louis next to him. Dumbfounded, Louis shook his head and stuck out the same thumbs up. In dealing with Esther, he had become Emma's friend, even though they had always been friends. In the front drive, David was concentrating on driving, and Angela beside him was constantly on the phone, and all the women on the other side of the line seemed to be in contact with each other, unaware of what was going on, and oblivious to the little episode that was going on in the back of the line. Camp Klana, Mississippi. The campground is located in northern Mississippi, and because of the many lakes in the area, there are many campgrounds and many immigrant people, tourists, etc., who come to see the sights and even settle in the area, and Camp Klana is one of them, with a small town in its vicinity. On this day, near noon, an automobile drove slowly in Klana town. Finally, Louis observed the street. There were a lot of pedestrians, a lot of people driving cars, carrying suitcases, as well as their dress is also very cool. All kinds of stores are also doing business. It seems relatively prosperous. David first took the group to a motel and stayed there, then began preparations for the camping trip to Klana Lake's campground, most of which could be purchased in the town. Louis, on the other hand, inquired about the place first, a habit he had picked up in his previous life, getting hold of information, especially when coming to unfamiliar surroundings. Luckily, Louis was a good seller, with his black crushed hair, high nose, crystal blue eyes, and boyish cheeks full of collagen. He looked like a cute, proper man, attractive to those older women, easily got everything he wanted to know. Seems like a pretty normal town, just a little too many various campsites scattered about. Louis rubbed his chin and thought, this is good, just think about what to do with Esther. Forget it, simpler, find a chance to sneak out and trick her into losing her footing in the water later. Meanwhile, Emma and Esther were making their own moves. Emma bounced over to the front desk and used the best Sharpie a child could have to get the information she wanted, the smile on her face growing wider after learning that there was a computer right there in the hotel. Esther, on the other hand, wandered around the inn, listening to the many conversations, and smiling when she heard some rumors of hauntings and students jumping out of abandoned classrooms. The other side, David, who was walking back with Angela after doing a lot of shopping, suddenly bumped into someone. It was a mother and daughter. Blonde hair, white skin. The little girl tied 2 pigtails, looks very cheerful and lively, while her mother is unusual. Headlights swinging. The expression on the face is actually a little bit of innocence. Looks like a very good posture. Sorry, is everything okay? David helped the little girl to her feet. Smoothly, he took a few of the candies from his arms and handed them to the girl. The girl took it and looked at David and smiled. It's okay, is Uncle traveling too? Well, I heard it had a nice view, so I came over to check it out. After a few more conversations, the mother behind the little girl never said a word, but just looked at David with a seductive look that made David's heart burn a little. But remembering what he had come for, he said a few words and hurried away with Angela. Yulenka looked at David's departing back and suddenly smiled. Mature, kind, and money by the looks of it. Mom, what do you think? Behind her, her mother's cheeks reddened slightly and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Yulenka instantly understood. Well, this hotel She looked deep into that hotel. Come on Mom, it's time for us to go to school. The two drifted away, and the direction they were heading was just around the lake where the Krana camp was located. There is a girls' parochial school. I don't know if it was because that tactic from the night before was exposed, but now Esther was actually avoiding him. Even when Louis took the initiative to show his weakness, Esther didn't give him a chance to be alone at all. Emma, on the other hand, was mysteriously not sure what she was doing. For a whole half day, Louis actually didn't find a chance to dispose of Esther without God's knowledge. And David was back by this time. Come on kids. Next, we're going camping. Louis applauded cooperatively. Soon, they arrived at the campground, which had a beautiful lake and a lot of tents in the grass, which looked like other people who had come to camp. David gave a couple of explanations and then he couldn't wait to get to the center of the room with Angela leading the way. There were women of all colors, dimpled or voluptuous, chatting. Emma looked at the scene with a bit of a cold look in her eyes, and Esther next to her, not to mention the look that really wanted to kill someone. The corners of Louis's mouth twitched. He had a feeling something was going to happen. Never mind, let it go. But Emma's correction will be renewed for her today. Later that night, inside the tent, Emma then had nightmares and cold sweats, only to murmur something that seemed to be cursing someone. Day 2. David continued the date, only with a few more changes. Emma scowled at Louis and began to scribble on a piece of paper, not knowing what she was doing. And Esther, always sitting in front of the tent, looked coldly at David's side of and Louis couldn't have been paying attention all the time. At the moment he was utilizing the pine resin to make the secret oil for the juggling level fire taming technique, which could allow the body to be exposed to the flames to a certain extent for a long time without being burned, and was also a shortcut method of introduction to this technique. Rustling. The grass moved. Louis's movement stalled as he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and threw it violently. Ah! A girl's voice rang out, and in the next second, a beautiful-looking girl with blue-gray eyes covered her head and ran out. Snap! The stone tripped and also fell straight down, but she stiffened and didn't cry out. What? Louis frowned and walked over and held out his hand. The girl scowled and shrank back, seeing that Louis didn't take his hand back, as if he was sure of something, before she took hold of it and stood up. Looking at the other man in this state, Louis was in a bit of a trance, as if he were back at Amelia's manor, in that little dark room. Hello, I'm Louis. You? Hello, I'm Maria. End of chapter. Chapter 25, School, David's Luck. That's when Maria, a little girl with long blonde hair and a confident-looking face, ran out from the back, eyeing Louis warily. Madison. I'm fine. Who are you? The little girl named Madison asked, ignoring Maria's words and looking at Louis instead. Quite wary. But I'm so young, and you look a year or two older than me. So what are you afraid of? I'm Louis, visiting here, and I just accidentally smashed into her. Madison nodded then, looking like a young adult. Maria, did he apologize to you? Maria nodded timidly. Madison's expression eased. I'm sorry. Maria is easily bullied. I thought you. After a conversation, Louis realized that the girl named Maria was 6 years old, had a father who was a plastic surgeon and a mother who was a housewife, and was here on a family trip. The place wasn't supposed to be here, but a campground north of this one. But for some reason, Mom and Dad seemed to have heard something and temporarily changed the location here. Madison, on the other hand, is a neighbor of hers, and the two families traveled this way together. Louis nodded knowingly. In the United States of America, doctors have always been one of the representative professions of the middle class, especially the plastic surgeons among them, and the medical beauty industry is even more profitable. That means she's from a good family. However, Louis could also see that the girl was cowardly in terms of her personality and fearful of her father, which indicated that there might be some problems in the other party's family education. especially when Madison's approach and statement as a companion corroborated this. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lewis. He was just collecting information out of habit. As for what she said about the northern campsite, the temporary change of location and all that, Lewis didn't put too much stock in it. After all, it was a normal little girl, not like those geniuses of Emma's. It is well known that what children say at times is easily misinformed and often rather distorted. Louis gave her a couple of candies in passing, and the girl thanked him politely. Though Madison next to him didn't get that treatment and had to watch, the two chatted for a while longer. At this point, the shrill screams of terror attracted everyone's attention, and because they weren't far away, the three of them, Lewis, also headed that way. When they arrived at the place, they found a group of people with horrified eyes, and in the center, a woman with large breasts was stuck straight as a barbecue skewer on a steel pipe used to set up a tent, and a large amount of blood had already stained the ground red, and she wasn't dead through. Her body couldn't stop trembling, especially those two eyes, which were constantly darting around, seeming to look at everyone, and seeming to send out a desperate plea for help. Everyone who saw it felt a chilling sensation hit their body. Maria shuddered as Louis shielded her eyes with his hand, frowning at the gruesome sight, his mind thinking quickly. Murderous demons? Paranormal? Or just plain old homicide? In a world where all sorts of horror movies had already appeared, Louis immediately ruled out the answer of ordinary homicide in his mind. More likely a homicidal demon, or a psychic. Someone soon dialed the police, and because it wasn't far away, the town sheriff himself arrived with his men. When they arrived, the first blockade was made. Only, the sheriff's face was grave, vaguely tense and fearful. Is this the only dead man? What? Louis, who was being dispersed, heard an earful, and was a little startled. The sheriff was not talking right. Unfortunately, he could no longer hear the words that followed. Because of this kind of incident, while there are still a lot of people who don't care and still camp there are some who don't want to stay here and want to go back to town. This resulted in a refusal by the sheriff to cooperate with the investigation. But in the United States of America, the word liberty carries power, especially as the sheriff's reasons were not good enough, and there was no way out of it. The sheriff finally chose to compromise, and placed the section in the midst of the girls' parochial school, which was some distance from the camp, and Louis and the others were in this part. But it was not Louis who suggested it, but David, who, with a stony face, forcibly took the three of them and tried to leave. But for what? He did not say. Intuition tells Louis that the sheriff is hiding something, and David, too, is hiding something. Girls' parochial school. The United States of America actually belongs to a religious nation, which is kind of funny, but true. Therefore, there are many schools built after the reorganization of the church, with a particular focus on girls' schools, which gradually changed from the long-ago custom of the nobility to send their daughters to the church to train as nuns. Afternoon. School dormitory building. Stairway compartment. Angela. That guy, that's the one I was dating yesterday. David looked a little grave, and spoke to Angela next to him, who was a little speechless. Brother, it's not like that person had nothing to do with you. It was just a date in a bed. So what if she's dead? What are you afraid of? I don't know why. I just feel heavy inside. It always feels weird, like someone is spying on me. I don't know if I didn't sleep well. I think you didn't finish venting last night. By the way, how was your search today? Did you see anything you liked? David shook his head and wondered a little, too, if he had been holding back too long. Never mind. You're on your own. That's all I can introduce anyway. David sighed and headed toward his room. At the top of the stairs, a small head burrowed out, strands of black hair hanging down. The corners of Esther's mouth hooked slightly as she looked at the splash of blood red in her fingernail, her eyes cold, and then she fixed her gaze on David. The feet followed noiselessly, as if they were assassins with full sneak points. At this point, David, who had just come to the door of his room, saw a familiar face and jerked his head. Across the street, Yulenka, who was bringing her mother over to do something, was also stunned, as if she hadn't expected to see David here. Hi uncle. Hello again. Seeing once again the beautiful woman who made his heart beat fast, David's heart fluttered. Perhaps try to woo each other? Little girl, I forgot to ask you last time. What's your name? I'm David. Uncle David. I'm Yulenka and this is my mom. Jenny. Jenny. Oh, that's a beautiful name. Like the princess. The women began to interact as well, and the more they chatted, the more the two talked, especially the woman named Jenny who seemed to know how to do it, and had come up to the table, wearing a white dress, white arms seemingly touching his arm. The pair of eyes through the innocence and purity of the eyes looked straight at him, adding a touch of a different kind of temptation. Yulenka laughed and ran off, leaving them plenty of room. Just, at the stairway entrance, a pair of eyes was staring dead on. End of chapter. Chapter 26, The Problem with Pictures. See, there are readers want to see pictures, because the author does not have a computer. There is no way to download the computer version of the writer's assistant. Cannot be chapter illustrations? So I want to send can only be in the comments section to send pictures, so it may not be very convenient to see what you mean. Of course, if there is a big brother is willing to send the words in the comments section is better. Next, I'll mark some of the characters' source horror movies at the end of the chapter there in the writer's words, so that people don't know anything about them. Maria is the Mirror Man heroine, a dark-winded beauty, but plot-wise it's a bit diabolical late in the season, and I'll be making changes. Madison is one of the coven heroines of the American Dread Witch. Beautiful, but, and I may have modified it slightly, Zoe is also one of the coven heroines, and is a different kind of beautiful than Madison, along with the other beauties in the coven, and I have to say, there's a lot of beauty in this season. There will be more horror movie beauties to come, some taken and some not, and the protagonist will definitely grow up and become a man before he hits the shelves, so don't worry. In addition, the book harem, but none of them is the heroine, at best, the female supporting. The left way people have love, but not blind faith in love. About the gold finger aspect, may show relatively poor, slow, but this is for the sake of the length as well as the battle. Now only the early stage. The performance is too much over the top on the collapse, especially the protagonist has not yet opened the left channel chapter to get the true inheritance. Rest assured that the practice of the body refining souls of the paper people and so on will have the United States of America to fear that the place belongs to the right. About update. No shelves. I can't update a lot of, otherwise it's easy to mess up the recommendation. This period of time I'll save up the manuscript, and wait for the shelves to see the situation. Finally, a request for a catch-up read or a monthly pass, please. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Emma, guess whose handle this is? What are you doing? The cold voice came from behind him. Esther shuddered violently, returning to stare at the visitor. Instead, she saw Yelenka, a little girl with two blonde braids tied together, looking her up and down with narrowed eyes. You were spying? That's my dad. What's wrong with looking at your own dad and new mom? Esther returned thus. Yelenka froze. She hadn't expected this person in front of her to be David's daughter. If that was the case then it would have to be friendly. She flashed a smile. I'm Yelenka. I'm a student here. Would you like to see the school with me? Esther flashed a smile back. Yes, Sister Yelenka. I'm Esther. The two walked companionably toward the rest of the school's facilities. In the dormitory building, some female students watched the scene with some horror in their eyes, and it wasn't Esther they were afraid of. At this very moment, Emma is undergoing orthodontics in Louis's room. I have to say, Emma is a real headcase, or should I say antisocial personality or something? It's a bit hard to correct, hard to give in after all this time. At best it's softened up a bit. Ah! Emma screamed violently, opening her eyes and lunging toward Louis in indignation. Louis casually dodged and reached for his feet. Snap! Oh, that's it? Go ahead and take your punishment. Seeing the devil's palm getting closer and closer, Emma was just like she had inherited the Sichuan jutsu. Her face, which had just been indignant, closed up, and teardrops rolled out of her wet red eyes, which were filled with panic in her soulful eyes. Electricity. Don't! I know how to deal with Esther. She was taking a gamble, betting that she had guessed correctly. Louis restricts himself. Then what about Esther, who was also reckless? Besides, it was Louis who alerted him to the matter of finding Esther's weaknesses. So, a few seconds later, Emma's eyelashes fluttered and she cautiously opened her eyes, only to see that Louis had withdrawn his hand and was looking at her indifferently. She let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like the right bet. Spinning around, he looked at Louis with tearful, pitiful eyes. After spending so much time together, especially since Louis was vaguely similar to her, she could more or less sort of feel Louis's pulse a little bit, which was, roughly, hard is not eaten at all, and if it's soft, it depends on the mood, so it's best not to be too tough, stubborn, or threatening or anything in front of this person, or the odds are you'll get retaliation. Don't pretend to be pathetic, talk. Looking at Emma, Louis had a cold attitude, but didn't make another move. This pitiful look was indeed cute, but unfortunately, he wasn't a lolicon. It didn't work for him. As for Emma guessing that he also wanted to deal with Esther, it was normal. He hadn't covered up much. It would be strange for Emma's intelligence not to be able to see it. Emma wiped her eyes and put away the soft posture she had just assumed. I'm in Esther's Bible. Yesterday at the hotel I found out about the Sarn Institution, which is a mental hospital located in the small country of Isania, and I'm sure I can easily lure her out of there if I talk to her about it. When the time comes, Louis's eyebrows loosened. He knew what Emma was talking about, but he couldn't remember what kind of organization it was. And who watches movies and remembers those details? So there's been no threatening Esther with that. Now it seems the time has come. Good. You did good. Louis revealed a soft smile and reached out his hand to help Emma up. Feeling the other party's slightly trembling body, Louis also deliberately patted her shoulder. The smile on his face grew even wider. Now, let's discuss the specifics. Looking at Louis, Emma lowered her head deeply. She felt that this accomplice who escaped from the manor together with her looked similar. But in fact there is a fundamental difference. He is like a cold adult. In the hallway, parting from Esther, Yulenka was in a good mood, especially when she saw David walk out of the room with a refreshed look on his face, and his mother behind him with a blush on her face. It looks like Mom did a successful job. So in that case, as long as David agrees to the next step and doesn't pull the plug on the uncaring scumbag, then there's no need to let him go to the bottom of the lake. Mom, and Dad, Yulenka patted over and ventured directly, but with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes, malice seeming to hide it. David froze, but a moment later he answered. He wasn't irresponsible. Clubs or bars, as we all knew, were places where physical needs were addressed, and with a suitable and proper object of pursuit like this one, it was only natural that he couldn't just play and run. What's more, in that hour or so just now, he'd probably gotten to know Jenny, and he'd found it quite suitable. The other woman had been widowed for a long time, and didn't mind moving, and was quite gentle, and, well, mostly pretty, with a touch of innocence. It's just that the financial pressure on the family may be a bit greater. 4 kids, hiss. Yulenka smiled even wider at his words, and the malice in his eyes quietly dissipated as he jumped into David's arms without seeing any life at all. Daddy! David held him in his arms as well. In this moment, the new family seemed on the verge of being complete. At dusk, Esther walked down the hallway. She had just visited the abandoned classroom and it was just as described in the rumors. A little setup would be perfect for killing and dumping a body. As he walked, Esther's eyes grew more and more cloudy. Yulenka! She and her mom actually tried to get into the family? No. No way. That's where I belong. Only I can sleep with David and be the mother, the mistress, the lover, the real woman in the family. Yulenka! Yulenka! Jenny! It had to be sorted out quickly. David moved. Damn it. I could have if it wasn't for this damn disease. She was quick on her feet, heading towards Yulenka's dormitory. Soon, she stood still in front of a dormitory. Take a deep breath. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes opened a little wider. His seemingly childish face was full of purity. His back was straight. His hands stood back playfully, and he knocked on the door. Click. Yulenka opened the door. 4 eyes met, and Yulenka walked out. Faced with Esther's invitation to play together, she gladly accepted. After all, the Esther in front of her would be family before long. However, she'd have to ask her classmates to borrow something before she could do that, like spray paint or a flashlight or something like that, which was an activity they used to play in the abandoned classroom back in the day. Looking at Yulenka's leaping lively figure, Esther smiled and stood still waiting. Her eyes suddenly glanced at the dormitory. In there was still a big biker. There's no hurry. When we've taken care of this easy to settle little one, we'll take care of you. The big one. Just, da. The footsteps kept coming. Esther whipped her head around. Emma's figure appeared from around the corner of the stairs and the moment she saw Esther, a big smile broke out and she looked brilliant. 4 eyes met, and Esther suddenly had a sense of foreboding. How could Emma come to her of her own accord? She hated to kill herself. There are questions. Emma couldn't care less about those thoughts and walked over to her without haste, coming up to her ear. Dear sister, you're exposed. Oh, medicine from the Thane Agency. Sweet. End of chapter. Chapter 28 Reversal Chaos. The killing intent surged. Esther's entire eyes became unusually terrifying at this moment, and it was a murderous, insane implication. Any ordinary child would have been stunned and left to Esther's mercy. Unfortunately, Emma is not one of them. She deftly stepped back and yanked the black ribbon off Esther's hand, revealing the thick, healed but ugly scar inside. Esther's whole body trembled, fiercely against Emma, and as she snatched the ribbon, she frantically wrapped it around her wrist. Once, twice, but Emma was still laughing even when she was pressed against the wall. Sister, don't think about killing people. Oh, I've already written the secret down. If I don't erase it in time, do you think Dad will see it? Esther, who was taking advantage of the appearance of insanity to quietly dig her hand deeper into her skirt for her pocket knife, stiffened and jammed her palm around Emma's neck. What do you want? What do I want? I just think you're too dangerous and should be given a warning. Sure, we could probably talk about it. Emma suddenly changed her tune. Talk? Emma must have an ulterior motive. But what about the fact that the other person can name the Thane Agency? Which means that they do know their secrets? Kill? It has to be killed. But first we have to make sure she's telling the truth. Esther's perverted and twisted but still mature mind allowed her to make a quick decision. Yes, of course. Esther let go of the hand that was stuck around Emma's neck. Go. Where to? You don't want to talk about it here, do you? Surely that's not my secret. I don't mind. Emma spread her hands and smiled indifferently. Esther's footsteps lurched, but her heart was flooded with joy. After all, children are just children, not thinking things through, actually wanting to talk to herself outside. A brilliant idea appeared in her mind. Getting out is fine. I know a fairly private place. Let's go there. Good. Emma acted like a normal kid, not caring about that at all. Wait, I'll talk to my friend first. Esther finished speaking and quickly headed in the direction Yulenka had left. Looking at Esther's back, Emma frowned. Friends? That was not in her and Louis's plans. But it's already happened. The arrow has to be fired. Let's take a step and see what happens. She glanced behind her. On the other side of the room, Esther happened to run into Yulenka, who was returning with something. Esther, what's going on? Nothing. It's just that one of my sisters wants to go and have fun too, and I thought I might as well bring her along. It's just that she walks a little slow, and I wanted you to go over there first, and get a prank on her to scare her. Sister? She has a sister? Yulenka's eyes shifted slightly, but at this moment, she smiled. Yeah, no problem. Then I'll go over first. That's great, Yulenka. You're my best friend. Esther gave Yulenka a hug. The two parted ways and Esther returned to find Emma. And Yulenka, who had traveled alone to the abandoned classroom, had a somewhat cold face at the moment. Abandoned classroom building. Because of rumors of jumping off the building, the classrooms here were abandoned, and only occasionally, there were still students coming over to play. You can see a lot of graffiti on the walls here and tables, chairs and benches stacked up in the corners. And today, new playmakers have been welcomed here. Emma came here with Esther. Esther's eyes drifted, and soon she saw Yulenka, who was heading this way. Great. Next, oncoming Yulenka's face lifted into a smile as she greeted Emma. Hello, I'm a friend of your sister's. My name is Yulenka. Emma didn't say anything, looking Yulenka up and down, a little overwhelmed in her mind. Do we have to call Louis out on this situation? Besides, why would Esther do that? Isn't she afraid she'll expose her secret? At this point, Esther pushed the duo with both hands and together they walked towards the inside of the classroom. Alright, let's go. We can do it here. Yulenka, who was pushed at the front, was just about to open the door, but dodged Esther's force with a jerk, instead pushing Esther in with a smooth motion. The half-open door instantly swung wide open, and a steel barrel fell from mid-air, straight down on Esther's head, knocking her straight to the ground. Dang it! The sound of clashing iron and stone woke Emma up, and she hastily took a few steps back. Instead, she saw Yulenka standing in the direction of the only exit at the moment, smiling at her. I don't understand. Esther, why are you trying to hurt me? Oh yeah, and this, your sister? Yulenka voiced her question in a childishly sweet voice while taking a step forward on her feet, pulling out the spray paint and lighter she had put down earlier from the corner and aiming it at Emma. Nuzzled, gesture her toward the classroom. Soon, in the corner of the classroom, Emma stayed with Esther. A drop of blood dripped from her jaw, and all of Esther's makeup was tainted by the blood. Her face painted a mixture of black and red that looked somewhat grotesque and hideous. She propped herself up against the wall and looked menacingly at Yulenka. Yulenka shook her head. Esther, why? It's your first time at this school. You shouldn't know anything about me. So what did I do to piss you off? And your sister? You purposely let me come over and your sister come over to get rid of me here with her, right? Yulenka's eyes grew malicious as she glanced at the bloodstained iron bucket in the doorway and the rope, axe and other objects placed in advance in the corner. Esther had revealed quite a few breaks. It was just that the previous one hadn't been too comfortable with the idea that the other would be a future sister. But not just now. Esther was too fake. Are you fooling the kids? After the filter was broken, many suspicions came naturally, so he himself willed a trap. Which, after arriving here and carefully inspecting the place, he found a trap in the abandoned classroom on the far left of it. Then it was just a matter of pushing Esther along. Suffice it to say, she'd played the cocky Esther for a fool, but she couldn't really figure out why that was. Could it be that the other person doesn't want to be included in the new family? Not so much. Facing Yulenka's question, Esther pulled a smile out of her face as she thought, maybe, probably, try to fool around a little more? Actually, it's mostly because of my sister, Emma. The words were not finished. There was a faint sound coming from outside, and, from a distance, it was becoming more and more pronounced. Madison, do we really have to play here? It feels eerie and cold. Come on, Maria. You shouldn't be so timid all the time. You'll be looked down upon when you go to school like that. Look, this classroom just looks not Wrong? Madison pulled Maria to look at the scene in the room in shock. Bloodstains, rope, axe, and 3 airy, or menacing, or sneering girls? What's all this? End of chapter. Chapter 29, Flame burning crime death to the heart. Bang! Shasta. Esther made her move. Lunging forward. A small knife was pulled out of her skirt and stabbed at Yulenka. Yulenka panicked, but reacted, and the spray paint and lighter in her hand were all turned on at that moment. Wow! A short tongue of fire spewed out. Crackle! A smell of burning hair instantly filled the air, but Esther still rushed out against the tongues of fire, the flames scorching her hair and burning her makeup, her skin instantly red and swollen, hideous in the bright flames. She was almost like a demon. Ah! Harrowing screams undermined everyone's sanity. Yulenka, panicked, kept stepping back, tons of fire spewing out again and again in an attempt to force Esther back. But the more anxious you are, the less you can spray. The tongues of fire swaying from side to side in turn set the curtains ablaze, and the bright yellow flames quickly began to expand. Seeing Esther getting closer, Yulenka simply dropped her things and ran towards the door. But a silhouette blocked the doorway at an unknown time, and was looking at them indifferently, with a few fine needles in his hand. None other than Louis. He put away the fine needles, clapped his hands, and stood in the doorway, blocking everyone out. Emma, who had been cowering in the corner and shivering, immediately revealed a smile at the sight of the situation, flaunting like a peacock with its tail feathers flashing open, and came to Louis's side, looking at Esther and Yulenka with a look of pleasure in her eyes. Louis didn't care, just looked at the two men indifferently, glancing in passing at the Madison duo who were in the dead center of the corridor, wanting to leave, but a little weak in the knees. I didn't expect these two to show up here, and it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but that's okay, they're just little kids. In fact, he's been following Emma. According to the original plan, after Emma lured it to a secluded place, Louis would come out to deal with it, and the reason why he hadn't appeared just now was that he actually wanted to watch the fight. As to whether Emma would be in danger, it's good to let her suffer. Only, he also really didn't expect Yulenka, the evil child, to appear here and become Esther's friend. Something changed that he didn't know about must have happened here, but that's okay, it's all here now anyway. Let's take it slow. Yulenka didn't recognize Louis, but seeing Emma's attitude, and Esther behind her, who was no longer pursuing, she sensed the subtlety of the situation at hand. She seems to be involved in big trouble. Louis ignored her and looked at Esther after a couple of glances. Esther was also looking at Louis, and at the moment, she understood everything. There were oddities in Louis she knew, such as her inexplicable coma the other night, but when it came down to it, Louis had shown no malice towards her, nor could he see anything special in his mind. So, it had been a bit neglectful of him, focusing more on Emma, who was battling her. I didn't realize, underestimated you, that Emma would be behind you, deliberately luring me out, just to get at me. But why? Yulenka, who was standing quietly and silently next to her to lower her presence, couldn't help but look at Esther. Why does this sound familiar? In the face of Esther's question, Louis didn't answer. He wasn't a villain and wasn't in the habit of giving explanations to people who were about to die, especially not such a stupid question. Glancing contemptuously at Esther, who had squared off, he blew out a soft breath. Phew! In the blink of an eye, intense flames ignited the air out of nowhere, spraying onto Esther's body like a pillar of fire. Ah! Esther, who didn't expect Louis to make a sudden move, just took the flames solidly. The flames seemed to contain oils and grease. Just in a moment it burned all over her body. The intense pain from burning her skin made her start screaming, wailing, and rolling all over the ground. Crackle! Crackle! The oils contained in the skin were even rattling. Yulenka, as well as the three Madison at the dead end of the corridor, couldn't help but have their legs go a little weak at this moment, looking at Louis in horror as if they were watching a demon in a bedtime story. Even Emma, who was foxy beside Louis, pursed her lips, a little nervous. Truth be told, she was a little afraid that Louis was going to burn her along with him. Louis looked at the flames that had burned from the window to the vicinity of the table and chairs, nodded, and threw a bottle of grease into the table and chairs, the fire rising instantly. The destruction of the body must be done properly. Louis, don't kill me, don't kill me. Emma, help me, please help me. I'm my sister. Louis, I'm a sister. Dad will be sad. Esther, who was wailing and rolling on the floor, cried out in a childish voice and looked at Emma and Louis with supplication in her eyes. At this moment, at first glance, he and Emma looked like villains instead. Louis frowned, feeling slightly nauseous at the sight of the bastard pretending even now. A grown man, in a child's body, pretending to be soft, pitiful, exploiting sympathy, and mouthing off about being his sister. Yikes! Louis looked to Emma, his eyes still flicking to Madison and Maria, and spoke slowly, "Emma, do you know about gnomes?" Without waiting for Emma to answer, Louis turned his head back and looked at Esther with a sneer. A congenital hormonal disorder that prevents a person's body from growing up, but the wear and tear on their teeth doesn't change, so she always wears braces. At this moment, Emma had come to her senses and looked at Esther in surprise and consternation. Louis is still talking eloquently. Because of the physical reasons, it is always easy to suffer more stress, so the mental aspect is prone to problems. Sarn Institution is such a hospital. In the hospital, because the manic spirit will cause it to launch attacks, and even self-harm. So the only thing that can be done is to use the restraining belt, resulting in her wrists and neck are bruises, and she needs to wear a black silk belt to cover it. Yulenka understood at this point, but she was actually more afraid of the cold. Strange Louis in front of her now, and they're actually really siblings? That, hiss, somehow, she suddenly didn't really want her mom to marry David. Oh yeah, midget doesn't mean youthful and ageless. She still ages. A child's body with adult wrinkles will only make her look even uglier. So she learns extremely skillful makeup techniques so that she can keep her childish face and act cute in front of everyone, shamelessly shouting for her mom, dad, sister and brother. Esther, who was thrashing around on the ground, should have been angry and resentful at this moment, but listening to Louis's somewhat muffled voice in her ears, she actually felt a hint of fear. But Louis hadn't stopped there. By the way, I checked, she'd been adopted before, but that family was wiped out in a fire not long after and she'd rejoined the orphanage. Besides, do you know why she wanted to be adopted? Emma, who had already recalled the picture of the flaming castle under the purple light, subconsciously looked up at Louis. Because she is sexually. The words were not finished. Esther's emotions became intense as if something vital had been touched, even briefly restraining the pain of the flames burning her body. Don't say it! Don't say it! At this point, bang! The flames had spread to the classroom walls, and large portions of the siding began to fall off in a shower of sparks. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Death. Seeing this, Louis paused, no longer looking at Esther, who was already dying, and instead looked at Yulenka, drawing a wave of caution from the other. Yulenka, also a bad boy movie, only different from Orphan Grievance and Bad Seed. The other was neither a midget old pervert nor a congenital sociopathic personality, she was more of an acquired development of malice, which just paired with that intelligence created a horrible evil child. Her biggest goal is to find a man for her mom and a dad for herself, and if the other guy pulls the plug and is heartless, then she'll start going for it. It's not really pure evil if you look at it from that point of view alone, but perhaps in an attempt to protect herself and her mother, Yulenka's heart has become incredibly vicious, forcing her classmates to jump off a building for the mere fear of leaking information, and manipulating her classmates into bullying others using threats and other tactics. Compared to Emma and Esther, she's really the evil child who would be more likely to appear in reality, and now that she was here, it had to make Louis think of the worst possible scenario. That David guy isn't on her radar, is he? Thinking about that luck on the other side, Tisk shakes head. So, what now? Why don't we just get it over with and destroy it all in this fire? Louis' eyes all of a sudden had more than a hint of malice in them. Seemingly sensing something, Yulenka immediately said, I don't know anything, please, just leave me alone, okay? I grew up without my dad and lived with my mom, and if I die, my mom will be the only one left. Louis' eyes didn't waver. Just kidding, she didn't think about innocence when she killed her classmates, and besides, she wasn't pathetic, so what did she have to do with herself? Seeing that Louis had opened his mouth, Yulenka's eyes grew more and more alarmed. That small brain that was usually used to harm people was running to the extreme at this moment. All the information from the time she met Esther until now, as well as the clues from the conversation that Louis had just had were tightly connected at this moment, turning into a lightning bolt that cut through her mind. David is already going to marry my mom, and I can keep mom from being with David. The heat is rolling in. She even heard the sound of her hair bending and scorching, but no sharp pain. She opened her eyes shakily, only to see the flames strike past her and swirl away. Congratulations, it's been of some use. Come on, get out of here first. Just now the commotion is not small. Now the flame is also beginning to potential big up. Surely someone has already found out. Have to leave as soon as possible. Louis looked at the two Madison and Maria, who instantly shivered, not daring to say a word, and followed with great self-consciousness. Just as he left, the fire raged, taking the doors and windows completely over, and the cries from inside grew lower. A few moments later, in the woods behind the school, Louis looked at the shivering trio and rubbed his chin in thought. What do you think? What am I going to do with you two? Madison naturally understood that this was about them and bit her lip nervously, but stepped forward. Kill me if you want. Maria's a dumbass, She wouldn't dare say anything. What? Don't you ever beg for mercy? Louis looked at Madison. This man is a little interesting. The friendship of children is quite enviable. But then, Maria, who had been hiding behind Madison, suddenly said, Brother Louis, can you not kill us? We won't say anything. I can give you all our home addresses. And, Louis was surprised to look at Maria. She didn't expect that within these two, the seemingly protected Maria was actually the one with the most brains. And you know to give out your home address for credibility. However, he originally did not want to kill these two. Jokingly, his future is at most the left way, not the devil's way. There are actually quite a lot of sinners in the left path. And this is a real little kid. Not these evil kids or any bears who really get down and dirty. And he's afraid he won't be able to come back. But it's still more or less intimidating. Phew! A mouthful of blow. The two men's pupils quake. The two who had seen the fire-breathing scene just now subconsciously closed their eyes. But the heat wave did not come at all. Okay, it's fine. Louis laughed at the two. But I've put something on you guys, so if you talk nonsense, duck, duck, duck. 3 thin needles were stuck into the trunks of the trees, leaving only half of the needles still quivering. The two of them nodded their heads in a hurry, not daring to take a breath. Well, go away and come back from whence you came. The two of them held each other and headed towards the dormitory building. Only, around the corner, Maria suddenly looked back at Louis with a color in her eyes that she had never seen before. For her, everything that had happened tonight was so exciting, and for some reason she felt her heart beating so fast. It felt strange, like there was another personality more adventurous that she was getting excited about. Especially that flame. So dazzling. Wait for the two to leave. Louis looked at Yulenka again. At that moment, Emma looked at Yulenka looking a little leery. Louis, just in case, let's just get rid of her. Louis frowned. This one was really dead on arrival. At the sight of Louis' frown, a slightly frazzled Emma shut her mouth with a jolt. Regardless, she was now truly afraid of Louis. Louis ignored Emma and looked at Yulenka. Letting you go is fine, but this is what you're going to say next. Yulenka nodded repeatedly. For Louis, getting Yulenka's mom to give up on marrying David, the unlucky guy, was just one of the reasons to give up on killing her. Most of all, in fact, because Louis needed someone to provide evidence for Esther's death, to cap it off as an accidental death by fire, so as to put off the police side of the investigation. Don't take the police in the United States of America seriously. They don't work in horror movies, and they really don't work very well in reality a lot of the time, but they're not as brainless as they are in horror movies, and they're still more or less covered up. And in this case, Yulenka, who had originally agreed to hang out with Esther, was an excellent candidate. That's the main reason he spared Yulenka. In the face of Louis's threat, Yulenka naturally agreed with her mouth full, and she didn't dare to change her words. After all, Esther's tragic situation is still fresh in her mind. With that, Yulenka took a step back to the abandoned classroom where she would perform a show. Watching the other man leave, Louis's mind was relieved. It's finally over. It's just killing in Esther. And it actually took some effort. That's what's wrong with modern society. And that's because cameras aren't very common, if it was in ancient times. However, there is also the reason that he did not learn the art well. If he will be a little bit of zapping the villain, nightmare town of magic and other curses, killing people thousands of miles away, which need to be so troublesome. P.S. Thanks to Sesomaru, Silent Fallen God, 20240228191409640, and the three of you for the reward. Answer some of the book friends' question. About adding more. Have to wait until after the shelves. The new book period really can't do. Wait for the shelves. If I save enough manuscripts, maybe I'll open the bounty. Then fierce explosion more. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Falling Curtains. Astonished by the crystal lake, the flames went skyward and in a short time spread to other abandoned classrooms. At this time, a large group of people came. After all, the fire and the screams were still very noticeable. At the command of the sheriff, the cordon was drawn up and the fire department began to extinguish the fire. In the United States of America, where the states have their own regulations, there is a great deal of self-governing power. And in the case of firefighting, with the exception of some of the large cities, there are no professional firemen, and most of them are paid volunteers. The town's fire department, for example, was collectively funded by the townspeople of Klana for fundraising, and they were paid for each fire, which made the firefighters reasonably efficient under the circumstances. The fire was soon extinguished, and the bodies inside were revealed at that moment. The sheriff acted a little nervous and immediately started his inspection. On the other side, Yulenka was also guarded by several officers. David and her mom were also here and were dealing with the officers. A few moments later, the sheriff, who hadn't noticed any visible injuries on the charred body, breathed a long sigh of relief. Looks like it wasn't man-made. It wasn't that guy who did it. Thankfully, after arranging for forensic identification, the whirlwind came to the side of Yulenka, the only witness, and arranged for the officers to examine the personnel and determine the identity of the body. Instead, he looked at Yulenka and began a query, and Yulenka, too, began her performance, watering, her eyes red, looking frightened, and the sheriff couldn't help but soften at the sight. There was no way to help it. Most adults harbor a good will towards children. This is a major reason why some evil children are able to commit crimes and remain undetected. After a few moments, Yulenka finally stammered under the reassurance and opened her mouth. And Esther. What did you say? Esther? That's Esther? David, who was next to Jenny with her, froze and asked aloud. Yulenka nodded timidly. She said she was your daughter, thinking we'd be sisters in the future. So she wanted to play with me, and we came here. But while we were playing, Esther fell and smashed the spray paint, setting it on fire. I'm so scared. Yulenka shivered up, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face, her fear visible to the naked eye. The skepticism in the sheriff's eyes was gone at this moment. He was actually a bit skeptical. After all, this school had 2 murders not long ago. One was a dead body in the lake, and the other was a student jumping out of a building, which was rather sensitive right now. But Yulenka's fear at the moment was definitely not fake. He assured with his 20 years of police experience. So it's possible that this was just an accident. At that moment, David suddenly ran over to the body, looking agitated, carefully identifying it, and muttering under his breath about the impossibility. He got up again and ran towards the dormitory building, only to see Louis and Emma halfway there. Louis, Emma, have you seen Esther yet? No, she said she went out and never came back. David dropped to the ground at that moment, his eyes red and unable to hold back his sadness. I could tell he was really sad. Even though Esther hadn't been adopted long, it was hard for him not to be sad when such a well-behaved child was burned to death like that. The corner of Louis's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the scene. Emma, on the other hand, had a steady expression from start to finish. Daddy, what happened to Sister Esther? Esther she. After a while, several people returned to the scene, but the sheriff looked at David with a serious look on his face. David Grossman, have you been abusive to Esther? What? David was flabbergasted. The medical examiner came over. With a grave face, Sheriff, something is not right. Those injuries are left a long time ago. But this is not the most critical. The key is her teeth. The wear and tear is very serious. She wears braces. I have some suspicion that this is a midget. Of course, further instrumentation is needed before we can confirm. Scars? Midgets? Something's not right. The sheriff put his hand on David's shoulder with a grimace. Well, it looks like Mr. Grossman is going to have to come with us to the station. David, tonight, everything is so magical. Watching David being taken away, Louis and Emma were left in Angela's care. The 2 were forced by Angela to sleep in the same room as her tonight, saying it was for safety. Lying on his bed, Louis didn't think about Esther. For him, the matter was over. And what was there to say about a dead man? He was just thinking about the 3 new foreign arts he had acquired. And on this night, the fire arts had shown their usefulness. And that was just the introduction. In the past, they were just tricks to juggle with. When one becomes proficient, it is a true fire taming technique, allowing one to enter the fire at will without being disturbed by ordinary flames, instead of still needing the secret oil to protect one's body. When I get back, I'll have to practice more and become proficient as soon as possible. As for the last proficient level fire making technique, Louis had no hope for the time being. There was no other reason. At that point, it already required mana. And he didn't have any of the feats in this area so far. Fire arts are already this marvelous. But what about Inuyasha and Zujitsu? Canine art needs to screen dogs for breeds, which costs money, and it's not a small amount. If you hide your art, you can try practicing it first, and then go to higher depths when you have the mana to do so. Louis planned the 3 arts practice in his mind and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Emma, who had fallen asleep next to her, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Louis, a mixture of malice and fear in her eyes, with a hint of recognition in them, and ran her tongue across her lips for a moment before she chose to close her eyes anyway. It wasn't until 3 days later that David was released. It can be released, naturally, because it has been checked out. Esther's death was accidental, but the most important thing is the coroner's identification of Esther, who is indeed a midget and not a child at all for her age. It's not as simple as that, and after rummaging through the remnants of the item, he manages to find a lead to the Thane agency, and after contacting the other side, the truth comes out. And so it was that David was released today. The sheriff patted David, who was in a trance and still mumbling about how this was possible. On the shoulder with some sympathy. Anyone who adopts a mentally challenged, suspected exterminating, dangerous midget to spend time at home with their children, being called daddy and acting cute by someone almost as cute as they are, is afraid to feel a pang and a nasty chill. Looking forward to the three Angelas who came to pick him up. Well, it's settled. You guys pick him up and take him back. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang, and the sheriff picked it up, instantly horrified. What? It's happening again over at Crystal Lake? Into Crystal Town this time? How many have died? A dozen? Lewis, who was watching David's joke, snapped. Did I just hear some keyword? Crystal Lake, Crystal Township, dead by the dozen. Jason. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Initial Jason War God Tommy. Louis gulped, and a sense of withdrawal grew in his mind. Who is Jason? In the beginning, he was just an undead who was resurrected by his mother in a crystal lake with the Book of Necromancy, and then gradually revealed himself to be weird, enjoying hunting life, being able to keep resurrecting, and being extremely undead. But at the very beginning, he wasn't really that strong, and was even no different from a normal person, able to be stabbed to death easily. It's just that over time, after being killed and resurrected several times, Jason is getting stronger and stronger, and won't die even if he's stabbed with a knife, and even starts to become invulnerable to knives and guns later on. The later Jason can be possessed after death, return from hell with only a heart, and be invulnerable to fire and water. All in all, it's definitely a powerful demon on the physical plane. From what the sheriff had just said, the other side should be in town this time. Jason made a lot of them, and even a remake later on. Louis a lot of them already can't remember. Just remember it seems to be the fourth one when Jason went to the town and ended up being singled out by some kid, and then a couple of times by this kid, who seems to be called Tommy, even though it's reality now. And what's in a horror movie doesn't always line up. Louis, who has no other source of information, decides to use the fourth movie as a benchmark to consider. At this time Jason wasn't very strong yet, but he was already able to do no harm with ordinary sharp weapons. And his strength had increased so much that for the first time there was a qualitative change in his strength. With his current strength, he cannot be defeated. The safest bet is to stay away. Crystal Lake, Crystal Township. Get your bearings, then just start running. These thoughts went through Louis's mind very quickly, and in reality, Louis had gotten into the car with David and the others and was heading towards the school. Back to school. Louis quickly gets a map here at the principal's on the kid advantage, along with some past rumors. According to the principal, something happened there in Crystal Lake a long time ago, back in the 70s, and a few people died, but the murderer was also killed. Until later, within a few years the killings resurfaced, this time with more deaths, and the murderer who, according to the survivors of the last one, was the same as the last one. The third time, just a couple of years ago, there was another big murder there in Crystal Lake, and this time, a police officer got a clear picture of the other guy's appearance, and confirmed what the original survivor had said, that it really was Jason, and by this point, Jason's name had begun to circulate around the neighborhood. To this day, when it comes to homicides, the first thing the sheriffs think of is this Jason again? That's why the sheriff was so nervous when the woman was stabbed to death with a steel pipe at the campground, and even asked everyone to conduct a cooperative investigation. Louis pondered. It looked like Jason did indeed have a gradual rise in strength, as he thought, and didn't go beyond the setting and have an accident in this world of everything, which was barely good news. After thanking the principal, Louis carefully looked at the map of the area that encompassed the nearby terrain. Finally, the names of Camp Crystal Lake and the town of Crystal were seen north of the town of Crana, near the Mississippi border with Florida and Georgia. Now, abandon your illusions and start running. Even though Jason wasn't a full body and had only just had his first mass transformation, he was a little kid himself. Running away is the best option. Without the slightest hesitation, Louis found David, but he saw that David was even more depressed than before at the moment. His eyes were lifeless, as if his mind had been hit hard. Next to her, Emma was snickering, while Angela had a helpless look on her face as she calmed her brother. Come to Emma's side. Emma was taken aback and rolled her eyes a little at Louis. What for? Hey, this guy's not afraid of me anymore? Louis asked. What's going on with Uncle David? Oh, him. He just got turned down by Jenny. Said he was too far away and that Yulenka didn't like him very much, so the two of them wouldn't be a good match, and left after that. Louis nodded. It seemed that Yulenka didn't dare to break her promise. Also, in the end, she was just a child. Even innate evil children like Emma knew fear and didn't dare to make any move. What was an acquired evil child like her? Just, oh, poor David. First his adopted daughter Esther dies, only to learn that her adopted daughter is a midget pervert, and before he can slow down a bit, he's dumped by his date again. What kind of journey is this? Sadness, horror, anger, aftermath, frustration. But it's really all good. David, I'm doing this for your own good. JPG. Shaking his head, Louis stepped forward to interrupt David in emo. Uncle David, let's get out of here. This place is not good at all. David nodded slowly with a start. Louis was right. This place is no good at all. Out of sight, out of mind. Better leave while you can. Angela exhaled and looked at Louis appreciatively. Just half an hour. Everyone just all packed up and got in the car. Since Jason had shown up in Crystal Town, the sheriff had gone ahead with his men to back up, so the place was left unregulated. David drove off without incident and sped toward the borderline, and at this point in time, Crystal Township, in a remote house next to Crystal Lake, a bald boy is fighting Jason as it gets late and the police close in. The boy had managed to subdue Jason with his many traps, only by now the boy had also fallen into a frenzy, weapon in hand, frantically hacking away at Jason's body with his chainsaw. When the cops broke down the door, into it came the bloodthirsty bald boy craning his head to look at them, and underneath, Jason's body was unforgiving. The boy's mom lunged with tear-filled eyes. Oh my God. After a moment of strife, the boy got into a police car and was asked what his name was. He froze and returned. Tommy. The other side. David's family, who had already traveled back through the night, checked into a hotel because of the late night. Thankfully, nothing weird happened all night, much to the relief of Louis, who had encountered dead silence and Jason in quick succession. They returned home the next afternoon. Just as he returned, Louis's pupils shrank and he immediately turned away, hiding himself. Emma was unsure, but covered for him. Soon, the things were basically put back home, and at this point, Louis finally stuck his head out and watched from afar as the figure drifted away. Who's that? Emma asked from the sidelines. Louis shook his head without answering. Emma didn't know. He didn't actually know who the man was, but he recognized the tattoos on the man. A red poisonous scorpion. That is, the family tattoo of the Kano family. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Kano Visitor, a Strange Monster. Krana Town. Today, another group of out-of-towners arrived. They were all strong men, with bulging waists, and came in with the express purpose of going to a hotel, the very place where Louis and the others had stayed. After getting the information about the client that the boss had spoken out about, the lead man with a huge scar on his face quickly led everyone to the next place again, none other than the church school. These are the locations where Monster has stayed. Spread out and find out who and what little Louis has been in contact with and done. And bring in the people if you have to. Just half an hour later, the big men rallied to the area once again. Only two of them had a shivering mother and daughter clutched in their hands. They're related to little Louis. Bring it on. Go. Next. With that, the leader took out his instrument, only to see the red dot on it begin to move. Only, in return? Wait, this direction is. Sure enough, they did settle in Orlando. Luckily they left some of them over there, and with Anderson there, they shouldn't miss it. The group got in the car and boom boom boom. The furious power was unleashed into a convoy that took off, and the mother and daughter who disappeared. The people here only dared to call the police, but the sheriff is still in Crystal Town at the moment to deal with Jason's body. There is no way to come back. Orlando, urban area. Louis, who stayed at home, was pondering how the family could be here. Have I been exposed? Exposed or not? I now had to consider the question of whether these people who had come to me were harboring malice. That unexplained kidnapping has left Louis unable to fully trust the family now. But, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Angela, who had just scrubbed the coffee table, wondered a bit. Was it a bill delivery? Just shove it in the mailbox. Coming. Click. A group of large black-clad men poured in, the black hilts of their guns protruding abnormally from their waists, and the burly white man at the head of the group even wore sunglasses as he looked around. After a moment's hesitation, he looked to Angela. Hello, is Louis back? What? Louis? At that moment, David, who had heard the noise, came down and was shocked at the sight. Who are you? What are going to do? This is an urban area. It was loud and seemed to be a reminder. The sunglasses man frowned. In fact, he would like to move roughly, such as directly take out the gun to deter, which use so much nonsense. But if it is really as the news from the investigation in the past 2 days, this person in front of him can be considered as the adoptive father of the little Louis, then he can't do so. Mr. David Grossman, we're little Louis's uncles. We've heard he's here. We've been looking for him for a long time, and we hope you'll cooperate, or else. David, who was standing on the stairway, couldn't tell at the moment whether what the other party was saying was true or not. After all, it didn't seem like a nice person, just when he was in a dilemma. Uncle Anderson, I'd like you to treat Uncle David with more respect if you can. Louis walked out of the room in his little black suit. the moment Anderson saw Louis, a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Well, it was my fault, Mr. David. I apologize." Anderson, one of the family's right-hand men, and Andre is two brothers, forced to bear, as a soldier, killed people. Youth in the gangster firefight killed no less than 100 people. It was also the adopted son of grandfather Carl, and the presence of the other party could be seen to a certain extent as an indication from grandfather that some trust could be given. In the hall, David and the others went upstairs, leaving Anderson and Louis to carry on the exchange. Anderson doesn't treat Louis exactly like a child, thanks to the genius persona Louis unconsciously created before he awakened his memories. Through the exchange, Louis told some of what he could, as well as learning some of what had happened since he left. Carl was furious, hung his father and beat him, and sent out a large number of men to search for him, but unfortunately they all came up empty-handed. Even in the first few months, hopes were put on a psychic, but unfortunately, the somewhat famous Elise psychic came and said only that he couldn't see and never said anything more. As for gypsy witches, divination, voodoo shamans, etc., also carried out a search. Unfortunately, the power of the gangsters is limited, invited basically all liars, and finally had to chop them up and throw them into the sea. There was nothing for grandfather Carl to do but turn his attention to the gangs first, and start investigating himself as well as outside. After all, this was not a simple matter at first glance. It wasn't until a while ago, perhaps because of what was found out or for some other reason, that a couple of Mexican drug cartels actually launched an attack on the family, and as a last resort, grandfather Carl used some other means. The words were just finished. Bang! Whoosh! The sound of glass shattering, and the sound of breaking wind all came together. Turning his head, a monster about the size of a fierce dog, but covered in bones holding up a layer of pale skin, with a pair of slender sharp claws that could be freely curled up, a petite head, a sharp beak and fangs, filmy wings at the joints, and a tail behind it with a sharp spine was sniffing at something and rapidly approaching towards Louis. Louis's pupils shrank, and subconsciously he was about to spit out the steel needles, when Anderson beside him suddenly laughed. That's the tactic Dad put out. The monster stopped at that moment as well, barking at Louis and then at Anderson. It purrs a bit like a cat or a bug, but sharper and a bit weird sounding. Anderson pulled a bag of beef from his body and just fed it to the other man, and Louis was silent as he watched the blood run down to the floor from the tearing. What's this? Don't be afraid. This thing is about as big as a big dog, just a little meaner. Lots of uses. Finding people, killing people, just feed it some meat, popcorn, and watch TV usually. It's coming over, and Andre and the others should be here soon. Anderson smiled as he fed the meat. So that's what you guys relied on to find me? Pretty much. Other than that, we've actually found clues to that trafficking organization. It's just that the other side is backed by a very large syndicate that can't be moved, so we can only kill those who are moving around down there. A moment of silence followed. What does grandfather have planned for me? Louis didn't ask about the monster and the group. Dad said that if he finds you, depending on how you're doing, he won't let you go back to the family yet, and asked me to find you a safe place. After all, it's a mess there right now, and needs to be cleaned up before it's too late. If you don't find it, go back first. The little monsters are pretty good. Okay, I understand, but I need something here, and I have to get the family to support it. Anderson scratched his head. Of course, I'll leave you my phone number, and I'll leave you some of these guys to keep you safe. Don't worry, they're all members you can absolutely trust. And Dad's number. Remember to contact. He misses you. Anderson had no intention of asking anything at all about what Louis said he needed. Good, I miss grandfather too. Louis nodded. Not a trace of childlike innocence at all on his little face. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Goodbye Eureka. David's decision. Only a short time after the monster's arrival, the sound of a sharp brake sounded and a burly, scar-faced man walked in. Seeing Louis, he immediately came over and gave a warm hug. Great little Louis. I knew you'd be okay. Andre, like Anderson, belongs to grandfather Carl's adopted son, Louis's uncle, and likewise, Andre is a member of the force, only a little more versatile, building bombs, playing with tanks, flying helicopters, and is Louis's favorite person, often taking Louis racing. That's right, drag racing. Cough, 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 loose, loose. Louis was rolling his eyes as he patted the arm that could run a horse. This one is still so out of tune. Louis then talked to Andre for a while and came up with pretty much what Anderson had said, dropping a stone in his mind. Here, told you, kids need guns to protect themselves too, said the man, giving Louis a small pistol that looked like it had been specially modified, along with a couple magazines. Louis didn't say no, the gun thing did work, only, on the way out, Andre tapped his head. HSS, come to think of it, I almost forgot someone. Strike that. Hurriedly pulled out 2 people from the back door of the car and flung them in front of Louis. These 2 are the ones who have been with you the longest. And I heard that they are also a couple with that David. So I brought them all together. And little Louis, sometimes you have to be careful with what you do. And you can either be around to watch, or you can be a dead man, so that you can keep your secrets. Andre's tone was somewhat meaningful. Louis, however, was creeped out, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Got it. Hurry back. Okay, Louis, see you next time. Ha ha. Strike that. The power bursts and booms resonated around the perimeter and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Only a group of bodyguards who had automatically dispersed elsewhere were left behind, as well as mother and daughter Yulenka, who had a terrified look on their faces. At the moment, Yulenka and Louis looked at each other. The corner of Louis's mouth twitched. What was this? I let you off the hook, and you were sent back anyway. God forbid. Across the room, Yulenka was actually having a harder time in her mind. She felt like it was a mistake to run into David in the first place. A big mistake. Come on, go meet David. Yulenka nodded and followed honestly. A few moments later, in the hall, David rubbed his chin, listening to Louis's words, and was thinking, mob, hidden, and, he set his eyes on a card on the table, and on mother and daughter Yulenka next to him. The hall was filled with silence. Emma and Angela were involved in this meeting and were looking at each other at the moment. However, Emma had a sudden little thrill in her heart. That's great. Here's your chance. Now all that was needed was to mention to Dad that he was afraid of danger or something. And Dad wouldn't hesitate any longer. After all, he was his favorite daughter. And even if he had feelings for Louis, he'd bear to give him up for the sake of safety. That way, Louis would have to leave the house. And I would have succeeded in my original purpose. The corners of Emma's mouth turned up slightly. Looking over at Louis, his eyes glazed over a bit, but Louis didn't even look at her. His gaze was always calm. In fact, leaving or not leaving didn't make much of a difference to him. And with the family's support, he could live even on his own. Louis was a little upset about the family, but that was about it. The power. Let's leave it to David himself. Confronted with this question, David, as an adult, thinks clearly. Gangs, they represent danger. Unlike the romanticization of gangster films, the reality of gangsters is synonymous with crime, with murder and arson, gunfights and armed battles. Simply commonplace. Just, David sighed. He looked over at Louis. Looks like I won't get a chance to make you call me Dad. Emma's heart skipped a beat. It looked like Dad had made a decision. But, Dad, I think. Angela immediately covered Emma's mouth. It's better to call me Uncle from now on. Besides, whether you're from a gangster family or not, you still must go to school. Without knowledge, you can't hang around for long even as a gangster. I'll talk to that side and have you make the jump. David said so. What? Louis was a little surprised. Uncle David, I thought. Next to her, Angela was a bit incredulous. Brother, do you realize what you're doing? It's dangerous. David smiled. I know, but it's not really that dangerous. If it was, it wouldn't have shown up after all this time. Besides, do you think if an enemy does show up, the other side will leave those of us who have adopted Louis alone? Not really, given the way the mob operates. After all, the Godfather-style gangster rules are just a few. Violence, chaos, evil, is the bottom of the majority of gangsters, especially in this country of capital. Only money is the rule. The other is not. David, in this moment, is clear-headed and perfectly suited to a successful man who was able to open 2 small factories and provide his daughter with superior living conditions despite his single dad status. Angela, however, was beside herself with a sigh. What David had said was true, of course, but I'm afraid that sentimentality was a big part of it. David is too sentimental. He doesn't think about what to do if something really happens. Louis looked at David. Well, the man had been unlucky enough to adopt perverted midgets and go rogue and end up needing him to wipe his ass. But he had to say that the other man was doing a real good job of being a father figure. Just as Louis was thinking that, David suddenly burst into joy. And they brought Jenny. That's great. David looked to Jenny, who smiled back at him. Both smiles, one ambiguous, the other with a hint of charm in their innocence. Looking next to her, Yulenka looked puzzled. In the end, with an unspoken family understanding, everything stays as it is. The only change being that David is ready to remarry and the family quickly welcomes a new adopted daughter after Esther's death. Night. Louis dialed a phone number. The other side of the phone picked up quickly. Ahem. Is that Louis? Grandfather. It's me. The voice on the other side was slightly more agitated. Good that it's okay. How's it been? Louis pursed his lips and said something happy. The voice on the other side of the room calmed down. Andre and the others have already told me. You can live over there for the time being. The enemies over here are not easy to deal with. If you need anything, just tell Andre and the others." "Well, I know, grandfather. And you take care of your health." Hang up. Far away in Miami. The old man's face flushed as he stepped to the desk and opened the next level of the drawer where the little monster's fingers had been placed earlier. Inside lay a hairy palm with 3 fingers curved around it. And the old man stroked it delicately before his eyes filled with mixed emotions and he finally put it up and locked it. "Luckily, it's not time to use this thing. P.S. Thanks to Tai Shong de Luo Tian Xian Wan Shou Di Jun for the reward." End of chapter. Chapter 35, Cultivation. The potion is perfected. Since everyone has reached an understanding, Lewis's life became much freer all of a sudden. Burning incense and worshipping the gods, refining secret oils, etc. Completely out of sight. And even asking curiously what kind of god it was and if he could worship it together. Except that David would still be in charge of him regarding his health and studies. And Yulenka and her mother, Jenny, have officially begun life in their new home. Sure, maybe it'll be a little rough, because Emma looked at them badly. Especially Jenny, the seemingly innocent adult, but with Yulenka as her daughter to help her, plus Lewis's correction of Emma to not dare to harm anyone's life at will, Jenny gradually got her footing in her new family. In this case, time passes slowly. It was a month in the blink of an eye. In the backwoods, Lewis, who was dressed in black, sat cross-legged on the ground and snapped his eyes open in anger. "Open your mouth." Phew! Reddish-yellow flaming dots appeared out of thin air and grew into the wind, setting the entire tree ablaze in a few breaths. Lewis fiddled with his hands. The raging flames were docile as a dog in his hands, pulling them into random shapes, trees, birds, tigers, arrows. The next moment, Lewis gave another fierce suck. And the flames that were still spreading were sucked into his mouth like a mud cow into the sea, with nothing left, and that mouth was even in direct contact with the flames, but there wasn't even a trace of burns, making people wonder if everything they just saw was an illusion. Only the bare branches of the tree, and the unbroken smoke proved that there had indeed been a fire just now. Lewis was relieved. Of the 3 major foreign arts, the canine arts emphasized the canine species, the fire arts and the Tibetan arts were a bit more dependent on one's own natural talent, and he was still talented. The fire arts after this month's training had already been cultivated to the point of proficiency. Getting the fire arts. You can enter fire without being hurt, breathe fire out of thin air, absorb fire, and play with flames at will. The only drawback is that, spitting fire out of thin air as well as not being injured by fire for a long time, etc. all require the use of mana. And he, a paragon who has not yet entered the way, does not even have the gungfu and naturally does not have the mana. So he can only use his body's yang qi to carry out the inferior ping pai, which is a greater exertion. It's just convenient to have family support. It's a pity that some dog breeds require no small amount of effort and time to purchase in large quantities, or else the canine arts could be practiced this January as well. Purebred 5 black dogs are very rare. Good fine dogs and other breeds are far away overseas, and it's not easy to buy large quantities of fierce dogs such as pit bulls. It's just a matter of taking your time. Lewis sighed as he came to the other side and lit a few thin incenses in his hand and inserted them in the incense altar. The words came out of his mouth. "Please Godfather, please bless that everything goes well from here on out." At Lewis's heels, a small temple stood, dedicated to none other than Lord Zao. Only now the Zhaowang master has changed a little. The original small clay idol has been replaced. After the Godfather's meditative consent, the old idol was retransformed into clay powder and integrated into the new idol. The new idol is a taller, better material idol, a pair of eyes also more and more with the majesty. At a glance is not a mortal object, but next to the good and evil children remain flat. The incense on the offering table was also unending, the smoke lingering and condensing. The incense on this is Lewis hired people to come over every day to make offerings of incense. Although not quite understand the twists and turns of Shinto, but the Godfather did not dream for rejection. Think more or less is useful. As for specializing in preaching and whatnot, forgive him for not being able to do anything about it. He's just a little kid now, and he doesn't really hold power, so what else do you want? After the incense, Lewis glanced at the 2 members of the Kano family who were guarding the left and right of the temple, and whirled back inside. Just as he entered, Lewis saw Emma and Yulenka fighting over a piece of cake, with Angela next to them, her expression a little torn. It looked like Yulenka was at a disadvantage, though, because Angela still gave Emma the cake after a few moments. As for Yulenka's mother, taken out by David, couldn't care less about her. These 2 now spend their days together. David has a good personality and Jenny is more of a contrarian, and is now ready to have a wedding before too long. So they are basically not too home during the day these days. Emma looked at Yulenka with a smug look of enjoyment, deliberately licking her cream-stained lips. That's how she likes to feel like a winner, as is that one medal. As for Yulenka, she looked at her with an expressionless face, except that her small breasts rose and fell up and down, fluctuating greatly. Good. You wait, when it's time for school, Yulenka is still the best at using her classmates, bullying and even controlling them to get her way. A month into the school year, she had already gotten acquainted with her class, and had even managed to become a leader in her own class by relying on the facade of helping each other out, followed by a whole bunch of her classmates. By the way, although Yulenka looks small, she's actually 10 years old, 2 years older than Emma. Louis, who had just come in, didn't even bother watching the scene. He knew from the day Yulenka came in that something was going to come out that wasn't going to let up. A congenital evil child and an acquired evil child. It's a wonder they don't fight, but that's okay. Anyway, I have my own pressure, which dares to go beyond the bottom line. A slap over. First a few days of nightmares, crying and wailing go. When the two saw Louis return, one by one, they instantly silenced their voices. Emma rolled her eyes and went straight to watch TV, while Yulenka ran outside to play with her classmates. Louis didn't care and returned to his room carrying the newly arrived mahogany. The door to the room opened. When you enter, it's full of mahogany products, amulets, mahogany swords, mahogany pendants, mahogany ornaments, oh yeah, and a mahogany cross. These mahogany is not simple, although it will not open the light, but Louis has a godfather. A should of mahogany in the carving of the first day after the first day are placed in the temple for worship, the second day and then moved to the room inside. Regarding these mahogany, naturally, it was only obtained by relying on the family. To know, not all mahogany can have the effect of warding off evil spirits. Only sunlight-sufficient mahogany can have the effect. And mahogany, the main source in addition to the Chinese domestic, only Southeast Asia and Brazil have. There is not much mahogany circulating in Chinatown, United States of America, that has a role to play. Returning to his room, Louis didn't stop. The family had gathered all the materials he wanted yesterday. And today, it happened to be a full moon. Just the right time to make that body enhancement voodoo potion. Before that, one has to have all the materials ready and skilled to minimize the chances of mistakes. After all, the materials are limited. Soon the night fell. Turn on the fire, put in the objects, put in the water, and adjust the heat. A variety of materials from Portugal also began to follow the steps into the crucible. Pine needles grinding powder, holly oak, a black cat cub's milk teeth, lizard dry. Finally, add a drop of your own blood. Tic-tac. Phew! A burst of hot steam violently steamed out from the crucible, and the blood and the massive lime green liquid inside wore out extremely fast, and after a few seconds, the blood disappeared, and there was more silt blood red in the lime green liquid, and the color also began to change rapidly. A few breaths later, the light red liquid gave off a fresh scent as it gently swirled. Quite tantalizing. It's done! Louis had a smile on his lips. This sorcery potion was able to strengthen a certain organ individually, but he practiced all around strengthening this time, and he didn't expect it to actually work in one go. According to what was said inside the diary, Amelia had failed dozens of times before succeeding when she first practiced. Could it be that I'm actually more suited to the Western Wiccan system? A boy wizard? End of chapter. Chapter 36. Enhancing Pua incoming calls. Louis's face was odd. Inside the Western legends, it seemed that most of them were witches, although male witches also existed, but their presence was not very high. And now that he himself has sort of learned a kind of sorceress potion making, rounding it up a bit, it equals male sorcerer no problem. Shaking his head in disbelief, Louis collected himself to look at the potion. Take out the test tube and carefully fill it. Soon, 3 light red potions were freshly made, not to mention 3, but they only added up to 1 serving. This potion was not an ancient potion from the Middle Ages, but a modern potion made by the ancestors of Amelia's tribe around the 18th century by incorporating some alchemy technology. It doesn't have the powerful effect of a single potion that turns you into a werewolf on the spot or something like that in the myths and legends. It is relatively mild and works more slowly. Looking at the 3 potions, Louis didn't take them hastily, but closed his eyes and prayed, asking his godfather if the stuff was dangerous. After just a dozen seconds of closed eyes, a realization rose in Louis's mind that there was nothing wrong with the potion and that he could drink it. It's good to have God as a backer. This one, in fact, has been implicated in a special technique, mediumship, if you insist. Mediumship has a long history and belongs to the traditional witchcraft culture of ancient times, the main purpose of which is to ask for instructions from the gods of heaven and earth, as a way of avoiding disasters for the tribes, as well as to allow witches to gain power, knowledge, and even possession by the gods and other effects. But then the world changed, and the legal system between heaven and earth was renewed, and there was a rule that the rightful gods would not come to the body. The art of mediumship has also gradually degenerated from orthodox to a residue of folk sorcery. and has gradually declined. But some folk deities still have this tradition, and it has also been changed by a lot of people in the sidewalks and then passed on, mostly used in the aspect of evil spells. For example, what the general public knows as the pen fairy, Ouija board fairy, etc. Are the inferior use of this kind of spell? The use of mediumship is certainly not so simple. There are all kinds of tests, the difficulty is not small, and the reason why Lewis can get the guidance, the answer by closing his eyes. That is naturally because the relationship is not ordinary. Lewis looked at the 3 potions and poured one in with a tilt of his head. Since it was okay, the change would start from now on. This tastes, how come it's kind of like Cantonese herbal tea? Weird. Just as he finished, Lewis lay dazed as if he had drunk rice wine against the wind, went into a deep sleep. His body is also undergoing subtle changes at this moment. His muscles are quivering slightly on their own accord, strengthening, compressing, and strengthening again. And in sleep, Lewis vaguely saw a figure glowing with golden light, but it seemed to be hindered by some limitations or lack of strength, and in the end did not see the specific image. As he struggled to see, the white light grew brighter and brighter, straight to blinding. Lewis looked at the big sun outside the window that radiated sunlight recklessly, before reacting to the fact that it was already noon, and moved his body to feel it carefully. This potion is strong enough. The body doesn't feel anything. It's just more refreshed. It seems that it really does take effect slowly. But was that dream just a godfather? After mulling it over for a while, not knowing what it meant, Lewis was ready to go downstairs and get something to eat first. As a result, just as she came downstairs, she saw Emma sneaking around and placing something in Yulenka's water glass. Ahem. Emma was so startled that the powder in her hand spilled all over the table, and with a turn of her hand, negative behind her back, she looked nervously at Lewis. Lewis, good morning. Good noon. What are you doing? Under Louis's eyes, Emma honestly took what was in her hand and gave an honest account. It turned out that this little guy was going to give Yulenka a laxative, and then wait for class to make a fool out of her. At that time, let alone continue to be the leader. It would be good if she didn't get bullied, so it could be said that it was the most skillful means of fundamentally abolishing Yulenka. Besides, it didn't hurt anyone's life. It didn't violate the bottom line set by Lewis, and even if it did happen, it wasn't going to do anything to her. I have to say, Emma's little brain is getting better and more sinister. The key thing is that one will be able to figure out what he means. Lewis couldn't help but look Emma up and down, making her a little uncomfortable. Emma, you're not being honest. Do you think Yulenka will not realize after the fact that you did it? In a fit of anger, she's bound to come down hard on you, and at that point, what can I say if you strike back reasonably and come up short? Da. Lewis took a step down to Emma's side, and at her trembling look, exhaled, and a fiery serpent appeared in the air, encircling, traveling, full of spirit. But the burning heat was hitting Emma's entire body at the moment. She could even feel a hint of searing pain in her fingers. Her body was shaking, but she had to try and control it, or else, she was going to run into the fire snake. A bead of sweat slipped from the corner of her forehead and into her eyes. Dry, stinging, hard. She really wanted to cry. Next, the flames disappeared. A glass of water was handed over, and it was actually Louis. Emma couldn't help herself and cried. Why do you always bully me? Just bully me. Just bully me. Just bully me. Why don't you go bully Yulenka? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Ugh, Emma, you don't get it. Yulenka came later after all. What is she? You're different. We're accomplices. All the way to this point, after all we've done in the meantime. When you think about it, am I really harming you? I'm saving you. Times are changing, technology is advancing, and order is tightening. And people like you who are so lawless that you can't move to kill and don't adapt to the rules. Guess what's going to happen to you in the end? You don't think you'll ever be a kid and not make people suspicious, do you? In the end, you'll just be wanted. Do you want to hide in a remote corner and hide for the rest of your life? You can't buy new clothes. You can't eat good food. You have to worry about your life every day. You're inhuman in a shady place. And if you're caught, you'll definitely be sent to the electric chair and chemically euthanized for the number of people you've harmed with impunity. Oh, or it could be a life sentence. A lonely life inside a prison, tortured into a drooling psychopath. You don't want that, do you? With a wave of Lewis's hand, fine powder sprinkled out from the cracks of his fingers, and with Lewis's words guiding her, a scene of what he was talking about seemed to appear before Emma's eyes. So yeah, I corrected you, terrorized you, educated you, all to save you. It's for your own good. Is this? Emma's eyes were misty, her emotions complex and mixed. After a moment of silence, I know, from now on, I'll be peaceful, but what if someone else messes with me? What do you say? Louis smiled, and a small knife appeared in his hand at some point, turning from side to side between his fingers with a chilling light. Emma gave a small smile. Since that day, after communicating, with Emma had finally changed in some essential ways, and after briefly lecturing Emma, Louis continued to practice the art of hiding, a relatively simple technique that he had already begun, able to make footprints minuscule and his figure easier to hide in his environment. After going deep enough, it's entirely possible to hide the soul so that the ghosts and monsters can't even detect it. Of course, this takes some time and resources, as well as saber rattling. Just then the phone rang, and Louis assumed that the breed had been delivered, and by the time it really should have been pit bulls, Rottweilers, border collies, German shepherds, Chinese fine dogs. But when I picked up the phone, it was a girl's voice on the other side. Hi, is that Louis? P.S. Thanks to Kurosawa Jinyu and Shattered Shadow _BC for the reward. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Mary's Recent Dogs. Louis froze. That voice. It sounded a bit familiar. It seems to be Mary? Speaking of which, it had been half a year since he had escaped from Amelia Manor, and this was the first time he had received a call from Mary. Mary? Mary's slightly delighted laugh came from across the room. Brother Louis, it's me. Are you okay? It's really you. I'm okay. Why are you calling me? Hey, I have a cell phone. Next, the opposite party recounted impatiently, appearing to ramble a little, and, it seemed, vaguely pouring out emotions to him. Louis was also quiet as a listener, and was tolerant of his companions who had escaped together in the first place, and who were not such wicked children as Emma. And from Mary's account, Louis had a rough idea of the other's recent situation. Since she went back, her mother has been much harsher on her, and she can't even make a phone call, so she can only look at various books and practice math problems every day, and she doesn't even have any playmates, so it can be lonely. It wasn't until a while ago, when her mother died in her hospital bed and left her in the hands of her Uncle Frank, that she had some space of her own. That's why he called him, knowing he was boarding at Emma's. Uncle said, he has found a good school, ready to send me there in a while. I actually do not want to go. I feel that the level of the school teacher is not necessarily as high as me. I recently prepared to crack some more problems. I heard that there are rewards for solving some difficult problems. We're by the sea on this side. It's beautiful. And by the way, Louis, you and Emma live there, don't you? Orlando. What about you? I'm in Tampa. Tampa, the third largest city in Florida, is part of the Central Ocean front, and the two places are not that far from each other. It went on for an hour, with the faint sound of a man calling for dinner on the other side of the phone, before Mary stopped. And over here, Louis, who was hand-carving a mahogany idol, returned his attention to the phone. I have to go down to dinner. Louis, I'll call you again. Good. Snap. The phone hung up. Louis first delicately touched the finger-sized idol, felt no burrs on it, and smiled with satisfaction. Phew, that looks good. Stringing the idol up with red string and putting it away, Louis then looked in a direction that was just off the coast of where Tampa was. Mary the little one has had a pretty smooth life, but, Tampa, it's not far, and it's by the sea, so it's something to visit when you're a little older. In comparison to his life, Mary's really called it smooth. Just then, the phone rang once more. Pick up. This time, it's really a dog delivery. Louis looked at the 24 skeletonized plastic boxes in front of him and rubbed his chin. With a wave of his hand, he greeted his bodyguards and sent the pups to the newly built warehouse in the back of the mountain. Considering the need to keep dogs for themselves, as well as experimenting and practicing jutsu, it was necessary to build a place that was spacious enough, and this warehouse was the result. There is a learning curve to raising dogs, and these are newborn pups who haven't even opened their eyes yet, and all of them have been fed in the car for the past few days. Birds have the instinct to recognize the first creature they see as their mother, but dogs don't. Dogs rely more on the instinct of smell for recognition, but before the eyes are opened, the dog is still immature in its development, and its sense of smell is not sensitive. Only after the eyes are open can its sense of smell be recognized and kept in mind. Moreover, what he is going to practice this time is the group of wolf dogs and the mountain catching dogs, in which there are some special taboos. In addition to prescribing some tonics, catching mountain dogs must stay with their masters from the moment they open their eyes. From feeding to sleeping, even if the masters go out and come back later, they must be cleaned before continuing. This is to prevent their bodies from getting other odors. Once they smell other people's odors, they are considered wasted. This is so until a month later, when the next phase of training in commands, food care, and physical fitness can begin. By this stage, it's actually a normal mountain driving dog, but dog skills aren't as simple as that. Going further, one would need to devour some special materials and the like. or even engage in instinctive cultivation, as a way to evolve towards the special mountain-catching dogs in the mountain searching and demon subduing. As for the group of wolf dogs, as the Ming and Qing dynasties' east-west exchanges, plus the fusion of the neon big Tengu art of special products, the upper limit of this kind of dog is the lowest of the three dogs, but it is the fastest molding, the most left-handed elegance of a dog. Its process is also slightly bloody and treacherous. Louis licked his lips and opened one of the yellow boxes, inside of which was a beige Shantung fine dog, tiny curled up in the box with its mouth open and closed, looking very cute. Louis pinched it up, and the little thing squeaked and squealed, its four legs resting wherever it swung, but unfortunately, it was too small, and no matter what it did, it looked like it was being cute. Smiling, he put it into his arms. This little thing, its nickname will be Little Yellow, and if it has a big name, never mind, let's call it Gold. Since ancient times, gold has been precious, and Louis felt self-conscious that this would be a good name for the godly dog that must be so powerful in the future. The mountain-catching dogs were ready to go. Next up was the pack wolf dogs, which were the next key to a small increase in his combat prowess. Louis looked over at the 24 boxes filled with various ferocious breeds of dogs and began to work the locks and feed the stuff. Pack of wolfhounds. Its dog breed selection must be fierce enough, and also need to feed the wolf blood daily, eat raw meat, also need to mix in the magic, and finally is the need to let them fight. Fight every day. Even if there are deaths and injuries does not matter, until the fight out of a head of the dog to make all the dogs are convinced. Then he is ordered to eat the dogs killed in battle. Take the bones and grind them into powder mixed with vermilion sand and human blood to draw the talisman. And then he also needs to kill an eagle. Take its wings, bones and blood, and melt them with the talisman inside the head dog with a secret technique, and then slit his wrist for the final feeding. In the end, you get a terrifying head dog that can stretch its wings freely, can command a pack of dogs, has amazing eyesight, has some restraint against ghosts, and can easily bite a person to death. It can be said that the practice of this dog is full of blood from beginning to end. And as of today, Louis soaked up the warehouse and began practicing his canine skills full-time. Only a small amount of time each day to go out and make soups and such. It was 2 months of practicing. In the middle of the warehouse, Louis stood off to the side, quietly watching a battle inside. An earthy yellow pit bull and a black Rottweiler, both gazing menacingly at each other at the moment. At their feet were 2 dog bowls filled with raw pork but which at the moment had been knocked over on the floor. Roar! A low growl escaped from his throat. Neither was big now, but their good nature was not at all constrained by the addition of raw meat, and both looked sharp. Though lull. Roar! The battle was imminent. P.S. I'm going to need to revise a few of the ones I saved before because I need to speed things up. Here's the revised ones, and one more chapter to post in a bit. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Punishing the Dog. David's Wedding. A dog's main weapons of combat are its teeth and sharp claws, pouncing and scratching. Once the bite is on the fatal part, it will not let go until it crushes the other person's bones or bleeds to death. Of course, at the moment they can't get to that level. They're too small. Even so, it was extremely fierce. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Pust. A trail of blood, flared skin and dog hair, spilled all over the place. The dogs next to them were still roaring, seemingly cheering and coaxing, and some even jumped up and down, as if they wanted to come up and fight to the death together. Rottweilers are much taller and more aggressive, but pit bulls are real tough and seemingly painless, which is crazy. So even though Rottweiler's combat power is currently higher, the two are not even close to being injured, until the Rottweiler went berserk and snapped at the somewhat lowly pit bull's neck. Louis blew gently. A fire snake shot out violently, separating the two dogs, but even so, the red-eyed pit bull still pounced madly, with blood dripping from the gap between its white teeth, completely disregarding and losing its mind. Humph! The fire snake violently turned its head and opened its fangs and sharp teeth to swallow it. Within moments, it was like a sun monkey falling into the 8 trigrams furnace and letting out a miserable scream. Woof woof woof! Ow ow ow! After 20 seconds or so, the fire snake dissipated into thin air. Snap! A black dog with a smoky body and no hair left was lying helplessly on the ground. At this moment, the many dogs watching this scene all flashed fear in their eyes and let out whimpering sounds, not daring to make a move. It is the nature of life to fear fire. Louis stroked the fluffy little yellow dog in his arms and indifferently tossed the split raw beef to the Rottweiler. Rottweiler wagged his tail in surprise, rubbed Louis's feet affectionately, and then tore into the beef with a big mouth, looking from time to time at the companions next to him who were greedy but didn't dare to come over, and let out a low growl threateningly from his throat, with his eyes full of ferocious wildness. It's about working on their ferocity, their fighting ability, and their obedience, of which obedience is the most important. Any dog that is disobedient, then it must be punished. and if it is repeatedly disobedient, then it is simply killed. There are no exceptions. Otherwise it wouldn't be a dog. It would be a wolf. Louis nodded and looked again at the pit bull still lying on the ground, carrying it out and handing it over to the bouncer, who gingerly began to get something for the treatment, but just couldn't help glancing at it. He vaguely saw the blood on the floor inside, and his eyebrows jumped. To be honest, this family's young master was acting a bit weird and scary, reminding him of some of the horrible rumors he had heard when he was still in Italy. He also reported all these anomalies back, but only received a reply back that he was at ease with his orders. There was no way around it. As a member of the elite members of the clan's martial arts fighting group, his loyalty to the clan was guaranteed, and since the clan had commanded him so, he could only follow orders. Back at the warehouse, looking at the group of pups still in their infancy, Louis rubbed his temples with a headache. It's been 2 months. He's had dogs for 2 months, and it's been an interesting 2 months, especially when he started the official dogfighting, and he's recorded each dog's fighting strength, fighting habits, and will to fight, and he's had a great time in every fight. It's probably the same as when I was a kid and loved to watch dogs fight, but now he had to consider the question of whether the canine arts were introductory to all 3 canine arts, or whether he only needed to be introduced to one to open the next page of the inheritance. Now that the fire arts were proficient, and the hide arts were skilled, the dog arts were just missing. But canine arts, even for a pack of wolf dogs, molding takes a not so short wait, and if all 3 types of dogs need to be practiced, it's really a long way off, especially purebred 5 black dogs, which are really rare and hard to get. Let's hope it's one of a kind. After bringing the final round of dogfighting to a close and feeding the winners beef, Louis herded them back into their cages and took Yellow out of the backwoods barn and back to his home. The movement of the door opening startled a certain little one, and she watched Louis in quiet silence before dialing the phone. And so it was. Shortly after arriving home, David, who was supposed to be at work, suddenly appeared from nowhere. He looked at Louis seriously and earnestly. "Hey Louis, you're going to have to move up. I talked to your grandfather, and since you're a genius, you can't afford to waste your time in the lower grades, and your advancement in school is on my mind. Your grandfather asked me to find a good high school here. I'm not quite sure what he meant, but I think it's a good thing. Lastly, I don't know what you've been up to these past 2 months, but life out there is important too, and I want you to take it seriously, okay?" In the face of David's preaching, Louis, who was once also an adult, readily complied. As for how David knew he was back, oh, who else could it be? Louis glanced around the corner, and Emma, who was peeking through the doorway, immediately shrunk back. "By the way, my wedding to your Aunt Jenny and I is next month, so don't run away then." "You kid, is there going to be a wedding? But why? Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Louis flashed a smile. "Congratulations, I hope you guys are happy." David smiled back. "Thank you for the blessing." At that moment, Louis suddenly took out a thumb-sized idol that was strung up by a red string. "Uncle David, this is for you. Remember to give it to Aunt Jenny. Consider it my gift." David smiled. It was something he had as well. Louis had given one to him and Emma 2 months ago, just not to Eureka and Jenny. He knew what it meant, but he respected Louis's idea. Now, it was supposed to be an acknowledgement that Louis had given this gift because he and Jenny were getting married, wasn't it? "Well, you clean up and I'll get you back a KFC while it's hot." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. He still had a big list of texts to talk about. Although Louis's grandfather had given a card, David had no intention of using that money, according to him. Although he had no way of being Louis's father, he was at least an uncle, and he wouldn't use his child's money unnecessarily. Watching David rush out, Louis shook his head, feeling that even a top middle-class man like David with 2 small factories would have to be very busy if he wanted to live well. But what did the grandfather mean in the words just now about finding a good middle school? Are the Mexican drug cartels over there so difficult to deal with? Or is there another reason? Louis frowned. After a long time, he gave up thinking about it. No matter what, there was nothing he could do about it now, so it was better not to meddle too much. Next, move on to the dogs. End of chapter. Chapter 39, The Wedding. Storytelling. Childhood days probably go by just as fast. Louis spent another month in the triad of raising dogs, practicing Tibetan arts, and going to school, during which time Emma put on a decent act and resumed her image as a fine student at school. As for Yulenka, as the newest member of the family, she was no longer making a fuss now that her mother would soon be married to David and she would have a home. Still, she instinctively roped in people at school and became the core of the clique through intimidation, intellect, and candy, and it looked like she enjoyed doing it. The other 2 people in the family, Jenny and David, are also busy with the wedding. Although the Western wedding is not as tedious as the authentic Chinese wedding, but there are quite a lot of preparations that need to be made. Fortunately, with the help of Angela as a sister. It wasn't until the day before the wedding that David was sort of busy, and on this day, the wedding was official. Guests, white wedding gowns, black dresses. David took Jenny's hand and together they walked slowly into the auditorium and mounted the high platform as countless people watched. The priest issued a serious question and the two men made solemn vows. Off stage, Louis clapped his hands with Emma and Yulenka. So far, the family had a new matriarch. After the wedding, Louis met several of his friends' children at David's special care. Well, they were all children of small factory owners, or farm owners, or something rich, but not really rich, very much in line with the class, and all a bit older than Louis in terms of age. But Louis's maturity completely leveled out that dissonance, and even became the hub of the crowd by virtue of his eloquence. However, there was a child within these children who was a bit out of place. She was dressed plainly and tightly, wrapping herself up securely, and in the face of the other people's questions she only answered one sentence without much enthusiasm, but her gaze was always on them, vaguely a bit envious. Hello? Aha. I'm Louis. You might be a little nervous, but we're all nice people and I'm sure no one would give a shy girl a hard time. Right, friends? A few of the kids I had just met were smiling. Even if someone had no feelings for the girl, under Louis's words, they would have a smile on their face at this moment. So, can you tell us your name? The girl looked up in the face of Louis' smile. My name is Carrie. My mom is a nun. Just moved here and the priest told me to come over here. A flash of realization passed through Louis's eyes. Sisters? Ah, that made sense. And since the other person had followed the priest with his mother, that meant it wasn't David's friend's side of the family. And as for Jenny's side of the family, it was odd to say that Jenny didn't really have any friends. Sisters, so do you guys eat dessert? Remember you guys seem to have a lot of rules? Carrie gulped. Without waiting for her to say anything, Louis had slipped a cupcake into her hand and then chatted with a group of older kids, replenishing the food every now and then, chatting with Carrie in passing and trying not to let her become a peripheral character. Carrie took small bites of the cake in her mouth, feeling the tender texture of the cream, and the delicious sweetness, and squinted happily. The cake was soon finished, but she didn't dare to take it herself, like she was afraid of something, and just looked at Louis with bated breath. What? Louis was a little curious about what kind of family the other side was. It seemed to be very strict, but did not want to delve into that. It was better not to have too much curiosity in this particular land. He didn't want to meet a demon or something one day. That would be too bad. So, casually, he gave the other man another piece of cake, with no intention of asking him how he was doing. Carrie took it and continued to eat it in small bites, happy as a hamster, and halfway through the meal, she was still fond of putting the remaining half back into the box to put it away, looking like she was ready to take it home to savor it slowly. And at that moment, Louis was listening with interest to the words of the boy before him. There is an abandoned cemetery in the farm my family has newly taken over, and there is a horror story about this cemetery, saying that the former farm owner, because he missed his wife too much, took straw and bones and fabric and sewed out a scarecrow to live with him every day to ease his thoughts. But one day, the scarecrow actually came to life. It has branches that can grow unchecked, a body that doesn't fear swords and knives, and it has the general appearance of a human being. A lot of people are too intimidated to go to his farm. And then what? Then the farmer disappeared, and the cemetery on that farm was abandoned. And it's only now that that farm has been taken over by my dad. But the cemetery next to it is eerie, and my dad never lets me go there. So I think the story is true. Gee whiz, this story isn't scary at all. Really? Ha? You'll have one. Then, just come. It was a curse about golden arms, passed down by a black employee, and it was said that there was a family of women in Michigan who were particularly fond of beauty and gold jewelry ornaments. The boy colorfully described that people with golden arms would be hunted by female ghosts, who were quite cruel, usually taking an axe and chopping people alive into halves, and extremely ugly looking, the kind of half-rotted and uncorrupted condition, with a hole in the flesh that made people sick. The crowd's eyelids fluttered and they were frightened enough, but Louis was a bit tedious to listen to. This kind of visual horror storytelling has little flavor. If it comes out of nowhere now, maybe it can still bring a little visual impact. Bored, Louis yawned, picked up a Haagen-Dazs and ate it, and when the boy was done speaking, he came to the point of telling them a story called The Monkey's Paw. In this world everyone has all kinds of wishes, so have you ever thought of something that can fulfill people's wishes? Louis is starting to vocally scare the kids. At that moment, a young woman dressed in black walked over from backstage, looked over at Carrie, then at these boys and Louis beside Carrie. Her eyes became noticeably more wary, and her voice was cold as she said, "Let's go." Carrie glanced fondly at Louis and the cake he was holding, but followed closely. When Louis looked back, he saw that Carrie had followed her mother away. It was getting late, Louis stayed home with Emma and Yulenka, with Angela doing the cooking. Well, compared to the sumptuousness of David's cooking, Angela's was simpler. Angela rolled her eyes. Don't look at me. That's all I know how to do. Wait a little while. If they aren't planning a honeymoon, David will be back in a couple of days to cook for you guys. As for where David is tonight, couple's hotel. It's gonna be a wonderful evening. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Year later. In the blink of an eye. It was a year later. Backcountry. Woof woof woof. 18 fierce dogs of varying heights and weights. The only thing they had in common was their power and ferocity as they ran wildly across the grass toward the 5 white rabbits in front of them. The lull. A figure flashed across the sky and a winged shadow flickered on the ground. Next. Bang. Ow. A blood-red Rottweiler that was a circle larger than a normal dog and easily reached 2 meters upright descended from the sky, and a pair of huge red wings at its back instantly retracted and fit at the fur so that they couldn't even be seen as wings. At its feet, the 5 rabbits were actually shivering, and none of them chose to escape. Seemingly stunned, it opened its sharp white teeth and took a bite. The cute little white rabbit went right into the fanged maw and chewed easily, accompanied by the sound of crunching bones breaking, blood and broken meat dripping from the corners of his mouth, and a pair of bloodshot eyes turned to the 18 fierce dogs that had already run up behind him. Woohoo! Under its gaze, all the dogs stopped in their tracks, and a few of the strongest at the front even let out a whimper. It was only then that the 4 remaining white rabbits were torn apart as 18 fierce dogs fought over them. At this point, ow! A dog whine sounded, and the blood-red Rottweiler's eyes rolled back in his head as a low sound came from his throat. The dogs ran in instant chaos toward the source of the sound, which was none other than the warehouse. The 19 fierce dogs were very skillful and so on began to sniff with their noses, their eyes constantly scanning the warehouse, the grass. The blood-red Rottweiler even flew into the sky and scanned below, but in the end, they still found nothing. In the middle of the day, the blood-red Rottweiler flew down and landed in front of the warehouse door, whimpering twice. Next, a hand patted directly on its head, stroking the soft fur delicately. Louis appeared with a flourish. He'd actually been standing behind the warehouse door, but it was as if the canine pack's noses had failed en masse to find him. Fear of abuse. You've lost again. Double the fire resistance training for today. The blood-red Rottweiler named Fear of Abuse whimpered in a low voice at once, constantly rubbing against Louis's pants leg, his tail wagging fast. The vicious dog that had just been ferocious and incomparable was at the moment as weak and soft as a grandson. No, there's no use pleading. Now take your army and go eat. Woo! Dread's tail drooped listlessly, and he walked breathlessly towards the warehouse, where fresh pork, beef, and mutton that still reeked of blood were split into pieces and placed one after another. Watching the pack of dogs honestly go in to eat, Louis, who was already 8 years old, shook his head. This was the adult dog he had trained over the year. The pack wolfhound feat has been completed, and although it has not been practiced to the extreme, it has been qualified. This dreadful masochism in front of him is the head dog born after combining the technique of the great Tengu, devouring the corpses of 6 failed dogs, together with the eagle's flesh, blood, and bone powder carving, and drinking painfully of human blood. Combat then. Bullets hit in, but it is difficult to kill it, unless it is a large caliber bullet, or rifle strafing swept the head and other key locations, or give some time can still recover. It could be said that the fighting strength was already quite good, plus the 18 special fierce dogs that were as obedient and ferocious and powerful as an army of wolves. This thing instantly jumped to become the number 1 base card in Louis's hands, even above fire arts. With this, it's a little more reassuring to go back to the family. Louis thought like this, pinched his fist, full of power. 3 potions in this year has been all used up. Its effect is also when the workout gradually appeared. Now physical qualities at 11 or 12-year-old teenagers are no problem. Moreover, the potion power hadn't been fully released yet, and as he grew older, he estimated that he would wait until he was 15 or 16 years old before it would be completely released, and by that time, his physical fitness would be far above that of an ordinary adult. While thinking about this, he turned the long dagger in his hand, which he had just exchanged for a cleaning, and walked towards the front yard. Before going in, he swallowed the dagger from his mouth and rubbed his chest. Barf. Not bad. Just inside, Emma, who had become more and more conscious of her grooming, was brushing her hair, her long black hair looking quite silky, and the acting on her face had improved considerably, her smile looking much more natural, while Yulenka, sitting on the couch next to her, was filling a girl's head with no idea what she was doing, all smiles and chattering from her mouth. You have to understand that people have to learn to hold together so they can avoid getting hurt. Otherwise they're out of touch, and out of touch means there's a problem, and there's a problem without a problem. So you have to hug it out and then go and say no to injustice. We're all your support. You know? And the object of her lecture was a girl the size of Emma, none other than Carrie, who had previously moved into the neighborhood and was currently cowering and nodding her head, but it was clear by the wimpy look on her face that she wasn't listening. Yulenka frowned, a nameless fire in her heart. If I wasn't trying to get Emma to give in, I'd have you for being such a wimp. Before he could finish his thought, he saw Louis coming back. Yulenka immediately stopped and greeted, but it was Carrie who reacted before her, her eyes glowing, only her lips quirking as she didn't say a word. Naturally, Louis doesn't notice her, after all. It's not uncommon for her to come here looking for Emma. After moving here, she made a transfer, and being classmates with Emma, plus barely neighbors, she often ran over to Emma when her mother was away, and got to know her well over time. Louis opened the refrigerator and rummaged through it, pulling out the Häagen-Dazs, giving one to Carrie in passing, and then plopping down comfortably on the couch, with Yulenka self-consciously handing over the remote control, watching TV and eating ice cream. It's so cozy. But soon, a call came in. Louis picked it up, his face changing slightly before he finally nodded. I see. Then up to the second floor. When Louis went up to the second floor, Yulenka immediately seized back the remote control to change the channel. But unexpectedly, a voice behind her rang out. So, my dear sister Yulenka, who do you think won? Emma looked at Yulenka with a smirk. The corners of Yulenka's mouth twitched as she glared hatefully at Carrie and gave Emma all of her allowance. Emma glanced contemptuously at Yulenka and the cowardly Carrie and thumped up the stairs. Just now, the two of them had made a bet to see if they could get Carrie to be slightly braver, if only on the surface. The result is obvious. Carrie bit her lip in silence, not daring to speak. She knew about Emma's bet with the girls, but she just couldn't bring up the courage in her heart. Her mother had said, the Lord said, you can't get angry with people. It seems so, doesn't it? Carrie wasn't sure. In the end, it was just a matter of holding the Häagen-Dazs in his hands and staring blankly. P.S. For the record, there's a couple more to go before I get into my high school years, and I won't be in Munich. Period. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Back to the complicated family situation. Second floor. Louis is packing up. Stove ashes, silver needles, mahogany idol amulet, pistol. At that moment, Emma knocked on the door. You were called over there? Well, grandfather took care of it on his end and asked me to come back. The family had called Louis a few months before, stating that the Mexican drug cartels were on the losing end, and that they would be able to pick him up and bring him home in about a couple of months when things settled down. As for that whole thing about him being kidnapped, it'll come to a head in time. This is something that David and a few of them know about. Without talking to David? No. Save him the trip back and forth. Louis zipped his backpack on, carried it, and double-checked the pistol magazines. Something to be sloppy about. And Emma looked at Louis, silent for a moment. Coming back? What? Louis looked at her in surprise. Ha ha, what were you thinking? Grandfather's side of the family intends for me to stay here, or else I wouldn't have had Uncle David inspect the middle school over here last time. But I'll probably have to go back over there a lot from now on. Emma's expression relaxed for a moment. I don't know why. Maybe it was that thing called friendship, but the thought of Louis leaving made her feel a strange sense of unease in her heart. However, now that she was sure that Louis would be back, she felt a little pity in her heart instead. Conflicting emotions. By the way, don't make a scene while I'm gone for a few days, or watch out when I get back. Louis issued a warning. It can't be helped that neither good nor evil ever lasts. They have to be knocked around a bit from time to time, so as to ensure long-lasting peace of mind. Emma was stunned. Well, now it was confirmed. This one better not come back. Down the stairs, seeing Louis carrying a backpack, Yulenka was a little surprised, and then thought of something. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, as if she was a little delighted. Louis's eyes flicked to know what the latter-day evil child was thinking. Don't be paranoid. I'll be back. Emma, keep an eye on her. Don't dare mess with the school, and we'll see a big change in the firemen when I get back. Yulenka's face drooped at once, but it was Emma, who was already looking at Yulenka sorrowfully, as if expecting her to do something, and next to Carrie unknown. She did not understand. Louis said what it means, and the relationship between Yulenka students and Emma students seems a little strange. Aren't they sisters? And is Louis leaving? Where is he going? Will he come back? Carrie's mind was a jumble of thoughts. At that moment, Louis glanced at the dumbfounded Carrie, frowned, and threw over a small mahogany cross. I remember you said your family was religious, so this is for you. Bye, he said, turning around in style. With that, Louis got into the special car under the watchful eyes of Emma and Yulenka and Carrie and headed in the direction of Miami. Just halfway down the road, the vehicle suddenly stopped, and a yellow and a red figure leapt onto the vehicle, which then started up again. Miami, Florida's second largest city. with a future economy capable of being elected one of the best cities to live in, is now in its infancy, but the city has also been able to develop thanks to its special geographic location. The coast is close to Cuba, Mexico, Latin America, and other places also like to smuggle people from this side, as well as smuggling addictive goods. In the 70s, this city is relying on this way to rise initially, and even vaguely has the name of the capital of the white powder, and later because of the impact of the development of tourism gradually disappeared. Even so, in this city, the Mexican forces still have a residual. As for the Cano family, it was in the 30s, the era of the gangster boom by Carl Cano with a group of local brothers to fight out, and to date has become a national gangsters closest to the volume of those large gangster family. And Miami, the family's home base, is where the Cano family can barely compete with the capitalists. Downtown Miami, a rather magnificent looking manor house with fountains, grass, white slate, and one black suit after another with a bulging waist. The black sedan drove slowly, and a couple of doormen eyed the sign on the front of the car and the driver before letting it go. Driving into it, it took a few more turns before coming to a stop at the door. Louis got out of the car, and Golden Dreadnought leapt out of the car as well. Looking around curiously and warily, Louis looked at the building as memories began to flash through his mind. Though nominally illegitimate, he had actually lived here since birth, raised by his grandfather and great-uncle. And as for his parents, although my father was a college graduate, he was a prodigal son, earning his own money and spending it on his own, ignoring family affairs, traveling and playing all the time, and seldom staying at home. The mother is a loser. Originally in China has a small family property, belonging to some of the inheritance of the old family. The results of the wind changed after the superstitious foreign business ideas advanced. Want to engage in Southeast Asia and neon imports business. The results? Being cheated out of the family fortune, and finally had to use the only money left to buy a boat ticket, to join a relative in the United States of America in the gang, and then somehow met his father. Perhaps by the United States of America's bad culture, or after this big change in some of the degradation, the two soon together. But there wasn't really much affection between the two, and they had Louis without even getting married. And then both sides, who were tired of playing, one went back to being a core member of a gang in San Francisco, and the other left Louis back with the family to continue dashing off. You could say that Louis is very similar to an orphan. Fortunately, the Cano family belongs to the Italian family, and the same as the Chinese are very family-oriented. Plus Louis himself behaves like a genius, very pleasing to the grandfather, happy. So the days are very good. There are food and drink, someone to take care of. Just as Louis was immersed in the memories of the past, thumping hurried footsteps sounded. A Chinese-looking old man came out of the door and looked at Louis with surprise and old tears. "Young master!" The old man lunged, and Golden Dreadmare instinctively grinned widely, only to be stopped by Louis, letting the older man hold Louis close to him. A few moments later, the old man quickly let go and bent slightly at Louis. "Good day, young master. Grandpa Fusheng, I'm back." The old man was the only old servant left by Louis's mother, who had been the butler when he was at home, and had never left the family even when it was in decline, and had followed him to a foreign land, until Louis's mother had shown her opposition when she did not want Louis, and had voluntarily followed him. The Cano family also took him in over time, only he would still only call Louis his young master. All in all, except for about as many parents as there are none, Louis is not materially deficient and has people who care, so count yourself lucky. And now, it is even awakening the memory and obtaining the inheritance. The future can be expected. It can be called a winner in life. Ha! So, in this life, am I trading my parents for a smooth life? This nonsensical thought flashed inexplicably through Louis's mind, and then he calmed down, looked at the gorgeous White House in front of him, and stepped inside. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Carcano. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/3989320 failed to retrieve the content of this segment and no text content. Chapter 43, Killing. Mary calls. Sitting in his slightly Chinese room, Louis savored the dessert. Next to him, Fusheng wanted to say something. "Grandpa Fusheng, what's wrong?" "Young master, the question you just answered doesn't look like a child of your age, and I'm afraid the Cano family head is already suspicious," Fusen said to Louis without reservation. He didn't seem at all concerned about whether or not Louis had changed as a person. "Grandpa Fusheng, you're not worried about me being possessed?" Fusheng smiled. "You're wearing a peach talisman. And, when I hugged you, you gave me the same feeling as when I was a child." Louis smiled back. "Don't worry, Grandpa Fusheng. Grandfather isn't confused. That woman beside him should just be looking to see if there's anything wrong with me. After all, her scrutinizing gaze is kinda obvious. For his grandfather to suspect this, He had probably guessed on his return. After all, he had revealed so many unusual things. If the grandfather who had single-handedly opened up such a foundation was not suspicious at all, that would be really strange, especially when one is still running from that old hag Amelia. The odds were that grandfather had found Amelia Manor in the process of looking for himself and discovered some of the secrets there, and it was really normal to have that worry. Just wait until grandfather verified that he was okay. But who was that woman next to grandfather just now? Louis had some curiosity in his heart. After all, since awakening his memories, the only human he had ever seen with special abilities was that old hag Amelia. But since there existed Mary Shaw and Jason, and Madison and others, then the existence of an exorcist type of being must also be there. So, what is that woman's occupation? Was mulling it over. There was a knock on the door, and it was grandfather who had asked to be shown the way. Louis followed the servant towards the back of the manor, incidentally taking the gold and the dreadnought with him on his way out. Soon, on a grassy area, 6 pent-up Mexicans were struggling desperately, spitting fenugreek at Carl in the process. Carl was expressionless, just tapping his cane. The several big men next to him immediately slapped each other, and several bloody teeth mixed with saliva flew down. Little Louis, these are the men responsible for your kidnapping. The 5 of them are from the addiction syndicate, trying to hold you for ransom, and this one is from the human trafficking syndicate, and the one who saved you by mistake. The general process is that they want to kidnap Louis for blackmail because of the reason of the competition of interests with the Cano family. And it turns out that the professional of this human trafficking group they hired is not reliable. Or rather, the other party intends to make them go to war with the Cano family, so purposely didn't give Louis to the gang, but gave it for sale. This resulted in a war between the Cano family and them. Ugh, Carl, you old bastard, if it wasn't for that monster, you'd be dead. Ha ha, little one, it's your black father who sold you. It's just a shame he didn't let you fine-skinned guy taste the big black G. I hear your mom's a yellow monkey? Bastard. Ha ha ha. Louis's eyes turned cold. Carl looked to Louis. How do you want them to die? Max looked on in disgust. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't sympathizing with the dealers. He just felt that although as a gangster family, every member of the family should be bloodthirsty so as not to be eaten up by the high rollers disguised as gentlemen and philanthropists in the grand scheme of things, this was just too small. His own sons and daughters were killed after they were 16. Louis flashed a smile and snapped his fingers. Roar. A dull, low roar sounded from the back, and everyone couldn't help but sweat upright, a strong sense of threat arising. The long and thin but unusually athletic gold came like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye in front of a peddler. Too late to react. Sharp canine teeth dead center at the throat. Click. Bite the throat bone instantly. Another bite, destroying an artery, and blood spurted out in a fountain-like fury. And while Gold's performance is still just child's play, the real ferocity is the fear of abuse. It spread its wings and fell from the sky in the blink of an eye, its howling wind and hideous bloody mouth causing the peddler to scream in terror. Under the horrible biting force, a mouthful of bite off the small arm, sharp claws tear clothes, cut out a blood scar, cut the belly, revealing the inside. Wolves and dogs were originally the same species, with latent wildness and tyranny in their bones. And the fear of tyranny practiced through special methods was even greater in this regard. It even deliberately didn't kill it, but controlled the force to play slowly. Extremely cruel. Judas is as bad a feline habit as a tiger. Ah ha ah. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God. Help. Kill me. The scene was bloody at one point to the point where the gang members were wringing their heads. Max's brow was furiously furrowed. And most of all, Max found it unbelievable. His own dad was fine with it. Coming from a chaotic era, he'd seen a lot of mutilated limbs and broken bones and whatnot, and the injuries caused by hot weapons were disgustingly horrific. But what about Louis? Why is he so calm? A chill was inexplicably born, but then Max felt elation. That's a good thing. In a gangster family, you're not afraid of being cold-blooded and cruel, but weak and saintly, especially in this particular era when the anti-bribery bill was enacted. Gangs are starting to be suppressed, and you have to be ruthless to be a core member. Well, smarts are essential too, or else simply being ruthless is just being a cutie. Up. The screams slowly faded. Carl stroked Louis's hair in satisfaction. Good boy. Good. Louis duly assisted his grandfather. The grandparents and grandchildren walked towards the front yard. The warm golden sun was slightly drunk. It looked quite a bit cozy. As for the end of those peddlers, nobody cares. Louis and grandfather were both smart men and maintained some sort of tacit understanding. Grandfather never asked Louis questions about Vesta, the winged-headed dog, etc. And for him it was enough to be sure that Louis was his grandson. And so it was that Louis spent some time here. Unfortunately, because the mountain-catching dog had not yet been truly practiced, and the dread abuse, a special large dog, had not yet reached adulthood, resulting in the next inheritance of an unknown earth technique or a foreign technique not being opened at the moment. He could only continue to practice the hidden technique, and strive to cultivate it to the point of concealing the fluctuations of his soul. But aside from practicing the art of hiding, what he usually did the most was actually practicing his gun with Max. That's right, practicing your marksmanship with that little pistol. Not only that, but there are other physical training exercises that are beautifully named, and you have to be able to run even if you can't fight. And after realizing that he was in good physical shape, Max intensified his efforts and even made him practice throwing grenades, moving targets, and a host of other drills, not treating him like a child. For 2 months in a row, Louis felt like he was dying of exhaustion every day, until a phone call came in. Mary? The caller was none other than Mary, except that for some reason the voice on the other end was vaguely weepy. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Help. Girl genius. Louis, will you come and see me? On the other side of the phone was the girl's aggravated voice. Louis was a little surprised. He had been in contact with Mary all this time and knew a lot about Mary. As far as he knew, she should have a pretty good life by now. Her uncle was kind to her and had enough expertise to teach her, and they interacted well with each other. Most importantly, Frank usually took care of his family in addition to repairing the boat, often taking Mary on the yacht to hang out at the beach and play on the beach, and also tried to meet Mary's learning needs, buying a lot of books about learning, and usually teaching her himself when he had free time. Mary had a pretty good time there except for the fact that she didn't make any friends and needed to go to school to endure some teaching that seemed rather silly to her. Oh no! And she made a one-eyed cat named Fred as a friend. So what's going on now? After Mary's account, Louis's eyes gradually dawned on him. According to her, it started when an older 12-year-old bullied a younger boy her age at the table at school, and she fought back, slammed a book down on her head, and managed to get herself called to the parents. Frank was hardened by the fact that he thought it was wrong for his niece to hit, but that she shouldn't be blamed for being able to stand up for her tablemates, even as he was proud of her. Of course, the main thing wasn't that, but the fact that the teachers and the principal thought she should go to some kind of Oak Tree Academy for gifted education. And Frank disagrees, believing that Mary is more deserving of growing up as a normal person than going off to immerse herself in the cold world of math with a bunch of old men. Rejecting the principal's offer, and after interceding to no avail, the principal of the school pulls some other stunt when she actually contacts Mary's grandmother, an Englishwoman by the name of Evelyn. The other flew straight over after learning of the school's complaint about her genius, and the principal's scheme was a complete success. Now Evelyn is going to fight Frank in a lawsuit for custody of her, and Frank didn't have any money he could bring to a lawsuit, and the amount of money it would cost to file a lawsuit was not a small amount. Though Evelyn was nice enough to bring her the new portable computer that came out with a lot of math problems in it, but she doesn't want to leave Frank. She's aggravated and wants to talk about it. But here she only has her cat friend named Fred, and with so few friends and no way to understand her, there's no one to talk to. That's why you're calling Louis. Louis was a little silent. It was not really his place to meddle in such family matters, but Mary was a good kid and their experiences while at Amelia Manor had made them close. Now that the other party was in trouble, as a person with an adult soul, he felt he could still intervene, especially if he had the power to do so. Well, Mary, wait a little longer. I'll make a trip over there in a couple of days, just so I can see the beach. I haven't seen the ocean since I was this old. When I go, can I get your uncle to take me out on the water for a stroll with him? Louis said in a relaxed tone. Really? Great. I'll get Frank to take us along then. The girl's voice on the other side of the room suddenly became bright. After hanging up, Louis suddenly thought of something. He remembered that someone had once said that math was one of the strongest tools essential to human observation and deconstruction of the world. Don't look at math as if it's useless. Chemistry and physics are key subjects in the sciences that can change the world. Languages, geography, sports, etc. Each seem to find a place where they belong, while math, on the surface, seems most useless, with few job opportunities. But the fact is that without math, the foundations of science would come crashing down. Aerospace, defense and security, biomedicine, information, energy, materials, marine, internet, big data, artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing. All major scientific and technological discoveries are inextricably linked to the advancement and development of mathematics, so that internationally, every recognized mathematician is acknowledged as a human treasure. Of course, this is the macro level, and on the personal side, math exercises one's logical and rational thinking, and I'm afraid that mathematical geniuses are powerful beyond imagination in this regard. Moreover, in Louis's impression, alchemy, pharmacy and so on actually had a subtle connection with mathematics, and when refining body-enhancing sorcery potions, a lot of things in them involved precision. and he was afraid that if he didn't have the soul of an adult, it would be difficult for him to have a good control of the specific data in them. If you let Mary come, might be able to become a master potion maker in the future? A master alchemist? As I recall, the opening chapter of the Civil Code says that this book of inheritance was used by the divine sovereign to start a sect. Starting a sect also means spreading it widely and including disciples. Well, the talent pool has to start small. Lewis made another excuse for himself. Before moving on, though, he had to finish one last piece of training. Looking at the lone coyote in front of him, and the prey hidden in the woods but dead center in the eyes of golden dread, Louis squeezed the trigger. Blood splatters erupted. Tampa. As a seaside city, the tourism and shipbuilding industries here are quite developed. Especially not far away there is an Amity Island. Is the 2 years of the newly emerging tourist attractions, and thus spawned a series of industries, feeding countless people, and Frank was one of them. However, his salary as a ship repairer was not really high, and he had not been bothered by it in the past. Every day he eats, drinks, repairs his boat, goes sailing, soaks up the sun with the sea breeze, goes to the bar at night to win a few drinks with his super math skills, and plays a bit of a handsome man to attract women, and rolls into bed for a wonderful night. Unfortunately, all good comes at a price. At one time he had given up his position as a college teaching assistant for the sake of freedom, and severed ties with his mother, who was too curmudgeonly to be affectionate, all without feeling the slightest bit of regret. And now, not having the money to fight his mother's lawsuit for Mary's first time, he had a feeling of regret. If he still had his position as a college teaching assistant, or if he was usually not so prodigal, and more or less saved up some money, then would not he have the money to fight the lawsuit now? Gobble gobble. Bitter wine in the throat makes the heart ache. He was a little afraid to imagine what would become of Mary in the hands of her grandmother, the fellow who was his own mother. Repeat the same mistakes as her mother, her own sister? At that moment, a woman came up next to her and took the glass in her hand. A blonde woman with some bookish features. None other than Mary's teacher. Bonnie, can you tell me about Mary's mother? Frank picked up another glass of wine. Oh, that's a somewhat long story. Mary's mother, Diane, she was a genius. Or rather, many people in our family were geniuses, including my mother, who was once a Cambridge graduate, specializing in mathematics. But, unfortunately, she wasn't talented enough to answer the 7 world problems, and married under the pressure of her family. Later, she discovered Diane's potential and grafted her dreams on Diane. She had no more freedom, childhood, friends, all she had was math problems, and countless lectures. She couldn't even have the first signs of early love. I remember Diane's 17-year-old first love was driven away by her. At that time Diane cried a lot, but it was useless. Since then, Diane became even more rebellious and finally one day misguidedly had sex with a man. And you know what? She was really bad at seeing things, and the man walked out on her after she got pregnant. And the mother? She just said that Diane didn't think things through, and then she pushed Diane, trying to get her back on the straight and narrow, and finally drove her to the hospital bed. Frank, who was getting more and more agitated by the words, was suddenly gripped by a hand, and the lone man and woman were blazing in dry. P.S. Late posting. Went out to the police today. End of chapter. Chapter 45. The lawsuit arrives. Prior to Lewis's arrival, Mary was taken to MIT Boston by Evelyn, who had been granted visitation rights. Here, Mary meets the 7 post-millennial world problems of mathematics, and the only mathematician to have proved one of them, Gregory Perelman. Who hangs there? You know, your mother was so close to solving one, a mathematical puzzle of great importance in physics. Mom didn't get it unstuck either? Mary looked at the 7 vertical platforms in confusion and uttered something that pleased Evelyn. Maybe I can hang out in here later too. Of course, my boy. Especially after I acquired that peculiar thing that allows geniuses to save even more time. Trust me, Mary. Grandma will lead you to the top together and leave a mark on the world. A smile tugged at the corners of Evelyn's mouth. Soon, the two met the target of the trip. Dr. Seymour Shankland of MIT. Yes, it was actually a test for Evelyn, trying to get Mary into MIT. And now, Mary exceeded her goal by not only solving the problem, but even pointing out the error in the problem. When Seymour asked why he didn't state ahead of time that he had gotten the question wrong, Frank said not to feel free to point out the mistakes of your elders. No one likes a smart ass. It drew laughter from the crowd. Mary was unsure. She didn't understand what they were laughing at. Well, Evelyn, Mary really is a genius, and I can vouch for getting her into MIT. Time quickly came to 5 days later. In court, to no one's surprise, Evelyn actually brought in Mary's biological father, a man named Pollard, who naturally nominated the other party for custody to Evelyn. Both sides engaged in a war of words. It has to be said that although Frank did not have the money to hire a barrister, the black lawyer he found was still good, cutting to the chase with precision, leaving the other side dumbfounded and even mocking. Look at this computer. Just search the name up and you'll find it. Not to mention you're in the same city. In 7 years, have you really been looking for Mary? Oh, the United States of America is so big, there's no way I can find it all. Oh, that's ridiculous. And at that moment, Louis was on his way here and called Mary. At the moment Mary is with the Children's Society, which needs to confirm the child's wishes as well as the situation. Mary, who picked up the phone, chirred. Louis, you'll be here in a minute? Great. The commissioner of the Children's Society couldn't help but smile at Mary's fluttering expression, but soon she couldn't stop laughing. What? You only have one friend here, and it's not even the same age. It's a black female neighbor in her 30s or 40s? What? You've been kidnapped before? That's where you met your other 3 friends, and that's the Louis you just had? What? You still watch UFC fights with your uncle every Saturday, and mimic the fights? The commissioner's face darkened with every word he heard. Soon the commissioner left with the materials, and Mary snuck out of the room to look into the courtroom, which by now was getting more and more heated in its exchanges. One side rebukes Evelyn for not caring for her children, and one side rebukes Frank for being motivated by jealousy. Maybe a lot of times lawyers are master orators, seizing the opportunity to stir up emotions hard while getting the judge on the bench to tilt the viewpoint. This is something that both parties do very well, but no one noticed that a little head in the back was weeping as it looked at the bolad. At this point, click, the courtroom doors are open. Louis walked in. Everyone was surprised. How did a little kid suddenly come in? Was it a mistake? Where are the guards? Florida law allows for courtroom spectatorship, but the status of Louis' small child, among others, was still the first thing that made the crowd think it was a misstep. Hello everyone. I'm a friend of Mary's and I heard she got into a little bit of trouble so I came over to check it out. Sorry if I'm interrupting. Behind Louis, the driver and bodyguard duly appeared. With that said, Louis ignored them and walked straight toward the corner, where Mary, who was crying, watched in disbelief as Louis approached. Hey Mary, why are you crying again? Is someone bullying you? Louis, if I was a dad, I would have gone to see my daughter, but I didn't see my dad. I didn't think he was there anymore, but he was even in the same city as me. He didn't even have to call. He could have found me by following Frank, but he didn't. Marie hugged Louis and sobbed. Louis probably heard what was going on and glanced toward Pollard. In the courtroom, Frank sees Mary crying and eagerly tries to come over, but is stopped by the guards. It was only when she saw Mary, comforted by Louis, stop crying that she grew quiet, only to look at Pollard, the scum of the earth, with a look of indignation. At that moment, Louis' driver arrived at the judge, and after a few words, the judge's eyes changed, and he nodded in a whirlwind. Ahem, now continue. At this point, Frank's attorney began attacking Evelyn for being unable to care for her children, not being a competent guardian, not having a childhood, no playdates, no friends, little socialization, and once running away from home with her first love, which resulted in her being charged with kidnapping. Evelyn immediately retorted, Diane, she's not an ordinary person. We have to recognize that there's a difference between an ordinary person and a genius. Making geniuses the same as ordinary people will only make them depressed, miserable, and it's a loss to human civilization. I am leading my child to a great future, not to waste her talent. Now, Mary is just as much of a genius. Should she be allowed to go on wasting her talent and suppressing herself like an ordinary child? No, the only way to keep Mary on the right path is to keep her with me. Louis in the far corner couldn't help but frown. It seemed that there were not a few people who wanted to control their children's lives in this supposedly free country. Bossy enough. In the United States of America, no, or in human society, it is almost universally recognized that geniuses are different from ordinary people, and the Children's Society of the United States of America pays great attention to the environment and conditions of the children themselves. The commissioner now came before the judge, submitted his materials, and offered his thoughts. Judge, I don't think either of them is fit to act as Mary's guardian, and perhaps we should find a boarding home for this child. Finally, the hearing was adjourned for the time being. Pollard hurried outward, without the slightest intention of seeing Mary for a moment. Frank ran to Mary and hugged the other woman, his eyes red. At that moment, Louis made a gesture, and the driver nodded and quickly walked out. If you've decided to interfere in this matter, then you'll interfere to the end. End of chapter. Chapter 46, The Money Man 2 Relics. Night. Louis was a guest at Marie's house. Needless to say, Mary's home is indeed smaller and more modest, but it has everything it needs and the environment looks quite cozy. Mary, do you want to be here at Frank's or at your grandmother's? Mary kept her head down and grabbed the Lego figurine. Frank. She stated the reason. Grandma never showed up when I wasn't a genius. Louis nodded his head, his face showing appreciation. Although this child, Mary, was a little small and unsociable, but she was really smart. Perhaps this was genius. At that moment, the driver walked in and nodded at Louis. Louis's mind was made up. It looked like it was done. As for what was done? Come on. They're a mob family. What good can they do? Castrated. Of course. Now that it's been determined that Mary wants to be in Frank's house, let's take care of it as soon as possible. Louis came outside, where Frank was arguing with his lawyer at the moment. The lawyer's side was no longer confident of winning the case, and the opposite side was equally worried about losing the case, and thought it would be good to compromise with each other and find a better environment and loving host family for Mary, as the commissioner of the Children's Society had suggested. Frank, do you think you can really make a good life for Mary? There was some bitterness in Frank's mouth. Ahem. I think Mary is happy right now, and as such, that means Frank is doing well in some ways. Louis said to the Frank who looked a bit like Team America as he walked over with a drink. Seeing Louis, Frank squeezes out some smiles. He's grateful for Louis as a kid, from back when the kidnapping was a thing. But the black lawyer next to him felt a little helpless. How could such a thing be as simple as a child said? Child, the world of adults is complicated. And it's not just about feeling happy. Oh sure, I know. So I'm here to offer my help. Louis smiled and tossed Frank a card that was all black with a circle of gold inlay. There's $500,000 in here. I think, enough for you to provide a good enough living environment for Mary. And with that money you can get a new house, buy a piano, buy a computer. And with your knowledge base as a college teaching assistant I think it's enough to teach Mary. So you won't lose. That's the power of money. The black lawyer's eyes were glazed over. $500,000? Frank looked at the card in his hand. The same eyes full of incredulity. He had also been mixed in the high society. Recognizing this card, without hundreds of thousands of dollars or more it is impossible to do down. So it is true. So the question is, who exactly is the boy in front of you? Why would he do that? Why? Louis took a sip of his drink, feeling the sweet, creamy texture in his mouth, and couldn't help but frown. Just think of it as me investing in Mary's future. That sounds more reasonable, doesn't it? Frank was silent. After a few moments, he clutched the card tightly in his hand, having, apparently, made his decision. Whatever it is you're really after, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and if there's anything I can do, you can always ask. Oh, so, then I have some questions for you. Why do you think Mary shouldn't go to Oak Tree Academy for the Gifted? Because of something about her mother. I don't want her to repeat it. Frank spilled the beans about Mary's mother. Louis nodded. About wanting Mary to have a happy uncontrolled life. While I don't agree with your mother, the lady who opens her mouth to lead the progress of mankind, she does have a point. Can Mary really be happy spending long periods of time inside unsuitable environments? Frank sighed. In fact, you can change your mindset and provide her with love and freedom at the same time. So what if you let her go to the Academy for the Gifted and Talented? I'm sure you won't be in the same boat as your mother with you, won't you? Louis said so. Frank was stunned, and Louis's words were like a wake-up call. One is not a mother. Never. Well, enough of that. I've got to get back after I finish this side of things, so I hope you guys can be somewhat efficient. Looking at Louis's back, Frank was a bit dazed. What on earth was the other man? Not at all like a child, but he's a good man. With Louis's financial backing, Frank showed financial strength on the second day of court and said in court that he was willing to send his child to a better school so that she could receive a level of education that matched her talents. This caught Evelyn off guard. The matter was no longer in doubt, and the judge declared that Frank still had custody, but the Children's Society would have to make monthly visits to make sure that Frank wasn't doing things like teaching little kids to watch fights. Also, Evelyn's rightful visitation rights remain unchanged. Sentencing is over. Only, Evelyn still chased after her. Frank, I don't know where you got all this money, but I must say this. Give me the child and I can put her on a more successful path. Yes, you may have some money now, but you can't find a way in. I can send Mary to MIT. No, mother, just as you didn't hesitate to give me up back then. Would you really be good to Mary? Are you not using her as a tool? No, how can you say that? She's my granddaughter. Seeing that his mother was still pestering him, Frank simply said, come with me. Soon Frank was carrying out a box in his room. See for yourself. Evelyn looked through it, and inside were various drafts filled with algorithms. What is this? Her voice trembled a little. You know, it's what you've been longing for all your life. To be successful and world famous. No, you can't possibly count. Of course it wasn't me. It was Diane. It was her legacy. Before she died, it was calculated. Well, why? She told me to publish it after I die. Evelyn looked at him quizzically and Frank sighed. After you die. It was like being struck by lightning. Daughter actually resents herself so much. I wasn't supposed to take it out, but I think Diane would agree if it was traded for Mary's unrestricted future. And now that it's given to you, you go ahead and maintain and publish it. Evelyn opened her mouth several times, her eyes red and tears falling from the corners of her eyes. She was genuinely sad, even though she had been treating Diane harshly and even more so as the bearer of her own dreams. But all the same, it carries love. Only it's a love that's perhaps not so pure. Several times shaking, she picked up the manuscripts anyway. Now, this is all she has left. She suddenly looked over at Frank, who was about to leave. Frank, I know I probably don't seem like a good mother to you. Yeah, no, Frank said without hesitation. Evelyn stiffened, but continued. But I have something to give you, and it's an amazing thing. Without waiting for Frank to speak, her face became extremely serious. Listen to me. I don't have Alzheimer's and I don't believe it. I found a cabinet that allows one to steal time. Even an ordinary person can become a genius in reality through hard work with this cabinet. But that's just a waste. The real use is for geniuses, who will be far more efficient than ordinary people. I had planned to give it to Mary when she was a little older and more learned, and then she would be a hit. I'm not lying to you. When we get back, I'll ship it over here. Use it or not, you guys can decide for yourselves. It's kind of a relic of me as a grandmother showing my love. Frank, I really love you guys. Evelyn was in old tears, but Frank just took a deep breath and walked out. Right now, he needed to be quiet. End of chapter. Chapter 47, The Time Closet Return. The next day, Evelyn returned to Massachusetts, where she would use this manuscript in her hands to her credit. Frank, on the other hand, had decided to take Mary to a higher school of higher learning and, incidentally, they would have to move and find a more suitable place to live. As it happens, Louis recommended Orlando, which is a much higher status in Florida than Tampa, with a much better environment and economy, and of course, most importantly, with some academically good colleges and high schools. And Frank agreed after a brief hesitation. There was no way around it. This one was golden and was making a normal suggestion that he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Looks like we'll be neighbors again, Louis said toward Mary. Oh hoo, great, Mary exclaimed with a leap of faith, holding Fred the one-eyed cat in her hands and flinging him around. The one-eyed cat was tame but still rolled his eyes and just about meowed. For Mary, if Frank was her most important family member, then Louis was her most important friend. And now not only did she not have to leave Frank, but she was even able to hang out with her friend on a regular basis, and with two joys stacked on top of each other. Could there be any greater joy than that? It's really, really great. Frank smiled with relief as he watched Mary come to such a spunky side. You made the right decision on your own. But, thinking about what Evelyn said yesterday, he couldn't help but get carried away. He knew exactly what his mother was like. Serious, curmudgeonly like an Englishman. Oh no, she was originally an Englishman. There was no way such a woman could lie to him about such a thing. But, how could she? How in the world could there be such a thing? If it does, then why doesn't she do her own research? Frank's brilliant brain thought about it all night and finally came to a conclusion. Things are supposed to be real, and the reason they aren't taken out for research is because things can't be kept, which is not the same thing as a math puzzle. So, she actually did it for me and Mary? Nope. Frank was creeped out. One thing that occurred to him was that she had said at the time that it was meant for Mary, which then meant that Mary would have a lot of her youthful years spent in it, and that was just to solve the answer before she was too old to die, so she could be successful and fulfill her dream. In the end, it was more for her own sake. Besides, I'm afraid this thing isn't any good if it's really what she says it is. Stealing time. Ha! It is clearly an overdraft on life expectancy and future. I can't give this to Mary until later, when she's an adult. Frank made up his mind. Although the decision had been made, Frank didn't leave right away. He had lived here long enough to take care of a few things after all. For example, some friends, Bonnie, Robert, and Louis stayed in a nearby hotel for the time being, and things worked out perfectly, just as Frank and the others were about to leave. Not far from here, on Amity Island, a rumor of a great white shark infestation is slowly spreading, but the local townspeople continue to do as they please, leaving one to wonder if the rumor is true or not. A few days later, Frank, who had already quit his job and was having a party with his friends to say goodbye to each other, received the locker that Evelyn had shipped. The cabinet looked very old, but it was not small, just big enough for two adults to move around in it on a limited basis. He picked up Evelyn's letter that came with this cabinet, which had a key in it, and opened it. It started with the fact that she had spoken to Dr. Seymour at MIT, and that Mary could go there next to conduct her studies. Or, of course, Mary could go when she was older, and it was all up to him. Obviously, this is Evelyn's resource in terms of the educational community, and she probably cares more or less about Mary. And the next words are on point. Frank's eyes grew serious as well. There was a lot of research written in there about this stuff, and apparently Evelyn had experimented with it. It says that this thing can speed up the passage of time, and that time flows differently inside than outside, and that while it's a few hours inside, it's only a few seconds outside. It can act on living and non-living things, but does not provide other additional conditions such as soil nutrients, etc. It is simply time acceleration. It is important to note that the time that passes in it is real, meaning that it is your own lifespan that is used up, boosting your efficiency in reality. You will age fast in terms of the perspective of others in reality. And, both to open the cabinet and to get out of the cabinet, you need a key, and once you don't take the key, if it's outside it's fine, if it's inside, then the cabinet will not be able to be opened, and the end result will be. On the back of the letter were 2 photos of a cat that had been put in a cupboard, and a layer of dust inside the cupboard. The meaning is self-evident. Remember, it's dangerous. Use caution. Dangerous indeed. Frank couldn't even begin to imagine the furor this would cause if it was exposed. It couldn't be guarded. It simply couldn't be guarded. Putting the letter away, Frank decided to take the item with him to his new home and never to use it, or he feared it would become addictive. Only the second day, Frank and Louis and the others then started up the road toward Orlando, and shortly after Frank and the others left, the special shark attack on Amity Island occurred again, with blood staining the sea and limbs being washed up on the beach by the waves, and still appearing in full view of many tourists. The incident caused an instant uproar and a complete shutdown of beach operations on Amity Island, and even Tampa's offshore area, not far from Amity Island, was cordoned off and visitors were prohibited from going into the water. It's also a good thing Frank left early, or his work would probably have to stop. Soon the local sheriff, under pressure from government orders, the townspeople's economy, and the safety of their lives, chooses to gather his men and sail his boat to hunt sharks. A thrilling, Jaws vs. Man struggle takes place, and under the oceans, in the forests, there are more special beings that are on the move for a variety of reasons. Nuclear contamination, natural, mutated and other horrors. The Jaws incident didn't go unnoticed by Louis, and by now they were back in Orlando. In front of the house, David and Jenny, as well as Emma and Yulenka, were all 4 waiting for Louis, except, everyone had their hands behind their backs and looked a little strange. Zip! The black sedan stopped and Louis stepped out of it, just breaking into a smile before he could speak. Ha ha, Louis, welcome home. Boo! A few of David's men pulled out gift tubes from behind them and fired them out toward Louis. Colorful ribbons fell from the sky. Frank and Mary, who had just stopped the car behind them, looked at the scene. Mary, it looks like we're going to have a great neighbor. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Teaching True Genius. Soon Mary's family found a house with a yard near Louis's house, and Frank, who had been a teaching assistant at a prestigious university, got a job as a teacher at the school and officially settled down. Mary didn't go to the same school as Louis and the others though. It was purely a waste of time for her to do so, so she skipped a grade straight to one of the more exceptional private high schools and was going to go straight to MIT in a couple of years to sit in. It's a good thing they're neighbors, and even though they don't go to school together, they usually have time to spend together. However, Louis soon taught Marie a special game. In the back of Louis's house, Marie looked curiously at the steaming crucible and all the herbs, dried lizards, leaves, and other strange things beside it. Mary, do you remember Amelia? Fear flashed in Mary's eyes and her body trembled slightly. How could they forget it? The old hag Amelia was literally the shadow of their lives. Blood, limbs, slaps, and that greedy look. Don't be afraid, she's dead. Louis patted her on the shoulder, and being Amelia's sanctioner he managed to calm it down. Mary, have you ever heard of alchemy? Look at these. Louis pointed again to the various materials at the site. These are actually used to make witchcraft potions. Witchcraft potion? Yes, the witchcraft potion. An herbal potion studied by witches, stripped of alchemy, with uncountable mystical effects. Mary immediately heard that Louis had perhaps gotten something from Amelia and wanted to make these potions. But why let yourself come? Let me practice? Looking at Mary's puzzled eyes, Louis directly chose to confess to her that he wanted her to learn how to make potions. Louis wasn't going to hide anything from this future right-hand man of his. After all, it would do more harm than good, and he was sure of it. Wow, that's interesting. Mary's eyes sparkled in amazement at the recipe Louis held out, swirling around and acting it out before looking at Louis impatiently. Can I try it now? Sure. Since returning to the family, his grandfather's support for him was obviously much stronger, or else he wouldn't have been able to casually take out that $500,000. So these materials are really dozens of easily prepared. Not afraid to waste at all. Mary began the operation immediately afterward, while Louis remained silent the whole time beside her. He needed to see just how talented Mary was in this area. Math was indeed a tool for parsing everything, and a great pillar of the alchemy system, but it was ultimately a matter of practicality. Unsurprisingly, Mary's first refining failed, but Louis's eyes were full of surprise, because it was during the last step that she failed because she didn't cut her finger in time for fear of seeing blood, and every step she had taken before was precise and without error. "I'm sorry, Louis, I screwed up." Mary bowed her head and apologized to Louis. "No, you're doing great. Fantastic." Instead, Louis gave her a thumbs up in appreciation. "This time you take my blood." Soon, Mary started refining again, and this time her refining was still accurate, with excellent timing, quantity, etc., and finally succeeded in one fell swoop. Looking at the potion that quickly turned into a light red liquid, Louis revealed a smile, but at that moment, Mary stroked her chin as if she were thinking, and as if she were making mental calculations. 1 minute later, she once again picked up the various ingredients and asked Louis for a small electronic scale. 10 minutes later, another potion was born, but this one required nearly a fifth less ingredients. Louis was dumbfounded beside him and looked at Mary with a complicated face. "Why is that?" Mary laughed smugly. "Hey, I thought it was off the first time I did it. It's precise in some places and a little fuzzy on the amount required in others. Just calculate how fast their volume dissolves at that moment. It's a shame I don't know much in chemistry right now. Or maybe I could have optimized it in terms of effect. Well, provided a bit of experimentation is done to know what can be omitted and what is necessary." Marie then said a few equations that Louis couldn't understand, and talked about variable control, algorithms, and clouds of gibberish, but Louis grew more and more silent. Is this genius? Compared to a genuine scientific genius like Mary, himself, a guy with an adult soul, is actually no better than that, just a fluke with an extra decade or so of mediocre schooling. In fact, the protagonist can succeed at once, and himself is very talented in this area. Lack of comparison object, a leaf blind, maybe just a little metaphysical bravado? Take a deep breath and push down that bit of imbalance. It's okay, the more powerful Mary is, the better. It doesn't show that I'm right to help her. This is my future potion master, alchemist, and chief of logistics. Well, Mary, how about we can take our time working on these things together next? Really, Louis? Mary looked at Louis with some surprise. It's a lot more fun than studying at school. Looking at Marie, who was giddy as if she was treating it like a fun game, Louis turned to the phone. It's for grandfather. Tell grandfather to collect a portion of the blood of hands loyal to the family that can be sent over in strict secrecy. And, in addition, find another batch of pups. As for the purpose of doing so, naturally, it was to strengthen the family. About the family's current predicament, he was also aware of it. And the emergence of that bill was the United States of America government suppressing the gangs. One of the important tools of the gangs is to use bribes and threats to control officials as a way to form a coalition. But the advent of this bill has certainly broken this tactic of the gangs. And as the strongest gang under the big gangs, the Kano family was actually quite conspicuous by the crackdown. And before leaving the family, he had heard from his grandfather that he was already arranging for the industry to be cleansed. By the way, I curse the IRS gang of the United States of America. Mad. Gangsters laundering money. The IRS can come out of nowhere to intervene. That's it. In addition, recently, Mexican and Latin American forces have been trying to send addictions to Florida to expand their power, leading to local unrest, and the Kano family, as a local force, is naturally the first line of conflict, as evidenced by the previous kidnapping of Louis. That's why Louis is doing all this today. The grandfather on the other end of the line didn't ask what Louis wanted to do, but simply agreed. Hanging up the phone, Louis's eyes went a little cold. Just wait, when I grow up, I'll personally make a trip to your syndicate's home base in Mexico and have a bloodbath so I can repay the kidnapping. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Becoming a Dog. New Inheritance. For half a month after that, Louis and Mary worked together to refine the potion. However, a genius deserves to be a genius, and with the support of sufficient materials, she actually managed to come up with a derivative potion after failing a dozen times. Being able to achieve a better effect than adrenaline in a short period of time at the cost of metabolic but not fatal injuries. It can be called a harmless and enhanced version of adrenaline potion. Unfortunately, it's just a bit less successful, and is called by Mary as an inferior product that she created by chance with some luck in a logic-defying situation. Soon the potion was shipped back to Miami, and at the same time, a new batch of slammer pups arrived at the warehouse, waiting to be trained by Louis. However, this time, with the help of dreadful abuse, the head dog, the training will be much simpler. Only the number of head dogs to control is also limited. The optimal number of 20. The highest not more than 30. Beyond this range, it will be difficult to command as if the arm. So Louis was going to train another head dog out of it, and put it next to Big Boy Max for indirect command. The next 2 months were quiet. David didn't cause any more new stuff to come out, Yulenka didn't engage in bullying, Emma didn't engage in victimization out of jealousy, and at most, there was some minor friction. Since Mary's arrival, Emma and Yulenka's abnormality had not been known to Mary under Louis's suppression. But, after all, she had come out of the manor with Emma, and she hadn't forgotten that when she had been beaten by Noelle, Emma had been hiding off to the side, and only Louis had come out to hold her back. Nowadays, although they were friends with Emma, they always kept a distance, and with Yulenka they were just ordinary friends, and only true friends without the slightest defense when it came to Louis. Louis didn't mean to make corrections either. Innocent and sweet Mary was better off staying away from them, not along for the ride. After routinely practicing the Tibetan art, Louis carried the beef to the warehouse. I have to say, it's really not an easy thing to raise these dogs. The amount of food you have to feed them every day alone is a huge amount, and unlike a domesticated hyena that eats leftovers, they eat meat. The head dog, in particular, has to drink human blood from time to time, in addition to meat. These dogs also need daily training to hunt in the backcountry to keep them wild, which is to say that this part of the United States of America is sparsely populated and overrun with animals. Otherwise there wouldn't even be a place to keep them. So it's really not something that the average person can afford to keep. Tossing the beef to Dreadmill. The rest of the dogs already have the others helping with the feeding, and Dreadmill as the head dog mostly only eats what Louis throws at him. However, today's fear of abuse some strange beef thrown over unexpectedly did not eat, but lying on the ground a pair of blood-red wings also from the back of the big spread. Louis was stunned. Into a dog? Fierce dogs do not reach adulthood at the same time as regular dogs, and the pack dog head dog is the same in this respect, and is much more special, in that it reaches adulthood at a more special time. Now it looks like it's time. Soon, dreadful abuse open blood-red eyes, blood bowl mouth a few mouths to eat the beef. The figure of a flash to the side of a large pool of water, which are paid to buy human blood, swiftly drank up. Cold knowledge, the United States of America is the world's largest exporter of blood. Selling blood is almost the bottom of the human experience. This kind of thing in the 80s and 90s has already begun. After the millennium completely grow, gobble gobble, the more it drank, the more obvious the change in it became. The feathers of the wings on the body began to fall off, replaced by a piece of tough film like blood jade. The body also began to rise slightly, sharp teeth interlaced across, sharp claws protruding, even the tail behind them and the swing between all seemed tigerish. The eyes were full of ferocity. His body exuded a dangerous aura. Just one look made me feel scared. The 18 fierce dogs in the warehouse all had their tails hanging down and cowering. Even the 2 feeding gangsters felt their hairs explode and couldn't help but touch their hands to the pistols on their waists. Only Gold, who was huffing and puffing in the corner, looked as if he had been awakened, and ran in a flash to Louis' side, looking at dread abuse warily but without fear. Louis watched the scene, recalling some of the points in that jutsu, the Nihon's Daitengu no Jutsu mixed in the group of wolf dogs, and it seemed that the main thing should be on the head dog. At this point, the change of fear of abuse was complete, at this time at plus tail length of nearly 3 meters, shoulder height of more than 1 meter, sharp claws and sharp teeth, are almost catching up with a tiger. Now that the change is over, the atmosphere in the warehouse is a little different. After all, the change is so great that the menacing feeling is alarming. Louis, however, clapped his hands. Next, Dreadnought leapt forward and stuck out his tongue, his tail wagging fast behind him as if eager for his master's praise. In passing, he kicked the Gold that was alertly watching it next to him. All right, tuck in your wings and put your claws and teeth away. With a wail of fearful abuse, a pair of wings retracted to fit the skin, actually combining perfectly with the fur as if it were invisible, and the claws and teeth shrunk slightly to look less hideous. Just such a large size, coupled with this blood-red body surface. At a glance it was an unusual fierce dog. Letting it out might be able to scare many people. Fear of abuse wild and powerful. Especially also eat raw meat. Drink human blood. Under normal circumstances to carry out a backlash is almost a certainty. But the canine arts inside the natural also have the appropriate defense. When the original feeding, charms, secret arts, slit wrist blood, inside the effect of strengthening control. So, even if it grew up completely, Louis wouldn't be revolted. In the end, though, the best means of preventing backlash was always to be strong in oneself, and Louis was eager to make himself stronger right now. Feel the shifting of the books in your soul. Louis took a deep breath and combed Dread and Gold before turning to leave. When Louis left, Dread Abuse instantly kicked Gold again, standing tall and strutting as if to say that he was the strongest, and Gold whimpered and retreated back into the corner, his eyes locked on Dread Abuse. You wait for me. Back in his room, Louis conjures up the books. The pages flipped and new spells began to appear. Louis secretly nodded his head. It was true. The canine arts had to complete at least one of them before they could be considered to be truly practiced. And now that all three arts had succeeded, according to the original rules, the new inheritance would have begun. I just don't know if I'll change back to opening the Earth Magic chapter this time, or continue with the Exotic Arts chapter. Compared to the Earth Magic chapter, the practicality, power, and difficulty of the Xenoblade chapter is significantly stronger by a notch, and I hope it's still the Xenoblade chapter. The pages gradually came to a halt as Louis looked on expectantly. 6 pages of spells appeared before Louis' eyes. 3 Earth Arts? 3 different arts? Wonderful! End of chapter. Chapter 50, Qigong. Willow Leaf Golden Sword. Blood Spell. The 6 arts were shown one by one. Looking at them in turn. Earthly methods, fire pots, swallowing money, chopsticks, exoticism, Qigong, Chagyu eating Qi guiding diagram, Willow Leaf Golden Sword technique, blood curse technique. First, the Earth Law. The fire pit method of exorcism originates from an ancient folk custom. People believe that the fire pit represents the mountain of fire, is a symbol of difficulties and obstacles. Crossover? You can drive away the evil spirits and bad luck. Many places even at the time of marriage will cross the fire pit. This method is correct, but the effect is not strong, and it can only drive away small ghosts and some minor bad luck. Note, mugwort needs to be burned. Swallowing Wealth Act. This is a slightly sinister technique of harming people's money. The exact source is not known. Raising a toad that grows up in a dark place, eating human bones and drinking corpse oil, then feeding the target's hair, nails and other things to the toad. The toad will immediately die a violent death, and the next 3 days the target will be lost to a huge amount of money for themselves. In ancient times it was used by some folk shamans as a means of punishment and deterrence for those who did not believe in them. Note, this method will lose a certain amount of your own financial fortune at the same time, which is detrimental to you. 3. Chopsticks method. The full name of the red chopsticks fingers to drive away ghosts. The ancient belief that the fingers are closely related to all parts of the human body as well as heaven and earth, especially the middle finger. It is the connection between man and heaven and earth. And the red chopsticks, red, above the lower round, symbolically speaking, is the representative of heaven and earth, yin and yang, so the second section of the middle finger can be interrupted by the connection of the ghosts and spirits, evil spirits, and so on, will be pinched out of the body. This is a common earth method, used by Taoist priests, folk and others, and there is no distinction between good and evil. Note, if the filth is too fierce and guarded, forcing it out can easily cause harm to the possessed object. After reading the 3 earth methods, Louis rubbed his chin in contemplation. It felt that these 3 earth methods were not bad, especially the fire pot exorcism and chopsticks clamping method, which could actually drive away the state of possession. He remembered that in many foreign horror movies, once one was possessed it would be very difficult to deal with it. And now with this, it would be good to use it. As for the method of swallowing wealth, it is actually a good means, but it is not much use to him. He has money himself, and he wants to harm people without also losing his own fortune. Slightly chicken ribs. However, these would have been nothing more than pre-dinner favorites. Now, let's see what's coming next. Qigong, Chigoku eating Qi guidance chart. Qigong is a traditional method of exercise and health maintenance, but its origin is actually the ancient Tao of internal alchemy and the ancient practice of Qigong, which was later modified, combined and abbreviated into a superior method of foundation building. It was included in the civil code because it was widely circulated and was good for use by both good and evil people. In recent times after re-reform, there are many classifications, mixed, with different qualification requirements, some favoring external power, which can be invulnerable to swords and spears and have infinite strength, and some favoring foundation building, which can extend lifespan and is suitable for monasticism. And this Qigong is the originally pioneered Gong method, a pure foundation building method, which is much more effective. Entry can strengthen the body. Skillful cannot get sick. Qi greatly increased. Proficient can be born of internal Qi, from then on to embark on a different path with the masses again. Looking at the detailed description, Louis's eyes lit up. This is the fundamental law? No, just a tiny bit of the fundamental law. The true fundamental law is far more powerful than that. But even so, the corners of Louis's mouth couldn't help but rise. Finally something that strengthens one's body a bit. The earth magic that has been given is something that has little effect, either scaring ghosts or opening locks or something, and if you really want to take on the powerful ones, I'm afraid that you can only run away. Oh no! Fire magic and all that is more or less useful, but using it too much, using it too strongly, it's all about depleting yang energy and even life expectancy. Now, well, with this, one doesn't need to worry about the side effect of consuming one's lifespan. Phew, finally touching something central. Lewis looked at the Qigong carefully again, before turning his attention to the other two foreign arts. Willow Leaf Golden Blade Technique. This is the art of killing ghosts. Willow has the ability to fight ghosts since ancient times, and willow leaves can even kill ghosts directly under special use methods. Take the newborn tender willow leaves in the place of the back of the shade. Put them in your hand. Draw the word order. Blow 3 breaths. When blowing, you need to concentrate your mind. Only the third time you blow, you can blow out the willow leaves in your hand. It means that your mind is strong enough, and at this time, the willow leaves will fly out and kill the ghosts or the souls of the people that you want to kill. There is also a difference between introductory, skillful and proficient in this art. Entry is only available to mortals and is relatively weak in effectiveness. The power is increased after proficiency, but the amount of essence required increases, and if used too many times at once, it will cause a splitting headache and even affect your sanity. Proficiency can only be achieved after formally entering cultivation and practicing the Yin God, bringing the full power of this art into play. Blood spell. A horrible, cruel, evil spell. Also from the folk, but different from the folk vein of law. This art began with the White Lotus sect, and other slanted religions have a close relationship, and later combined with the Lingnan land of the mistletoe art, and finally formed this blood spell art. This technique is both a spell and a spell treasure. Need to collect a lot of blood to practice blood essence, and then the human body as a nest of insects, the best living people, followed by the corpse, the more powerful flesh the better, and then take the written incantations of the rune paper, paste it all over the corpse, seal the face of the 7 orifices, so that countless corpse insects in the corpse to draw blood essence to grow big, bite, kill each other after the corpse into an empty skin, and the last corpse insects will turn into a blood-colored orb like jade. This blood ball is the blood spell, can be on the immediate object spell kill. The more powerful the individual, the more consumption, until consumed. Note 1, this blood ball cannot be replenished, can only be practiced again, because of its process is really cruel. The user has the worry of being disturbed by the heart of the devil, the risk of the righteousness of the pursuit of death. Note 2, the advanced spells of this technique are stored in the left path chapter. Looking at the 2 spells, Lewis fell silent. Killing is slightly heavy. A technique of killing ghosts and souls, a technique of bloody spell killing. Neither is a good match. Lewis could imagine how terrifying the people using these spells were just by reading the introduction. It's a great way to kill people. These 2 arts also sort of unveil some of the perils of the true left path for Lewis. Is this the left path? No wonder it was close to the evil and crooked. Some of the techniques in it were indeed ruthless and cruel, but I like it. The corner of Lewis's mouth quirked. Wouldn't that be appropriate in this land of drug lords, murderers, and perverts? Besides, it's not like any righteous people are going to pop up and sanction me in this place, right? Then what's there to worry about? Earthen methods in foreign arts are just not the same. A foundation building method, a ghost extermination technique, and a spell killing technique are much stronger than earthen methods. I just don't know how long I'll have to practice. Looking at these 3 foreign arts, Lewis felt that he would have to focus on them for the next long period of time. End of chapter. Chapter 51, 4 years. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txd/87721/399225567 failed to retrieve the content of this segment. No text content. Chapter 52 Travel Planning 4 years of progress. Next to her, Emma looked enviously at the blood beads. Hanging out with Louis, she knew exactly how powerful that stuff was. Unfortunately, Louis had never meant to teach her, but it was obvious that they had been casting these in front of her all along. There was some longing in Emma's heart, but there was no eagerness to make a sound. After all these years, she had gotten to know Louis well enough to know that he had the right idea, and that annoying him would rather upset it. Putting the blood beads away, Louis looked at a few more corpses next to him and saw that there were no ripe ones before he stood up. Let's go back. The 2 returned to the front of the house. For 4 years, David's business prospered, especially after the Goliath's decadence in the East became more and more apparent. Life on the American side was simply in full swing, and all walks of life flourished. David, who wants to seize this wave of opportunity to get out of the ranks of the bottom capitalists and become a real capitalist, is naturally working hard, and the number of times he goes home is correspondingly reduced. However, even when he's busy, he sets aside weekends to spend time with his family, and he takes his family on trips every year, so the family has a good relationship. Back at the house, Jenny was cooking and David happened to be home and was feeding the fish with the feed. Does Daddy have time today? Emma opened the fridge and grabbed an iced Coke and handed it to Louis, then grabbed herself a Häagen-Dazs. Yeah, I've had a list for the past 2 days, but it's up to luck whether it works out or not, and there's not much I can do about it, so I'll be back first. Uncle David, The list over there? Louis asked as he turned on the TV, received his iced Coke, and slumped comfortably on the couch. Well, there seems to be some internal conflict breaking out over there. David nodded. Not long ago, Louis had told him about the profitable side of the woolly bear and told him to raise as much money as he could to make a big purchase, and also told him that the Kano mob side of the business was already underway. A skeptical David tried it and it worked. It's crazy over there right now, selling anything, knowing that they, the United States of America, and the woolly bear are hostile nations. As it turned out, even then, the insiders on the other side dared to sell him some of their industrial machines, and he had even heard that as long as they were given enough basic supplies, the people up there even dared to sell their fighter jets. The genius shook him to his core. Then Uncle David, go for it. Chances like this aren't expected to be many. David tossed the last handful of feed to the goldfish inside and turned to Louis and Emma, clapping his hands. Snap. Seeing the two men look over. Jenny and I talked about it. And you'll be graduating from high school and moving up soon. So how about going out on a family trip together for the summer? Traveling? Once again, Louis subconsciously thought of the Camp Krana incident a few years ago, and the Crystal Lake Jason who had rubbed shoulders with him north of Camp Krana. Spin reacted. It's not like we haven't traveled out in the past few years. Nothing has happened and we don't know what to be afraid of. Next to her, Emma naturally didn't care. Esther, that all belonged to a long time ago memories. She really wasn't afraid. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll see if I can get Angela and her family together then, and we'll go on a picnic and see the sights. David looked excited. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh yeah, Angela's getting ready to go out with Olivier in the next couple of days. Call later and ask. After a while, Jenny made the meal and walked out. Over the years Jenny had settled down at home, washing and cooking, taking care of the kids, and doing a great job at being a housewife. But Louis wouldn't forget that Yulenka killed people, and she was in on it. That's why there is a defense in the heart from the beginning to the end. Dinner is served. A slender-looking, gold-colored dog appeared out of nowhere, and after first wagging its tail at Louis, it was none other than Gold who began to dry his meal at the dog bowl. After dinner, Louis headed out the door. Emma, meanwhile, ran off to watch TV while David called, and the other end of the cell phone quickly picked up, faintly ringing with Angela's voice. Eden Lake Community. And by this time Louis had routinely gone to the temple next to the house to offer incense, which had flourished over the years, but Vesta hadn't dreamt of him again. But Louis always maintained a respectful attitude. After all, he was his godfather. Only after the incense did he return to his room. He began practicing the Jingong portion of the Yetani eating chi guiding diagram, which had been his habit over the years, spending a considerable percentage of his daily time practicing Qigong and practicing it diligently, never falling behind for a single day. After 4 years, today's Louis isn't quite off the charts, but it's come a long way. The potency of the medicine was completely released, and nowadays, he was obviously only 12 years old, but he looked almost as good as a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, and he was even far beyond that in terms of bodily functions. In addition, the cultivation of Qigong is the top priority. Unfortunately, this thing is a watermill work. I do not know whether this Gong method focuses on the foundation so slow, or Louis this aspect of the fit is not high. For years down the road he is also just skillful, and the distance from proficient birth of the internal Qi is still some distance. Qigong at the skillful stage is just a strong body, no illnesses, and a great increase in Qi, which seems to be nothing more than that. However, after Louis went in to learn martial arts once because he disliked the killing power of the kinetic power in Qigong as being too weak, coinciding with the opening of a martial arts school to accept apprentices, he then discovered the real use of this Qigong. Improvement of root bones. The martial arts school taught the family's Bagua Pum, and he had learned all of it in just 1 year, and it was much more powerful in his hands than an ordinary apprentice. According to the owner of the pavilion, his root bone to more than 100 years ago are first class. As long as the diligent practice, the future to 1 against 20 is not a matter of course, but it is a pity that the martial arts crippled. Otherwise, Louis didn't think it was a coincidence. The reason could only be the Qigong he practiced. And in addition to Qigong, the other 5 arts that were prescribed back then, Louis also practiced. The fire pit exorcism is a breeze. He also practiced the method of swallowing money, and used it once. And the next day he lost a card that held 100,000 daggers of music, which he hated. Incidentally, Louis also tried having someone else perform the final step of feeding Toad the target character's body tissues, which didn't do much good, and it didn't look like there was a way to jam the bug. For the chopstick method, he has not had much opportunity to experiment with it so far since he is basically a three-way street except for a few times when he travels. The willow leaf golden blade art was a bit odd. So far he hadn't practiced it, and the writing of that talismanic order was really a bit difficult. Of course, This might have something to do with the fact that he didn't have enough time to practice it every day. As for blood spells, that would be one of the ones that progressed at a rapid pace. Of course, this might have to be attributed to the fact that there was so much raw material here, with the gangsters as his assistants. During the time when he first started practicing, he was able to catch 2 bottom-feeding addicted powder dealers over there almost every day, and sometimes a few human traffickers, hoodlums, and whatnot. The best part is that the disappearance of these people hasn't stirred up a single storm. It's as if it never existed. The end result was a string of 18 blood beads on Louis's wrist, 2 strings carried on his body, and 3 strings locked in a cabinet in his room. A full 108. Just right. Wonderful. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Kind Carry. After his daily practice, Louis opened his eyes, and it was already afternoon, and he had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, and his legs were actually not numb at all, which was actually the case under correct practice. Otherwise only his legs would be numb, but he still got out of bed out of habit and punched a set of fists, moving his body. Ow ow. A slight whimper sounded in the corner of the room. Louis was stunned, stopped moving, a black briquette immediately from the corner of the shaking towards the side. This small black ball only 2 fist size, small, furry, naive, even at first glance thought it was a small black bear cub. Yo Cinderblock, pop, come on. Louis clapped his hands together and took a ham hock from the table in passing. The little briquette ran faster and faster, swinging from side to side as if dancing, and then, pa, the body lurched and actually flipped right over. The 4 little short legs flopped about in a hurry, their mouths constantly emitting wailing, urgent sounds, but they could never climb up. Louis looked happy, squatted down and fiddled with it to set it right. Hey, little Cinderblock, a little Cinderblock. You'll change your name to Little Lungmist from now on. Cinderblock stood up and stuck out his little blackened tongue and licked furiously towards Louis's fingers, his little tail twirling behind him, cupping the neck and placing it in his arms. He ran his fingertips over the dog's head. This was a purebred 5 black dog that Louis had just recently arrived, nicknamed Coalball, with a big name that he hadn't thought of for a while, and had been kept in his room since arriving, spending time with him, and wouldn't have seen any other creatures but Louis. Now the little guy was extremely dependent on Louis. Maybe it was from being raised in the room, or maybe it was the bloodline. 5 black dog belongs to the traditional evil dog in the famous dog breeds, but also black dog blood to ward off evil were the source of this legend. The same, because of this legend, resulting in the number of purebred 5 black dog less and less. Until now, most of them are with some miscellaneous colors. Even the tongue is not so black can be regarded as purebred. It's safe to say that this purebred 5 black dog of Louis was not easy to come by, and in a world where ghosts and monsters are destined to abound in the future, having such an evil dispelling dog is something that is sure to be a reliable helper. And Louis naturally gets more on board and puts more effort into it. The breeding of the evil dogs is different from that of the mountain dogs and the wolf pack dogs, which want to be righteous and masculine. Therefore, he would let this little thing bask in enough sunlight and eat masculine substances every day, and would also cultivate it according to a secret method when it reached adulthood, striving to make it the strongest of the 3 dogs. The next day, Louis was practicing the bagua palm, using it to strengthen the dynamic skills in qigong, and Emma was watching, deeply bored, but still bracing her eyelids and trying to learn something from it. At this point, there was a knock on the yard door and it opened to a girl with her head down. It was none other than Louis and the other's neighbor, Carrie White. Since their wedding 4 years ago, Carrie's family had settled in the neighborhood, and Carrie herself often came to visit Louis's house, but since her previous promotion, she came less often, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but every time she comes, she loves to be there when Louis comes back from vacation. Hi, Carrie. Emma smiled and snorted. Carrie nodded timidly and turned to look inside, her eyes instantly settling on Louis. Emma, big sister Yulenka told me to pass on the message that she'll be back in a couple of days, and not to look for her for the next 2 days. What? Emma's eyes instantly sharpened. Good lord, what a coincidence. Could it be that this wicked girl had sensed something? Wait, what's she going to do for the next 2 days? Emma stepped forward, closed the yard door without moving, cornered Carrie, leaned over and lowered her voice. Carrie, tell me what Yulenka's been doing at school lately. Funny enough, Carrie was actually older than Emma and was now a senior in high school, having been in the same school as Yulenka. No, middle school to be exact, and sheltered by Yulenka all year round. But Yulenka actually kind of disliked her because she was too cowering, so she would only help out for the sake of her neighbors when she was being bullied, and for the rest of the time, she didn't care if she suffered from cold violence or whatever. Even so, Carrie sincerely felt that Yulenka was her 3rd best friend. So now, in the face of Emma's pressing questions, even though Carrie felt scared, she just kept shaking her head. Emma narrowed her eyes, her eyes becoming dangerous as she slid her fingers over Carrie's cheek. I know that. Know what's going on at Carrie's house. As soon as the words came out, Carrie's eyes changed. You don't want your mother to find out what you came to my house for and then never see Louis again, do you? I didn't want to meet. Emma smiled dismissively. Oh, I'll go have a chat with your mother then? No, Carrie yelled violently. So, tell me, what is Yulenka doing at school? Emma repeated the question once more. After a moment of silence, and at Emma's increasingly dark eyes, Carrie spoke anyway. Big sister Yulenka and the girls are getting ready to set up a club and then steal the student council. Put it this way. Emma understood instantly. It really fits the character of this Yulenka guy. Ganging up on him, cliques. Oh no, now it's even further. It's trying to fight for power. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you want to do it right. Anyway, you'll have to change schools soon. The corners of Emma's mouth turned up slightly. She glanced at Carrie, who had her head down and was having a hard time feeling guilty and uncomfortable. And in her heart, she actually consoled the other party. Well, it's not your fault. I'm the one who forced you to say it. And besides, she's my dear sister. What's wrong with telling your sister's news to your younger sister? What you did was good. Oh, even if she knew, she'd have to thank you for it. After a bit of fooling around, Carrie gradually slowed down and even confusedly agreed to Emma's task of ventilating her. Just as she let go, Carrie's face changed. First in surprise, then in apprehension and nervousness. Emma's heart thumped and she turned slightly to look, only to see Louis looking at the two of them with a glass of iced Coke, and raised his glass in a gesture when he saw that the two of them were looking over. Go on. I'm listening. What? Emma squeezed out a forced smile. I'm just concerned about Yulenka. Oh, so you're doing a good deed? Okay, I apologize. I'm deeply ashamed of this and I'll never do it again. Emma didn't even weasel her way out of it, actually going straight to a sliding knee and apologizing instantly. Apologize to Carrie. Carrie, I'm sorry, what I just did was wrong. Ah, no, it's fine. You're actually quite right. End of chapter. Chapter 54, The Bear Child. Carrie uttered the words. It may seem very cowardly, even stupid, but really, it's kindness. Louis was looking on with a clear conscience. She clearly said that because she didn't want to make things difficult for Emma. However, this kindness in practice, Louis still felt that there was more stupidity and cowardice involved than was really desirable, but it was too lazy to bother with Emma again, and it was minor anyway. Okay, come in first. Took a sip of his iced Coke and turned back to the house. Emma glanced at Carrie, watching the other woman's heart skip a beat, before the two followed into the house, one after the other. Carrie, how have you been? Pretty good. Yulenka didn't bully you, did she? No. Big sister has helped me a lot. The two of them were talking to each other, all with Louis finding the words, and Carrie would have loved to be comfortable talking to Louis, but not having many friends or socializing she obviously struggled to do so. After a while, Carrie chose to excuse herself. Before she left, she stole a few glances at Louis. The door to the yard closed and Carrie took out the bottle of Coke in her hand that had been finished, froze for a moment, and then joyfully headed for home. With this, she was happy all day today. After Carrie left, Emma glanced at Louis and when he looked over even said, I already apologized. I know, that's not what was being said. Didn't David say to wait for the summer months to travel? You'd better think about how you're going to deal with Yulenka then. And just to be clear beforehand, I don't want to see you guys making a big deal out of it. Louis acted like a referee and set the rules for them first. Emma sighed in relief. No problem. Now, get me a fried chicken leg. Emma obediently walked towards the kitchen. Her low cursing could be heard faintly, instructing me again. Sooner or later. Damn it. Louis smiled, unconcerned. This is Emma. She'll be damned if she's going to act like a good little boy and not even do backstabbing. Oh no, that just means she's holding back a bigger bad. Stretching, Louis watched the various late-night shows, psychic programs, and other TV shows in there while writing charms and orders on his hand, which, unfortunately, scrapped more than they should have. In no time at all, there was a stack of scrap paper piled up beside him, and just as Louis was practicing, David, who was at the factory, received a phone call, and in no time David was all smiles. As luck would have it, that previous deal worked out. A batch of machines from the manhwa was taken by him at an extremely cheap price. And it must be said that the industrial strength of the manhwa is really good, and any type of machine shipped over is a fine product. So how is it that there is a lack of food and clothing? David slightly thought about it and put it behind him. It has nothing to do with him. With these, his production capacity can be expanded, although the IRS gang collects very high taxes. But with expanded production, it still earns a lot more than before. When the time comes, There will be money to support Emma and Yulenka to go to college in the big city. Well, let them go to MIT as well if possible. That little girl Mary reads just fine over there. As for Louis, although he would like to support Louis to go to MIT in the future, Louis's future is not something he can interfere with. Until now, he hadn't been able to get Louis to call him dad. A little depressed at the thought, David took a sip of his coffee. Jingle bells. The phone rang again. This time, the caller was his sister Angela, who David remembered was off on some Eden Lake trip with Olivier. Hey Angela, what are you doing calling me so soon? I don't want to bother you too. His sister and brother-in-law had been married for a few years, and he guessed that this trip was meant to be about having another child, so he couldn't give a hoot. Oops, Olivier and I haven't gone yet. We're going to go over there in a couple of days. I was talking to you about bringing Emma and the girls over. We checked on the map and Lake Eden isn't really that far from us. The view should be nice there, and the community has recently been remodeled, so it won't be good to go in and play then. David was stunned, and after a second thought, he chose to decline. He knew how long his brother-in-law Olivier had wanted to have a second child, and his own family would have to go out for a trip during the summer, so he could just drop by and take a look at it. There was no need to go over there and bother his brother-in-law. Okay then, by the way, Emma. David and his sister talked for a couple more minutes before hanging up. Then a quick call to Olivier managed to get a compliment and the promise of a drink. A few days passed. Orlando direction. Lake Eden area. A young couple arrived and they bypassed the barred gate and took the path to the lake. I have to say, Eden Lake is indeed very beautiful. The lake is rippling, sparkling, the breeze is refreshing. Two small couples here is also considered a kind of romance. What happens next seems predictable. Unfortunately, the noise of a group of teenagers and a loud decibel player broke it up. Movies, woof woof woof, noise, barking dogs, music. Man Stevie couldn't take it anymore and went over to screw off the player. Hey boys, mind your dogs and your music. Interrupting your left love? Is this your home? Outsiders, a teenage girl said disdainfully, and several other teenagers stood there as if they hadn't heard, seeing the other side of the crowd, and did not open the player again. The man endured a hand, cursed and went back to continue to play with the woman Jenny. The teenage girls left with a cheeky grin, and on their way out, they made a teddy top crotch gesture, full of sexual insults between their actions. Well, at that moment, a rustling in the woods interrupted them. Angela and Olivier walked in carrying their stuff and said hello when they saw Zenny and Stevie in a lakeside camping stance. Hey, are you here to camp too? Dude, After some conversation, Olivier set up his tent next to it as well. It was getting dark, and darkness reigned. There were eye-poppingly beautiful sounds coming from inside both tents, and outside. A few sneaky figures sneakily opened their backpacks and started stealing. When they were done stealing, they didn't leave, but hid in the woods, quietly peeking in and whispering and laughing. There was even a daring teenager who snuck outside Angela's tent and peeked in, causing Olivier to slam something down on him and almost chase him out to teach him a lesson. The next day, when the two pairs emerged from the tent, they looked at each other with a slight blush on their faces, smiled in embarrassment, quickly recovered, and turned to their packing. That's also when both sides realized they had something missing. At Stevie's telling, the four quickly targeted the uneducated bears. Meanwhile, Louis was sitting in David's car, heading north of Orlando. David was there to pick up Yulenka while he was going over there to get some vermilion and ink and do a little shopping. It was kind of boring being cooped up at home all the time. Sitting in the car, Louis toyed with a long, thin dagger, doing all sorts of fancy tricks with his hands that looked chilly and dazzling. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Click. Brother, help. Call the police. It seemed that the signal was bad and the phone cut out abruptly. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Eden Lake. The Golden Arm. At this very moment, the forest around Eden Lake, a horrific battle royale is underway. Stevie and Olivier shouted and fought with their bare hands against a couple of knife-wielding boys, of whom Olivier's arm was already dripping blood. For their part, the two women, Angela and Zenny, fled frantically backward. And in front of that campfire, a black dog fell in a pool of blood. There seems to be a conflict going on here. Brett, the leader of the teens, was howling, "You killed Bonnie, and I want you dead." The sounds of struggling, of insults, of muscles cracking, became more and more pronounced, and Angela and Zenny didn't dare turn around, knowing that the only way to save them now was to escape and return to the town. But soon, a car roared from the wooded aisle, and the two fleeing women saw Angela and their car being driven along, but to their dismay, the driver inside was none other than Brett just moments before. His eyes were full of hate, and with one foot on the gas, he actually charged straight ahead. Bang! The two women couldn't dodge and just fell down the hill, and managed to get up, but they could only stagger towards the deeper part of the hill. Behind him Brett was still coming close with his knife. Soon, the two women who were supposed to be clean huddled together and hid in the trash can, smelling the pungent, sticky paste like excrement beside them, feeling the sticky touch that adhered to their bodies, and wanting to vomit, but holding their hands over each other's mouths. They didn't dare to make even the slightest sound. And outside, it's quiet and there seems to be nothing. Looking back on the day and a half, it was like a nightmare. At that time, they chose to go to the teens who found out that their cell phones, car keys, and other things had been stolen and tried to get their things back, only to be nearly run over by the other teens in a car that belonged to them. The four had no choice but to head out on foot, and by the time they found the group of thieves, it was well into the night, and these 5 thieves were abusing a beaver in front of a campfire, with a black dog lounging next to it. Stevie and Olivier went up to ask for their cell phones and car keys, but the other man was dead set against it and kept verbally abusing them, and the 2 big men were instantly on fire. At that exact moment, the cell phone rang, and the 2 men immediately stepped forward to try to grab it back. In the scramble, one of the teens in the group pulls out a knife, but ends up accidentally killing the dog of the lead teen, Brett, who angrily flings his cell phone at them. By the time they reacted, the 4 Angelas had already begun their escape. After all, the group had weapons in their hands. They couldn't fight, and even if they could, they would have to be injured or even die. But they just wanted to leave safely and didn't want to fight for their lives, so they could only run away. We'll be fine when we escape to town. However, they soon caught up. Having no choice, Olivier and Steph both volunteered to stay behind and stall the assholes while the 2 of them rushed off to the town to get help. But there was no telling what was going on back there, and it wasn't long before that Brett caught up with them in his car and cornered them in a dumpster. Why? Obviously just out for a sweet trip, but we'll encounter this kind of thing. Why these teenage girls are so bad character? Is this really still a child in education? Stealing, verbal abuse, voyeurism, drive-bys, knifing. Now, it's more about killing people. And the 2 Olivier and Stevie don't know what's going on. In the darkness and stench, the 2 women cried silently. Kapow! The sound of a branch breaking. The 2 instantly tensed up. If the other found out, then they could hardly imagine what would happen. Accompanying the footsteps were voices speaking. Brett, I can't find it here. Where the hell did those 2 go? If they do escape and call the police, we'll be arrested. Now why don't we hurry back? What did you say? Go back? Go back and get caught? We must find them. It's the only road they have, and we're guarding it. The voice faded away. The 2 seemed to have managed to escape, but they still didn't dare to go out. They just opened a slit in the garbage can lid and quietly observed. A few moments later, Angela pulled out the cell phone Brett had flung out earlier and tried to dial 911. But there was no signal. Undeterred, she kept changing her number. Finally, a weak signal appeared as the call to David's phone was made. Brother, help, call the police. Before he could finish, the signal cut out once more. Next, the 2 men took turns calling, but were never successful. A few moments later, no, we have to go. Hurry to the town and call the police or Olivier and the others will be in danger, Angela said. Zenny, equally worried about Stevie, agrees. The 2 crawled out of the trash can covered in filth and looked around cautiously, eventually heading in one direction. And at this point, the evil teenager Brett was torturing Olivier and Stevie with his 5 companions. Barbed wire circling round and round to bind them. Ever since he was little, his father had told him not to be afraid of others, that no one could bully him, especially in the town, and that he didn't have to be afraid of outsiders because everyone was united. And now, these people actually dared to kill his dog. You stole your cell phone and car keys? What's the point? A life for a life. If you kill Bonnie, you have to bury it. As for what happened back there, even if those 2 women had called the police, they wouldn't have been afraid. He trusted his parents. And our town was very united. You have killed Bonnie, and I will kill you, and more than that, I will find your women and send them down to keep you company. Brett took the knife, scalded it on the fire, and sliced at Olivier, cutting off a piece of flesh instantly. Ah! The mournful scream stirred up a cloud of flying birds. Stevie watched the scene in agony. He hated it. He shouldn't have thought it was a bunch of kids and belittled them. He should have gotten down and fought them from the start instead of running away. The black teenager next to him said, "Don't waste it. Let's get everyone high first when the time comes." Ha 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 ha. A few other teens laughed out loud. The only teenage girl bristled, looking at Stevie with interest, but glancing at the knife, she still didn't dare to make a move. One after another, the screams rang out. Pieces of broken meat were scorched in the fire, emitting a charred odor. Blood flowed out from all parts of the body, staining the ground. The 2 people's lips were pale. Their eyes were lifeless, and only the ragged breathing still proved that they were alive. This seemed to see the other few teenagers some beat back. Why don't we forget it? Kill it, then throw it into the cemetery next to it. Don't torture. All the time like this. No way. I'm going to cut up their flesh and I'm going to bury them alive, Brett said viciously. At the same time, he glanced at his companion who had spoken, and thought of something to make the other man and the others take a stab at it as well. At this point, there was no way back for them but to move the knife under Brett's forced gaze. At this moment, this group of teenage girls completely became a group. Soon they began digging in the adjacent cemetery, but as they dug through a rotten grave, and a touch of gold actually showed itself. What? Brett froze, shook off his companion next to him, and after 2 quick digs, what appeared was actually a golden arm, attached to a half-decayed female corpse. Poking through the dirt, the golden arm still seemed to reflect a bright, gleaming golden light. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Despair. Rotten people have rotten parents. The other side. David, who received the call, didn't hesitate or think about whether it was a mistake or not, but immediately called the police. Uncle David, what's wrong? Something happened to Angela and the guys. They said they were going to a place called Eden Lake to play, and then they just called out of the blue to call the police. With that said, David was in 2 minds, turning the corner and heading towards the Lake Eden area while calling Angela again, but the beeping in his ear still made his heart sink downward. The foot hit the gas to the floor. They couldn't just wait for the police to go looking for someone. They happened to be close enough to Eden Lake that they could get there before the police and maybe save their sister. And at that moment, Lewis frowned. Eden Lake? A movie that could be described as depressing came to mind. A movie in which the teenage girls could be considered the paragon of evil. Of course, what struck him the most was that they had a bunch of equally evil trashy parents who were unconditionally protective, and even chose to drown the heroine in a bathtub in the end to vent their anger and conceal it. Sometimes being young doesn't mean that you won't do evil. Quite the contrary. People who are young can sometimes do evil that is even beyond the pale and more horrific. For example, he had heard about the vanishing couple case and the 3 demons case, which were more than adults ever had. So, is Angela involved in this? That's a disaster. David's car drove faster and faster. He only regretted now that he shouldn't have taken Lewis with him when he went to pick up Yulenka. He was still a kid after all, but it's too late to say anything now. Look on the bright side. Lewis is a mobster. Small town. A group of people are getting ready for the party. Suddenly, 2 women, dirty and covered with scratches from branches, emerged from the bushes and looked at the houses and people in front of them after the robbery. At this moment, it was as if they had returned to civilization. At last, there is help. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes and made a trail down his dirt-covered face. Then with staggering steps forward, help us. Several people rushed over to assist them and carry them into the house. The townspeople showed basic kindness as some searched for first aid kits. Others asked with concern what had happened to them, and others asked if they needed to call the police. Angela wiped her eyes and was just about to speak, but Zenny didn't move and tugged on her sleeve. Following the gaze, there were 2 dog bowls on the floor and a dog eating them, while the other had the name Bonnie written on it. Angela couldn't describe the feeling, only that her heart was gasping for air in the moment. Her eyes fidgeted and she soon saw the picture hanging on the wall of the evil teenager. Brat, this is actually the man's home. What is this? It was so hard to run out. I thought I had survived. But why? Why was it like this? Angela's entire body began to shake. Luckily Zenny next to her held her down just in time. Sorry, some of us want to vomit. Let's borrow the restroom. With that, he took Angela and quickly ducked into the restroom, unlocking the door. What to do? Last-ditch effort. The 2 women found their razors and clutched them tightly in their hands, their eyes desperate and steely as they stared at the door. At this point, came the voice. Brett, what's wrong with you guys? Dad, there are ghosts. We were just having fun with them today. They killed Bonnie. I got mad and I got impulsive. There were 2 women. They killed Claire and ran away. We tied up 2 men to avenge Claire's death. And then we dug up a golden arm. And then, Brett's voice seemed weak and pathetic and helpless, while things seemed to take some subtle turn in his mouth, and his companion beside him stammered in agreement. The truth actually went from them being provocative in the beginning to them just messing around. Also in his mouth, their companions were killed by Angela and Zenny. It seemed like it was all Angela's fault, the adults, that they were anything but playful. After a hullabaloo, those 2 women? Bang, bang, bang. The restroom door began to rattle violently. Come out. Get your asses out here. She's still a child. How could you guys go down on her? Oh, bastards. I'm going to kill you. Wait. Let's call the police and let them handle it. Shut up. They killed our town. They have to die. I don't believe those cops. Do you? Both Angelas shuddered violently, the grip on the razor in her hand tightening. Bang! The restroom door was violently broken open. We didn't kill anyone. It's all in lying. They took our people. Angela tried to explain. But, why are you doing this to a child? She's still a child. A woman immediately tried to pounce, but was stopped in her tracks, looking agitated. Out-of-towners full of lies. Thanks to us trying to help you. My Brett wouldn't lie. I can't believe you guys are even going after kids. Assholes. Fill the tub. The lead Brett's father's gaze was full of ferocity, and the rest of the dozen or so townspeople looked on with indifference, even coming over to help out, trying to control the two. Zenny and Angela shook their heads desperately, waving the razor blades in their hands. No, 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 no. Woof woof woof. The frantic barking of a dog rang out abruptly. A golden-colored figure leapt out like lightning and violently began to tear and rampage. The bite is amazingly strong and extremely ferocious, while its movements are more agile than anything else. More than a dozen people can't catch it at all, but instead they are tricked into making a mess in the house. At that moment another fierce dog owned by the Brights tried to come forward to fight, but the next moment, a single claw then pressed down on its neck, crushing it to the ground, followed by sharp teeth swiftly running through its throat, and after a furious swinging of the head, blood spurted out, and the head connected with the body. With only half of the neck left, Gold stood over the body of the manticore, looking at the crowd in blood, like a horrible beast of prey. The women let out screams while the men grabbed what was around them and tried to grapple. Don't be afraid. It's just a dog. People. Bang! A gunshot interrupted him. Lewis stood in the doorway, smiling at them, the pistol in his hand still rattling its muzzle, not knowing who it was meant for. Son, put the gun down. You may not realize what's going on here. We're dealing with two vicious women who, Louis, Angela, cowering in the restroom, was surprised. The man was momentarily dumbfounded. Lewis waved his hand, seeing that Angela was dirty and a little scratched up, but at least she was alive, and seemed to have arrived just in time. But what about Olivier? Louis's eyes went cold. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Under the Flame. All beings are equal. Lewis, don't believe them. Their children have captured Olivier and the others and are going to kill us. Shut up. The man growled viciously, his body leaning quickly towards the restroom. The gun is not Long Eyes. The bullet is even more powerful. But inside these two women know this kid. As long as the control in the hands, there is room to maneuver. But, bang! The bullet hit him with such precision that blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Screams ignited throughout the house as a dozen men began to recoil in a frenzy. But instead of firing again, Lewis touched his wrist, and the next second, the two adult strong men who rushed over actually fell to their knees with a pained face, spitting out blood and trembling, as if they were enduring great pain, but they hadn't yet had time to let out a wail. It just fell straight to the ground, lifeless, instantly shocking everyone. They looked at Lewis in front of them in disbelief. Daddy! Daddy! Two of those evil teenagers ran over to him full of grief, hugging the body and crying. This sudden and strange scene scared everyone into temporary silence, and the sound of heavy breathing all seemed noisy in the silent space. Looking at the group, Louis pondered what to do. Let them go? No way. There is no such option. There was no great affection with Angela, but after all, she was an acquaintance and David's sister, so she had to give David some face without giving it to anyone else. But just kill them all? It doesn't seem like it's out of the question. Anyway, the police hadn't come yet, and detection methods in this day and age weren't very good. Lewis's demeanor changed slightly at the thought. At that moment, in the middle of the field, Brett finally reacted and jumped to his father's side, eyes full of tears. Daddy! Daddy! The man wasn't dead yet. His eyes went to Louis. Please, spare the child. Dad! No need to beg him. I'm going to kill him. I'll kill him. Brett growled angrily. His father's eyes glazed over as if he wanted to say something, but in his haste, blood flooded out of the wound in great quantities, and in the blink of an eye his head lolled and he lost his breath. Bang! The gunshots rang out again. Brett, who had just been yelling, screamed in agony, covering his leg in pain. Louis blew the non-existent smoke from the muzzle of his gun. When I don't exist? Still want to kill me? Who are you? At this time, the adults in the field stood out and said, Child, don't be impulsive. The sound of gunfire here is so loud that the others in the town will come over when they hear it, and then you won't be able to run away. We're all armed here. It's not too late to leave. The fact is, a lot of people have guns, but they can't get them right now. No, let them come. There are enough bullets. Louis shook his pistol, not timid. Here you go, gold arm. Do you know how much this is worth? Just leave and we promise not to call the police. Threats failed and were replaced with inducements. A man showed the gold arm placed on the table. Lewis did not answer, but disdained it, walked straight in. The people around like avoiding tigers and wolves. A few times want to be stupid, but the black hole of the muzzle of the gun still makes the heart tremble. A few of the men did recognize the pistol. It was not very powerful where they could not kill an adult with one shot. They could not take the risk. Besides, he's killed the culprits, so he shouldn't be able to go after them again, right? After all, it is only a child. The heart should not be so cruel. In the end, it managed to get Lewis to bring out both Angela without any problems. You guys move back. David's here too. At this point, the two men were in 6s and 7s, and with an instinctive nod they headed toward the back. In fact, Louis got out of the car and followed the gold all the way here at a fast pace. And David's physical fitness well, so he was the one who got there first. David was still behind and hadn't made it. And the reason why he got out of the car and ran was because the place was a corner of the town, and the road made it a little difficult to get the car in. Dismissing the two men, Lewis whipped his head around. Now the scum can be dealt with. Glancing at the woman who had surreptitiously shifted to the stairs, trying to make her way up, Gold immediately darted forward and yanked her down with a bite to the thigh, then ran over to Louis, eyeing the man inside intently. Next, Lewis didn't pay any attention to the group's various coercion and stating of stakes. He just exhaled, and a ball of flame just appeared out of thin air, rapidly rising in size. As everyone looked on in horror, the flames set curtains, tables, and cabinets ablaze, quickly spreading in all directions as the fire soared. A strong wind is coming. A couple of burly white guys couldn't hold back any longer and charged toward the door. But Lewis blocked the doorway and made no move whatsoever. And every man who rushed forward died straight and spitting blood from his mouth and on his knees, his burly body just blocking the doorway and replicating the scene from before. Smoke rolled in and Lewis began to move backward, choked to death by smoke, burned by flames, and scalded by heat in the flames. Louis thought that these people would kind of like it. Don't like it? Then tell me. How can I know if you don't? How can I change if I don't know? Oh yeah, they'll probably beg for their lives through a window or something. And when they come down, they'll appear to them themselves. Let them also feel the despair after hope. Interesting, huh? Wait, why does it feel a little cold? A chilling sensation came from behind him. Lewis's hairs exploded in sweat, and Gold started barking furiously backward, slamming into Lewis. Turn your head. An axe came flying violently, zooming rapidly before his eyes. The amulet of the Vesta idol on his chest was slightly hot. Next, bang! The axe grazed the side and smashed straight into the room. Ah! It seemed to hit someone, but Lewis didn't pay attention to that. Just took a deep breath and forced down his frantic heartbeat. His eyes fixed on the figure, only to see a corpse dressed in rags, half-rotted and only vaguely visible as a woman's image was walking this way. The rotting jaws still opening and closing, and the sound emanating from the rotting vocal cords. Golden arms! My golden arms! Give me back! Give me back! Immediately after that, she actually just ignored Lewis and just walked into the house that was burning with a blazing fire. Pust! Pust! Aha! Help! Help! Brat! It's all your fault. Didn't you say she'd only kill Claire who cut off her arm? Why did she come after her? You blame me? You didn't object when the decision was made. Don't! It's Brett! It's Brett who wants your arm. Don't kill me! Don't! Ah! Brett! Go to hell! It's all your fault! It's all your fault! If you hadn't had to toss it around, we wouldn't even be in this situation. Brat! You! Do you hear me? You! Brett seemed to have turned away from his family, which was normal. His father was the leader of their father's clique, plus Brett was fun-loving, playful, fierce, and could show off by following him. That's why they listened to him. And now, in the face of danger, all the pent-up resentment erupted. The carrion woman inside seemed to be still fighting, or maybe the people inside still haven't given up on the golden arm. Powerful human greed. And Lewis didn't interfere. It's his enemies that he kills anyway. Listening to the sound of an axe chopping down bones just felt amazing. Different from chopping down trees and the like. It was a very special sound that was hard to describe. The only thing I can say for sure is that it was painful. After all, it's hard to cut down at once, unless it's a top-down one-shot. The noise, the wailing, the axe hacking at bones, the crackling of burning flames seemed to form some kind of symphony in this moment. Grand and unique. However, this woman had just been chanting about golden arms, so why did it feel a bit familiar? The carrion body. Finding the golden arm. Hiss. Wasn't this the story one of the kids and I told when we were telling stories for fun at David's wedding? End of chapter. Chapter 58 In the Name of Money. When the story was first told, it was about something that happened in Michigan, which is a long way from Florida. So how did it end up here? Before I could think much about it, a large number of footsteps sounded. Some of the townspeople who were in other directions rallied and rushed over. The reason it was so late was because the town wasn't very crowded, and the people in this room were a small group, and the house was nearby, part of the neighborhood, while the rest of the townspeople were relatively far away. Looking at the house that was ablaze with fire, the group was filled with shock. God! They also noticed Louis standing on the side of the road, but just before they could inquire, a shout rang out. Louis! Louis! Not far away. David panted and ran over. There was no way. People who didn't exercise for years really couldn't run. Relieved to see Louis unharmed, David whirled around to look at the other townspeople, his eyes wary. On the way running, he met Angela and a strange woman. After a brief statement, he probably understood the situation. Now in his eyes, none of these townspeople can be trusted. I've called the police. You'd better not do anything rash. David shouted a warning. Hey man, we should be the ones to ask you that. Out-of-towner. Your kid was at the scene of the crime. Ask what? I just got here and I'm looking for someone. As far as Louis is concerned, he's still a kid. You guys aren't outrageous enough to doubt him, are you? David's comment about still being a kid immediately choked the crowd. David didn't say anything about Angela and the girls, because if he did, there was no telling what the group would do, and the best thing to do now was to stabilize them and wait for the police to arrive. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The other party was right. Well, since this gentleman has called the police, let's put out the fire and investigate the truth when the police arrive. A group of people quickly carried out the firefighting, because this place is a bit remote, so just in case, they really prepared some basic firefighting tools. Firebomb bursts in flames. A stream of water spews from small hose, but the flames just don't decay. Moreover, the fire was spreading unnaturally fast, and at this scale, it had been difficult for those inside to escape. Louis, who just finished the phone call, looked at the scene with a smile. Jokingly, the flames made by the fire magic are more or less with different, flammable and difficult to extinguish. Just this little water also want to extinguish? So I'm not practicing magic for nothing? Someone next to him saw Louis laughing and got more and more upset. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? You think that's a happy thing to do? Louis glanced away. None of your business. He was just about to go over and teach this arrogant kid a lesson when he saw David cleaning the pistol in his hand and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? What are you looking at me for? Take a deep breath. It's okay. Wait for the police to arrive. The fire was nearly extinguished, and everyone was staring blankly at the charred and crumbling house, with the incessant cries for help still seeming to surround their ears. It's a tragedy. After a brief exploration, it was found that there was not a single living soul inside, and the sheriff, who was still extremely dead, had a sad look on his face. No, Mr. Sheriff, it's just a ridiculous infighting. David, who already knew part of the truth from Louis, stepped forward and said, managing to get angry stares from the townspeople. Oh, looks like you have something to say? As a matter of fact, I don't need to tell you much, Sheriff, you'll find out soon enough. It didn't take long for the officers to come running over to report the discovery of the woman's body inside and the gold arm, which instantly gave the sheriff a whiff of something different. Meanwhile, Louis watched the changing demeanor of the people around him, because he suspected that the reason why this golden arm was here might have something to do with the locals. Sure enough, he noticed that the mayor at the head of the town had a slightly unnatural expression, and behind him there were also a few men whose eyes fluttered and quietly shrank back. What happened next was simple enough. An attorney arrived soon after Louis made the call and the sheriff had no way to take custody, and the fire, which killed nearly 20 people, was ultimately characterized as an accident caused by infighting over an unequal share of the spoils, even though it was highly suspicious. Though the townspeople bellyached about it, no one cared whether they were convinced or not, and the case was settled. From the report, to the investigation, to the closure of the case, everything was incredibly fast. It was naturally the Kano family that was behind this. It had to be said that in the modern world, before a spell reached a certain strength, it really wasn't as good as power and money. In the name of money, there is nothing that can't be done in the United States of America, and if there is, it only means that you don't have enough money. Louis, don't do things impulsively, especially for your own safety. You could have made a phone call. You don't even need to do it yourself. It would only increase your risk. As for the townspeople, you don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of it. The eldest Max on the other side of the phone was so educated. Louis didn't care, and talked to Max about some requirements, and Max didn't ask what for, just agreed. Hang up. Louis looked in front of him at Olivier, who had just been found in the lake and already had an infected wound and didn't know if he would survive, as well as Stevie, who had been found in the graves pit and was already a bit mentally disturbed. The misery of the two men caused the two women to cry out in pain. They didn't understand why they would encounter this kind of thing after just one trip out. Civilization and barbarism, surprisingly, coexist. Shaking his head, he didn't pay any more attention to them. He hadn't been given any rescue-type spells and had no choice but to trust in modern medicine. Maybe it's fate. At least they survived, and it's good enough that they didn't all die like in the original movie. Soon, the two women accompanied their men to the emergency vehicle and headed to the hospital while David and Louis drove back to the city. The ride was silent. David had a lot of things he wanted to ask about the unusual fire, the odd golden arm and the female body. After several attempts to speak, David chose to remain silent. He believes in Louis. And, even if Louis did it, it was for poor Angela's revenge. What can one say? But, Louis, do you think I could protect myself from all that unusual harassment if I believed in Lord Zao? Also, with so many people dead, will they really not turn into evil spirits? Louis smiled. David didn't disappoint him. It's useless to believe in anything else, but it is useful to believe in that Zao Wang next to our house. As long as you remember to take the Zao Wang amulet with you. As for the success or failure of the evil spirits, I don't know, but even if it comes to pass, it doesn't matter. It's not like we're the ones in trouble. David was stunned. That's a good point. We don't live there, and even if we do find them, we're not afraid. So what's the worry? End of chapter. Chapter 59 Experiments on Female Corpses. Introduction to the Golden Sword. Back home, only to see a young girl with a double ponytail who looked somewhat like Jenny looking at the two with a grimace on her face. It was Yulenka. Don't you guys think you're forgetting something? David was stunned and then reacted. Good grief. In his haste to save Angela, he forgot to pick her up. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it was for me to stand at the front of the school and wait until everyone had gone? And then stay there dumbfounded? Yulenka charged. Louis also felt a little embarrassed, and did not move to go up the stairs, and Emma, who was eating chips and watching the show next to him, incidentally turned into a small tail to follow. Into the room. What have you guys been up to? Emma asked curiously. Louis replied as he pulled out the tender willow leaves. Emma's eyes glazed over when she heard Louis talk about the fire burning the house. TCH. Pity. Louis glanced at her and didn't think she was pitying the gang. Odds are, if you bring me also how good, about this kind of thing, I can actually help you out of the idea. The flame burned passed out also suffocated. In the skin is also the most is the pain for a while. Death is still too easy. At least also have to do nightmares. Slowly watch themselves little by little finished. Know what is called horror to do. If you can't, spit out your needles and stick them into their fingernail caps. 10 fingers. That's when you burn the needles and their clothes. By then the more it hurts the more you have to fidget. The more you fidget the more it hurts. Ha! Louis sneered twice. Not bothering. Although, odds are, this guy is really capable of doing this and really capable of giving Louis some indescribable torture ideas. To be honest, Louis himself didn't really feel like doing a good job. Mainly because he didn't finish it, but that's not a lack of time. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a golden-armed female corpse had completely disrupted his plans. Shaking his head and not thinking about the matter, he had to prepare for the preparations, so that he could start the experiments after the golden arm was shipped over. Emma, who was still speaking excitedly next to her, saw this and rolled her eyes in deep boredom, but still didn't leave the room, instead watching Louis tinkering around. It didn't take long for the golden-armed corpse of the woman who had just been in the police station's evidence room to be brought in by a van. Don't ask why. Asking is the power of money. Louis arrived in the back caves, carefully surveying the body that had given him quite a scare. The golden arm that reached up to the elbow even in this semi-darkness. It still looked glittering and extraordinary. As for this female corpse, it also looked extraordinary. She should have been burned together by the fire, under the kind of fierce flames that swept a 2-story building. Those people, but the whole body is burned and burned through. Even the bones are pitch black. But this female corpse in front of me, in addition to clothing, was burned clean to become naked. Actually still that half-rotted appearance. At first glance, there's something wrong. Louis tapped the addict who had been brought in next to him on the shoulder. And all of a sudden, marvelous and familiar visions floated over him. Normally, it's only right that flocculation has limited effect on adults. Nay, the addict's willpower has always been an artifact that can be dismissed as non-existent most of the time. So it's extraordinarily easy to maneuver. Go ahead and take that golden arm off. Hey, okay. The junkie yanked on Kim's arm in a death grip with eyes so wide and bloodshot with excitement. 1, 2. Hey ha, click. The golden arm was successfully separated from the female corpse's arm. Here, the addict said stupidly. Instead of taking it, Louis took 2 steps back and took everything he had prepared. No, you sit there and rest. After just 10 minutes, click. The harsh sound of bones rubbing against each other resounded through the cave. Here we go. Louis's eyes tightened. Kalala. The female corpse sat up violently, and seemed to have keen eyes under her black sockets, looking dead at the golden arm in the addict's hand. The golden arm. My. Give it back to me. The stinking skin glued to the muscle fell away. Sinews hooked to chunks of flesh, and putrid liquid dripped from it. Palms with only veins and muscles hooked into them reached out and easily snapped the addict's neck, picking up the golden arms and pressing them to themselves impatiently. Immediately snapped. Actually once again lay back to the original position. Resumed the posture of the sleeping beauty. Watching the scene, Louis rubbed his chin. Doesn't seem to have much of a brain, so is she an evil spirit manipulating the body? Or something else? Clapping his hands together, another temporarily manipulated junkie staggered over, opened the drum of oil and poured it over the female corpse. Fingers swept through the air, tracing a fiery snake that shot away. Boom! The flames were raging and the heat was intense. It burned for a good 10 minutes before the flames weakened, but the scene that met his eyes made Louis frown. It didn't work. The other side was unharmed. Immune to flames? Clapping again. One addict after another walks into the midst of the demon. Acid, machetes, dismemberment, chain bondage. Various ways were used. The few black-clothed strong men who were watching outside all held their breath. They all knew that the young master was terrifying. But now that it had happened, they still felt creeped out. After all, addicts, even if they are trashy, they still look like human beings, so they are somehow controlled to undergo torture inside. So what if they are normal people? Hiss. For a moment, their breathing became light. The cave. Louis hadn't realized that his family's men had developed a not-so-subtle fear of him, but it didn't matter even if they knew. That's what the left-hand path is all about. Most of the time normal people would just stay away in fear and not show disgust. At this moment, Louis looked at the female corpses that could still be put back together even after being dismembered away, and his brain was running frantically. Immune to flames, electric shocks, and other means. Physical means still work. She can be chopped and dismembered, but like building blocks, she puts herself together. Not much of a brain, only showing greed for golden arms. Solution: split into small enough pieces, or let the pack dogs eat her, or cement the coffin and sink it into the ocean. Strange thing, not a normal evil spirit. Is it related to demons, evil gods or something like that? Louis reasonably surmised. After all, in this hotbed of death-loving people, apart from evil spirits and murderous demons, isn't it the devil and evil god worship that is most famous? When things go wrong, think about these things and the truth is not far from the truth. Looking at the corpse, Louis decided to try the last resort he possessed, and also to experiment if the entry requirements for the ghost-killing and soul-destroying art, willow leaf golden blade, were the same as he had guessed. A tender green willow leaf is placed in the palm of your hand, with 2 fingers together. Outline the word order in the palm. At the same time, he looked at the female corpse in front of him and began to focus his thoughts. Up to this point, it was the same as when he had practiced before. But Louis's concentrated intention gradually changed at this moment and began to be filled with killing intent and malice. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Mammonites Aspiration. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/399395441 failed to retrieve the content of this segment. No text content. Chapter 61, Tomb Raider Tiger's Teeth. Ox Tears, Water Magic. Having established his direction and goal, Louis yawned. He felt a little tired, probably from the aftermath of using the willow gold blade, which was mentally draining. Mentally, apart from special cultivation methods to enhance it, the best way to recover was to sleep hard, and it would be great if you could go into a deep sleep. But Louis cannot sleep now. The new out of the arts have not yet read it, especially the new Miao Dai compulsion. Witchcraft is very famous. From ancient times to the present folk, Jianghu, the imperial court, the palace, everywhere there are traces of it. Just then, brakes sounded on the main road in front of the house. Another van pulled up in front of the house, and a couple of burly men came down carrying an old man. Oh yeah, the mayor of the town of Lake Eden. The same man who had looked so ill at ease when he heard the news of the golden arm. Louis had had him brought back on purpose. A few moments later, in the warehouse, 20 fierce dogs of various breeds and fur colors surrounded the perimeter, but all looked menacingly at the center of the field. The old man's face was ugly, already over 70 years old. He had seen many big scenes, and he could tell at a glance that these dogs were all really capable of killing. And the burly black-clad men standing next to him, the guns on their waists not for show, and the arrogance to bring him from the town. So, which power is this? Why did you do this to me? Could it be an enemy from my youth? Snap, snap. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. Louis walked in expressionlessly, clutching a cinder block, ignoring the old man's shocked look. and sat down in the chair at the front of the room. Click. The warehouse door closed and the light dimmed. Stroking the head of the black bear spirit, Lewis asked, "Tell me, what is your relationship with the golden arm? What are you talking about? I don't understand, but I'm tied up like this. The towns." The words were not yet spoken. Ow! Only a growl was heard as a tall pit bull lunged out and crushed the old man to the ground. Sticky saliva dripping down onto his face and giving off a fishy odor. The space next to him was also occupied by a furry leg, and at a slight glance, the fierce dogs actually all converged over, eyeing him intently. According to this situation, they could tear him alive. A streak of water spread uncontrollably underneath him. The old man was no hard ass and he still said everything. It turns out that he was born in the northern state of the United States of America, because at that time, because of World War II, his family of painters could not make ends meet, and he was forced to enter the grave robbing industry, and has been on the road of no return ever since. Then, in middle age, he accepts a commission from a hot brunette woman named Allie, tasked with stealing a female corpse with rumors of golden arms from a small town and transporting it to California. As a result, halfway through the road, the other party actually lost contact. The most important thing is that there are actually church people searching for the golden arm. Panicked, he can only take this female corpse all the way to Florida, slowly settled down in the town of Lake Eden, and even because of the extensive knowledge also became the mayor of the town. After listening to the old man, Lewis asked him to draw that Ellie. This Ellie would be the one with the connection to Mammon. Also, the power of the church in this world shouldn't be bad. I'll have to get a few copies of the holy water to study it sometime. Lewis, so intending, saw the old man shivering there and waved his hand. Two black-clothed strong men immediately stepped forward to rack the other party out. Deal with this. Lewis returned to his room, opened the civil code, and began to check the newly appeared 9 pages of inheritance, earth laws, breaking teeth law, seeing ghosts, tears of cow, water for all diseases law, other arts, animal creation, marriage, poison fire, compassion, harmful compulsions, blood compulsions, corpse compulsions. These 9 pages of inheritance were full of gold when looked at carefully, and even the 3 methods of the earth law chapter seemed relatively useful. Break tooth method, the sources from the folk rumors, the saying that the breaks scare the ghosts, which is similar to the killing blade can protect the body, its root, and the mountain king related. The tiger is the king of beasts. Its ferocious gas is not trivial, and even the soul can be transformed into a ghost, forever enslaved. The ancients under the fear of the king of the mountain as a mountain, offering blood and flesh and other offerings to pray for shelter. Over time, the fury of ghosts that have been derived, and, therefore, the law to take the tiger's teeth to do is the most appropriate. Take out the tiger's sharp teeth, immersed in human blood, soaked for 18 days, with which to kill 18 birds, 18 beasts. This process is in the cultivation of fury, and then polished, wrapped in gold, made into a pendant. It is the top of the fury. Note 1, it should not be offered on top of the incense altar of a real god, otherwise it will break the bogeyman. Note 2, other animal teeth can also be. The effect is slightly worse. The soul is unstable. Children should not hold. Easy to shock. See ghost law. Cow tears, yin and yang are separated, unless the ghost voluntarily show up. Otherwise most of the time, the mortal eye cannot see the soul. So many folk magic vein will be simplified. Some of the spells of the Taoist sect passed out, forming a place similar but not the same way to see ghosts. And here is one of them, the cow tears method. The cow in the farming era has an extraordinary status, is the most important family labor force, would rather die a person, not a cow. Over time, the status of the cow was myth. There is lousy riding a cow, cow head and horse face and so on legends. People believe that the cow and the dying tears are able to communicate between the yin and yang worlds, to see through the traces of ghosts. Note 1, tears of cows need to be boiled over a flame and then cooled before applying to the eyelids. Note 2, the cow must not be allowed to see that it is the owner of the cow who is trying to kill it, otherwise it will lose its aura. One disease water method, from Juyu section, water method, is one of the small method, and Taoism has 1,000 links. The source can be traced back to the Eastern Han dynasty. The rumors of the charm of water to cure the disease, because the law is too able to collect people's hearts. And then the emperors of the various dynasties have different degrees of prohibition, and the water law, just one of the water law, to draw out the spell. Enshrined in front of the altar of the gods, borrowing incense fuming to see how long the gods support you to decide how long to fuming well. After the charm is good to ignite in the water can be cured. Note, this method can only treat common illnesses, stop bleeding, relieve symptoms, and save lives, but cannot save terminal illnesses. The bracken tooth law. I have my godfather's protective idol in place. It's not an urgent need, but it can be prepared. One to add a layer of protection, and the other to act as a means of attack. It just so happens that there are quite a lot of tigers in this part of the world. So no one would care if you were a little careful and kept a few. The United States of America has far more tigers in captivity and in the wild than any other country in the world. As for the cow's tears, this one also kind of solves the urgent need for Lewis to not have yin and yang eyes or psychic ability. In horror movies, the evil spirits give people the most fearful feeling mostly because of their godly presence. If they can see through them, then the level of horror can be drastically reduced. And the last of the 10,000 disease water spells is so many magic spells and the only one currently used for healing and life preservation? This alone cannot be underestimated. Have to be practiced. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Harming the Heavens, Paganism, and Other Worldly Arts. After the 3 laws are read, the more important chapter on exotic arts is next. The 3 arts of heteromancy, animal making, and extremely vicious, dark arts. The earliest from some evil people in order to profit from the Taoist spells combined with sorcery after the transformation of the results. Very easy to abduct and sell. And later in the lower 9 streams of the dissemination of thousands of thieves and beggars in the Beggar's Gate absorbed and used extensively. Is the status of the Beggar's Gate is no less than the secret transmission, picking up the life of the folding and cutting of the art of the evil art. Entry level requires an animal skin. Break the joints of the recipient. If necessary, can be poisoned mute recipient, and then take the hot water poured over the recipient's skin, coated with a secret medicine, will be covered with animal skin, will be raised as an animal for a period of time, so that the depth of their fusion with the animal skin and accustomed to the animal's way of walking, then it will be. But this is only no cultivation of the person's means. Low success rate, death for those who fail. Subsequent levels of proficiency and adeptness require the caster to have cultivation or loss of yang life as a price to be able to perform the spell. And at the adept level, only a small amount of animal fur is needed to turn a large living person into an animal. Mostly used on women and children. Note 1, this method is extremely harmful to heaven and earth, and is already a magic technique. If it is discovered by the righteous, it will be attacked by a group of people. Note 2, this method is contrary to the divine principle, and if there is a netherworld, it will be detrimental to the virtue of the netherworld. Note 3, even if this method is practiced at a high level, it must not be made to drink water, it will break when it encounters water. Lewis looked at the spell and was somewhat in a trance, as if to warn the inheritor that this page of the inheritance contained not only written records, but also many phantom-like process flows, blood, screams, wails, bone and flesh, broken limbs, dog people. The level of its bloody cruelty. Even Lewis could not help but take several deep breaths before easing up. Rather depressing. Ancient human traffickers. No wonder they were put to death. They deserved it. As for why the civil code made it into an image material, Lewis could probably guess the reason. After all, this is the left-way civil code, not the magic dharma. Lewis rubbed his brow and slowed down before looking to the next foreign art. Marrying calamity technique, a treacherous and changeable technique. Its origin is related to the ancient I Ching. And later that group of cultivators had sex in order to change their fate, put a lot of effort into this fate, and even in order to obtain enough resources for cultivation and experiments, used it on secular people with power and wealth who had a need to change their luck, or even change their fate. Feng Shui to change your fortune, grave to change your life, steel the dragon vein, star to answer your life, the most successful one, even almost in the prosperous period of artificial influence on the change of dynasty. And then by successive generations of wise monarchs severely prohibited, suppressed, and rapidly declined. Only some of the elimination of disaster talisman, Shunsui talisman. The relief of disaster talisman is still circulating in the Buddhist and Taoist religions. Within the civil society, and the marriage of the disaster art, is only one of the small art of the small minutiae. Grafting, as the name suggests, transfers one's own disaster. When you feel that your luck is not good and unlucky, or when you have a serious illness, burn incense and take a bath. Take a piece of vermilion paper and draw a Bagua diagram. According to the 8 trigrams will be their own 8 characters of their birth in a special order of blood. Then take a piece of personal clothing or objects. Burn vermilion paper in the air above it, and then throw out the object. As long as someone picks up, then their own bad luck will gradually transfer. As opposed to the other side will be unlucky, and more unlucky than what happened to you. Note, luck is dynamically balanced and inscrutable. Use with caution. Looking at this art, Lewis found it very interesting. In the traditional science, for the transit, change life has always been very marked, and can interfere with the side of these feng shui masters or more in recent times. Even the rich and powerful have to be slightly fawning. Meet. As it happened, Lewis felt that he shouldn't have had much luck lately, or else there wouldn't have been such a thing as a chance encounter with Hell Demon King Mammon. Although, the other side had no idea who Louis was. We'll have to try it after a while, but just try it once. Just get it started. After all, those 2 words of caution at the back look like a warning. Have to listen to the advice. Lewis thought so. After making the decision, he looked at the last foreign art and immediately showed a strange color. Ancient Zoroastrianism came and preached, incorporated into local traditional culture, poisonous fire art, originating from Zoroastrianism, also known as Zoroastrianism, etc. It is an exotic Persian theocracy, respecting the dualistic theories of good and evil, which was introduced during the North and South dynasties and flourished during the Tang dynasty, with the Zoroastrian shrine, and was banned as a whole during the destruction of the Buddha by the Emperor Wuzong, but has always been in existence, with the last place of existence being in the area of Hunan province, where it has been transformed into a local custom to the present day. As for the poison fire technique, it is a special technique created by the Zoroastrians by fusing the local Taoist legend of the hell of hell punishing the evil, a technique that uses the burning of evil souls as a source to erupt into powerful flames. The more vicious the soul, the longer it burns and the more intense the fire. The flame is extremely powerful, capable of burning souls, igniting when touched, having special attacks on evil people and ghosts, such as the gangrene of the bones, fierce toxicity, and relatively average physical temperature. Note, the use of this spell is subject to inner judgment. The stronger the guilt, the heavier the backlash one suffers. Looking at the spell, Lewis let out a sigh of admiration. Awesome, there are actually even pagan arts. In fact, it was quite normal. That piece of earth had existed for too long, and there were many other worldly divine religions that had attempted to proselytize there, and although very few had succeeded, the traces had remained. 3 arts, each very much so. The art of creating animals harms heaven and earth, the art of marrying calamities is treacherous, and the art of poisonous fire burns the soul. None of these 3 arts could be spoken of in a dignified manner, and if they were cast, if they were seen, 9 times out of 10 they would have to be treated as witches or demons. However, these spells are just right for this land. Couldn't be more appropriate. It's a pity that it came a little late. If it had come earlier, the animal making technique would have been used on that little group. But it's not too late to come over. There's plenty of material for addicts, murderers, landlubbers, felons. Well, I'll make a phone call to my eldest uncle later and ask him to ship over some more traffickers, addicts, or whatever. He's got plenty of that kind of talent on his side anyway. Lewis had been calculating for a while and was just about to read the last 3 remaining arts. The newly opened chapter on Miao Dai compulsion art. A piercing scream pierced the sky. The voice seemed to carry some kind of power and was extremely penetrating. Lewis was startled and hastily looked out the window. The source of the sound was right next to the house and didn't seem to be far away. Next, the next door opened and Carrie's mother, Margaret, actually shoved and whisked a girl out. Fix your eyes. It's actually Emma. Behind Margaret, Carrie was pushing on, trying to get out, but not daring to push too hard. After all, it was her mother who was in her way. Beyoncé, no sense of shame. Get out of my house. Margaret snarled at Emma. Emma didn't say a word, just looked at her coldly, her gaze slightly straying as if to look at Carrie in the back. Carrie hollered in a huff, Emma, I'm sorry. Before the words left his mouth, the door slammed hard and the sound was cut off. Only a vague blur of sound came through. Apologies. Hysterical roars. Banging on walls. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Extreme Religionism, Outrageous Compulsion. Louis watched from the second floor with great interest, but unfortunately it was short and it didn't fight, which was almost interesting. No, I have to ask what's going on. Emma, Louis called out. Emma, who was expressionlessly looking at the door of the room, not knowing what she was thinking, subconsciously twisted her head to look, and ended up seeing Louis's face full of curiosity. The corner of her eye twitched. After so many years together, could she not know him? An asshole who likes to watch women fight. Look at the fun people. But Emma gritted her teeth and returned home, sitting in front of Louis. Here, have a drink of water and take your time. There's no rush. Louis was gentle enough to help pour a glass of water. Emma rolled her eyes. No rush? That's very kind of you. It turns out that Carrie's mother, Margaret, is an ultra-religious person, and before that, she even ended up getting kicked out of her house and losing her status as a nun because she didn't agree with the behavior of the church she was in and rebuked it. As for how extreme she is specifically, all Emma said was that the man was so perverted that he seemed to think that all men and women who had premarital sex carried original sin and should die. She was just chatting and watching TV because she was bored and there was nothing to do at Carrie's house the first time she went there, but because she changed the channel to a modeling show. Margaret, who came back just in time to see it, yelled at her for not having any shame and threw her out without saying a word. Call me shameless? She waits, Emma said indignantly, whirling to look at Louis. You're not going to stop me, are you? Of course not. but don't make a scene. Knowing the course of events, Louis was deeply bored. He thought it would be so much fun. But this? Boring. As for stopping Emma and all that, he and Emma had an agreement in the first place. But it wasn't Emma looking for trouble now. So naturally he wouldn't stop Emma from retaliating. Emma grunted, but responded, craning her head to the side of the house. Emma narrowed her eyes as a scheme flashed through her mind. Extremely religious. Lots of crosses and religious items in the house. Not a wealthy family. Extremely controlling of Carrie. Ultra-conservative. Not revealing a bit of what she wears all over. In a few short moments, a plan took shape in her mind. And not just one, two, a full two. Louis ignored Emma and shooed her out, sitting himself back on the bed and continuing to look through the inheritance. The remaining 3 jutsu were the Miao Dai compulsion art chapter that was opened early because of the Hell Demon King's aura. The art of witchcraft has represented mystery since ancient times. At the beginning, the gathering place of the compulsion art was mainly in the Hmong tribe, but not in the witchcraft, which was more concentrated in the Dai tribe. The two clans are so closely related because of the geographic area in which they live that outsiders can't even tell the difference between the two clans, believing that both clans can cast parasites and descend. As a matter of fact, the arts of the two communities, because of their proximity to Southeast Asia, have spread to each other, absorbed local traditions, and mixed with each other, so that in recent times they have become indistinguishable from each other, and can be called one and the same. Compulsion, the most consistent with people's knowledge of compulsion. That is, different poisonous insects placed in the altar to bite each other. The winner for the compulsion said, after poisoning, the parasite will make people faint, sexually restless, fishy mouth, and produce visual and auditory hallucinations. See ghosts, hear ghosts, as if the enemy, and from time to time want to kill themselves, can be simply understood as an extremely effective, specialized in tormenting the neurotoxin. But compulsion is slightly different in its final form due to different winners. The only thing that is the same is that it can only eat poisonous insects for a short life. Note, this compulsion is the pre-compulsion of the harmful god compulsion. The harmful god compulsion, a compulsion comparable to the golden silkworm compulsion. Blood compulsion, unusual and poisonous. It harms children and grandchildren. It is not used by those who do not have a big grudge. This compulsion is initially during the war. The Tutsi in order to deal with the powerful Han people practiced. Because the Han people pay attention to the bloodline of offspring, so the research and development, but unexpectedly later on almost incurred a catastrophe. Now the blood compulsion for the latter's poor imitation. Take earthworms, blood-sucking mosquito pups, leeches, zehesh, etc. Refining, practiced on the day of feeding a drop of their own blood, to be planted into the enemy's body, the blood into the disease, the person's life and death in the hands of the manipulation. Most importantly, it can be passed down with the bloodline and be a slave to the caster for 3 consecutive generations. Note 1, because it is a parody. Without the involvement of powerful sorcery, it can only be passed down in the direct lineage, and can easily be broken by high water magic practitioners, Meishin Shui Fa, Zuyuko, etc. Note 2, lower success rate. Corpse compulsion, Ming and Qing dynasties, zombie is prevalent, and even in western Hunan has a long tradition of corpse legend. In this case, there are high people in the Mujiang combined with the Han method to create this compulsion. This compulsion can make the corpse into a compulsion corpse, such as zombie-like action freely, without fear of pain, bleeding, strength, and, at the beginning of the conception of this compulsion is to refine more powerful zombies as a predecessor to contain the corpse. Therefore, the compulsion corpse can also be used to refine orthodox zombies. Note 1, this parasite is not strong in battle, relying more on the strength of the corpse itself, and can draw blood to slowly recover from injuries. Note 2, this compulsion is difficult to refine, and requires a place of yin and death, and cultivation. Otherwise the loss of yang life is serious. After reading the 3 kinds of compulsion, Louis only felt that the folk rumor of not approaching the land of Miaojian was not without reason. In the harmful parasites specifically used to torture people, blood parasites is the legacy of poisonous children and grandchildren. Very poisonous. And finally this corpse parasites look better, but also have to desecrate the corpse. Not a single good one. But for some reason, Louis didn't find it strange at all. Probably because there had been too many spells that favored evil from the time he received his inheritance until now. Good technique. Just looks a little hard to practice. I also don't know how long it will take to finish practicing these 9 arts again. This is still the side path. If it were the orthodox Buddhist path, the amount of time and effort it would take. Louis shook his head. No wonder most of those capable monks and Taoists were already in their middle age or even old age. Young monks and Taoists were not trusted at all. There's a reason for that. There are priorities, and these arts have to be prioritized. These compulsion techniques that require both materials and cultivation are a bit harsh. so I won't consider them for now. Let's practice the first few jutsu first. Thinking about the principles and cultivation of these arts, Lewis yawned. He was going to intensify his qigong cultivation and try to cultivate his internal qi, or else in the future, the stronger and stronger arts will be more and more demanding, and he didn't want to use his young life as a consumable without moving. It's not too late to start now. Lewis immediately began practicing the jingong of qigong, and the entire room was silent, with only the coal ball looking at its master with its bright eyes open. And after he started practicing, Emma was out the door with her things, and it was obvious as to what she was going out for. She'd never given in except to Louis, even to that creep Esther. Now, she's going to show what she can do. End of chapter. Chapter 64 Mischief News. In the United States of America, it is common to order milk for students who are still in school, but Carrie's family was naturally strapped for cash because they were single parents, and the milk they ordered was a mixed package that came with the newspaper delivery, so it only came on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. As it happens, today is Saturday. Margaret, who was working as a waitress outside at the moment, looked at the dresses, low-cut dresses and stockings of the customers in front of her. The expression was extremely stiff, and her insides were roaring. It's unclean. It's self-indulgence. It's demonic temptation after death. But she did her best to endure it in order to keep her job, keeping a smile on her face, and the nails on her hands even pierced the skin of her thighs, a trickle of blood running down them. After the customer left, her expression suddenly tensed up and became extremely grim, and the clerk next to her skimmed her lips, not surprised. Finally, when the work was over, the shopkeepers around them left in groups with each other, leaving Margaret alone toward home. She didn't care about any of that. She was just thinking about how long she was going to pray when she got back. But no matter how long she prayed, she couldn't let Carrie get involved. She is unclean and it is blasphemy to make her pray. One has already made a mistake once and can't do it again. Margaret just kept walking with her head down, all the way to the front door of the house. The jingle bell of a bicycle suddenly rang. A milkman interrupted her thoughts. Here's your milk, and the paper, and by the way, someone just stopped me and told me to give you this, so I won't charge you for it, he said, and sped away on his bike. Margaret froze at what was in her hands, putting the milk and newspaper down as she unwrapped the package straight away. Bang! Inside, an odd-looking doll jumped out at once and came pouncing. Ah! Scream! Backwards! Falls! A water basin just happened to be right next to it. A bent nail had been added to the stake fence next to the skirt at some point. Wow! Barely! Margaret's entire body had become wet, and it all seemed so coincidental that along with her backward movement, her skirt had cut wide open, revealing her underwear inside. To make matters worse, it also happened to be the off-duty tide, and there were some pedestrians on the road who just happened to see the scene. If the clothes changed to sheer and become a little less, you could even call it wet seduction. It caused many people to stop. Subconsciously others wanted to come over to help, but they just came over and stretched out their hands. Snap! Margaret slapped her hand open and looked at everyone viciously. Get out! Don't touch me! Then quickly cowering, he hid his body behind a wooden fence. A couple of well-wishers looked at each other and walked away with bad luck on their faces. At that moment, Carrie heard the commotion and hurriedly came out from inside. Mom? Carrie! Margaret hugged Carrie vulnerably and couldn't help but lose her voice. Carrie's entire body froze in the moment. Mom is hugging me? Growing up, my mom never seemed to hold me this tightly except for a very few times, and although she was a mom and cared for me at times, she had never been this close. A warmth hit her heart. She stiffened and reached out, hugging her mom, patting her back gently, like a mom coaxing a baby, something she'd seen on TV. In fact, there was breastfeeding footage, but she was just watching it at the time when she was verbally abused by her mom. But the arm had just been tapped twice when Margaret, as if waking up from a dream, let go and leapt through the door as if fleeing, covering her skirt. Carrie was frustrated. A short distance away, Emma was smiling slightly with her temporary rented camera. All of this, naturally, was her doing. Aren't you extremely conservative to the point of perversion? Then I'll make a fool out of you. Not only will I make a fool out of you, I'll take a picture of it and eat you for the rest of your life. What can you do? How dare you? The joy of revenge at the thought made couldn't help but Emma lick her lips, the upward curve of her mouth widening. In fact, she has an even more nefarious plan to destroy people easily, because it's really so easy for an ultra-conservative person like Margaret to destroy. But considering Louis's warning, and Carrie, who was more or less a tool person that could be utilized to spy on Yulenka, and there's no putting those really nefarious plans into motion. But it's only now that we've played the first one, and there's still the second one to go. Glancing at Carrie, who was still fuming, a second plan also opened up quietly in his mind. She approached with brisk steps, a bright smile on her face, and with that cool hooded getup, a contrasting sense that she was sincere. Carrie was first pleased to see her, then scowled and shook her head at her, pointing to the house. Emma shook her head and followed Louis's lead, patting her on the shoulder. Don't worry, come with me. Carrie was hesitating. The next second, are we still friends? At those words, Carrie's feet immediately shifted, leading Carrie towards her house. Emma suddenly looked next door with a meaningful smile as she neared the entrance. I don't know what's going on, but Carrie's been coming to the house more frequently for the past 2 days. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Emma had the wrong attitude and was actually kind? How is this possible? Louis sincerely didn't trust this guy. All the years of her own conditioning had just barely gotten her to follow the rules, and getting her to express her goodwill or anything else was a no-brainer. There's definitely something wrong. Also, Emma was often pulling Carrie around wondering what she was looking at, sneaking around being secretive, and whenever he passed by downstairs, the two of them pretended to be calm, as if there was nothing there. It made Louis a little curious in his mind, but after all, it wasn't a woman's fight. So he still focused mainly on cultivation, and he felt that it wasn't far from his birth of internal qi. The cultivation of qigong must be practiced daily and diligently, and one must row a boat against the current. Just as Louis was practicing, Yulenka on the first floor is watching TV. 2 news stories were reported on TV. One that the St. Cata monastery in Romania had been damaged by unidentified warplanes, suspected to be a revolution within the furry bear country, and in response to the incident at the monastery, the Vatican Church announced that it would be sending nuns and priests to check it out. The second piece of news is that Mr. and Mrs. Warren, renowned exorcists with church-certified status, have announced the establishment of a chapter of the New England Association for the Study of Spirituality in New York City, where people afflicted with demonic, evil spirits are welcome to come forward and seek help. The 2 news stories caused Yulenka to be suspicious for a while. Just because it was on TV didn't mean it was recognized as authoritative. And the precocious Yulenka was clear about one thing early on. There are no axioms in this world. Otherwise, what is the purpose of money? Like those paranormal shows? Not also on TV. In the end, it's just a bunch of money-making gimmicks. It's all business. Only, the 2 news stories brought her back to Louis's flame. That's what made her suspicious and associative. Are there really demons and evil spirits in this world? If it does, then hell exists? She suddenly looked to Carrie, who was whispering to Emma next to her. Carrie, tell me more about your teachings. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Evil Emma. Marry the plague. Ha! Oh, we are taught to follow human decency and adhere to tradition, and that any sexual activity before marriage is impure and not recognized. The only way to maintain one's purity is to stop. Yulenka interrupted Carrie. She could sort of hear that Carrie guessed that she didn't really believe in this religion herself, and how all the talk was of inexplicable commandments. Throughout, it is all about how to keep the commandments, a flavor of the old-fashioned, false teaching she remembered. Carrie stopped and looked at her with some trepidation. Carrie, do you believe there is a hell and a heaven? The question stunned Carrie, and instead of answering at first, she was silent. After a moment, she shook her head. That's already the answer. Yulenka said thank you and headed upstairs. She was going to ask Louis. Her heart was restless until she asked. Seeing Yulenka leave, Carrie looked at Emma confused. What happened to big sister Yulenka? Emma, on the other hand, rubbed her chin and suddenly smiled. As someone who had experienced the Esther incident together, she probably guessed the reason why Yulenka had just asked those questions. I'm afraid there's a real hell. She's scared. Goons. Ugh. Like her, she's not afraid. What's the use of regretting when you've done it all? If you're afraid of going to hell and repressing yourself to be a hypocritical good guy, then she'd rather go to hell. Even when Louis tortured her daily in the beginning, she only partially succumbed. It's nothing. She's just weak and scared. Don't mind her. Here, let me show you this. Emma mysteriously pulled out a thin tome from behind her back, and it seemed obvious what it was as she could vaguely see the sexiness of the revealing dress inside. Carrie's face turned red. This. I'm going home. But Emma pulled back. Friends? A word that managed to subdue Carrie. It's something I've managed to hide, and if you tell anyone, I'll make sure you don't have a single friend in the future. Ever. Okay. Carrie's eyes were instantly filled with horror. At the moment, in Carrie's eyes, Emma's whole body was becoming so evil. Besides, sharing secrets together is something only friends do. Aren't you happy that I'm sharing all my secrets with you? Carrie was stunned. Sharing secrets? It seems, indeed, that friends only share secrets with each other. So, well, Emma didn't seem so evil to her anymore. And even though Emma could be a bit mean sometimes, she really was a friend. So, if Yulenka usually has anything going on at school, You have to remember to tell me, my friend. Aha. Carrie nodded without hesitation. The two peeked and flipped through it together, during which Carrie tried to scream a few times, but was stopped by Emma. By the time she returned home, Carrie's entire body was giddy. So women could still wear this kind of clothing? So daring, so unclean. However, Emma said that wearing that kind of clothing is all about seducing favorite males. So which one does Louis prefer? I'd like to know. Just open the door. Only Margaret was sitting in her chair, looking at her indifferently, as if she were an inquisitor. Where have you been? Did I ever teach you to come home so late? Not following the rules of the house. Carrie, you disappoint me. This is all my fault. In fact, it's just 7 o'clock. But Margaret actually started crashing towards the wall at the moment. Bang, bang, bang. Each stroke was heavy. A real effort. Carrie rushed forward to stop it. This was actually not the first time. Every time she made a mistake, her mother would use self-harm to make her listen. And although she was disgruntled, she didn't want to see her mother get hurt. And time again, she chose to give in. And this time, it's no different. Only, when stopped and confronted with her mother's inquiries, Carrie handed her mother a wad of wrapped-up papers as Emma had instructed her to do. Her mother's face suddenly changed. First there was horror and anger, then fear and dread, and finally silence. It's amazing that her mother didn't go on with her hysterical lectures and physical punishment next. Successfully settled in for the night. Time passes slowly. Come June, graduation season for many high schools. Louis and Emma are also officially graduating and moving on to high school. But of course, they will have a wonderful summer to spend having fun before then. After taking graduation photos, I politely declined an invitation to go out and party with a group of classmates. Louis called Emma and went back to the house together. By now, David was waiting at home, next to Jenny who had just made lunch. Kids, the location of the trip has been decided. What do you think about us driving all the way from Florida to Texas and enjoying the scenery along the way? I'm fine with that. I have questions. Have you planned the exact route yet? I don't want to run into those stormtroopers. Of course, the vast majority of the routes are shared by tour operators and are safe, and the few remaining routes we're only going to take during the day. And just in case, I have this. David pulled out a brand new semi-automatic rifle, and on the couch were several other firearms of different shapes. Remingtons, Winchesters. Well, with the truth in hand, the guts do grow at once, especially since Louis felt a few grenades in his pocket. After deciding on a specific route, they did not set off immediately. They expected to prepare the tents and other necessary supplies in the next 2 days before departing, and Louis had some catching up to do. His Qigong had reached its limit and he just needed to recuperate and then he could make a breakthrough. Also, he had to do some preparation for those jutsu. For example, the collection of cow tears and the use of graft plagues. Graft the bad luck out of your body before you leave. So you should be guaranteed a smooth ride, right? Saying yes, Louis immediately went out to the back of the house, just in time to see Carrie and Emma running around like crazy outside. I don't know what happened in the past 2 days, but Margaret seemed to have become less strict with Carrie, and actually allowed her to play with Emma. It was that when she went back, she always hugged Carrie and cried, as if she had let Carrie suffer from some kind of wrongdoing. Strange, Louis didn't care about any of this. It was just that Emma's revenge had worked and Carrie's mother was scared or something. Little things, all little things. Louis arrived at the back cave, which had been replaced with a couple of new bodies, fuller and looking like they were freshly replaced. Next to them were 2 strange-looking black-skinned sheep, dripping with blood that stained the wool on their bodies red, and their eyes were animated, as if they had human feelings, being muzzled and unable to make a cry. Louis paid no attention to these trafficked animals. Take out the cinnabar paper, looked at their own location, began to outline the gossip array in accordance with the inheritance on it. After drawing, in accordance with their own birth date, began to drip blood into the different grids. Then he took out $10, thought about it, then put it back and pulled out $1. The money was on him every day these days, and it was barely close enough to be considered personal. As for why not $10, but one, can't afford to give it up. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Inner Chi, The Journey Begins. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/399563660 failed to retrieve the content of this segment, no text content. Chapter 67, Meeting Jamie on the road and returning to dead silence. On the highway, a red sedan was moving fast, and the man in the driver's seat had a haggard face. His name is Jamie, and just a short time ago he had a happy family, a beautiful wife, a good salary for himself, his own home in Miami, and they had recently been preparing for the arrival of a little angel, and everything was so wonderful. But it was all ruined that day. He went out to get food that day, but just as he got home, He noticed the blood on the floor, followed closely by his wife's voice in a constant repeating loop. When he follows the blood and the sounds to the bedroom, he is surprised to find his wife brutally dead, her tongue pulled out whole and full of horror, and him suspected by the detective as the murderer. But he knew it must all have something to do with that ventriloquist puppet and the rumors back home. Jamie glanced towards the back seat, where a smiling-looking puppet stayed still, the ventriloquist doll named Billy, and a member of that rumor. Now, he's going to go home to his hometown, bury his wife, and then investigate the truth behind this and clear his name. Passing over the viaduct, it's not far from his hometown of Ravensfar. At this point, drip, drip, tick-tock, Jamie looked in the rearview mirror and realized it was a sedan behind him that was keeping a distance from him and honking its horn. What? Jamie froze, but an older driver could probably understand that kind of meaning. And feeling the slight jolt and crooked unevenness of the bodywork, he reacted instantly, sticking his head out to see, not surprisingly, that the rear tires of his car had gone a little flat. Immediately, he stopped at an intersection. The car behind them followed to a stop, from which a family came down, as well as a yellow dog's head emerging from the trunk of their car, which appeared to be a family out for a trip, and actually with a dog. Somehow, he caught a glimpse of the teenager and just felt the presence of the other. "Hey man, need a hand? I've got a spare tire here," David asked. Yes, it was the David family who honked their horn in the back to alert the family that their route to Texas was just about to pass through, and saw Jamie's car on the road with a high tire and a low tire and alerted them. Jamie came back with a friendly smile. "Thanks. No, I'm here too." "Hey." He opened the trunk and realized his spare tire was actually gone. Hiss, when did he use it? David walked over at that point and looked over. "Looks like you didn't replenish in time, young man," he said and brought the spare tire over from his car. Jamie smiled shyly and took it and started to change it. While changing the tire, the two older men smoked and chatted. "You're going to the town of Ravensfar?" "Yeah, just passing through for a break or it's getting late. And we were actually here a few years ago, and to be honest, there weren't too many people in the town, and there just happened to be a funeral going on at the time. That's where I'm going. In fact, that's where I'm from, and I'm going back this time to bury my wife." "Oh," Jamie recounted his story briefly and got a sympathetic look from David. Louis, who had come over at some point, suddenly spoke up. "What's this in the back seat of your car?" Stunned, Jamie explained. "A ventriloquist doll that somehow appeared in my house. In fact, there may be something wrong with it, and that's what I went back to investigate this time." Louis surveyed the distinctive mannequin, and Jamie, whose wife had died tragically. In his mind, he was already sure that this was the beginning of the Dead Silence episode, and he didn't remember much of the Dead Silence episode, but also remember that Mary Shaw's main kills have always been of the main male family, in addition to cursing the townspeople. And now since Jamie had come back, it meant that Mary Shaw, the old woman, was afraid that she had already killed almost all of the people in the Anson family, and that was why she had found Jamie's head. And the next thing you know, Jamie would also die in the hands of this old woman after some investigation. "Mary Shaw, Mary Shaw, you old hag tried to get at me back then. Now that I'm back, how can I do it without giving you a hard time?" A cold glint flickered in Louis' eyes. As an heir of the left path, Jarius is a fine tradition. After some friendly conversation, Jamie only said that he went to the town to introduce fun places and didn't invite David and the others to sit down at the house. There was no way around it. He had never had a good relationship with his family. Soon the vehicle was moving again, and arrived in town at dusk. The town sign reads, "Place of Quiet Living, Ravensfar." David and the others checked into the hotel, while Jamie went home and the two went their separate ways. Jamie's home, an estate, could in fact be considered rich. Just, click, the front door opened and a young blonde woman looked at him, eyes full of surprise. "Jamie, you're back. I know all about Liza, and it's true that your father is willing to offer you help with Liza's funeral. He's different now. Who are you?" "Well, you can call me Ella. I'm your stepmother." Comprehension flashed in Jamie's eyes. "A third wife. Ha, and the old guy hasn't actually knocked someone off this time? Rare." Soon Jamie is led by Ella to meet her father, who has had a stroke and is in a wheelchair. The exchange between the two men was somewhat unpleasant, especially concerning Mary Shaw, whom the father dismissed outright. Jamie ran off angrily. He's going to look into all this. Before he left, he admonished Ella, "Now that he's had a stroke and can't hit anyone, maybe you can boil him to death. And don't worry, I don't want this manor or the property as long as you treat him normally, and he never lets me come back anyway." At this time, in the hotel, Louis first set up the idol, and then threw the chicken head over the roof, and thought about hanging some mahogany idols in the hotel's second-floor corridor, so that even if there was an accident, It would be impossible for Mary Shaw to take a shot at David and the others. Then first to Emma's room, who at the moment was sneaking around not knowing what she was looking at. Louis, do you come into my room without knocking? Cut the crap. Don't go out tonight and remember to bring the amulet I gave you. Emma frowned. Something's going on? Well, kill an evil spirit with a bit of a grudge. Emma's eyes lit up at once. But instead of saying anything about letting Louis take her one, she just said, okay, I got it. Louis nodded with satisfaction. People who were flexible and obedient were not annoying. But that's when. Then why can't we leave? It would be dangerous to spend the night here. Wouldn't it? Oh, it's getting dark. And there's only so many towns around here. So you're thinking of spending the night in the car? Well, the truth is, Louis just thinks that with his powers he's good enough to take out Mary Shaw right now. After fooling around with Emma, Louis similarly went to Yulenka's room, and it was much easier to face Yulenka. Ever since the last time she asked herself if there was a hell, and Louis answered that he could get her there, she has been convinced of the supernatural and has obeyed Louis's words even more. As for David and Jenny, David listens well, especially when Louis says there's an evil spirit, and doesn't say much more than that, and is more or less a top 10% male lead in horror movies at this point. David still sighed after Louis left, but it couldn't be helped. That's what the sons and daughters of gangsters are probably like, right? But evil spirits and stuff. David's eyes were complicated. The abnormality in Louis. He wasn't blind. How could he not see it after so many years? Think, should I go back to worship God or Zhao Wen? At this point, settling everything down, Louis touched the cinder block in his arms and walked out of the hotel. End of chapter. Chapter 68, exploring the graveyard at night and kicking the tombstone. Cemetery. Sasha. The sound of soil loosening and falling to the ground, like someone digging. In the darkness, a man dug with shovel after shovel, his gaze determined like a warrior, and next to it, there was a mannequin upside down. Eyes just askew over, looking straight at him as he dug in. Click. Digging up coffins. Jamie didn't hesitate to lift the lid of the coffin, only to see it empty. Sure enough, it really is Billy. Who dug you up? Is that nursery rhyme true? The killer is an evil spirit? Looking at the empty casket and Billy's name written on the headstone, Jamie was in a daze. With the mannequin in hand, it was natural for him to investigate from here first. In the legend, Mary Shaw had been buried with her own mannequin. And now, as he lifted up the grave of the mannequin, Billy, it was empty, corroborating that this was the Billy in Mary Shaw's hand. So here's the question. Doesn't that make that ghostly nursery rhyme true and the evil spirits real? Then, Jamie's eyes went to the grave with Mary Shaw written on it not far away. And after a brief moment of fear and hesitation, it was replaced by determination. Lift the shovel, drop it, and perhaps all will be revealed. As for fear, he just wanted to know the truth now. Accompanying him, behind him, the eyes of Billy, the puppet that had been tossed aside, actually began to roll. Staring straight at Jamie, his face gradually began to grimace and twist. Pust, shovel into the dirt. The lights suddenly came on. Hey, look what it made me see. A suspect in the murder of his wife actually ran to the cemetery with evidence and tried to dig up the grave. Are you mentally ill? Oh, that's really bad. The detective named Warwick and who suspects Jamie of being the killer yells with a flashlight. Jamie took a deep breath. Look, Mr. Detective, I didn't kill my wife and I'm not mentally ill. I'm just searching for the truth. Digging graves in the middle of the night is your truth? Warwick came over and shook Jamie's shovel off, forcing a look at him. Oh, come on. Jamie covered his head in pain. Then tell me the truth. The truth? The truth is that I now suspect that the one who killed my wife was the same evil spirit from our town's nursery rhyme. The mannequin was hers. You know, when I dug it up, the doll wasn't in there. And you know what that means? It means you've been laying it out for a long time. And, well, what does that tell you? That evil spirits are at work? How old are you? Do you want a priest to come over? Look at the detective's disbelieving expression. Jamie was getting more and more agonized. He didn't know if Mary Shaw was an evil spirit, but he really wasn't a murderer. In the bushes, Louis, who had just arrived to destroy Mary Shaw's body, was also a bit speechless as he watched the scene. What is this? The classic materialist warrior of the horror genre? Never mind. This Jamie guy remembers being quite calm in nature and not easy for Mary Shaw to get his way. So let's just ignore them for now and focus on Mary Shaw's mannequin. Remember that Mary Shaw is able to transfer possession through the dolls she created in her lifetime. And without wiping out the dolls, Mary Shaw can escape through possession at any time. Billy is one. And it seems like there are a lot of them at what is the Grand Ole Opry, which is where Mary Shaw performed and lived during her life. And finally there's the hero's stepmother, the perfect mannequin that Mary Shaw has painstakingly created. Destroy all that and Mary Shaw will have nowhere to run. Of course, before that, Let's see if we can destroy her corpse first. If she can become an evil spirit, her corpse definitely has something evil about it as well. After the Jamie duo had left arguing and trying to seek other witnesses about Mary Shaw's testimony, Louis stepped out, swung up the shovel. Not to mention, Louis is now very strong. Shoveling is fast and steady, not a moment to see the coffin. But Louis didn't rush down to lift the lid of the coffin. Instead he flipped his sleeve and a perfume-sized bottle appeared. 2 drops of liquid dripped into his eyes and then looked around towards the surroundings vigilantly. If Mary Shaw cares about her body, then it's bound to come up and one has to be prepared. Think about it. Phew. Blow gently. A ring of flames transformed into a ring, encircling Louis and illuminating the surrounding area. It has been proven that one's fears are greatly diminished in the presence of light, and Louis was, instantly, much more at ease. Louis looks to the lid of the coffin. Now, let's have a fight. Mary Shaw. Bang! A foot kicked open the lid of the coffin. A stale scent hit him, and inside, there was nothing. Suddenly, the rustling of wind-blown leaves disappeared, and even the various bug calls that the ear was already familiar with came to a quiet halt, and everything seemed to enter the realm of silence. Here, there's no sound. Next moment. Woof woof woof. The tiny cinder block in his arms suddenly barked furiously in one direction, but his milky voice broke the eerie silence. Wrist blood beads turn. 3 mahogany needles were also violently spat out from under Louis's tongue, soaring like a bullet in the direction of Cinderblock's barking frenzy. Bang! Wooden needles stuck in the trunk burst open, but Cinderblock was still barking furiously, and his little head kept turning as if that filth was everywhere. Louis was calm. Missed. Expectedly. But where is she? Why wasn't it seen? Moving too fast? Too well hidden? Too high a level? The blood spell didn't work either. It should be related to the fact that the other party belonged to the soul body. It seems that this time we have to look at the willow leaf golden sword. While Louis's eyes scanned, he gently pressed Cinderella's little head, which was spinning around. But, good, the little thing was quite useful, touching the willow leaf golden blade that was poised in his palm. Hidden from view, Louis finally saw it, but only saw some white shadows behind the bushes, too well hidden to lock onto. At this point, the coldness intensified, and the flames that surrounded them actually began to darken slightly. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? 3D surround sound like voices were also coming from all directions. They were male and female, old and young. The layers of voices sounded complicated to the extreme. The only thing that was the same was their words. Who are you? Facing this question, Louis couldn't help but laugh. Old thing, don't recognize me? Don't worry, you'll remember me later. Follow if you can. A kick overturns Mary Shaw's tombstone and sees that Mary Shaw isn't aroused to give him a ghostly faceplant. And Cinderblock is unresponsive. Louis chirped, flames surrounding his body as he walked towards the town, having previously found out where his house was from Jamie at dusk. Orange and red flames blaze as Louis accompanies the wind, and the layers and layers of ghostly voices also disappeared at this moment. Ghosts without a trace. At this point, Jamie, annoyed by the detective, has to take him to the townspeople to confirm that there really is a nursery rhyme. But sadly, no one wanted to admit it. They didn't even dare to say the name Mary Shaw. They just hurriedly closed the door. Oh, you don't even say nursery rhymes that aren't true, do you? Chet, don't you see? They're all scared. They're afraid to even say Mary Shaw's name. Jamie said helplessly. Warwick sniffed, and surprisingly paused, frowning. Indeed, there was something not quite right about the way the townspeople had just acted. Something vaguely fearful. Could it be that someone had previously used this nursery rhyme to kill someone? As for the evil spirits and all that, Warwick still didn't believe it. He'd handled a lot of wife killings, and they could make up any kind of excuse to get away with it. Ugh, come on, maybe we can ask my father. Even though I don't really want to meet him, at least he shouldn't keep it from me. Oh, the words of a relative can't be taken as testimony. That said, the detective followed. He felt that behind this nursery rhyme of Mary Shaw's might be a big case, and it was necessary to follow it up. End of chapter. Chapter 69, The Origin of Nursery Rhymes, Protected by the Young Flame. Because of the distance, the Jamie duo were the first to return to the estate. At this point, Jamie, who had placed Billy in the car, did not notice that along with his approach, voices were beginning to emerge from the estate, as well. And before that, well, nowhere to be seen. Dad, Ella appeared in the living room pushing Jamie's father. Edward, Jamie, what's wrong? This detective is? Dad, this is the trouble I've invited. And now I need your help explaining about that nursery rhyme about Mary Shaw. Detective Warwick snorted awkwardly. Ella smiled and nodded slightly. Jamie briefly described the situation. At that, Edward sighed. Well, the nursery rhymes and rumors about Mary Shaw are true. Warwick immediately frowned. Sir, can you elaborate? This may be a case of copycat murder that capitalizes on a dead man's reputation. No, Mr. Detective, it's all true. A few decades ago, when Ravensfar was a boomtown, people pooled their money to build a theater. Right in the heart of Death Lake, we had a master ventriloquist. Her name was Mary Shaw. Extraordinary skill, able to speak in dual voices, really fake it out, and all was well at that time until an incident occurred. It was a public performance. A boy pointed out at her performance that she had opened her mouth, and you know what that means to a ventriloquist. Well, Mary Shaw utilized her double vocal stunt to salvage the performance. As he said this, no one noticed that there was something strange at Edward's throat, and next to him, Ella didn't say anything from the beginning. Afterward, just a few weeks later, the boy disappeared, and the boy's powerful family disposed of Mary Shaw when there was and is only one suspected target. Janie said with difficulty, "You guys? Lynched?" Next to him, Warwick was shocked. He pressed himself against the wall. It was horrible. He felt involved in some kind of conspiracy. Family, townspeople, lynching, organized crime, whatever. No one cared about him as Edward continued to relate. Yes, but not just us, but everyone in the town. Everyone made her scream and then cut out her tongue as a punishment and to vent their anger. But in the end buried her with her mannequins with what was left of her mercy, as per her will. Since then, the curse has set in, and all those involved in that event have died one by one, their tongues disappearing and being posed as family portraits. And even their descendants have followed in their footsteps. And our family, moreover, is a leading member of it. That boy, is your granduncle. That's why I won't let you go home. Jamie. Edward looked at Jamie painfully. Jamie opened his mouth, somewhat speechless, but, he still couldn't take it all in. And if that was true, then what was Mary Shaw doing to get back at him because of his ancestry? What am I supposed to do? No buts. Everything he says is true, but there's a little more to hide. A calm voice rang out, and Lewis's figure flashed through the gate. Louis? Jamie was surprised. What's this kid doing here? Instead of looking at him, Lewis looked at Ella, a sneer spreading across the corners of his mouth. What the boy's name was he couldn't remember. It was a detail after all. He only remembered it roughly, but the boy's body seemed to be sitting over at the theater now. It was Mary Shaw who had killed him. The townspeople hadn't been looking for anything wrong at all when they'd killed her in the first place. That boy back then. It was you who killed him. Old thing, why don't you come out? Strike that. Reached out and blew. A willow leaf shot out like a sword, striking straight at Ella. So close, Ella couldn't dodge. The willow leaf actually just stuck into the center of his eyebrow, and crimson blood flowed out all of a sudden. But surprisingly, Mary Shaw didn't show up, and all there was Ella screaming as if it was just a normal person who had been hit. But even then, Ella all but continued to push Edward and didn't let go. Looking at a screaming Ella, both Jamie and Detective Warwick were a little overwhelmed. This teenager in front of him actually took the leaf and did the flying dagger thing. And what did he just say about hiding it? Seeing Lewis hurt people, in the duty of the police, Warwick wanted to pull out a gun, but was held back by Jamie. He felt that something was wrong. This teenager is not right. Ella, the stepmother, could there be a problem as well? And so on. Dad's still on Ella's side. Jamie looked eagerly, but a gust of wind whipped past him, only to see that Louis had surged forward, flying and kicking hard. At the same time a slender dagger spat out of his mouth and plunged into Ella's head with lightning speed. Pust! At the critical moment, Ella's head actually bent and fell backwards at an angle that was simply not humanly possible. It's like spliced stuff. This dodged the dagger, but the sharp dagger still chipped a layer off the bulge in her chest. Snap! Chunks of flesh fell, blood spurting to wet the ground, and Lewis snatched it away in a flash, gripping his dagger and launching attack after attack. My perfect doll. Kid, you seek death. Bleak and hollow, cascading voices surrounded the hall. Next moment, a figure with a disfigured, hideous, twisted face and long, sharp, black fingernails violently manifested itself from the curtains on the side behind Lewis and flew out. The large mouth kept stretching, and out of the blackened hole drilled an organ as thick as an arm, shaped like a tongue made from a combination of countless sticky, torn-off tongues lashing out and wrapping around his face. Blinking, he came to the side behind Louis, looking for a sudden face. This is a situation where normal people are bound to scream. Boom! 3 invisible flames blazed on Lewis's shoulders and head, and a layer of pale yellowish golden light covered his surroundings. Dang! Zigzag, like a wild boar crashing into a steel cage. The flames burned the long hair. 2 different screams rang out. One was the scream of Mary Shaw's burns. The other was Detective Warwick, who had been startled by Mary Shaw's sudden burrowing out of her side. Jamie beside Warwick was in a hurry. Don't scream. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Mary Shaw was extremely fast, blinking as she retreated back to the curtains, a face jutting out to Warwick, yanking on his tongue, and poof, blood dripping, a tongue split in two. Just as Warwick was about to lose his life, a golden light flashed and a willow leaf shaped like a knife stabbed Mary Shaw straight in the back of the heart. Shasta! Wow! A thick black mist filled the area from the wound, squashing the light from the willow leaf golden knife. And then without waiting for Lewis to throw the golden knife again, Mary Shaw gave Lewis a sinister look, and the whole person vaporized and left through the window in an instant. Mary Shaw was only a wall away from the outside, and as fast as Lewis was, he wouldn't have time to use the willow leaf golden knife once more. But it's okay, Louis knows where she'll go. There's nowhere for her to run. Twirling the slender dagger, Lewis turned his attention to Ella, who was already lying motionless on the ground, and Edward, who hadn't made a single sound from the beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Revealing the Truth Going to the Theater. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/3996318 failed to retrieve the content of this segment and no text content. Chapter 71, The Golden Sword Destroys Souls, The Art of Dolls. In towns like this, there are usually landmarks and maps, so Louis knows where the so-called theater is. The red sedan sped off at breakneck speeds, and inside, Louis looked at Billy next to him, the doll he'd left behind on purpose. Unfortunately, the old ghost woman seemed to be afraid of his young chi-in amulet, and actually never showed up in the car to make a surprise attack. Just as well. Let's go head to head then. Reaching out of the car window, the flames blazed, burning the puppet Billy in his hand in a flash. Against the gusty wind, the fire was so swift that in the blink of an eye it was completely charred and thrown out by Lewis. Snap! Thoroughly crushed. Rumble! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there were vague thunder and lightning flickering like traveling snakes, adding a touch of oppression. Soon Lewis will arrive at the so-called Lake of Death. In the center of the lake does have a sizable building. Look at the age of the style of a few decades ago, because it is in the heart of the lake. Want to go over there, still have to ferry. Without hesitation, Lewis boarded the boat and swung his oars across the water in the midst of the lightning and thunder. Into the theater. Inside, the dilapidated, dust, spiders all over, tables, chairs, curtains, etc., are also falling apart. It can be seen, indeed abandoned for a long time. Looking at the theater, Lewis stopped briefly to think that Mary Shaw lived in this place, and in that case, it would have to be the back of the theater. Lewis looked to the back of the stage, which was known to usually be where the actors were. Soon, Lewis found a stone staircase located in the back. Feeling the sense of chill, if anything, as well as the straight alert eyes of the cinder block in his arms, Lewis knew that he had found the right place, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously rose up. Gripping his slender dagger, he stepped up the stairs, tapping lightly on the iron handrail, singing on his lips the nursery rhyme that demonstrated Mary Shaw's fierce prowess. Double-eyed staring man Mary Shaw. When the puppet is often embraced by the sun. When thou child junior needs to remember. When see her in your dreams mo scream. When in the empty building, Lewis's voice echoed far away, and the sound of gold and iron resonating was even more soul-stirring, with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Mary Shaw, where are you? Didn't think I'd know about this place, did you? I'm coming for you. Are you afraid to come out? Do you need me to scream twice? I'm screaming, oh, I'm going to scream, oh. The teasing voice seemed to taunt the other. Bang! Kicking open the second floor room, a white shadow flickered at the window sill. Lewis' feet but did not move. Disdain in his heart. All to this point, actually want to engage in these have no, trying to add psychological pressure to themselves. Looks like you're out of your depth. Phew! Several flames flared up around his body, brightening up the surroundings, and suddenly, by the light of the fire, a ghostly face violently and suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so clear and ugly and hideous, with a tongue that was either rotten, dried up, or bright red twisted together, and the miserable wrinkled face didn't even have any eyes, but only two blackened holes. The whole clown. Lewis's eyelids jumped slightly and he immediately blew out the golden blade in his hand. But the next second, Mary Shaw's figure actually directly disappeared, completely unable to see the movement trajectory. Sure enough, these ghosts have a lot of strange abilities, and she's able to shift her location at any time without eliminating all of her dolls from her life. But that's okay. On to my second favorite part of arson. Puppets. Ha! Lewis looked toward the exhibition cabinet not far away that took the red cloth to cover it, and gently lifted it. Neatly arranged, up and down, the rich variety of dolls all looked straight at Lewis. Next moment, ah! A harsh and vicious overlapping scream rang out. A doll's face began to transform into a ghostly face, stretching, lengthening, wrapping around, breaking through the display case and just bursting out. At the same time, a variety of voices, either sad, violent, ferocious, or frightened, echoed throughout the room. Don't kill me. Ah. Asterisk 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 ing. Ah, boy. Don't. Ah. Unsurprisingly, these were all the last words of the man killed by Mary Shaw in life. Needless to say, the scene was noise pollution, and with so many screams of the same kind it was easy to go straight to the heart. So it was a good thing Louis had done a lot of bloody things and was still steady. Louis forcibly stabilized his mind. Shoulders, head, 3 young fire burning, chest, pocket, all the body amulets of the idol burned, forming a golden film, blocking the ghost face group that continuously extended and entangled over. At the same time, running the internal air, get fire art in full force, release a big move. Wow. 1 dot of orange light, 2, 3, 10. Sudden expansion. A dozen half-meter-high fireballs exploded towards the exhibition cabinets throughout the room. Meanwhile, Louis's eyes flickered sharply. He had to find out exactly which puppet Mary Shaw was hiding in. Cow tears have dripped. As the fireball exploded and the flames lit up the room, Louis saw it. Right there in the corner. A puppet that looked extremely similar to the clown from the Memory of the Clown's Return moved its arms and legs, and in its body, Mary Shaw's ugly soul was attached to it, and was now heading towards the window, trying to escape. Now, you're dead. Da. Mahogany needles flew out one after another, and mixed in with that was a willow leaf gold blade, also contained under the tongue, that struck the puppet in unison. Golden light bloomed. Without the puppet as a diversion, the figure of Mary Shaw in a black dress suddenly appeared at this moment. A large hole in her chest was emitting golden light, and her body was disintegrating and disappearing into a trail of black smoke. Obviously, the willow leaf golden knife's ability to decapitate the soul and destroy the spirit was still enough to deal with Mary Shaw. If it didn't work once, it would always work twice. No. Damn it. I haven't killed the last of the Ansons yet. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why did you suddenly come out to stop me? Why? Louis at this time, but restrained the desire to show off. He did not have the habit of being the villain to talk nonsense to give the other side a chance to turn the tables, and blew out another breath of air. The golden light flashed again, accompanied by a mournful scream. Mary Shaw's figure completely dissipated into the air. Watching this scene, Louis's gaze flickered slightly, spinning around to look at the flames next to him that had already completely burned the exhibition cabinet and were flaring out in all directions of the room. Louis reached out and used the little bit of internal air he had left. All the flames seemed to be drawn to Louis's hand, following Louis's hand into a long flaming dragon, which was led to the window and plunged into the lake with a jerk. Zip, zip, zip. The water mist. The scene of water and fire was quite beautiful. Louis didn't care about that and looked at the exhibition cabinets that had been completely burned out and began to check them one by one until he had checked the entire cabinet, making sure all the mannequins had been burned. Louis started looking for the notes. Eventually, a black-covered notebook was found on a table, which densely detailed the production process and parameters of various dolls. And of course, the most important of all was the record of perfect dolls in it. Not only did it name the materials used to make it, but there were even views of various human body-placed gears and modifications, making it look extraordinarily professional, so that even Louis, a layman, could more or less understand it. Let's just say that Mary Shaw lives up to her reputation as an artist. Professional competence is real. Of course, it all belongs to Louis now. Louis then walked out, but didn't leave. End of chapter. Chapter 72, The Return shot. David self-doubt. A few moments later, darkness. Kalala, kalala. The creaks kept coming. Under a piece of red silk cloth, a boy made into a puppet moved, lifting the red silk cloth, and malice seemed to glitter in the black, cavernous eyes. It was the little boy who had disappeared that year, Jamie's granduncle. Click, click, click. The boy moved, perhaps because it was the first living mannequin test subject. It wasn't well built, and it all looked a bit odd moving. It came to the cabinet and reached down and lifted a plank, revealing the body inside. Heck, it was Mary Shaw in her true form. As the planks lifted, Mary Shaw's eyelids fluttered as if to move, and in contrast, the boy fell apart all at once. Finally, she opened her eyes. Looking at her imperfect self, Mary Shaw was filled with hatred. Her body was simply cleaned up by the mortician. Not really a perfect doll that could be perfectly possessed. In fact, she had only created one perfect doll so far, the Ella who had voluntarily sacrificed herself in order to avenge an aborted fetus. I had wanted to wait until the Anson family was settled before researching the technology to turn my corpse into a perfect doll, but I didn't expect it all to be ruined by this guy who appeared out of nowhere. She doesn't even know who that guy was until now. What was his name? What's the grudge between them? Just listening to that person, It seems like they knew each other before, whoever it is. Just wait. Mary Shaw, will bring the dead silence to you. Controlling his body, he moved his arms with difficulty, hitched himself to the floor, and slowly stood up. Snap! A foot suddenly stepped on her palm. Oops, sorry, he said, and stomped his foot twice. Click, click, click. The entire bones of the palm were crushed. Looking upwards, it was the smiling and laughing Lewis, and how could he have just walked away when, from start to finish, Mary Shaw's body was never found? No, killing the last one was an immediate find. Horseback shoot is worthy of the decapitation of the route when you must learn the skills off, or let go of the aftermath of the trouble or not yet aware of it. Lewis smiled. His young energy slightly depleted as bright yellow flames rose from his palm. It landed on Mary Shaw as she watched in horror. Looking at the corpse whose body was gradually turning into charcoal, Lewis sighed. In fact, if he had the means to torture the souls and collect them, he would have wanted to control Mary Shaw first, and then squeeze out her doll skills completely. As for whether to kill or keep them, will they not be free to do as they please at that time? Unfortunately, he didn't. Shaking his head, and after destroying the little boy living figure next to him as well, and ignoring the fire that was starting to spread, he took his laptop and left the theater behind him. Fire and water, clouds and thunder, light and darkness, colors toned down as if intertwined with each other into a weird ink drawing. And the end of this ink drawing, it was Lewis who got into the red sedan and headed off into the distance. Inside the manor at this time, Detective Warwick lay in the corner, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. His mouth had stopped bleeding by now, but the broken tongue had been removed by Mary Shaw and could not be reattached. Means he'll be half dumb in the future. Thinking back on everything that happened today, he felt unlucky, but it seemed like he was asking for it. He should never have followed this Jamie to this place. But, oh evil spirit, there actually is such a thing in this world. So does that mean that there is a god and a devil too? He felt that the world was actually so strange at the moment. It wasn't just him. Jamie, who was thinking with the amulet next to him, was thinking the same thing. With all the past shattered, he thought he might be able to visit the church after this incident, buy some holy water and see if he could learn some exorcisms if he could. I just don't know if those churches have the real thing or not anymore. At the thought, Jamie glanced at the amulet in his hand and his eyes lit up. Why bother with the close quarters? At this point, bam! The sound of footsteps walking up the stairs sounded, and the two instantly tensed. It wasn't until Lewis appeared in front of him that he finally relaxed, and Lewis nodded darkly at the sight of the intact two, confirming that there were no Mary Shaw dolls here, and that Mary Shaw was indeed finished, or she couldn't have given up on killing Jamie. Come on, let's get you guys to the hotel too. I don't think you'll want to stay here tonight. The three of them got into the car and on the way. Jamie tried to say something several times, but Lewis ignored him. He knew what Jamie was trying to ask, but he himself wasn't sure what was going on in this world of hell, heaven, or whatever, and didn't bother to answer. Driving all the way to the motel, Lewis tossed the car keys to Jamie and made his own way back to the second floor. Just as he reached the door to his room, he saw the door to the next room open slightly and someone poked their head out, but it was David. Immediately afterward the doors to a couple of nearby rooms opened. Well, it looks like no one's sleeping. The next day, the family started packing up and getting ready to leave. It was just David smoking a cigarette and looking at the morning sun wondering what he was thinking. Louis walked over. What's the matter, Uncle David? What's on your mind? Louis, it's nothing. I was just wondering if I'm not having much luck, if I'm tainted with that bad luck you were talking about before? Look, I remember passing through here a few years ago, and after going to the campground I stumbled into a murder, and right after that I found Esther, that pervert, and when I came back it was fine, but then I passed through here on this trip, and something happened again. It seems like something is going to come up when I travel. There was some confusion in David's eyes. Even wondered if I'd ever come into contact with an emerald or a black cat or something like that, an item or animal that was rumored to carry bad luck. Lewis was dumbfounded. He had a feeling that David was being overly concerned. It was true that he hadn't had much luck from what he'd seen before or he wouldn't have gathered so many evil children, but it had only been during that time a couple of years ago, and this time it had nothing to do with luck. This town was supposed to be a must-see, and finding Mary Shaw, and because he wanted revenge and took the initiative to get over there, had something to do with his luck. It won't prove anything unless the rest of the trip goes bad. So Lewis uttered the proverb, again and again, no more and again. It's normal for life to be a little rough once in a while, and unless it happens more than twice, none of it has to be attributed to bad luck. Again and again. David was thoughtful. It made sense when you thought about how smoothly you'd taken the assets and dumped them on the woolly bear side during this time. Seeing David turn the corner, Lewis glanced at the two Jamies next to him, walked over. Anything you want to ask? Hurry. Jamie's spirits were lifted and he hastened to inquire about hell and heaven. To this, Lewis's answer is somewhat vague, saying only that hell exists, but that the holy water of the church has no special power, and that it is a matter of luck if you want to rely on the church to exorcise demons. As for whether Jamie's wife and children will go to heaven, he doesn't know. Anyway, seeing is how you're good. A word of advice: don't have nothing to do with playing games about demons, evil spirits and the like. Stay as far away as you can. You can't afford to gamble. That said, after leaving a phone number at Jamie's pleading, Louis got in his car and left. Next destination, just past Camp Krana. End of chapter. Chapter 73, returning to the land of 100 men's plot against the boys of the 100 men's chopper. In the limousine, Louis looked through the civil code. Killing ghosts and monsters stronger than himself can unlock more inheritance in advance, which is something Louis has known for a long time. What about killing people who aren't on par with yourself? Now comes the answer. Can unlock a small number of legacies. Looking at the Kemahagami technique unlocked in the chapter on foreign arts, Louis secretly pondered. This is a technique to accelerate the speed of footwork and action, which was used by Daizong in Water Margin, and practiced to a high level can travel 800 miles a day. Even if it was just an introduction, it could greatly speed up the speed of movement, and it was considered to be a rather practical jutsu. Not bad. Louis began to secretly study up. This time he had prepared a lot of things before he left. Among them, talisman paper, vermilion sand and other items also prepared a lot. Otherwise there was no way to use the water spell that day. But Louis quickly stopped, because not far ahead was the town of Krana, not seen for a few years, but back again. Looking at the town, an idea suddenly came to Louis. Camp Krana, despite the murder a few years ago and its proximity to the murder-prone town of Crystal Lake, continues to see a steady stream of people coming to camp here. In the United States of America, they have a unique tourist culture. For American high school and college students, as well as young and middle-aged people, traveling is as unavoidable as eating and drinking, and they have to travel at least several times in their lives, unless they are too old to move. And as for the murders and whatnot, aren't there more people who didn't die? How come it has to be me who dies? Then what's there to be afraid of? And, thinking about it like that, it's actually more exciting, and it's just awesome to be swimming on the edge of danger. When Louis and the others returned to their hometown, what they saw was such a picture. The town was still full of people. All kinds of stores selling tents, small umbrellas and hotels were doing a brisk business, and by the looks of it, the scenery of the campground was really good, but they were only stopping temporarily to replenish some water and medicine, and would resume their journey later. Taking a break from shopping, Louis then went alone to the girls' parochial school, the place where they had teamed up to trap Esther. But Louis was here for a purpose. Gently clutching a willow leaf and greeting one of the girls passing by, he soon arrived at the abandoned classroom he had been in. Found the piece of the room that had been ravaged by the fire. Cow tear-drop eyelids. Vision slightly changed. In front of him, a wisp of black mist was emanating from the corner, which indicated that there was something sinister here. But Louis just walked through it without retreating or avoiding it. It wasn't until he was almost close that Louis stopped. A small smile appeared as he looked at the image in front of him. Looks like I came to the right place. In the corner, there was an illusory black shadow full of charred blackness that was closing its eyes and seemed to be in the middle of molding. After a little recognition, it became clear that it was Esther, seemingly sensing the arrival of outsiders. The illusory figure stirred slightly, as if it was about to wake up, but after a flash of golden light, the black fog was so thick that not even a scream was uttered before everything disappeared. The whole classroom became much brighter. Louis nodded slightly. He hadn't made many enemies along the way, but the second person he killed was Esther, a pervert with an abnormal brain, plus the other person was still burned alive by fire in extreme pain. In which case the chances of turning into a ghost were not small. So, since I'm passing by here in passing, I'll simply take a look. It turned out to be quite a stroke of luck that this guy was really close to becoming evil. One cut, and another afterthought is gone. When we get back, we'll have to check out the town of Eden Lake. There's still a bunch of burned out guys there. Louis pondered this and began to consider the next question. Located just north of the small town of Klana at Camp Crystal Lake, he had already learned that the undead boy Jason hadn't come out to cause trouble in the past few years and was still at the bottom of the Crystal Lake. So there shouldn't be many resurrections right now, and his strength rise was limited. Hard as it came, it seemed that the mean boy could be put to a permanent end by force of means. Louis rubbed his chin, his eyes full of thought. In the past, he was too young and had insufficient means, so he naturally wouldn't consider this 100-man slaughter, but now it seems that he can consider it. The current Jason is still only the normal form, not the future space form. The strength is limited. At best, destroy the house for a while, smash a big tree, can't top the technological means. The strongest is the immortality. And I now have the blood spell technique and the corpse compass. With those two, I should be able to use Jason as permanent material, provided he is captured and infallibly bound. Infallible bondage. This is a bit difficult. He remembered that Jason already had the ability to instantly move after entering the middle stage, although it was not often used, only occasionally used when the prey escaped and could not catch up, but it also meant that after entering the middle stage, Jason's unusual means of restraint were useless against him. By the way, remember that he seems to be affected by external forces every time to be able to escape from the Crystal Lake. If imprisoned in the Crystal Lake, he seems to have no way to come out by himself. Also, he loves his mother very much, and he has a lower mental age. Lewis narrowed his eyes slightly. He's got an idea. However, it would require a lot of manpower and technological weapons to do so, or else it would have to wait until he had more adequate means. With that thought in mind, Lewis called the family side of the house, and after a cursory recounting, got a response from his eldest uncle, Max. It takes a long time to prepare on the family side because Louis' demands are a bit high, even with heavy firepower. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the fact that there was a big sale going on over in the woolly bear country, a lot of heavy firepower that even the Kano family couldn't buy would be available right now. Don't look at the United States of America as being legal to carry a gun, but there are a lot of rules and restrictions in there. For example, guns aren't allowed to be taken out at random. You still need a license to carry a gun. The ones that are available on the market are normal civilian firearms, etc. Heavy firepower? If you dare to use it, a whole bunch of people will dare to come and check you out. When that happens, the governor will have to ask questions, and the State Department will even have to mention it. Finishing the call, Lewis glanced north. My dear extreme material, just wait, we'll meet officially soon. And just as Louis called, in an urban psychiatric hospital in a city affiliated with the small town of Crystal Lake, a teenager who looked to be 17 or 18 years old escaped with his sick friend and drove off in a car in the direction of where Camp Crystal Lake was located. The car set off again. This time, the journey was safe and uneventful all the way across the Mississippi to New Orleans, Louisiana. Louisiana, a French colony that was sold to the United States of America at a low price, is now an important port state in the United States of America. The city of New Orleans, in particular, is the second largest port city in the United States of America after New York, and its status is self-evident. And one of the big destinations for Lewis as they traveled along the way was New Orleans, which is very well known for its jazz and also for its French culture. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Supreme Sorceress. Unbridled. French culture. We all know it. Apart from the tradition of the old revolutionary area, it is known for the word romance. Of course, the other side of romance is also known as surliness. The vehicle was turned off and Louis and the others walked into a hotel and began checking in. At that moment, Lewis glanced to the side, only to see Yulenka whispering something to her mother, Jenny, who didn't know what. In no time at all, Jenny had a death grip on David, her chest pressed tightly against it, and her eyes were still staring at the passing females around her from time to time, acting more alert, causing the people around her to look at her more, and David was a little helpless. At this, Emma snickered, while Yulenka glared at Emma. Soon, though, they got a sense of what the city was all about. The family went to a restaurant that does French cuisine for dinner and wanted to try this foreign flavor. It didn't take long for people to keep walking in as a result. Maybe it was because Yulenka, who was already a high school student, was sexier and prettier, or because it was obvious that she was a foreign tourist. These young men who came in were trying to hit on the foreign beauty for a wonderful encounter. But of course, the result was invariably that she was whisked away. Instead, the somewhat prettier Emma went unnoticed, probably because although she had a pretty face, she looked a bit short, not very well built, and not very old. Plus David's murderous stare was quite intimidating as well. What Lewis didn't expect, however, was to be accosted even by someone who was just going over to pick up a glass of fruit punch. Hey, handsome, you want a drink? A blonde mature beauty called out to Lewis. She sat on the swivel chair. Black cutout dress outlined the beautiful curves, a pair of eyes full of cynicism and special self-confidence. Lady cigarettes burned in her hands. The strong smell of smoke mixed with the smell of perfume. It seems to carry a different kind of charm. However, although quite pretty, Lewis is not interested in old aunts. If a pretty aunt of 30 years old, it is not impossible. 40 years old is a bit unacceptable. 50 years old? I'm not interested in old aunts. But if they were 30, it wouldn't be impossible. And the beautiful woman in front of him, although well maintained, should be close to 40 in age, and not his favorite one. So, no, I have things to do. Lewis smiled and returned to the table after receiving the fruit wine. The idol amulet on his chest burned slightly for a split second. and Louis left the front desk without stopping his feet. Very naturally, Fiona did not block, just regretfully shook her head. Recently tastes a little heavy. Want to change a younger taste to feel the youth. Coincidentally, in front of the eyes of this little handsome boy is good. Excellent temperament. The most important thing is that the vitality of life is really too attractive. And he seems to have some special abilities, and it's even more interesting that he can't read his mind. And I wonder if he's religious or has a connection to hell. Unfortunately, the other side doesn't want to. She didn't want to play coercion either. How pointless that would be. Forget it. Let's find another one. At this point, a 15 or 16-year-old girl barged in, glancing from side to side before aggressively walking towards Fiona. Cordelia? Why have you disappeared again? Can't you just stay home? Do you know how I found you? I just asked the neighbors and they knew you had to be around here. Here. So, the little girl, Cordelia, seemed to be about to say that it was dirty here, but then stopped. Please, Mom, will you come home? No, young lady, it's fine here. Besides, could you please get out? It's rude behavior to stay here and disturb a lady without eating. A well-dressed gentleman man approached with a burly man and stopped Cordelia, the burly man pushing and shoving Cordelia to get her out. The gentleman man, on the other hand, was looking at Fiona, and although he tried his best to disguise himself as a gentleman and courteous, his eyes were still glued to Fiona's breasts, and it was hard to hide his desire. In days gone by, Fiona wouldn't have minded playing with him, but today she didn't have much of a heavy appetite and eyes flashed. Inexplicable power flashed by. The burly man who was still driving Cordelia away suddenly had his arm bent, revealing a stubble of white bone, and the gentlemanly man in front of him thumped twice. The eyeballs actually burst open, dripping with blood. For a while, the entire restaurant echoed with their screams. Someone around them had just noticed someone looking this way when Fiona waved her palm and everyone twisted their heads back in unison again, manipulated with abandon like mannequins, as if nothing had happened. The only exception is, Fiona rose to her feet amidst the screams and took enchanting steps to her daughter Cordelia. Snap! It was a direct slap across the face. You're weak. Why should you think you can restrict my freedom? Not even if you are my daughter. Cordelia covered her face, afraid to speak, tears welling up in her eyes but never falling. Remember, don't forget, go. With that, she exhaled a smoke ring and left the restaurant with Cordelia in tow, her stride open and reckless. After they left, the eerie calm in the restaurant wasn't broken until a new guest came in and screamed and called for emergency services. Corner. Feeling the amulet blocking the other party's mind-reading technique, Louis, who already knew about the abnormality, exhaled softly. Mud. Fiona the supreme sorceress. The city of New Orleans. A daughter named Cordelia. And that hand just now of conscious manipulation. Mind control. Thinking back to the coven of American dread witches that had been confirmed to exist in that witch's notes in Amelia back in the day. The possibility that the woman in front of her was the supreme sorceress Fiona was as high as 80%. This old witch was not to be messed with, powerful and ruthless, and could almost be considered the strongest direct combatant within the generations of supreme witches. The current self against her, basically no resistance, when the time is not likely to really have to give in. In fact, now she is barely young, but also not ugly. The good thing is, she more or less abides by worldly morals now. Count yourself lucky. Hey, luck? It seems that the grafting technique is more or less useful. Louis pondered for a moment and went back to the hotel with David and the others. For the next few days, Louis didn't go out of the inn, cultivating wholeheartedly, growing the internal air in his body, practicing various arts and techniques, and striving to become stronger. And Emma was bored and stayed with him. This place isn't fun at all. It's messy as hell. There's just no excitement. Those haunted houses aren't scary at all inside. They're full of guys and girls going in and flirting. Gross. That guy Yelenka is comfortable. He bought a lot of stuff. All kinds of makeup. Damn it. I wanted to buy it too. But David wouldn't give me any money. Said I'm still young. And isn't Yelenka just 2 or 3 years older than me? She gets harassed a lot though. She looks like she's getting annoyed. Ha ha. Emma rambled on while holding a knife forced to the neck of one of the mice, seemingly doing an experiment on whether or not the mouse knew it was a sharp instrument and had any dangerous instincts. Louis opened his eyes and glanced at her. Emma shut up at once, gave him a disgruntled look, slit the mouse's throat with a knife, and ran outside to find a trash can. But in a moment, she was back again, and helped with a cup of hot water. Well, it looks like the correction is really good. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Testimonials on the Shelf. Immediately on the shelves first of all, thank you for all the way to support you, and my editor Orange Sister. Without you, this book cannot get here. Answer your questions. I really is not the first time to write a book. Before the cat, eggplant, Have written, but nothing to start, and once wanted to give up part-time writing, because it really did not earn any money. A month of only 1,000. In turn, the age in the sea longer, the economic pressure to increase. Although my family did not have any harsh criticism of me, but my family conditions in general. There is a younger brother. There is a male family should be clear about how much pressure on the two boys. So I have been thinking of sharing some of the family. Writing this part-time job is so. My job is a full-time firefighters. Earn no money, ordinary and stable only. After a few failures, I think I can not write the same person. Try the original, then back to the starting point. Barely wrote a 2000 original. Actually earned a little money. It is considered to be the heart of my heart again firm down. Tell me to write a novel is able to earn money. This book is the end of the original open new book. The beginning I actually do not hold much hope. Because the United States and the starting point of some niche. We seem to only write them as a copy of the right. Serious right the United States of the same people did not write a few books of the fear. Out of the results of the even less. Almost nothing to see. But I like to see the horror movie. The Japanese and the United States to see a lot of Thai and Vietnam also have. Fought to try. More or less a track well. Unsurprisingly, this track is really niche. And the release of the book was mediocre for a few days until after it was in the library. When things changed and gradually got up over the new year. And then it just seemed to eat up most of the traffic to this track. And it all poured in. And the scores started to get better. Even once rushed to the new book list third. If not the above two or platinum gods. Perhaps we can also sit a first. So that's when I was like, this book took off. Oh my god. With this comes anxiety. Internal conflict. Forgive me, the first time to take off, is really feel nervous. That time I think about the plot all day long. Eden Lake plot is written at that time. Because of indiscriminate listening to the advice and obsessed with the setting caused by the insertion of the plot error. The view of the decline. Here to apologize to you all. And maybe it's because the tree is so big that when it went up for recommendation it ushered in so many bad reviews that I couldn't even read the reviews. I couldn't tell the difference between good and evil. Of course, no matter what. Those brothers who voted and rewarded me, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Because of you this book can only get up, and I can stick to it until now. The next words, I will cheer writing, try to add more, but daily 10,000 words may be a little difficult, because this book needs a lot of movie reserves. My free time basically went to watch the movie commentary to go, and then also have to think about the left road magic, how to make sense of the plot insertion and so on. It's a little difficult to write. So I'll probably only be able to keep up with 6,000 updates after it hits the shelves, and try for 8,000. Finally, a word about the additions. Asked some people in the group. Basically 1,000 monthly votes plus a chapter. 10,000 points bounty plus a chapter. Let's do the same. The end of the month statistics. And then the next month to add more. Previously two big brothers, the Taishang de Luo Tianxian One Show Emperor, caught a sheep, rewarded 10,000 points. I also counted into it. That's it. It's on the shelves tomorrow at noon. I hope you'll support it and ask for an initial subscription. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 76 revised and on the shelves Saturday. Status, 429 from https://69 Shuba. me/txt/87721/399711108 failed to retrieve the content of this segment, and no text content. Chapter 77, on the road a classic horror movie trope. In one corner of the room, the two dogs, Cinder and Gold, looked at each other and watched the scene, and could only whimper as they went out on their own to find water to drink. The next few days, Louis and Emma stayed in their room. Yulenka was out shopping, and David and Jenny had a good time, taking in all the various sights and taking some pictures, until 7 days later. It was only then that the family decided to leave again and travel to Texas. Louisiana is next to Texas, which doesn't have a great reputation because of some historical legacy that causes it to be blacked out a lot. But the various natural environments there are some of the best preserved. That's why there are tons of tourists going there year after year. And even the many movies that have been made to blacken it haven't stopped that. Even the schools are happy to host various tournaments here. No. Sitting in the car Louis and his party saw a school bus drive past, not to mention, driving quite fast. Inside the students half undressed, sweating, singing and dancing, seems to have just participated in the competition. Youthful vigor. How nice. David, who was driving, exclaimed. It seems like I can already see Louis and Emma and Jerunka when they grow up, after driving for a while longer, because the highways in the United States of America tend to be very long, and because of the sparseness of the land, it is rare to run into too many fellow travelers on the roads. In this case, one can't help but get a little bored after driving for a long time, and where there's demand, there's a business opportunity, so car radio stations tend to play some more powerful music to refresh your mind. David was no different, only he kept his voice lower so as not to disturb Eureka and Emma, who were sleeping in the back seat. As for Louis, he was awake the entire time, practicing qigong, but it kinda looked like he was asleep too. The road was dusty on both sides, a few old trees were sparsely erected, and a strong wind blew relentlessly. David yawned and pulled out his map and looked at it, realizing that the town was approaching not far ahead, and that much farmland was vaguely visible. Next to her, Jenny handed over water. At that point, the radio suddenly cut out, seemingly because it had entered the town's range and was being temporarily inserted by the release. Temporary plug. According to a police investigation, a large number of corpses, about 300, spanning a period of up to 200 years, have been found hidden underneath a church off of Highway 9, and the murderer is extremely brutal. Warning, neighborhood. Temporary insertion. David couldn't help but slow down the car and listen carefully to what was on the radio. Behind him, Louis opened his eyes and listened just as intently, somehow feeling that the message in this passage was quite familiar. Bad. There's this sense of familiarity. I'm afraid it's not another horror movie, is it? The corner of Louis's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but look at David. Is it really that bad luck? It shouldn't be. It doesn't make sense. Is it related to the side effects of that grafting technique? Why don't we head back? But it's going to be dark in an hour, and there aren't any towns back there, so we can't just sleep out in the open. Can we? Nima, the old U.S. highway construction in the end cannot be on the heart. One by one with a ing no man's land like. Can't we have a road service area or something? Okay, let's keep driving forward, but we'll have to be more attentive. The vehicle began to level off while Louis woke up Emma and Yulenka, reminding them to be more alert and watchful. The school bus that had just brushed past Louis and the others was having a little trouble at the moment. Minnie, the cheerleader sitting in the car, fell into a dream in which she saw a cornfield and two people, a boy and a teenager, who were both desperately waving their fingers toward the back as if trying to get her to move back. Blinking again, Minnie seemed to see a dark figure darting through the cornfield, throwing something that instantly punctured the car's tires. Bang! The violent shaking jolted her awake. Heck, the car actually did stop. Oh, my God! Minnie was a little incredulous. Was the dream she had just had real? At that point, the coach and teacher, who had gotten out of the car to check because the vehicle had come to a sharp stop, also noticed something in the tire. A dart made of bone, flipped over the back. A vaguely bloodied human tooth came into view, and it was self-evident what had been taken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few people were startled and threw things away in a hurry. It's Texas, and it's the middle of nowhere, and a lot of homicides happen in places like this, and they probably understand what's going to happen. No, this place is a bit dangerous. We have to leave as soon as possible. The car's tire is only one puncture. Hold on, it can still be driven. Let's go to the front first. That's right, there should be a farm up ahead, and it shouldn't be too far from the town, so hang in there. The vehicle then started again. Slowly, he drove toward the front, and in the sky behind it, a black shadow flashed by, following closely behind the school bus. Time passes slowly. It's getting dark. David and his group, who had been traveling behind, frowned as they watched the sky. It's not far to the town. Try to drive there when it gets dark. At this point, Gold, who had been staying quiet in the trunk, suddenly yelled, "Z!" The vehicle came to an emergency stop. David realized that Gold must have found something by screaming like that, and in the middle of nowhere, it wouldn't hurt to be more cautious, especially after listening to that radio. Louis also looked behind him, only to see Gold's nose wriggling and barking over and over in one direction. Click! Trunk open. Gold leapt out violently, and in no more than a few seconds leapt back in with a dart in his mouth. Louis reached out and took it, and his many encounters with corpses gave him the first sense that something about the touch of this stuff seemed a little human. At this point, the Gold spat out another object, a tooth. Well, it's confirmed. It's made of human bone. Taking human bones to make darts. I wonder what kind of murderer has shown up again. Uncle, try calling the police. When this happens, don't hesitate to call the police is the best option. It's not like this is a horror movie. Of course we should call the police if we can. But, David looked at the cell phone in his hand with no signal and the corners of his mouth twitched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These tax thieves. Louis and Jenny both took out their cell phones and tried them as well. And as expected, neither had a signal. Now, Louis only felt more and more unsettled. No signal can be regarded as a classic situation in horror movies, but it is normal. Put into the normal reality, there is no signal is usually no man's land. The same as the location of the murder of the big crime often. Uncle, speed up. Get to the town as soon as you can. Just because you go to a small town doesn't mean it's necessarily safe. But at least the crowded places are popular and there are police officers, and those provide some sense of security, better than a family in the middle of nowhere. However, Lewis felt that the probability of encountering that unknown danger was not small in the distance to the town. In time, Lewis touched his wrist. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Attack. Channeling, Mayday. The sky went into complete darkness, with only the moonlight still reflecting. At this point, the school bus, which had been driving at the front of the line, was once again forced to stop, as this time the rear tire blew out as well. The coach and teacher walked down and pulled something out of the tire, and for a moment all three were silent. Another one of those darts from an hour ago, and this time with an indentation shaped like a navel right in the middle of the dart. No, that's a navel. The stuff around it is also human skin, even able to see tattoos. There's still a little bit of lint vaguely in the crevices of the polished smooth perimeter. For a moment, all three adults felt a bit devastated. This is meeting a murderer's trap. No, 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 this place is wrong. So wrong. Calm down. The car can't move now. Let's get the burning stick out and light it up before a car can't see to crash into it. Then get in the car as soon as possible and lock the door. That should be safer. Get in the car and remember to radio the police. The driver got in his car and started to make contact with the car radio, but the signal was never there, so he had to keep trying. And coaches and teachers are out there lighting burning sticks. The lull. Black shadows suddenly moved, and a large bat-like figure dropped down violently to grab one of the coaches away, unable to even let out a scream. Crackle. The only thing left in place was a burning stick. The other teacher was a little puzzled and hesitantly walked over. Oh, where have you been? This is no time for jokes. There might be a nearby. The words were not yet spoken. A pair of large claws had descended from the sky to rest on her shoulders, and when she looked up, a black trench-coated monster with a face covered in pitch-black cuticle and 6 to 8 long, thin, pointy claws around its head was grinning strangely at her. Ah-ha-ha. A flight to heaven. This time, the screams were enough to shake. WTF? The driver ran down the road with no sense of self-preservation, only to find both men gone. What the hell? Hey, boys, I'm gonna go see where your teacher went, so don't mess around. At that moment, something nudged him on the shoulder, and the students' expressions at that moment quickly became horrified. What? He craned his head to look away, while not forgetting to lecture his students. Hey, this is not the time for pranks. A pitch-black monster was nudging him with its big claws, and when he turned around, he grinned. Ha ha. Phew. Bat-like wings flapped, taking him skyward in a single bound. Oh ha. Leaving only the remnants of screams ringing in their ears. The horrified students rushed to close all the doors and windows. What's this? What is this? Oh, God. This must be the devil. What are we going to do? At this point, Minnie, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at this scene with the same horror. Only, along with the extremes of her emotions, she actually violently rolled her eyes white, and once again fell into a dream. Only this time it seemed to be even more peculiar, and unlike an hour ago. This time, it seemed as if she was floating in her soul, came to a farm and a bloody young man was looking at her, mouthing over and over, "Leave, leave," seeming to see her. The young man raised his head, full of sad reminders. For you to come here and still communicate with me, then I must tell you sorry news. This ogre monster will come out of its lair every 23 years and capture prey for 23 days. As long as it is able to hold out for the full 23 days, the monster will fall back into slumber. Don't make an enemy of him. He's incredibly strong and hard to die. He can devour limbs to repair deficiencies. You won't be able to beat him. Escape. Today is the 23rd day, and those of you who are not targets may be able to escape. Minnie was a little unsure. Prey? His prey is. The young man was silent, and in the next instant, the young man turned into a hollow chapter of blood-colored human skin, empty at the eyes, skin torn wide as a quilt, his mouth still uttering sounds. Prey, it's us. Minnie was horrified, and as her emotions changed, her body once again felt like it was floating. Only, instead of waking up as she had last time, she was in a different place. Dark skies, corn farmland, driveway. It seemed to be the highway they had just passed. And here, with a stretch limousine in motion, Minnie drifted over to the area, her eyes gazing at the teenager in the back seat of the car, who gave herself a very different feeling. The lull. A dog barked with a slight oscillating sensation, and Minnie even felt a little dizzy, fixing her eyes on a tiny black dog as if it could see her. It was staring at her intently. Who are you? The teenager suddenly asked. He seems to be able to see himself as well, Minnie thought, and suddenly, she realized that this might be an opportunity. If she could actually influence reality now. Thinking of this, she hastened to say, I'm sorry, I don't know how to tell you all of this, but please believe that our school bus stopped sharply in front of us, and there is a monster that is attacking us, a monster that comes every 23 years. She told the teenager in front of her what she had originally heard, and finally, please, you have to believe me. You guys need to hurry up and drive the farmland detour and go to the police station and report it. Save us. Save us. Before the words were finished, her figure became fainter and gradually disappeared. On the school bus. Hiss. With a loud gasp, Minnie straightened up, her mind still a little foggy. Is everything I just saw true? Her best friend next to her asked with concern if she was okay. She didn't answer, stunned as she recalled the scene she had just witnessed. At this point, the argument in the car was getting louder and louder, and it looked like a couple of the boys were about to get into a fight. Enough! Disturbed, Minnie forced herself to calm down, then yelled out the news she had just gotten. That monster comes every 23 years. Today just happens to be the last day, so if we just hang on through this time and wait for dawn, we'll be safe. Also, there's a car coming up behind us. They got the message too. They should be driving to the police station to call the police now. Everyone just needs to hang in there a little longer. Everyone was half convinced by her words, but there was no other way to believe it at this point. In the meantime, back of the driveway, Louis narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, Cinderblock suddenly launched a wild bark in one direction, causing David and the others to tense up, only to have nothing in front of them. But because of the special nature of the Cinderblock, Louis knew that perhaps the Cinderblock had seen something, so he looked again after dropping a couple of cow's tears. And it was true. A somewhat shapely schoolgirl appeared before her eyes. He was found to be able to see, and was eagerly told many things, such as the monster of 23 years, today's 23rd day, that the front was being attacked, that he wished to call the police, and so on. After saying that, he disappeared. Was that girl just out of body? And, once every 23 years, the monster that hunts for 23 days appears. End of chapter. Chapter 79, The Thrilling Human Demon Armor and Horse Plus. This characterization becomes more and more familiar the more I hear it. Combined with the large number of bodies heard on the radio not long ago, the two combined, Louis' eyes got serious. Sure enough, this was another encounter with a horror movie, or a special monster class. He'd seen the movie, Thrilling Cannibal, also known as Thrilling Ogre. There's not much of a plot. It's mostly about a flying cannibal monster that has survived for who knows how long, at least 200 years or more, and has been hunting around the area. And the rule of 23 days to awaken in 23 years is true, as is the rule of eating what you eat to make up for it and fully recovering from it. But it also has the distinction of only eating special people, as if it were performing a ritual to select a sacrifice. First, they create fear, then identify which one is the target from the taste of fear, and finally take it away to eat or store as food. In his previous life, he had taken a cursory look at it and had always felt that the monster looked like a special monster created by an ancient ritual to transform into a demon, and he still felt that way now. If this is the kind of monster, Louis' eyes gradually glistened as he touched his wrist. For now, the blood spell technique was his strongest means of attack, but the technique's power was largely limited by the quality of the blood, or else it would have to rely on quantity to win. And now he seems to have found a high-quality unlimited blood return tool. With the strength of this monster, I think the quality of the blood must be very good to be right, and it's easy to replenish. Just need to buy some random human blood and pour it in, and what will come out will be magic blood. What you eat is grass. What you milk is milk. What a high-quality biotransformation apparatus this is. The more he thought about it, the more Louis's eyes lit up. This was a treasure similar to Jason's. If he could, he must capture it, and then his blood spell magic power would definitely have a metamorphosis. But instead of being overwhelmed by the benefits, Louis calmed down and began to think about whether he could handle the ogre. If you can't deal with it, it's a lie to think about it. Come to think of it, the monster was capable of flying, but strength-wise it could only be said to be beyond an ordinary human. With a clawed heart, not up to the intensity of destroying a boulder or anything like that. In terms of agility, he is very bouncy and has average reflexes, all thanks to those big bat-like wings. Intellectually, one can use tools and even make one's own, definitely no less than a normal person, and more than Jason's brain. The last is the aspect of his resilience. What he eats makes up for what he eats. Even if his head falls off, he can replace it with a new one, and he possesses a certain degree of immortality, and his stumps and broken limbs can be moved. The downside is that it falls asleep after the 23 days are over, and today is day 23. It's not hard to tackle it as long as you limit its ability to fly. Damn, I should have known to bring the dreadnought with me. It's just a matter of waiting for it to pass. It's always going to land. Plus getting some flames going and forcing him to face off head-on should be fine. With a basic countermeasure in place, Louis said to David, "Uncle, There's a situation up ahead. What? There's a school bus up ahead that's being targeted by a head ogre. We'd better not go over there now. Z. The vehicle came to an emergency stop. David whipped his head around eagerly. Ogre? Emma and Yulenka also looked puzzled. After Louis briefly said it, he directly said, Uncle, you guys drive back. I remember there is a farms when we passed by. You guys go there first. Okay, wait, us? You? I'm going over there to finish him off. Or we're not going to make it through tonight. No, it's too dangerous. And how are you going to get there alone? Let's just drive straight back. There's no way he'll catch up. Emma and Yulenka, and Jenny, also objected. Emma, in particular, was close to swearing at Louis. Seeing this, Louis shook his head, pasted the 2 armor charms on his calves, secretly recited an incantation, stomped his foot before gently pointing it, and his entire body suddenly flashed out like a spring. The speed is awesome. Looking at Louis, who leapt out, David was stunned, and then his face was complicated. This kid, it's just that. Having said that, Louis must have his own ideas, so he'd better stay out of it. Looking at Louis, who had returned, David didn't say anything more, but pulled a shotgun out of the car and shoved it at him. Be safe. Louis took it and smiled. You guys too. The two exchanged punches. Both understand each other. Watching the started vehicle, Louis didn't move, watching them until they disappeared into the skyline before turning his head and looking ahead. What? No concern for the group in crisis? He really wasn't in a hurry. There was a carload of people anyway. They weren't going to die out in a while, and he was more concerned about David's safety with them than theirs. It's only right to watch them leave before you make your move. Stomping his feet, Louis's legs began to push and he quickly leapt out. The whole person in the darkness sped. The speed is not less than the vehicle. Feel the gusts of wind on the face, but Louis does not feel uncomfortable, and even feel very cool, and even a kind of inexplicable refreshing feeling not bound by heaven and earth attacked the whole body. However, the first introductory Kama charm actually has side effects, like stimulating the potential of the legs, and after the effect is over on the second day, they can become so sore that they can't get out of bed for a few days. Louis wasn't so bad because he had cultivated internal air, which could contain the muscles in his legs, and he wasn't so bad that he couldn't get out of bed. Just as Louis sped ahead, there is also a new situation here with school buses. Even though they knew where the monster came from, making it through the night and all that, many students didn't feel like they could necessarily do it. At this point someone identified any weapons that might have been in the car, but to the dismay of the crowd, it was merely a javelin and a flare gun. Oh Shedder, how is this going to beat that monster? There's no signal on the radio. What the hell are we going to do now? Didn't Minnie say? Someone knows the news. They should be able to get around to the police. A detour? Except for this highway. It's all cornfields. The kind of fields that by the time we get to town, we'll probably be eaten long ago. So what do you say? No, don't mess up yet. Guys, listen to me. It's been so long and that bat monster hasn't shown up. We might try running backwards. I remember there's a farm there. If we run there, we can call for help. The farmer must have a gun. Oh, you're the fastest runner of us all. So let us die when the time comes and you live. Right? What did you say? Eyes on the quarrel once more. Someone, however, interrupted this with a scream of horror and followed the gaze. The black bat monster was standing in front of the car door with a grin on his face, sizing everyone up, and waving a greeting when he saw that he had noticed him, actually seeming a bit polite. Before the screaming could continue, he made a violent leap and jumped right over the school bus to the other side, constantly looking at each person through the window, as if picking out the object of his desire. Seeing that someone froze and blocked the view, he also stretched out a paw and shook it, a gesture that everyone understood. And in the strange silence, the crowd actually dispersed step by step, gradually revealing a robust black man at the very back. Seeing this, the monster stared at the black man with dead eyes, excitedly spat out its scarlet tongue and licked on the glass. ZZZ, as if to tell everyone that this is his goal. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Human Demon Arrogance Fire Prison Confinement. Seemingly because of the confirmation of the target, the monster began to move. Boom boom boom. Vehicles shook violently. See no effect. The monster is a direct flight. Straight down. Bang. A fragile layer of tin didn't stand a chance, and the roof of the car was violently broken open with a large hole. A pitch-black claw grabbed a boy's head in a death grip and lifted it up, but then a javelin slammed in, and because of the cover, the blow went right through half of the monster's brain, and it was none other than Minnie, with her fierce eyes, stabbing the javelin in a death grip. The students were pleasantly surprised. They had all come to compete in the javelin, not realizing that the sport would save their lives, but they were too happy too soon. The boys in the monster's hands still hadn't been let down. even if they were desperately pulling from below. A fierce surge of power came. Kala! There was a crunching of bones, followed by a headless body falling back into the car. The head screwed off so fast that the body muscles still had reflex nerves working, and the whole torso kept waving its arms and legs, blood spurting and causing a scream. Ah! On the roof of the car, the monster then, without slowing down, reached out with his other hand and took hold of his head, slowly applying force, bending, twisting, and pulling it out. Click! With a soft thud, half of the missing pitch-black horned head was thrown into the car. The boy's head, which had been unscrewed, was shoved inside the monster's own gaping hole, and the head wriggled inside the torso, quickly reappearing at the neck gaping hole, replacing the original head, the wounds healing rapidly, a layer of black cuticle spreading upwards, and in the blink of an eye, the face took on the monster's appearance. It's the legendary Eat What You Can supplement. Feeling the new head, and the fear of the caravan of people below, and looking at the bright moon, the monster flew into the sky, its wings constantly flapping, and letting out a raspy and arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the doors of the school bus below slammed open, and the students split into several waves heading in all directions. The monster swooped down. A hunt, once again, opens. Minnie ran down the highway as hard as she could until her lungs were on fire, but she didn't dare stop. Who knew if the monster would swoop down immediately? However, she was lucky that the monster in the sky hovered for a moment before going straight after another group of students. It was only then that Minnie's speed slowed down, and she looked helplessly at her classmates who were being hunted and devoured by monsters throwing human bone darts not far away. Filled with tears, humans are really vulnerable in front of monsters. But why? If there are monsters, then God should exist too, right? And demon hunters and brave men and stuff. If there really is one, whether it's a priest or a demon hunter, please show up soon. Minnie fell to her knees and prayed. The night wind was cold, but not as cold as the cold inside her. At that moment, she heard an extremely sharp snapping sound, one after another in a constant, even practiced line. At the same time, the monster that was playing the hunting game also turned back violently, his nose sniffing fiercely, seemingly smelling something extremely tantalizing but somewhat uncertain. And after a few moments, he still flew towards Minnie's direction. So you're the out-of-body person? The flat voice rang out and Minnie's entire body froze, then reacted and looked at Lewis. Yes, save us, help us, said the man, looking behind Lewis. To her dismay, there was no policeman behind him, only a big bat that was swooping down at breakneck speed. Not good. Run, said the man, getting up in a hurry and trying to pull Louis along with him. But Lewis didn't move. His feet stood firmly in place as if they were rooted, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull. So she had no choice but to run on her own. Lewis looked up at the monster that was rushing towards him, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, really couldn't help it. Thanks to him, he was still slightly agonizing about how to lure this guy over for a head-to-head confrontation, but he didn't expect this guy to be so facetious that he rushed over on his own. No, this should be his luck. Thanks again to the grafting calamity technique. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, Lewis still stood without dodging and even shouted out, "Big baby, good coming, this way, snap," and clapped, as if teasing a puppy. The ogre's eyes flashed red, and its pitch-black claws fell straight down, but Lewis just gently pointed. The whole person leapt backward. At the same time a large group of flames appeared out of nowhere and quickly expanded into a circle of fire. In a flash the ogre firmly locked in the fire prison. The temperature of these flames was not ordinary, because Lewis had already added a large amount of internal air up just in case, just for fear of not being able to trap this guy. And the moment he made a move, it was at full strength. At the same time, Louis's hands and feet slicked his wrists. The 18 blood beads instantly shattered in unison. The red fragments melted in the blink of an eye under the moonlight, reverting to their original form, blood in water, before evaporating like water vapor at breakneck speed. The inexplicable power immediately passed into the ogre on the ground, who was trapped by the fire prison and was trying to break through. The blood began to circulate, riot, and piggyback at an extremely high speed, flowing into one organ after another. And the blood that had originally assumed the responsibility of supplying oxygen seemed to have turned into a blood cancer at this moment, destroying every part of the body. The power of the 18 blood spell beads caused the ogre's blood pressure to increase greatly. Its body was covered in soaring blood like a shower. Even its movements were slowed down, so it was evident that it was indeed traumatized internally. But it wasn't enough. It was still able to move around. Even with the ability of thick skin and flesh, it began to slowly break out against the hot flames. Zip, 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 crackle, crackle. The soaring blood made contact with the flames, and marvelous pale red vapors radiated over the fire prison. There was also the crackling sound of flames roasting the skin and meat, with grease falling vaguely, and a rich meat flavor drifting with the night wind. Snap! Snap! 1 step, 2 steps. In the flames, the black monstrous shadow opened its teeth and claws, like an immortal demon screaming in the flames. But Lewis just sneered. It's just a matter of being strong on the outside. You don't even dare to open your wings. Isn't it because you're afraid the flames will burn them? However, this monster did have a bit of a brain. Not only did it know that the high-temperature flames would burn off its wings, but it also knew to bluff to add psychological pressure to the enemy. Maybe it's because that's how the other person recognizes special foods, by creating fear? But it's no use pretending anymore. Lewis grinned as he took the string of blood curse beads off his other hand and pulled 2 more strings out of his pocket. The 54 crystal-clear blood beads glistened under both the firelight and the moonlight, and even looked somewhat beautiful. But something so beautiful is not so beautiful to some monsters. What? The ogres that were still enduring the flames and forcing their way out saw this scene and their steps stopped. It shook its head violently. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Blood Curse Exploding the Heart Special Psychic. Aha! And shaking your head? It does seem to have brains. More than Jason. But having a brain doesn't help. Lewis smiled faintly as the 54 blood beads shattered in unison. No! The ogre spoke human words for the first time in his haste, but it was still too late. A more powerful force than before struck into it, and the blood seemed alive, as if they possessed a will of their own. They were talking to each other, quarreling, fighting, destroying, turning into armies waging war on every organ. Organs, limbs, flesh, skin, layer after layer spread outward. At the moment, the ogre's body was out of control, and his arms and legs unconsciously began to wriggle as comically as an awkward dance. It even attracted students, who were fleeing everywhere, to look over. Lewis ignored these students and watched closely. If the blood spell didn't work, then he could only try other means. Lewis looked at his hands and feet. In fact, his physical fitness and fisticuffs were quite good. The good thing is, blood spells don't pull crotch. Accompanied by the blood's frenzy, a large number of rebellious blood armies finally followed the blood vessels as a troop transportation channel to the heart as the base camp. Flop flop flop. More and more blood began to concentrate here, trying to fight for the heart. They even began to boil. Gobble gobble gobble. Finally, the layer of flesh and blood could no longer withstand the ever-exploding bloods, and a crack appeared, followed by a second and a third. Ah ha ah. A raspy hiss rang through the night sky. Bang! The chest exploded violently, and scorching blood-colored steam erupted from it, and with it rushed out a lot of slimy flesh and blood. Lewis slowly extinguished the flame at this time, feeling the few remaining internal air in his body, somewhat helpless. The cultivation time is short. The internal air is less hard. Why don't you give me something to speed up my cultivation? Shaking his head, he looked to the ogre sprawled on the ground. At this time the ogre has been greatly changed. Limbs dry and shriveled like skin and bones. A large crack in the chest to reveal the inside of the chest and abdomen dry without most of the internal organs. The only thing that remains normal is its head. In contrast, it's a big-headed doll with a heavy head. But even then it was alive. Both eyes blinking and blinking. The tongue in its mouth still licking its lips. Looking at Lewis with a slight hint of fear in its greed. Greed? Lewis was stunned, associating it with the special requirements of this guy's prey. Good lord, I'm a target too? No wonder he just rushed straight over, half without hesitation. So it was like this. At that moment, many of the students who had run away, but not far, leaned over, looking with fear tinged with curiosity at the ogre on the ground and the sudden appearance of Louis. While behind Louis, many came up. Is it dead? Nope. Lewis, who was pondering how to take this thing away, replied casually. At that moment, a male student seemed to be curious and actually moved a little closer, wanting to see if the monster was dead or not. Lewis frowned. The gun he kept pinned to his back came out. Back off. I'm not going to say it again. The boy was startled and took a few steps backward. Horror movies are always full of idiots like this who like to die. Everyone was startled and their eyes became cowering. It had to be said that for modern humans, although transcendence was also shocking, they would still instinctively succumb to firearms when it came to deterrence. Of course, if some fool really didn't believe him and thought Lewis wouldn't dare shoot or something, then he wouldn't skimp on the bullets. With a cold grunt, Lewis stepped forward and looked at the still living monster, first burning off one of the potentially threatening spiky, sharp claws around the head. Then a foot stomped on the monster's head so that it was facing the ground in a death grip, followed by a handful of its neck with only a spine and a thin layer of skin and flesh left. A light twist. Hiss. A sound of cold air being sucked in resounded around them. Lewis glanced at them. In fact, he would have preferred to let them do the screwing, which was more forgiving. but considering the possibility of them making stupid mistakes, he finally decided to do it himself just to be on the safe side. Looked at the dry husk on the ground and blew gently. A roaring fire set it ablaze. As for the head in his hand, Lewis was going to take it in place. Take the tin of the school bus and wrap it in a few more layers. Make a temporary fully enclosed box and put it in there. However, looking at the basically intact head, Lewis frowned, feeling that it still wasn't quite secure, and that it had to be chipped again. Not chipping cannot be. Thinking that, he immediately took out another string of blood curse beads. Seeing this, the ogre's eyes were glaring out. If it wasn't for the fact that its neck was all gone with no way to speak, it might have actually been able to curse a few times, but unfortunately it couldn't. In the end, he could only look at Lewis viciously, as if he wanted to keep him in mind. Lewis does not care about these. To their own hands, can let you escape to hell. Directly broken a blood bead. At once, the ogre's eyes slightly lacked some. The head also became shriveled up, but still not dead. That'll do. If this was all it took to break through, then Lewis would recognize it. But as Lewis kicked the monster head closer to the school bus, ready to get a few sheets of tin, the monster head suddenly grinned as it spun and vanished. After finding a couple of bags and taking tools to get some tin along the monster's torn roof, Lewis had no trouble making an iron round box. Shut it down. But after doing this, Lewis did not leave immediately, but began to carefully review the situation. It was a habit he had developed after the Mary Shaw incident, and in a horror movie world where there were always back-and-forth plots, the back-and-forth technique was one that had to be learned and memorized. After thinking about it, Lewis felt that there was nothing left out before he looked at Minnie, who had been following him. Now it's time to see this rare talent that can have an out-of-body experience. He had also once had a brief exchange with Elise, the psychic hired by his grandfather, but the other was not willing to disclose this. Of course, perhaps it also had something to do with the fact that he was too young at the time. Now that there was a ready-made ability person to study, of course he couldn't let it go. Lewis invited the other party to talk more about it inside the school bus. As for her classmates, they scattered out to look for the one they just lost. So, your ability only appeared this time? It hadn't been there at all before that? Yes, this has never happened before. But I've actually been lucky and nothing has happened to me since I was a kid. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. At that, Lewis was thoughtful. Does it only activate uncontrollably when in danger? Also, the soul is out of body and communicates with other souls in a slightly prophetic way. What is this? A special psychic? Or something else? End of chapter. Chapter 82 Recruitment of Talents. Ambush of the Human Demon. To this, Louis doesn't know. He still knew too little about this world, and he felt that when he returned this time, he should perhaps go and have a chat with his grandfather, to be able to rise from that war-torn era, and also establish a gangster family in Miami to prosper to this day. The old man's ability is undoubted, and the years will also let him know more secrets. I'm sure we'll get something out of it then. Before that, Lewis looked over at the somewhat nervous and uneasy Minnie. It was necessary to enlist such a rare talent. No matter what time of the year it is, real talent is rare, and it is real talent that is in shortest supply, not to mention anything else, just this ability to instinctively activate, out of body and slightly prophetic when in danger. If you become your own person, it's equivalent to adding an insurance policy for your own safety. Minnie looked at Lewis' slightly burning gaze, uneasily tightened her fists. Although the handsome man in front of her is indeed very handsome, but also very mysterious and powerful, but she really did not have that intention. The other party is really too dangerous. She can feel only fear and some gratitude. There is no adoration. But what if? What's your name? I'm sorry, I don't like it. What? Louis frowned. What the hell? Downhead girl. Minnie was stunned, then realized that she was asking for the full name, and was a little ashamed, and answered quickly. Minnie Hayes. Okay, interested in working in Miami? Ha, I can see that you're a high school student. Your family should be average, and if nothing else, you don't have much of a chance to go to college or make a lot of money, so you'll probably go on to become a waitress after graduation, or sales, or some other low-threshold career, then casually dashing for a few years. When older, play the sex when you meet a man to get married. If bad luck, after a few years may also be divorced, but quality of life declined. Every day to worry about mortgage, car loans, health insurance, children's tuition, days cannot afford to pay back. The bank will also be repossessed by your house. Have a little accident. Even medical insurance cannot afford. What Lewis said was true and the norm for people of her class in the United States of America. That's still now, when the pressure is actually lower and life is more privileged. So one could argue that Louis is exaggerating. But when the woolly bear collapses and the United States of America ends its concessions to the underclass, what Louis is saying will become a reality, if not more so. Minnie's face hardened as she listened. It was true that she didn't have much in the way of skills, and her academic performance was mediocre, to the point that she was just about to graduate right now and was at the stage of worrying about what she was going to do. But the vague putdown still made her slightly resentful. So, I can offer you a cushy job. A job that could even make you wealth-free. What do you think? Louis said as he pulled out a check. Taking the check and looking at the numbers on it, Minnie froze, a little in disbelief of her eyes. $10,000. That's a lot of money now. His own parents' single annual salary was just under $30,000. And this check in his hand was nearly half that. I guess I might as well call you boss. But boss, what am I going to do there? I mean, my job. Minnie changed her tone smoothly and with slight relief. When it comes to money, children born in the United States of America know better what attitude to take. Taking out $10,000 out of his hand. This must be a big shot. We have to take our chances. Seeing this, Louis felt the need to remind her, and in the process, make her recognize reality. Nothing, it's just utilizing your special ability. This time you should know that this world is different. And you're different from ordinary people. You and your classmates are no longer the same kind of people. Staying here will only make you an alien. Upon hearing this, Minnie, who was a little worried about whether or not letting herself go over to do some kind of research, looked at some of her classmates who stayed outside the car, who were looking at themselves, and what was revealed in their eyes was no longer purely the curiosity and gratitude that they had before, but was mixed with a kind of unfamiliarity, or fear, or maybe probing. Even her own boyfriend seemed to be avoiding her gaze. She wasn't quite sure what they were, but she felt a little uncomfortable. After a brief hesitation, okay, boss, I promise. Wise choice. Louis then exchanged a few moments with the other party, informing them of his name and some of his next arrangements. Minnie would have graduated, and this was one of their graduation competitions, so she can head to Miami anytime now. When she went, she would be picked up, and her preliminary work was simply to go over and approach a middle-aged woman named Elise, and if she could, become the other woman's assistant, or disciple. Ended the conversation. Louis's ears twitched slightly at that moment, but a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. Get out of the car. Although she didn't understand why Louis let himself out of the car. Her status was different now, and Minnie obediently got out of the car, but Louis didn't move, but got up and went to the back seat orientation of the school bus. With a slight tilt of his head, he saw a head under the car seat. Angular, pitch-black cuticles, a mouthful of large white teeth, a scarlet tongue. Who else could it be? Louis could see him, and it likewise saw Louis, its eyes flashing with horror and indignation, but its actions were honest. The ogre's head hastily stuck out its tongue and kept pushing against the surface of the car, propelling the head to roll backward, and judging by the vague wet marks on the ground, it must have relied on its tongue to move to hide under the seat of the car. I don't understand how another head one suddenly popped up, but it doesn't matter. One by one, Louis opened the tin box first, only to see the shriveled head inside with its eyes tightly closed and motionless. So that's it. Consciousness transferred to another head. Nice brain and quite a few tricks. With that thought in mind, Louis took out his dagger and stabbed at the head under the car seat, which was still trying to fight back, spitting out its highly retractable tongue to try and send the head flying up for an attack. But alas, it was in vain. The knife nailed it dead center in the cramped environment. As soon as he pulled it out, he stirred it twice with a knife before picking up the fire extinguisher in the car next to him and smashing it down hard. Bang! 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 Juicy splashes of red and white, until smashed into a flat shape, shaped like a Shandong pie. It was only then that Louis lit a fire to burn it clean. At this moment, the head trapped in the tin box also violently opened its eyes and let out a furious roar. Ho ho ah ah ah. But Louis just wanted to laugh at the situation. Without your throat and body, you can't even roar without air. Who do you want to intimidate? It was hilarious. Seal the tin and take the bag up. An efficient, high quality, wirelessly renewable permanent use of blood spellcraft. The heart-stopping ogre arrives. End of chapter. Chapter 83 Farm Rest. After a while, the students who had run away came back one after another. But it wasn't just the students who came back. There was also a somewhat battered-looking pickup truck. And in the back of the pickup was a homemade harpoon gun that looked pretty powerful. It turned out that a classmate had met a farmer, and after describing the monster, the farmer volunteered to come over. At this moment, looking at this mud-like puddle of flesh and blood in front of them, the farmer and his eldest son all burst into tears and came to Louis to express their gratitude. It turns out that the farmer's young son was captured by a monster disguised as a scarecrow while he was playing in the farmland, and for the past 2 days the farmer has been searching for the monster to get revenge. I didn't realize that the monster had already been taken care of by Louis, and although it was a bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to take care of the monster with his own hands, The farmer still expressed his gratitude, and wanted to invite Louis to sit on the farm so he could thank him, but it was turned down by Louis, who had to go back to David and the others. "You are wanting to return? Take my car. It will save you some effort." The farmer brashly patted the pickup truck. Louis didn't refuse. The armored horse divine walking technique has only been introduced. The more footwork consumed, the longer and stronger the soreness will come. Let's save what we can for now. With that, Louis sat in the car and headed in the opposite direction of the road. As for the students who stayed where they were and were confused, the farmer had called the police before he arrived, and naturally the police would come to settle them down. Soon, the pickup truck drove Louis to another farm in the back of the property. Here, the local ranchers stood by in a tight circle along with David and the others, all armed with guns and looking very serious. After making a gesture and blowing a few whistles that only farmers understand among themselves, the two sides met peacefully. Patting the unharmed Louis on the shoulder, David sighed in relief. "I'm glad it's okay." Louis grinned at Emma, Yulenka, who was also holding a gun behind him. Louis and the others then decided to stay at this farm for the night and continue their journey tomorrow. Soon the farmer brought the food to the table, and as the group ate the food and chatted, David asked about what had just happened ahead for Louis. After a slight contemplation, Louis spoke the general idea of the battle that had just taken place. He didn't think there was any use in hiding it from David and the others. After all, they were a family living together, and besides, David had probably guessed something, e.g., Mary Shaw before. As expected, after hearing what Louis said about the monster, David merely frowned, and then whirled around to consider something else. "Those students saw you in action. Are you sure they won't talk to the police? You know, it's not a good thing for you to be involved with the government." Louis smiled. "They're sure to talk. How could those students help him keep his secret? When, of course, they hadn't asked them to keep it themselves? But let's not even talk about whether or not the police will believe it. And even if they do, where are they going to find me? They don't even know my name. And the only breakthrough is that girl. But she and I are already employed. And she herself, because of her psychic ability, will certainly not admit it, and in the end it will only end up in vain." Of course, after all these reasons, the real thing for Louis to lean on is actually the family side. And it's still easy to try to cover up this kind of thing. After all, there aren't that many cameras here. David sniffed and nodded, so he was relieved. As a small capitalist at the bottom, he had dealt with the government quite a lot, and was most aware of the pissiness of these politicians. There was not a single good thing. Louis would be in trouble if he really got tangled up. That's good. Alas, this trip is really bad. It seems that after going back this time, it's better not to come out for a short time. David looked depressed. He was now really doubting whether he was tainted with the bad luck that Louis had once said. But he hadn't touched a funeral these days, right? At that, Louis was a little inexplicably distraught, because he always felt that David was so unlucky. Perhaps it had something to do with himself, such as the side effects of that marrying calamity technique. Well, he wasn't actually sure, so let's pretend it wasn't. At this point, Jenny pulled David over to drink with the farmer, and next to her, Emma pulled Yulenka over and started asking him about what he had just done, when he was heard taking the flames and burning the monster all over. "Phew, that's cool. Louis, can you teach me a thing or two?" Emma took Louis's arm and actually began to pout, the delicate smile on her face looking perfect, especially since she's been dressing in a dark cool style for the past 2 years, and now she's steeped in this gesture. So I have to say, she's probably gone online for a refresher course on what it means to be beautiful in contrast. But, Louis just watched coldly, completely unfazed, and even took a drink. Yulenka, next to her, glanced at the scene in the same way, as if to see her joke. Seeing this, Emma got a little frustrated and her face fell as she glumly walked away to sip her drink. Yulenka took the opportunity to sit down next to Louis. "This Emma guy, her acting is getting more and more real now. I guess she's still acting with this depressed look on her face, don't you think?" Louis skimmed her. "You too." "Sure, but at least there's not much acting involved." Yulenka chuckled. Seeing that Louis was lazy, he changed the subject again. "By the way, that Carrie at school, she's really too soft and stupid. A lot of girls her age will play, watch, and chase after celebrities. She doesn't know any of it. She's alone at school all day long. And if I hadn't warned Chris about that bimbo, she probably would have been played out a long time ago. Oh, just take care of it. It's a neighbor after all. And if she can't change on her own, she doesn't have to care much." Over here Louis and Yulenka got to talking. On the other side, David and the farmer were also talking. "Oh, you guys are traveling to Texas. So I have a recommendation for a location. Located in the east, next to Louisiana. Not too far from here. Just built in the past 2 years. I heard that a gorgeous estate was built. It's a resort that is heavily promoted by the local government called Hobbs Manor. Yes, let's call it that. But try not to run to the forest. The forest is quite big. Every year there are people who go on a trip and end up disappearing. It's really a blind run. Nowadays young people, just unstable, love to play every day. The farmer was obviously a bit of a chatterbox, but David was still swimmingly chatting with him. Next to them were Jenny and the farmer's wife chatting about the family. That's what Texas ranchers are like: brash, friendly, grumpy, nagging, and not as depicted in the movies. All the way to the next day, David, who had bought some specialty items, and his party sat in the car and set off again toward the front. The next location they are going to is end of chapter. Chapter 84, Linking Luck: The Journey. Car. David looked at the map in his hand with some hesitation. Originally he had planned to go to Houston, Texas as his destination, but now he wasn't so keen on traveling farther, especially when you think about how close that part of Houston is to Mexico. It puts the idea to rest. Eyes kept scanning the map, trying to find a suitable place, and just as David was making his decision, at the invisible level above the head of Lewis, who was watching the left-hand path folk code, a flash of gray and black breath passed by, and the breath seemed to contact the direction of Orlando, coming to a certain betting dog who had been cast in the art of grafting calamities. Meanwhile, the much fainter scent was equally linked to the person closest to Lewis, the one with the best relationship. A few moments later, decided. This is it. David made the decision, pointing to the map, leaning to the east next to a city on Louisiana, a place that supposedly had waterfalls, an exhibit of Indian artifacts, a nature preserve, and so on. And it just happened to be pretty close to the vacation estate the ranch owner was talking about. So two birds with one stone. Hearing him make a decision, Jenny next to him urged to hurry up and drive. The highway is really a bit sunny without shade. Running with the wind can be better. Soon, the vehicle started again. And in the back seat, Louis was poring over the civil code in his soul, defeating and even controlling the heart-stopping ogre. The Minton likewise gives a legacy. But, as with dealing with Mary Shaw, only one legacy is given. That's right. After all, this guy's strength is not too strong. Even compared to Lewis is still slightly worse. Can give a legacy is good. And even if he didn't give the inheritance, Lewis wasn't losing out. For him, the ogre itself was the biggest reward of all. Looking through the civil code, a new legacy reveals itself. Phantasmagoria. From the chapter of foreign arts. Need to have a water place to perform. Can use the water and light reflection to create illusions, often used in illusion of human form. Heavenly palace, so as to perform live shows, etc. The principle is said to be related to the mirage. This technique originates from the colorful door illusion. Juggling, Lewis pondered. Scene illusion, a bit of a cockamamie, but it might work wonders when used well. For example, if you use it against that dork Jason, I guess he should be in hard control as soon as his mom comes out. The guy's brain is no match for last night's ogre. Thinking about last night, did it really have nothing to do with you when you met the ogre last night? Lewis always felt weird inside. After all, as of now, he was really not in any real danger. This journey was rewarded with 2 consecutive encounters with monsters, but both were rewarding. Deadly Mary Shaw belonged to the grudge, and gave back a perfect doll crafting notebook and an Amma divine walking technique upon killing it, and the frightened ogre was a reward in itself, plus a phantom light technique. It actually felt rewarding. Does it even feel like you're out harvesting crops? In this situation, he had to suspect the grafting disaster technique. It's just a matter of thinking about it and being sure. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts, started focusing on practicing qigong while using internal air to heal the leg muscles. Last night's divine walking technique had indeed caused damage to the muscles, although it wasn't so bad that he couldn't move because of the protection of the internal air. He basically couldn't run or jump for a short period of time, and he could only walk, or else he would experience a pinprick-like pain. This was the result of not cultivating the jutsu properly. The car sped down the avenue. Soon they passed through a small town. At this point something seemed to be going on in the town. The police were guarding a big red truck that had been cordoned off, and it looked like there was still a lot of tension. But Lewis and the others didn't care. And even David sped up a bit when he saw the scene. He didn't want to somehow get involved in any trouble now. It'll make him feel like a real disaster. Soon they drove away from the place and darted past a ruined church that was also cordoned off by the police. After they left, nothing happened underground at the church where they dug up more than 300 bodies, but there were some mishaps with the 2 big red trucks that the police had been guarding. The truck being driven by the ogre to transport food seemed to have undergone a lot of modifications, and there were just an incredible number of mechanisms in it, which caught them off guard and directly zapped 2 policemen to death. In the end, there was no choice but for the local sheriff to violently destroy it using grenades and the like. Sprinting all the way, Emma and Yulenka stuck their hands out of the window, feeling the sensation of resistance from the strong wind blowing against their palms. Looking at the endless empty wilderness, Louis also could not help but feel a sense of vastness and freedom of silence. Suddenly a little understanding of the previous life of those who like to travel the idea. This feeling is really quite comfortable. If possible, rich and free, traveling every day to see new landscapes and features, and even play a little sex, to see what various types of beauty is like. This kind of day is quite wonderful on. Unfortunately, it's not the right place, so let's forget about it. Soon, the group arrived at a small town and David went over to get gas while Louis and Emma went to the convenience store next door to buy something. Just as I walked in, I saw a white woman holding a puppy and asked the clerk, "Wow, you guys got new uniforms?" "Yes, but dogs are not allowed in here." "Shit, this is my waif." The white woman squirted and schlepped off to pick something from the shelves, and a man who had just finished picking out something and came over to pay for it raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Beyoncé with a dog for the long haul." The clerk rolled her eyes. "Even if you say that, you still have to pay. But you have a nice tattoo that just won't wash well for the rest of your life." The man gave her a sidelong glance. "Yeah, just like you. Going to be selling groceries for the rest of your life." "Oh shatter." After disliking it, both of them laughed out loud. Louis and Emma, who had just walked in, looked at each other in disbelief and left immediately after making their purchases. Louis always felt like he'd be assimilated out of his brain circuits if he continued to stay. And besides, this really wasn't Florida? After having some lunch in town and wandering around, I realized that an event sponsored by the mayor was being held here today. Competition to see who can hold back a laugh better. Everyone has to try to make each other laugh. And the person who doesn't laugh once throughout the day gets a $10,000 reward. That's why Louis and Emma had just seen the clerk talking to the customer like that. In fact, there were many more of these strange activities, even all over the United States. Except that Louis had been so cooped up in his house before that he was naturally unaware of them, and Emma was much the same as he was. It's only now that I'm out that I've learned this. David, who had finished refueling, joined in with Louis and the others. But, unfortunately, none of them were very good at laughing, and in the end they couldn't really top it and declared defeat. Soon, in the afternoon, the family set off again. You'll also pass through a few towns or small cities in between to see more interesting things. That's probably the kind of fun you'll have on the trip. However, it's not really too far from the destination at the moment. End of chapter. Chapter 85 Nature Reserve Hobbs Estate. Dallas, the 9th largest city in the United States of America. It is located in north-central Texas, away from the Gulf of Mexico, and is the 3rd largest city in Texas. And the goal of Louis and others is Dallas, but not just the city of Dallas. The scenic natural area around it is the real goal, because Dallas belongs to the energy city, with the oil industry as the backbone. There is nothing interesting in the city. It just so happens that Hobble Creek Manor, recommended by the owner of the farm, is in the neighborhood and close to a nature preserve. The surrounding scenery is excellent, and there is even a new town at the other end of the preserve, on the other side of Hobble Creek Estates, said to have been built by a group of wealthy white men for their retirement retreat. By this time Louis and the others had arrived in Dallas in a car. In the United States of America in the 90s, the big cities were already well developed, and many modern things of the future could be seen in prototype here. And people traveled in a trendy way, and pop music was played everywhere, with Michael Jackson's music taking the head position. It's that the policing doesn't seem to be very good from start to finish. The corners are full of hipsters and crackheads. All in all, corners are best avoided. Louis and the others got bored after a few days in Dallas, which, unlike New Orleans, which is full of French culture, really doesn't have much to offer. Soon after handing over their room cards, the group headed toward the nature preserve around Dallas. Louis wasn't going to go inside the reserve though. He didn't really like places like forests. They weren't easy to move around in, and there were a bit too many horror movies about forests in horror movies. So, he also advised David not to go inside. And David listened to his advice and decided to just fish the lakes outside and look at the scenery and forget about it. Not to go inside and play explore. And they mainly went to the vacation estate called Hobbs, which I heard had spa treatments in it. Walking on the ring road, the cars dwindled and kept going to other forks in the road. Gradually, only one car in front of them remained with David and the others. But the other man didn't seem to be on the same road as them. So soon David passed the other man, and as he overtook him, Louis glanced over to see that it was a young white man, talking on the phone. Retracting his attention, David drove into another lane toward the Hobble Creek estate on the map, and the white man in the car went up another off-ramp. But suddenly, he realized that there appeared to be a car accident up ahead. Oh shatter! Cursing, all he could do was call the interviewer on the other side of the company to indicate that he would need a little time before he could get over there. While he turned the car around, went through a curve opening, and drove to the other side of the driveway. But the phone went dead just as I was in the middle of a sentence. Because he had entered the fringe of this nature reserve, shaded by tall trees, there would naturally be no signal. Looked around and saw a cabin up ahead that appeared to be a small gas station. Pulling over, all I see is a scruffy-dressed old man sitting by the door lounging around. "Hey there, can I get through here please? Is there a road?" The old man glanced at him and pointed to the sign at the entrance, which depicted a map with trails drawn by red lines that were able to pass through the nature reserve and lead straight to the highway in front of him. "Thank you, and may you have a wonderful day," the man said, put in a few dollars, and after carefully memorizing the red line, got back in his car and drove off toward the trail. But he didn't notice behind him. The scruffy old man suddenly shook his head slightly and muttered softly, "Good luck." Wow! A flock of blackened crows flew up in the branches with a shrill cry. On the other hand, Hobbs Manor was surprisingly not too far from the fork in the road that had just curved, and just 20 or so minutes later, they were there. I have to say, this place is really unusual. It looks a kind of heavy feeling, old but not elegant. It should have been built for a period of time. The stone monument erected at the entrance of the manor is coiled by green vines. There were also some vehicles parked in the corners of the spacious courtyard, which looked like it had a lot of guests. At that moment, seeing them stop the car, a waiter immediately came over to perform the service. Step by step they are introduced to the service. However, the maitre d' glanced at the gold next to Louis. "I'm sorry, the estate has a rule against bringing dogs in. Perhaps you could keep him in the car. Or of course, we could take care of him for you." Louis ignored him, but crouched down to look at the gold. At this moment, Gold was not behaving quite right. A pair of eyes constantly scanning the manor's surroundings, and a pair of noses were constantly wriggling, seemingly sniffing carefully. It stayed the longest in both directions, and after a few moments, when it seemed to be all done sniffing, it rubbed against Louis's calf and barked towards the back of the hill, then adjusted its direction and barked towards a certain spot on the property. Seeing this, Louis narrowed his eyes and stood up after stroking Gold's doggy head. "Got it, just put it in the car." The corner of the waiter's mouth twitched slightly, but he still maintained his courteous attitude. "Yes, then please come in." Soon, Louis and David, a few people, arranged the room separately, all on the second floor, all EI together. Because of the performance of the gold just now, Louis deliberately raised a few spirits. Carefully observe. Some other minor problems were soon discovered. There are very few managers, surprisingly only one named Jackson, and also the owner of the property, named Sally, is a little too close in demeanor to Jackson. The other thing is the decorations on the estate. It looks beautifully opulent, with a variety of large crystal chandeliers, silver dinner plates, antique furniture, sculptures, paintings, etc. Totally worthy of the word luxury. With such lavish decorations, it's amazing they don't have much security. Aren't they afraid of losing things? There's also something odd about those photos of the successive owners of the estate, which always have people wearing cloth bags in the group photos, and the number seems to be growing. Of course, all of these are really just minor issues, and ultimately, the reason why Louis feels wrong everywhere he looks is because of how Gold is behaving. Inside the room, Louis communicated with Gold, who had climbed up through the pipes and windowsills. Because Gold's cultivation was only at the primary stage, it hadn't yet reached the level of demonization, so there was no way to speak to communicate. But the Gold is fine dog. In the mountains by virtue of the odor to chase the prey of the mountain dog. Cultivate the direction is more searching the mountain to subdue the demon of the roaring dog. So, his sense of smell is very strong, his intelligence isn't bad, and Louis absolutely trusts his dog. After a short communication between the two, Louis got his answer. It smelled blood. Very strong and in the hundreds and thousands, and it smelled human. Some of the smells are older, but it still smells. At this point, Gold suddenly barked toward the first floor below, then barked some more, not as loud as before, and weak. Louis was stunned. It's noon. There's a delivery going on down there. I think it's a steak. So, end of chapter. Chapter 86, Gourmet Feast Manor Secrets. Louis was briefly silent. This time, the door to the room knocked. David's voice came. "Louis, are you cleaned up and still going down for dinner?" Click. Louis opened the door directly, pulled David in, and then opened his mouth, which was a bolt from the blue. "This is the wrong place. The food could be meat." "What?" David's entire body was in a brief daze. "What the hell? How is that eating meat?" Louis patted the dog beside him and told David the general situation. The more David listened, the more his brow tightened. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Emma, Yulenka, and Jenny all in. He was now in complete despair about his luck. So what Louis said, he trusted completely, and Louis was always reliable. He wouldn't say that without certainty. so was there any need to hesitate? At this moment, the three people who had heard the speculation all had some ugly faces, and were even a little unsure of what to say. None of them doubted Lewis's suspicions. It just seems like this trip obviously had so many good memories and fun. Whether it was the fun in New Orleans or the various contests in the town. But why does this kind of good trip always have to have a little bit of nastiness mixed in? Small town mannequin boogeyman, farmland frightening mannequins, and now a blood-eating asterisk dark store, huh? However, no matter how they felt, what had to be faced had to be faced. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by the waiter's voice. Sir, lunch is ready. You're in luck. Today is the monthly all-meat banquet. It's very rare. Please go down and eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. No, we don't have a good appetite. Huh? Are you alright? Do you need us to call a doctor? It's fine. Just an old problem. Don't bother. Okay, then please feel free to call me if you need me. After sending it away, several people looked at each other, and finally looked at Louis in unison. When faced with such a vicious event, it's better to listen to Louis. Even David, a grown man. Louis didn't find it strange and said naturally, don't show your face, just choose to leave directly. If they don't let us go, then we'll just start fighting. Aunt Jenny, take Emma and Yulenka to the car first. I'll be with my uncle. After arranging the personnel sequential flow, etc., everyone waited. Wait until after the sensitive point of lunch. Then move. Louis's expression was relaxed. There was no way. For Louis, he really felt that this was nothing. The frightening ogre that he himself had tackled only before was more powerful than this kind of dark store. It's really hard to be afraid of anything, but there's no point in idling around here. So I might as well go down and take a look. And at that moment, on the first floor below, a culinary feast was opening. A juicy cutlet was placed on a dinner plate, along with a grilled ribeye, sausage platter, foie gras, lamb stew. There are very few vegetables and basically all meat, but without exception, the guests ate happily, as if they thought these were all delicacies, and feasted on them in large chunks. In the center of the hall, Jackson, the manager, watched the scene with a smile on his face. His eyes constantly glancing around as if making a selection, his gaze always on the women, the men, the old, the children. At that moment, an arm came around and the blonde woman, Sally, pressed herself intimately against him, her tongue flicking. Brother. The two shifted lightly on their feet and moved to the back hallway, out of sight of the guests. Jackson looked tenderly at his sister. Which one do you see? I think the new little girl is just fine. She's dry and thin and doesn't have much of a figure, but that face is so tender. And the teenager together. Oh, those azure eyes are so beautiful, like the ocean. So wanted. Jackson knew who it was after a little thought, but the family didn't come down to eat as if they had stomach problems. Okay, but those two aren't enough. The clan needs to round up. Just their family, and then let's pick a few more from there. Aha. The two men said this as they moved closer towards the further back while pinning the woman to the table. It didn't take long to finish, and Jackson asked as he lifted his pants. The three brothers aren't here? They seem to have gone out. I think they went hunting in the forest again. Damn, these three guys who got back from outside don't behave at all. Well, never mind. It's our clan after all. Speaking of the clansmen in the back of the mountain are now growing in number. But there is not a single normal one. Although we are normal, we cannot get married and have children. Otherwise the children born have no way of inheriting this manor and providing the family with a source of wealth. What then? I remember we had a distant cousins. Back when the family went out into the world. They should still be keeping it normal. Maybe we can get in touch. Okay, come on. Go get something to eat to replenish your strength. The two came together in the back kitchen. The kitchen walls, which should be white, are now covered with blood, and on the tabletops. Worse still, there are many dangling in the depths of the kitchen as if they were roasted suckling pigs. And the chefs are extraordinary. Fitting the bloody picture of this kitchen. Their faces were all deformed, with crooked eyes and slanted mouths. Shaped like scars formed by burns, mouths full of rotten teeth, some of which were purposely sharpened, and seemingly unable to speak, but with immense strength, and bone-chopping knives in their hands. The force is definitely stronger than normal when you're heckling each other. The two men who came in didn't care about that. Jackson picking up a piece of raw meat and the woman picking one up as well. The two just fed each other. You're in love and you actually have a sense of atmosphere. Hidden in the doorway, Louis watched the outrageously ruinous scene with twitching eyes. What should I say? What kind of gory horror movie is this? But, this pervert woman has quite the eye for Emma's face and my eyes. Well, as a reward, I'll torture you a little less when I know the location of your clan in the back of the mountain. Louis's eyes were filled with intense malice. After hearing their words, Louis has changed his mind. He felt that this group of monstrous cannibals is very suitable as a flock of sheep shepherd up. When needed to catch one out to act as a poisonous fire art fuel, the body can also be used as a corpse compulsion test subjects used. The number and more, the strength of the poor, the cost-effective is not worse than that alarmed human devil. After reading this, Lewis operated his hiding technique, continued to collect his voice, and quietly left. The whole time these freaks didn't even know Louis was here. And just as Louis was getting ready to screw up, not far away in the woods of the nature reserve, a grueling battle royale was nearing its end. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Deadly Curve. The Freak Family. In the forest, on a wooden sentry tower, Chris was sweating profusely. He felt awful now. A lot happened today. First I got into a car accident on the way to a job interview and had to take a detour. Then I hit another car. That wasn't all. What was even more tragic was that he found himself and the group lost. And his cell phone had lost its signal in this kind of forest. And next, the most unlucky thing happened. In this forest there is a group of cannibals. They are hunting human beings. They are very strong. Thick skin. They can drive trucks. And shoot. And even shoot arrows extremely accurate. If not for the madness of the temperament, plus the ugly appearance, it is almost as if human beings have evolved. And to escape from these powerful cannibals, they tried everything. But at the end of the day, so many people died that he and 2 other women were left. However, he was not going to give up hope of survival. That's when the girl named Jessie found a medical kit. Great Chris, your leg is saved. On the way out, he voluntarily chose to run out and attract the attention of the cannibals in order for everyone to escape, but was unfortunately shot in the leg. After briefly treating their injuries, they found a glow stick and a radio. And most fortunately, the radio seemed to have some signal. Oi, we've encountered cannibals. Our location is. Before he could finish, Chris suddenly noticed the fire below and rushed to silence. But it was still too late. The 3 cannibalistic brothers below had already noticed. Soon, it tried to drill up. Chris's eyes hardened and he stomped dead center on that finger. Ah! The shrill unearthly scream wasn't smooth for long afterward. A rocket then shot in. Flames blazing. No! No! I must live. Chris looked out the window, where there were many large trees, and his eyes flashed with a vicious color. Go! Jump! Take a gamble. After saying that, he jumped first, just in time to hit the big tree and managed to stand on it. Soon, 2 women jumped over as well. But here, the cannibals are the locals. And just because the trees are up doesn't mean they're safe. Bang! An axe smashed open a woman's throat. The grimy white bones quickly stained red with jets of blood. The cannibal flashed a smile at both Chris and Jessie, both filled with despair but resigned to death, headed in the other direction of the tree. This battle royale isn't over. Inside the Hobbs Manor, Lewis had arrived at the back of the mountain at the moment, and unexpectedly, there was actually a small village here. It's just the people who live there. All freaks. They were both male and female, all of them giggling and looking demented, as if they were about to host a bonfire to prepare something in the middle of it. Usually the preparation is just some pork, beef, vegetables and other ingredients. But their preparation of ingredients, a well-dressed old woman, her face now covered in blood and her throat slit, was carried over tied to a log like a hog. The ingredients are obvious. 24 ugly-faced freaks all leaned over, salivating at the old woman. Lewis shook his head as he recognized the old woman as one of the guests at the manor. Now the basic situation has been understood. These deformed people should all be the product of inbreeding appeared, generation after generation of reproduction, and in order to better survive and to ensure the safety of the human society. Hidden. It is those who try to maintain normal deformed people to act as the master of the manor, while running the manor, providing normal food and life support, etc. The guests of the manor are also randomly selected to have a few people as their food at the monthly meat feast. I'm afraid that those rumored to have run off and disappeared into the forest didn't always go to the forest to disappear, but were swallowed up by these guys. It's a process that I'm afraid has continued for some time. But can mere inbreeding and cannibalism lead to such physical prowess? Shouldn't it be low intelligence and genetically fragile? There seems to be some issues in there, and it's best not to involve the occult. But these can be explored slowly. For now, let's settle David and the others. Then we can try to start the ranch plan. Wait, I still need some animal furs to make it work. Ah, it's just a matter of crippling them first, and then just go by furs slowly. Only, after Louis returned and then watched David and the others get into the car, Jackson, who was civilized and good as a gentleman, but suddenly appeared, stopped Lewis, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at Emma, who was in the car, and then looked at Lewis. Gentlemen, is there some service we have not done well, making you all leave in such a hurry? Louis glanced at him and ignored him, just saying to David, Uncle, looking at the current situation, I don't see the need to leave, but but it's better to drive farther away just in case you get hurt by mistake. Have yourself in is really safe. Otherwise, even if you drive out, Lewis is also afraid of what traps on the road to appear any accident. It is better to stay in the vicinity. Do not drag yourself on the line. David nodded gruffly, gun at hand, and Emma and the others in the back seat held a gun in their hands as well. The car started up and headed out. Jackson's smile faded. You guys are bad. So many guests in this manor have to die because of you. We have to silence them. Lewis, it seems that inbreeding produces brains with problems is completely correct. Even you, who seemed normal, turned out to have a brain disease. Jackson's face snapped up and he waved his hand. An axe came flying violently. Louis kicked the axe handle and threw it back. Bang! It cut straight into the face of a deformed man hiding behind a tree. But the deformed man didn't die. He just sat on the ground and didn't slow down, constantly knocking his head and going crazy. Jackson's face grimaced as he came barreling over. Lewis smiled disdainfully. Flames soar into the air. In the meantime, Chris drove Jesse in the police car and made a mad dash up the highway, barreling toward the front regardless. They had finally escaped from the three cannibals, but it wasn't over yet. They had to get out as soon as possible and go to the police to put an end to all this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The furious power drove the car to maximum speed, but Chris soon realized that he didn't know the road, and all he could do was keep driving down the highway. Finally, a glimmer of light was seen on the side of the road that seemed to be a manor house. Come on, Jesse, let's go to this estate. The two men drove towards the manor, full of hope. The manor that shimmered with a faint light was at the moment, in their eyes, a symbol of the bright dawn. Once we get there, we're safe. And that's when they vaguely saw what looked like fireworks rising over the estate. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Dark Dawn, Fighting Evil with Evil. Status, 429 from https://69shuba. me/txt/87721/399763990 failed to retrieve the content of this segment, and no text content. Chapter 89, Solving the Problems in Catching the Pigs and Sheep. The two worked together and soon made hogs and goats out of the few remaining freaks as well. Looking at the scene lying on the ground, nearly cloaked in skin, curled up as her fur healed and turned into a sheep, Emma's eyes were filled with wonder. Interesting, would like to learn. Unfortunately, Lewis was very defensive towards her, and other than following along and practicing the martial arts of the Jinkuan martial arts school, she hadn't learned anything, and she didn't know when Lewis would be willing to teach her. At the thought, she gave Lewis that trademark smile, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Lewis rolled his eyes and casually said, "Don't laugh. Fake panic. I won't teach you this art. Let's see what happens later and teach you something else." Lewis was not prepared to casually teach out his own arts. Jokingly, he himself had not yet cultivated well, and even the core inheritance, the left path chapter had not yet been opened. So what to teach people? Moreover, those earth law also even so? Nothing too strong destructive, but those foreign arts, witchcraft, can be greatly different, really spread out. I'm afraid to cause trouble. It's not the right time to spread the word widely either. Emma, however, was filled with joy that at least Louis had said he was willing to teach. As for when to teach, what to teach, and whether there are any conditions, what the heck, just be willing to teach anyway. But was my smile fake? At that moment, there were sudden shrieks and gunshots from outside. Louis's eyes flashed and his whole body ran out. Wah-wah! A monstrous man in a red shirt and knickers was shooting with a bow and arrow, each arrow shot with surprising power. Next to them were two other freaks with axes, looking intently across the street at David and the other's car, and the gun in David's hand was making a roar, firing continuously towards the freaks, and every now and then and so on. He had to shrink his head to dodge the arrows. It was outrageous. A bunch of crazy-looking freaks, shooting arrows actually so hard. This wasn't the most outrageous. The most outrageous was that those few freaks actually didn't die when they were hit by the gun. Instead, they laid on the ground for a while and then stood up, highlighting a patience. David's forehead was already sweating. He had a feeling that these freaks were really hard to fight. It was time to get something big caliber and tough. Behind her, Yulenka and Jenny hid behind the body. Yulenka had a pistol in her hand, quietly aiming it at the head of one of the freaks, squinting her eyes slightly as if she was aiming. At this point, bang, 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 with three consecutive muffled sounds, the three monstrous men who were still preparing to charge all fell down with blood coming out of their mouths and noses, their blood draining out in large quantities. And even so, their arms and legs were still writhing, looking like they were still trying to get up. Lewis, who appeared in the doorway at that moment, looked at David. "Uncle, it's all right." After seeing Louis, David was relieved, except that the gun was still pointed at the three freaks. Lewis also looked over at the three more physically powerful freaks, and the pickup truck behind them, which actually had a couple of bodies dangling from it. as well as 2 living people that looked like they were coming this way to be transported. Upon closer inspection, the 2 living men were the same 2 that Louis had just let go, and it appeared that they had been encountered on their way out. Suddenly, Louis frowned as he thought that just now if he had let David and the others go first instead of waiting nearby, then they would most likely have also encountered this group of freaks and ended up in a miserable situation. After all, in the tradition of horror movies, it's a sudden reversal at the end, where you think you're gone, but in fact the danger is never far away. Luckily, I'm not a normal person. With that in mind, Louis pulled up one of the deformed man's feet on the ground and dragged it toward the yard. Emma, are there any more sheepskins left? Night. A fire was set in the manor. A fire so fierce that it burned through the place of sin and bloodshed almost in the blink of an eye. Louis blew on the fluttering embers on his fingers, looked at the skyward flames, and couldn't help but close his eyes and stretch out his arms, feeling the heat of the flames that burned everything to the ground. He was really getting into flames now. Wee, ba ba ba. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. The grunts of sheep mixed with pigs were heard. There was the faint sound of whips cracking in conversation. On the spacious highway, Louis, with a whip in his hand, whipped the sheep and fat pigs in front of him, which tried to scurry and even wanted to launch an attack toward him, and a bloody scar was spread all over, and the gold next to it showed its sharp tusks, tearing and driving these dishonest people away. More than 20 deformed people is more than 20 pigs and sheep. Do not say. Drive up is really a little bit of trouble. The main thing is not learned, but it does not matter. Louis thinks that the United States of America this situation. In the future, their own pasture probably will not be short of supplies. Grazing techniques can also be slowly practiced. A few of David's men drove slowly alongside. Watching Louis herd sheep with mixed expressions, it wasn't as if they had no imagination. What is becoming of these pigs and sheep can they not know? This scene is really reminiscent of the evil witches in the legend Ah. It's like that's how they punish those who don't respect her. Like the frog prince in the fairy tale or something. Tick-tock. 2 large trucks drove up from one end of the road, and a middle-aged man poked his head out and yelled, "Hey guys, is that the car you're yelling about?" "That's right. These pigs and goats are more ferocious in nature, so you don't need to feed them water when transporting them. It's best to take a breath and transport them straight there, and there will be someone over there to hand them over to you." "Oh, no problem. We'll take the highway. It'll be quick. Here's the deposit." Looking at the madness of this group of pigs and sheep who were madly charging in the cage, not stopping even when they knocked themselves on their heads, and associating it with the address written on the business card given by the other party, the 2 drivers had a clue in their hearts. Soon the 2 men cooperated with David in lifting all these pigs and sheep into the car for a long run to Miami. Watching the big truck drive by, Louis and David looked at each other. Now, what to do? The original vacation trip is now out of the question. So where to go? Should we continue? After a moment, considering this terrible luck of his, David could only say grimly, "Let's get ready to go back tomorrow. Staying here, it always feels like something will easily happen. So we go back to Dallas?" David pulled out a map and looked at it, realizing that on the other side of the preserve was a small town that he remembered hearing about when he was in Dallas as a new retreat site for the rich white locals. Wouldn't it be a good idea to take a break if we went over there now? David looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, the perfect time for a good night's sleep. But, thinking about his encounters along the way, and the one time he made the wrong choice in hindsight, David immediately decided the opposite was true. No more going to that town. The moon was out and pretty bright anyway, so I'd drive straight back to the city. And it wouldn't be too late to go to bed then. Come on, let's go back to Dallas. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Passing By. Going home. Adoration. Saying yes, David immediately got in his car and pulled Louis and the others straight to Dallas. With the moonlight and street lamps illuminating the way, the journey was smooth and unhindered, and after 2 hours they returned to the city. In fact, David's decision could not be said to be right or wrong, but at least it avoided possible trouble. For just as they chose to return to the city, a black woman with a remarkable temperament arrived at this nature reserve. Her eyes closed as if she was feeling something. A moment later, she opened her eyes, which seemed to sway with some kind of evil power. "I smell the wailing of the clan." He was crying that a vile group of men had taken advantage of him, trapping the souls of countless of his countrymen and taking their young bodies. Behind her, a group of black men in strange costumes and dresses roared in unison. "Kill them! Kill them!" Mary Lavin nodded and moved her feet toward the forest, and in that direction was the rich white town. Near noon. Dallas. Motel. David yawned with his mouth wide open, next to an equally sleepy Jenny, who still slept too late last night and felt sleepy even after catching up on her sleep. There was just plain food on the table, and David and Louis talked as they ate. "Eat and go? Yeah, the night is long. This trip sucks. I feel sick just thinking about what happened yesterday." "Okay then, Let's both take over driving then. It'll have to do. After finishing their lunch, the family set off on their journey again. As before, only this time it was a return trip. It's the same way back, but this time it's a return trip. No more stopping at places, so going back is faster than coming. A few days later, the family drove back to Florida and is about to return to Orlando. However, as they approached Orlando, Louis separated from David and the others, got into a car from the family that had been contacted ahead of time, and made a U-turn to head to a familiar place, Lake Eden. This one gave Louis his first sense of fright and was the place where goals and ambitions were officially set. That golden-armed female corpse's axe is still thrilling in retrospect. But of course, the most important thing is where she came from. The existence of the demon king of hell Mammon, which unveils the truest side of this world for Louis. Returning to his homeland and looking at the beauty of the wind and the sun, Louis didn't enjoy it for long and headed straight for the place where the fire had started in the first place. Along the way, Louis noticed that there seemed to be a lot fewer townspeople here. Where are all the people? The driver next to him immediately replied back. All of them moved away. Because of what happened last time, the development of this place was dabbled by the family. As for these townspeople, they were given a low demolition payment and whisked away. Originally, the Cano family wanted to go straight to private contracting, but since Florida is one of the few states that doesn't allow the transfer of eminent domain to private developers, they ended up having to settle for the next best thing, and opted to get in on the action. Even so, it's profitable. Soon, Louis came to the scene of the original fire. So many days have passed, the place is still not dealt with. A broken wall, charred black rotten wood. Putting 2 drops of cow tears on, the vision gradually produced a change. A faint black mist appeared in the house in front of him, and vaguely inside the house. Some charred, thin and long figures could be seen waving their arms, seemingly struggling. Seeing this, a smile gradually appeared on Louis's face. It seems to have come to the right place, but as it is it will take a long time before it can truly take shape, and it seems that under normal circumstances, the formation of an evil spirit is also more difficult. Thinking like this, the hands of the willow leaf golden knife piece after piece of flying out, without hesitation. Chopping grass is to get rid of the root. Hoo. Swish swish swish. Between the flashes of golden light, inexplicable screams suddenly appeared in the air. The driver was violently stunned, then regained his composure. He was a member of the family's elite stationed outside the cave in the back of the mountain, and had seen more than his share of Louis's strangeness, so he wouldn't make a fuss now that he had seen this scene. Soon, the golden light wavered and gradually dissipated, and along with it, was the soul inside, and the room where a dozen people had died was now receiving the sunlight again. After taking a closer look, Louis went back to the Eden Lake forest and looked at the grave where he dug up the golden-armed woman's body, and found that the place was cold and gloomy. Being in the middle of the forest, not seeing sunlight all year round, and close to the lake, it should meet the requirements of the land of Een. Louis stroked his chin and nodded, a calculation in his mind. Only after this was done, and he was sure there were no loose ends, did Louis return to the Orlando city center in his car. Tires rubbing against the ground, doors open and close. Louis had just stepped down, and had not yet returned home, when he saw the door of the house next to him slam open, and Carrie rushed out, with a look of excitement and joy, and a girl behind her who was looking at her in bewilderment. Carrie rushed out, but after 2 steps, her feet stopped and an overwhelmed expression appeared on her face as she gradually backed away. Looks like she's regained her composure. Louis wasn't a neon retarded guy, and with a quick turn of his head he could see why Carrie was acting like this, but as far as that went, it didn't seem like he was treating her all that well. Frowning at Carrie, he still waved a greeting. Hi, Carrie. Carrie flashed a smile and gave a small wave. Good morning, Louis. You're back. Good morning? Glancing at the blazing sun that was already hanging directly overhead, the corners of his mouth twitched, and Louis casually responded with a few more words before heading back inside. It was only after watching Louis return to his room that Carrie withdrew her gaze. At that moment, Sue from the back came over and nodded at Carrie. Carrie, was that just now? My neighbor, Louis Cano, a very nice man. Looking at the friends she had just made in the past 2 days, Carrie said so. Sue was a little surprised. She did not expect the always aloof Carrie to have such a high opinion of this person, and even more, she felt as if Carrie had some liking for each other. Where does he go to school? How come we haven't seen him at our school? He was previously a student at Bolton High School, and is also the younger brother of Eureka's older sister. He just graduated this year, and will probably go to a prestigious high school after the summer. Carrie was a little lost when she said that. Her grades were average and her family didn't have that much money. Oh, Bolton wait, middle school? Sue looked at Carrie with an incredulous look on her face. then craned her head to the side and looked back and forth twice before looking thoughtful. Good for you, Carrie. You're so deep that you actually like the under years department. But that Louis is Yulenka's brother? Yulenka was famous in the school. Very strong in her methods, very powerful, and surrounded by many people. Even Carrie was sheltered because of Yulenka's casual words, and those former bullies even dared to play only with cold violence and didn't dare to make a move. For someone like that to have a brother who makes Carrie behave like that seems like an unusual family. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Practicing Corpse Compulsion Family Support. When I got home, everything seemed to calm down. David and the others had packed up all their things, and the house was neat and tidy, while Louis's things, such as the talismanic papers for practicing, and the heads sealed in the tin round box, were left untouched, waiting for Louis to put them away. Soon, it was evening. Louis and Emma were both sitting on the couch watching a comedy show, understanding the diametrically opposed laughs in it from all the different cultural practices. Yulenka was wearing glasses and flipping through a book, her eyes calm and actually revealing a sensual beauty. And Jenny and David were in the kitchen picking out ingredients and showing off their cooking skills. Soon enough, dinner was ready, only perhaps because of the shadow brought by the manor incident. It was rare that there wasn't much big meat in it. The most ingredients were ham, fish, and various vegetables. Even so, everyone was eating well and talking excitedly about all the interesting things that had happened on the trip. The living room was filled with laughter for a while. David and Jenny also briefly forgot about the bad luck that had befallen them on the trip. While it's wonderful to travel around to see different sights and customs, most of the time, what the average person needs seems to be peace and quiet. Only, Louis, who was no ordinary man, did not settle down for long. It's just dawning. He then ran to the back of the hill, his steps even a little hurried and seemingly impatient. Just arrived at the back of the mountain, the bloody residual shadow in the forest flickered, and the tall dreadnought had already arrived in front of Louis, his tail wagging, and his eyes staring tightly at the tin box that Louis was carrying in his hands, full of longing. The ferocious and hideous looks were all good and clever at the moment. Rage stroked the dog's head. I'll give it to you when I've worked on it. Dreadwolf gave a little bark and opened the way ahead. A grim sight came from all sides of the woods, but when it was sniffed that it was Louis, the gaze instantly mildened, and the dogs would probably have sassed out if they hadn't been ordered to do so by the head dog. The 18 fierce dogs, plus the fear of abuse, had been guarding the cave here all this time, preventing anyone from entering by mistake, or any other unforeseen circumstances. And in front of the cave, there were a few strong men in black guarding with guns. Louis nodded and stepped into the cave. Bah, bah, blah. Inside the cave, 3 sheep that were bound in all 4 limbs and lying there bleeding, saw Louis walk in. Their bleeding suddenly became intense, and their horns constantly toppled. The eyes are full of humanized emotions inside. Violent, angry, insane. Louis glanced at it, only to find it adorable, and whirled around to look to the side. There were still 6 bodies lying there, still well preserved and not giving off the smell of decay. First, he took out 6 blood beads and watched as the body turned into a dryskin bag and the blood beads congealed. Stringing the blood beads back onto his wrist, looking at the crystal clear blood-colored string of beads, Louis felt that this thing was really not durable. Or rather, ordinary blood spell beads practiced on ordinary people were not durable. And against more powerful monsters it would often require plural blood spell beads to be able to deal with them. But this situation would soon be improved. Louis lifted the tin case, then set his eyes on the 3. These 3 are the most special existence in that group of freaks. That is, the 3 brothers who are always hunting in the forest. Their physical endurance, strength, ferocity, etc., are slightly stronger than the manor group. Louis was going to take their corpses to make compelled corpses, and their souls to practice poisonous fire techniques. It was also a good use of things, but this had to be practiced out of the corpse compulsion first. When all was said and done, Louis immediately went into action. The poisonous insects had been purchased long ago, and were stored inside one of the crates on the other side of the cave. Centipedes, scorpions, toads, venomous snakes, corpse cripples, brains, and all sorts of local venomous insects. It has to be said that the primitive forests of the United States of America are quite numerous, and as long as a sum of money is offered, the people here dare to do anything. Like these junkies, some of which are even banned species in there, but still get screwed under the magic of money. Louis then began practicing the parasites, herbs, poisonous insects, bloodletting, meat, and vermilion, putting them in a different order. Inside each altar is an experiment. Every now and then some whimsical ideas popped up, and I was quick to take notes on paper. He seemed to have some talent in this area, being able to practice in a decent manner, but it still wasn't as good as the overwhelming talent of refining potions in the first place. Once and for all, according to what is written in the inheritance, there are still shortcomings in the harmonization as well as something to use as a primer. There. Lewis had the bright idea of dripping corpse oil into it, and then opened the tin case of the already dormant thrilling kindred eater and cut off a bit of his face. Actually, I should have dealt with this kindred eater first so that the materials would be more complete. I didn't think it through. That's just it. I'll deal with you after practicing compulsion. The poisonous insects in the altar swam their slippery bodies and devoured everything. This technique had been practiced for 3 days, and within those 3 days, Lewis kept refining dozens of nearly 100 of them at once at all times, always watching what was going on in each of the altars. Eventually, 3 days later, Lewis looked at the 12 altars in front of him with tired eyes, but full of excitement. Previously dozens of are ruined. Only this 12 did not die, now only need to be put in a place of fury, placed for 9 days, and then add his blood in the cultivation of the people to feed, even if it is the first fledgling, but in the end it can become a few. Lewis is not clear. Even though he used nearly 100 of them as practice, Lewis was only just getting started. There really wasn't much to be sure of. He predicted that he could make 3 out of 3 this time with a guarantee, and at most 6, and more, he didn't quite dare to hope for. Now, put them in Lake Eden. Lewis called the members of the family who were guarding the outside and told them to take these altars to Eden Lake. There he has arranged it. If it didn't work there, he'd have to put those in a graveyard or something. Watching the altar being carried away, Lewis stretched and dragged his tired body towards the front room. He needed a good night's sleep before he could do so. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, non-stop research, bloodletting, thinking, the mental wear and tear was really not small. While Louis was practicing big time, something was happening in the city of Miami, with the Kano family. Carl's cheeks twitched slightly as he looked at his dry, yellowed palms and felt the growing weakness of his pale body. This feeling of watching one's own youth cease to exist is agonizing. At this time, the person in charge of the family's finances reported, "Family Master, the various types of poisonous insects purchased from the young master have all been settled. However, this kind of acquisition is not small in terms of loss and there is no gain. Do we still need to continue?" Carl waved his hand without speaking. The man nodded, understanding. Then he added, "Family Master, do we still need to continue with that batch of heavy firepower? It seems like some people have their eyes on us." Collect. Yes. Finance sighed in his heart. The head of the family was really doting on the young master, and he was willing to support this kind of no-gain, risky thing. However, the support given by the young master isn't bad either. Those strengthened family elites make the family force increase not small, and the group of fierce dogs escorting the villa. It's hard to say who actually benefits more. Shaking his head, Finance spoke of 2 other things. End of chapter. Chapter 92 Jack's Doll Box Unlimited Blood Cow, Plus. Finance looked around first to make sure Bob wasn't there before he said, "Bob's been killing more and more people lately, mostly enemies, but it's still causing unrest, and it doesn't know how to dispose of corpses, leaving too many traces along the way. Those cops are already investigating, and if we didn't have someone in the police department, I'm afraid we'd already be found out. If this keeps up, I'm worried that the FBL side will send someone over." FBL, the United States of America's famous intelligence agency, compared to the worldwide activities of the CIA, more focused on the internal. FBL is actually the United States of America's major gangs of the object of fear. At that, Carl frowned a little. Bob, the chicken claw that he had stashed away, was reanimated as an alien-like monster after absorbing nutrients, able to provide assistance to those who resurrect it. It can find and kill whatever its master wishes to deal with. It started out as a way to resurrect this thing in search of Louis, and then it turned out to be really good for killing enemy bosses and stuff under surprise attacks. But now it looks like there's something wrong with it. His very first owner, it seems, was sought out by the police and ended up in a cage because it wasn't handled cleanly. It seems that whether it's intentional or unintentional, using it requires a bit of care. I'll restrain it. Did you find that thing? That was actually the second thing Finance wanted to say. Found it. The musical doll box had been in a museum in England, stolen a couple of years ago, suspected to have been stolen by antique thieves, and then showed up at Rosetown Manor, after the people we sent out there had found it, and were now on a plane to get back. At those words, Carl's spirit shook, and his cloudy eyes glittered with longing and anticipation. Musical doll box, from a French mythological legend called the Demon Box, but this box has only some relation to it. It's called Jack's Doll Box, and it really comes from a clown actor who was possessed by a demon and went to a priest to get an exorcism. But the priest had a selfish agenda, and he tricked the clown by locking him up in a special doll box and forcing him to fulfill his wish. Eventually, that priest managed to get a child of his own, and he searched for this box for this very purpose, to fulfill a wish, to regain his youth, to prolong his life. The more powerful and rich you are, the more you fear death. So does he. He wants to live. he doesn't want to die. The cave. After recovering his energy, Lewis returned to the cave again at the first opportunity. Snap! Opened the tin case and took out the head of the nut eater inside that had its face peeled off and its eyes tightly closed, because it had been more than 23 days. So the guy had long since fallen into a deep sleep. This is not good. He caught it back. Not let it sleep. It must be moved. Looking at the gaping neck under the head, Lewis quickly thought of the method. It didn't take long for the body of a Latino trafficker, missing his head and not bleeding much, to be laid out in the hole. And Lewis put on his body armor before planting the head in the gaping neck of the body. As soon as they came into contact, a blood vessel automatically adsorbed itself under the skull as if it was subject to some kind of gravitational force, and the bones were also slightly wriggling. The two gradually joined together, and flesh and blood began to derive, covering the newborn vertebrae, and a layer of skin gradually spreading the neck, and even the entire body also began to change. Muscles began to swell, the body grew taller, and the toes of an otherwise normal person began to transform into sharp, huge claws. It did not take long. The original thin body of the traffickers actually became tall and powerful. If you wear that black trench coat and a hat, the living heart of the shock of the reappearance of the devil of eating kindness. However, it still had its eyes closed tightly and was in a deep sleep. Lewis wasn't careless, and stuck a knife in, with no response. After a few more stabs, the thing remained unresponsive. Still, Lewis didn't let his guard down. Snap! Clap your hands. Half an hour later, a chain ran across the cave wall, binding the tall kindred eater to the wall. Its ankles slashed open, and blood that was crimson with hints of black ran down its heels, dripping into the bucket below. Vaguely, you can still smell a fishy odor. Lewis, however, didn't mind it at all, and even had a smile at the corner of his mouth, because if the blood remained bright red, it would instead mean that this experiment had failed. Now this bucket of blood would be a good lead if used to refine the parasites. Remove the bucket, take out a bag of blood, give it into the wrist blood transfusion, because it is a monster, so do not care about the rate, the blood vessels can withstand and so on, directly the maximum rate into the fierce irrigation. It's that durable. He wanted to see how fast this monster converted blood into its own blood, and in a moment, he would need to affix its 7 orifices to refine the blood spell bead, and he would need to replenish some blood into his body to do so. Soon, time lapse. Lewis calculated the conversion efficiency and the power of the new version of the blood spell beads. This monster could indeed convert blood into magic blood and could not see the limit at the moment, but perhaps due to being in a deep sleep, the efficiency of the conversion was limited, and it could only convert the blood of the whole body once every 12 hours. The new blood spell bead was also very different. The coalesced blood bead had a circle of black lines around it, which looked a bit peculiar, and its power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary blood spell bead. In fact, he felt that this kind of blood spell bead that originated from the body of a kernel-eating demon might not be that simple, but what other special effects could only be left to be explored in the future, and he didn't have that much time to explore it aimlessly. In the end, Lewis decided to name this new blood spell bead the Magic Blood Spell Bead. Finishing this experiment, Louis looked at the kindred eater, who was tied to the wall like a dead pig, with a burning gaze. It can't be wasted. The blood and flesh are all good. Compulsion primers, magic blood spell beads, and can be used later as material for other new spells. Bones, marrow, fascia, wings, eyeballs, teeth. As a poor man on the mystic side, even this somewhat low-end mystic side material, Lewis treated it like a treasure. What's more, it's inexhaustible, and the whole body can be utilized. Calling it a treasure, gotta keep it in good condition. But shouldn't I change my base? The idea popped into Lewis's head. Now that he has caught more than 20 and so many secrets, it is indeed a bit inconvenient to stay here in the back mountain all the time. Maybe it's time to buy a small ranch, and then the 18 fierce dogs underneath the fear of abuse will be able to let go when they guard the house and so on. Well, scout it out in a couple days for a change. After this thought, Lewis put his eyes on the 3 sheep that were already dying of hunger next to him. The uses of the nut eater have been understood. Now it's your turn. End of chapter. Chapter 93 Poisonous Fire Technique Jason Resurrected, plus, the use of these monstrous people Lewis had thought of from the beginning. Vicious souls that perfectly fit the conditions for the cultivation and casting of the poisonous fire technique. As for their corpses, they were used to practice compulsion corpses. Now that the corpse compulsion hasn't succeeded yet, then just refrigerate their corpses and use them when the time comes. After anticipating this, Lewis began to try to cultivate the poison fire art. Poison fire magic comes from Zoroastrianism, also known as Zoroastrianism, which believes in the dualism of good and evil, and has a deeper understanding of good and evil. That's why this art is like this. The same poisonous fire that burns the souls of the wicked is modeled after the agonizing punishment of the 18 layers of hell in hell. The preconditions are okay. First catch an evil person, then bleed them for a trial to make them account for their sins, and finally take the flames and burn them to death. You must make sure that they are burned by the fire. And when you have burned enough 18 people, you will, just to qualify to get permission from the gods of hell or flame authority, and have to go through the test of the deity? Lewis frowned. Didn't all these spells that had something to do with religion have to do with God? I'm in the other world now. Where can I find hell? And I'm afraid that the first thing I'll do when I find it will be to arrest me. A warlock. First, however, the deity of the flame authority. Godfather. It looks like we have to trouble your old man again. Vesta is also the god of fire. How can you cook without a fire? The first thing Lewis did was to run into the middle of the temple next to the front house and began to offer incense and prayers. It was only a matter of burning incense and getting a response. A burning incense was blown by the wind, and the fiery red head of the incense immediately floated out and unconsciously landed on Lewis's brow. Zip! For a moment, it was as if he was torturing Lewis's soul, but it was only for a moment. Lewis hurt that much, and the next instant he was fine, touching his forehead, only to see blood on his hand. Looking in the mirror, there was a red flame logo mark on his forehead, which seemed to be a real fire, and looking at it only made him feel alive and fluttering in the wind, and Lewis felt an extra sensation at the moment, as if he could ignite something at any time. Thanks Godfather. After respectfully kowtowing to the head of the incense, it was only then that Lewis slipped back into the cave and started experimenting. As for the 18 people's request, it was useless to Lewis, a backdoor person. 3 sheep with 1 cut throat. Bah! Bah! The 3 immediately came out of the sheepskin, and the blood kept coming out of his throat, but the 3 cared nothing for it, only weakly kneeling on the ground, with scarlet eyes looking at Lewis, and stretching out his hand in an attempt to seize him. Good. Really fierce enough. Good. As soon as he snapped the neck of one of them, just in case, he also turned his head halfway around the whole thing, and was close to twisting it right off. The 2 brothers next to them also did the same thing, and in a short while, all 3 died, and their souls appeared in the cave. And Lewis also felt the intense evil in the 3 souls in front of him, although he couldn't see exactly how much, but it gave him the feeling of pure evil, the kind of evil that seemed obvious in the soul state. In a heartbeat. Ignite. Wow. Dark green flames burned on the 3 ugly souls all of a sudden, emitting mournful shrill whistles, and their entire souls became long, thin, twisted, fuzzy, ugly, and horrible. Stop and store. Crackle. The flames went out, but the souls were also transformed into 3 small, dark green stones that looked somewhat like onyx, and when you stared at them for a moment, you could vaguely see the souls that were whistling shrilly inside. This is processed poison fire fuel, moderately vicious, low-quality soul, a piece that burns. For 10 seconds? Only 10 seconds? Lewis was a little unhappy about this. It was too little. That's just it. Deformed people aren't enough. There are still ordinary people. In the future we'll eat 2 fish with 1 fish. There's no delay. Next, Lewis skilled in the casting of the poison fire spell and the collection of the blood spell beads, and then he refrigerated the 3 monstrous corpses. Just as Lewis was cultivating the poison fire art, the town of Crystal Lake. During the night, the sky roared with thunder and a downpour seemed imminent. Tommy Jarvis looked at the fake Jason in front of him with a puzzled look on his face, although also wearing a baseball mask, but in front of this guy's size is not as strong as Jason, killing people to grind, and even fear of injury, and Jason compared to a soft hand, a day a place. Die, die. Fake Jason lay on the ground, impaled by spikes through his body, waving his knife helplessly, even as he continued to cry out. Tommy lifted the fake Jason's mask as soon as he could, revealing the normal-looking murderer inside. Sure enough, you're not Jason. Tommy looked bored. He'd come back to find Jason and erase his childhood memories, not to play with fakes. Fake Jason was lifted off the mask and fell silent, feeling the loss of vitality of the body. Hard to say. Oh, you want to see Jason? Then, I'll tell you where he is. Where is he? Tommy's eyes lit up. Oh, it's in the town. In the cemetery, there's a grave called. It was made by a priest, and he's also the one who took Jason's body in and buried it, saying it was to appease the souls. LOL. Tommy nodded his head back and forth. I see. It's buried. I told you how I couldn't find it. Oh, I'll wait for you to be sent down to accompany me. Fake Jason said fiercely, and the next moment died of gas. Not caring about that, Tommy and his fellow patient, who had also escaped from the asylum together, grabbed their things and headed for the graveyard. The 2 digging graves undaunted in the night. The grave pit was soon dug up, revealing the body inside. What? Looking at the half-rotted body in front of him, Tommy was a little angry. This is it? This was the Jason he'd worked so hard to get out of the asylum to deal with? Enraged, he slapped the shovel hard on Jason's head, grabbed a nearby steel bar and plunged it right into Jason's rotting body, trying to vent his anger. The companion next to him also helped insert the rebar. At that moment, there was a violent rumble in the black sky. Boom! A shocking thunder struck down. Straight hooked by the steel bar attracted down, became a lightning rod. Blue-white light flare and other people cannot open their eyes. When the lightning ended, what came into view was the corpse of Jason, who was repairing his body extremely quickly. A thread of flesh was densely encircled like a spider web, rapidly weaving and painting, and in the blink of an eye, the body that had already dried and decayed returned to its flesh color. Jason's eyes opened at that moment as well, and without a moment's hesitation, he sat up and headed for the nearest living thing nearby. It was a straight-up gut-wrenching grab. Pust! Ah! His companion let out a scream, and Tommy, seeing the situation, decided to flee first, and the whole group slipped away towards the other side. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, Jason picks up the baseball mask of the fake Jason that Tommy missed and puts it on, looks in the direction of the town, and takes a big step away. In this regard, Jason is resurrected once again. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Jason sweeps the pornography-heavy firepower in place. 3 days later. Buzz off! The sound of a powerful engine exploded across the road, only to see a black-clad, scar-faced, burly man get out of his car. Hey, dear little Louie, good morning. The corner of Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. Don't call me little Lewis. I'm how old I am. Okay, it's my fault. As he spoke, Lewis got in the car. Got everything? Of course. This lot is definitely strong enough to be considered a bit of weight on the battlefield. What are you going to use these against? Demons? Or gods? Ha ha ha. Andre laughed out loud. Not really, but in a sense. No worse than a demon. That's quite interesting. But these should never be used in the city. You understand. Of course, it was just a campground. In the middle of the conversation, the place arrived. In a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Lewis felt carefully and realized that there seemed to be people hiding all around him. Opening the door, the distinctive smell of gun oil hit his nose. The lights turned on, and Louie's eyes went wide. Mud, RPG, machine gun, Barrett, flamethrower. Is this a rebellion? How's that? Lewis Jr., heavy enough? Is it strong enough? Look at this cold, hard touch. Thick, big pipes. One shot. Hey, a demon? How much firepower does it have? Andre spoke with a look of fascination as he touched the barrel and cylinder. Lewis was silent. At the low end of the scale, the advantages of thermal weapons seem obvious, especially so in the hotbed of the United States of America where guns are not banned. Jason? Late-stage Jason can certainly carry it off. Spaceform Jason is all nanoliquidized and even information invasive. But what if it's mid-stage? Or even early-stage Jason? And so on. Louis frowned and thought. He remembered that Jason seemed to be able to possess someone else once after he was blown to bits. Well, it seems that heavy firepower alone can't really eliminate Jason, and we'll have to rely on our mysterious side to get rid of him once and for all. At that moment, Andre, who was stroking the barrel of his gun, responded and said, "By the way, your grandfather told you to come home when you're done settling this. There's something for you. Grandpa wants to see you? Just as well. It was time to take a trip back home myself." Lewis nodded, signaling that he knew. The town of Crystal Lake, Lovers Inn. Just in time is the motto for couples. They are always looking for more knowledge between the sexes, poses. Right now, for example, they enjoy horseback riding, especially since the knowledge contained therein is very tempting to explore a little more closely. Dim light, seductive curves, hazy, the atmosphere is very hot. The gooey affection and snoozy love talk between a man and a woman is so sweet it makes you want to puke. Bang! The wood-paneled room instantly broke open with a large hole, and without waiting for the male and female lovers to scream, the machete went straight through their mouths, bringing out white and red liquids. Ah ha ah! The man lying below enjoying himself was filled with horror and bang. The blade flashed and the head fell to the ground. The world is quiet. Jason looks into another room. There are a lot of couples here. Kill, kill, kill. Bang! With heavy, powerful steps, Jason cracked open another door, cleaving a couple once again. That's when someone finally opened the door to the room. Who is it? What's the call? Whoosh! The big knife flew away as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter. Fear instantly filled this lover's motel. A bloody slaughter begins to unfold. It wasn't until a long time later that Tommy came in with his weapon, only to see a large amount of blood running down the stairs in a blood-colored stream that stained the entire floor red. The entire Lovers Inn seems to be reunited. Looks like Jason was here. Not sure if he left. The weapon in Tommy's hand. Besides the gun, actually had a large syringe filled with a clear-like liquid. At that moment, a bloody hand appeared in the first-floor corridor. "Help! Help! Pust!" The machete plunged straight through the back of his head, and his hand fell limp as Jason stepped out from behind him and looked over in silence, noticing Tommy. Bang! 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 Instant gunfire. But once again, the revived Jason was hit by the bullet just a footstep, and then he continued to move forward on all fours, his 2-meter-tall body full of oppressive force in this situation. And Tommy wasn't a wimp either, taking the time to try and get a shot at Jason while maneuvering and fire-sweeping his way through the complex. It was filled with enough anesthetic to numb an elephant, and he couldn't believe Jason wasn't dizzy. Not to mention, for a moment, Jason wasn't able to finish Tommy off. The battle between the two even began to shift outward from the inn, and at that moment, Louis and Andre were driving down the road with several other cars behind them. Because of these contraband, other means of transportation is not even a thought, and driving yourself is already the best option. Driving at full power. This was much better than David's sedan, and it was only late in the evening before he was already at the place. Louis led the way directly to Crystal Lake. Crystal Lake. A rough look is just a piece of flat lake, but Louis just stood at the edge of the lake, felt a sense of coldness. Not the kind of coldness of the back of the shade, but the kind of coldness that seeped into the bones. This is it. Puff. Flop. 2 members of the family in wetsuits immediately jumped into the lake. Louis and a group of others stood at the edge of the lake, waiting. Remember that Jason re-enters the Crystal Lake most of the time when he's killed except for a handful of so many times. So if nothing else, Jason should be in the Crystal Lake. Louis' eyes tightened. Jason's immortality is very strong, and the more frustrated he is, the more courageous he is, and every time he dies and resurrects himself, he becomes stronger, and such an existence is extremely suitable to be used to refine into a protector. Even if there is no protector refining technique now, you can make use of it first, e.g., his superb recoverability. Jason also belonged to a rare fortune for his own mysterious side of the poor. Be sure to take it. At Louis' expectant gaze, the two swam up and shook their heads at Louis and Andre. Jason's not in Crystal Lake? How is this possible that Jason would actually leave Crystal Lake? Is it late in the game now? It can't be, can it? So where the hell is Jason? Bang! 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 The faint sound of gunfire in the sky caught Andre's attention, and he waved his hand as everyone immediately shifted direction. The gunshots were getting closer and closer, and even the sound of pursuing footsteps could already be heard. Finally, whoosh! Bang! A blood-stained machete flew violently out and smashed into a tree, and in his haste, Tommy scrambled violently out of the way. Behind him, the tall, menacing figure chasing after him at a speed unbefitting his size. Who else could it be but Jason? Instead, Louis flashed a smile and nodded at Andre. Here comes the prey. End of chapter. Chapter 95. I've taken in Jason the mommy's boy. He fled. He chased. Tommy winged it. Seeing Jason in hot pursuit, Tommy gritted his teeth and flung the large dose of tranquilizer needle in his hand. As to whether it would hit or not, he didn't know. There was no way around it. He could only bet on luck now. Brush. The syringe actually hit a branch and fell just enough to stick. So it looks like he got lucky. Jason glanced at the large syringe lodged at his waist. His small eyes behind 2 masks filled with confusion as he cocked his head and shook himself, seemingly a little numb. Snap. Reach out and break. Throwing it aside, he once again gave chase. As for the sudden appearance of so many people, don't care. Kill, kill, kill. Tommy was much more resourceful by comparison, and seeing so many people, and the gut-wrenching weapons, jumped straight into the lake with a jolt. The next second, the gunfire was loud. Ta-da! Ferocious fire began to erupt. Tongues of blue flame bubbling like hell roaring, each bullet taking lives. This is the machine gun, one of the representatives of heavy weapons, and next to the machine guns were a dozen automatic rifles firing. However, even with this kind of clustered firepower, Jason was just constantly being repelled. Not a single splash of blood came out, but his clothes became tattered and torn. Andre, who was manning the machine gun himself, smacked his lips a little at the sight, but whirled around and got excited. This was much more powerful than some beast. Bullets can't hurt you, can they? What about grenades? The pull ring was dropped and 5 or 6 grenades flew through at the same time. Boom! The ground turned over. Smoke filled the air, and the trees burned. But Jason's tall figure walked out from the flames and smoke like a demon god. Still wearing that mask, the machete in his hand was broken, and his body was tattered and torn, with rotting flesh everywhere. But the ferociousness of his body did not diminish in the slightest. Then ran violently, jumped up, and landed under the assist. The distance had been greatly reduced. Broken knife thrown. Andre's pupils shrank, and he managed to dodge it only by virtue of his agility. Yelling, "Up with the flames!" The flamethrower was immediately put into use, and several ferocious fire pythons erupted swiftly, and in conjunction with the constantly firing machine guns, hit Jason like a meteor of fire. And Jason actually just straightened up and took it hard, not flinching at all. Along with the flames came bullets down his body wounds, completely breaking through his defenses, blowing his body out into a larger crater. But soon enough, a bullet squeezed out of his wound and the injury began to heal quickly. Even when the flames scorched his body, it was briefly cooked and charred before gradually giving birth to new skin and flesh. In the meantime, he is still approaching. Seeing this scene, Lewis immediately used the blood spell beads in his hand, and 18 of them exploded in unison. Jason finally paused again, blood starting to come out of his mouth and nose for the first time, but it didn't help much, and soon enough, he started moving forward once more, carrying flames and bullets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get on the bazooka. Wait, the power of the bazooka would certainly be enough to shatter Jason, but after shattering Jason would only become harder to deal with. Lewis wasn't going to do it until the end. As for now, Louis looked to the lake next to him. Phantasmagoria. Use. A hazy figure gradually coalesced and became clear. It was a middle-aged woman with a smile on her face, looking gentle. Jason, look who it is. Jason ignored it and just continued to charge. But when he was hit by the bullets at a slightly off angle and his afterglow swept the figure, his entire body came to a complete stop. The flames and bullets were still pouring out, but Jason had completely stopped resisting and just stared blankly at the figure. Lewis sighed in relief. Looks like the backhanders you made worked, because he wasn't sure if Jason's strength intensity was mid or late stage. That's why Lewis prepared heavy firepower, and likewise, knowing that the other party was a mom and pop guy with a low IQ, how could Lewis not do anything about it? Now it seems like the right thing to do. Blood spells were really difficult to deal with Jason. This special existence with higher immortality and recovery than that kindred eater could not be solved by mere blood-destroying organs. However, since he ate it up, the next step was good. Jason does have a lot of power, but it's peanuts compared to his immortality and resilience, and there are plenty of ways to trap him. The machine guns went out and the jets stopped. An arm's length of chain began to be put on and wrapped around, and Jason didn't move a muscle the entire time, just stared blankly at his mother. In fact, Jason's mental age was very low. He was still very young when he was drowned, and after so many years, because of the resurrection of the Book of Necromancy, his mind not only didn't grow, but instead, he became even more demented, and in a sense, was really a small child. So in this case, as long as he wasn't directly harmed, then Jason wouldn't come out of his daze. Andre gave a wink, and two members carefully waited and walked over to put on a series of packages of shackles, anklets, handcuffs, and gags. Immediately afterward, Louis controlled the illusion and gradually headed towards the vehicle parking spot by the lake. Jason tried to follow, but because of his bindings, he could hardly even walk now, and launched himself out of his daze. The force rapidly increased, and the thick chains couldn't help but make a creaking sound. Louis and Andre and the others watched this nervously. Time passes slowly. Jason hadn't broken free of the layers of chains after all, and he'd been resurrected a little less often than he should have been, and hadn't been enhanced enough. It's just that he's still manic and constantly rioting, so it's not good to move him in this situation. Louis created the illusion again, but this time it didn't work as well as last time. It was only slightly calmer, but still agitated and struggling. At this point, a head drilled out of the water. Play the footage of Jason and his mother together. It was Tommy who, as a child, had managed to get Jason to stop moving by virtue of being somewhat similar to him, and in doing so had countered the attack. So Tommy was well aware of this weakness of Jason's. Louis was stunned, manipulating the light to change slightly. The water rippled on the edge of the lake. The middle-aged woman gradually appeared beside a small child's figure. The figure was very blurred, couldn't see the specific image, could only see the woman and the small child together in a companionable way towards another direction. Jason stopped his agitation in the moment and just held his head up, his body squirming on the ground like a caterpillar, trying to get closer in the direction of his mother, to reclaim his home where he belonged. Watching the scene, Louis inexplicably had the illusion that he was abducting a small child. Well, a little kid who kills a lot of people and is a pornography sweeper. Louis guided it in this way, placing Jason inside a special steel cage, with a single latch hooking the chains together, also causing Jason to be completely trapped in this cage. 8 or 9 men pushed together and lifted the cage and Jason onto the truck bed. Until the last moment of entering the truck, Jason's eyes were fixed on that vision of a mother and child by the lake. Motionless. Click. The car door closed and all fell silent. Now, I've taken in Jason, the mommy's boy. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Jason's specialties, new techniques. It wasn't until after he'd locked Jason in that Louis relaxed completely. He had already taken a trick in dealing with Jason, and could even be said to have picked up the slack ahead of time by knowing what was coming. The current Jason is still undeveloped. He can't even teleport, and his abilities such as soul possession, mind manipulation, reactive evolution, etc., are all lacking, and even his basic physical abilities such as strength and speed haven't evolved to the heights they will later reach. For that matter, trying to control each other requires such underhanded tactics as an affinity knife. One can only imagine how powerful Jason will be in the future. With such a protector, in the future, there should be very few means on the physical plane that could hurt him. Well, provided that the legacy is rushed out inside about this. I wonder if it's possible to hurt, or control Jason from the soul side, or use hypnosis? He has to listen to his mother, right? It doesn't seem very safe. Jason was resurrected by the Book of Necromancy and his soul returned from hell. By all rights, the most special thing should be his soul. But then he was resurrected back and forth after his death and got stronger and stronger. Even his physical body was alienated. So it can only be said that I'm afraid that some unknown changes have happened in this. The Book of Necromancy in particular was a big problem, but it was a shame that it wasn't found in the Crystal Lake. And I don't know where it got strayed to. Jason's soul. I'm afraid that he also possesses immortality. No, I'm afraid that the source of his immortality is in his soul. That if it's used to burn poisonous fire, hiss, Louis' eyes bright, immediately opened the evil senses. A flame trace on the brow appeared, looking at the truck compartment, but perceived the situation is very complicated. The other side of the evil, as if seemingly, one moment intense, one moment blank. What a situation. Strange. Louis frowned tightly. Louis, it's time to go. Those townspeople are coming over soon. Andre, who had already led the men to briefly clean up the battlefield, said, sure, there's no way to clean up the burning trees, the tumbled ground, and the shrapnel and whatnot, but as long as you don't get caught in the act, there's wiggle room for things like this that are heavy weapons, and it's not like they're being used in the city. Go. Louis decided to take his time to study it when he got back. In addition, Jason was a dangerous person. Unlike the kindred eater who had fallen into a deep sleep, the environment and facilities in the back of the mountain were completely insufficient. He had to change his own base. However, there was one more person to deal with before we left. Andre forced a wet Tommy straight into the car. Are you kidding? How could the witnesses be left behind? Buzz off. The powerful horsepower engine popped again and the convoy began to follow the highway quickly out of the town. It wasn't until after they left that some of the townspeople arrived under the sheriff's leadership, and looking at the mess all over the place. Many of them were in shock and panicked. Isn't that legend? Is it true? Crystal Lake. There really is a Jason? The sheriff crouched down and looked at the trail of smoke, and the shell casings, and the blade that Jason had half knocked out of his hand, and shook his head. It's Jason. But someone here ambushed Jason with a machine gun actually. Where do they think this is? A war zone? These words caused the townspeople behind them to shriek. But it's not really the machine gun they care about. It's Jason. Does this horrible murderer really exist? That Loverson guy does appear to have been killed by Jason. But the problem is, with so many people dead, how is he supposed to report it up the chain of command? That there's an immortal Jason out there killing people? Shatter. The sheriff didn't have time to think about this. He had to calm the terrified townspeople next to him first. His salary was given by the townspeople. The townspeople were his first in charge. The government above was only second. As far as accountability and whatnot from above, with all those shell casings, just roll it all out when the time comes. On the other side, the caravan ran wildly on the avenue, and the traffic avoided it. Andre drove furiously while pulling out his army green water bottle for a swig. Sniff, 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. You drink? Louis looked at Andre in shock. Hey, it's just a little drink, to warm the stomach. Andre waved his hand, unconcerned. Don't worry, I've been driving for 18 years. I've driven tanks. I don't need to be afraid of accidents. Louis stopped talking and silently put his seatbelt on, swearing that the next time he rode in this guy's car, he'd be the dog. A strong wind whistled in his ears, and the wilderness passed instantly outside the window. Wait until you get to a motel and rest for a while. Snap. The car door slammed wide. Hey Louis, really? I'm solid. Don't worry, Andre exclaimed to retain. But Louis still got into the other car without looking back, and said with a black face, go home. The driver was confused but started the vehicle. Buzz. The convoy was launched once more. Destination, Miami. Sitting much more peacefully this time, Louis opened a bottle of Coke. Sitting in the car, sipping a Coke, with a cool breeze on your face, checking out the scenery on both sides of the driveway, and every now and then you get some special views. That's all that's good about the open ethos. Eye candy. Unfortunately, He is a bit young, although he has developed. But in order to operate better in the future and not to shed empty tears after 30, he still needs to endure 1 or 2 more times. However, if the art of dual cultivation comes earlier, is it not necessary to endure? Maybe it's because of his age and developmental period coming. Lewis can't help but to ramble on a bit, but luckily his mind is bigger than his body and realizes the situation. Patting his cheeks and his air gong running. Phew, calming his thoughts down, he closed his eyes and began to watch the civil code in his soul. I'm not sure if defeating Jason this time counts as defeating a strong enemy. After all, he used a hot weapon and used his family's power. But I don't think the left-hand path is about that, is it? The body is also the strength of the body. Clattering, pages turning. This time, Lewis noticed something. The light emanating from the civil codex was actually brighter than before, and upon closer inspection, he realized that 2/3 of the area of the civil codex's book cover was brighter than it was before, and the brightness was a bit noticeable in comparison to the other third. 2/3. The heresy chapter. Witchcraft chapter. It seems that after unlocking the Thousand Thieves and Beggars chapter, Minton might open the core legacy, the left path chapter? I don't know what exactly is this Thousand Thieves and Beggars. It's actually arranged to be unlocked at the very end. According to the ancient times, these professions are the next best thing. Is it something different? The sound of the pages turning gradually ceased, and the 2 pages gleamed, emitting a light that interrupted Lewis's thoughts. Lewis withdrew his thoughts and looked at the pages. Didn't unlock 3 pages? Only 2. Because of outside help? Or is it because Jason isn't strong enough at the moment? The thought flickered away and Lewis fixed his eyes on the 2 newly opened pages. These 2 pages. One page is the chapter on exotic arts, and the other page is the chapter on witchcraft. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Returning Home Jack's Demon Box, Extra. Otherworldly arts, scapegoating doll technique. Witchcraft, aversion to winning, sapping the villain. These 2 arts are a bit interesting. One is actually a scapegoat doll, belonging to a kind of ancient sorcery. Even Taoism later absorbed it and turned it into one of the orthodox arts, which is of great use, and the means of preserving one's life +1. Another door is the famous Sa villain, the same ancient sorcery, often active in the folk and the court, and even a period of time so that many of the court dignitaries are terrified. The most important thing is that this is a remote curse of the art. But how come both are involved with dolls and such? Shouldn't this kind of come out when you defeat Mary Shaw by relevance? The thought flickered. Spinning around, he scrutinized the 2 arts. Scapegoat dolls, as the name suggests, need the birth date, blood, hair and other media, and finally take straw, paper, cloth, wood and so on to make a mannequin. The more alive the mannequin, the better to bear the effect. Mannequin quality. Lewis pondered. This was just as well. He hadn't even begun to learn the Mary Shaw notes he had previously obtained, and with the notes from this master of the art of dolling in place, it seemed that the speed at which the scapegoat doll would be learned wouldn't be slow. As for the door-tying villain, it's akin to a scapegoat doll, and Mary Shaw's notes could come in handy just as well. Sure enough, all the accumulation is meaningful, and even if you can't use it for a while, you'll be able to use it later. With this thought, Lewis strengthened his heart to collect those peculiar items, and at the same time, a thought could not help but arise in his mind. Should I try to explore the world for those horror movies I remember? In addition to gathering intelligence, just in case, and access to those exotic items. There's a lot of kooky stuff in horror movies. It is indeed necessary, but it takes a great deal of power to do such a thing. Now he does not have the foundation to create his own power, but only with the help of the family power. And the family power is actually only strong in Miami. In the entire state of Florida cannot dominate, with limitations. Coupled with the fact that it is only the 1990s and the internet is not well developed, I am afraid that it is a bit difficult to collect intelligence and so on. It's just a matter of going back and taking it slow. However, when he went back, he actually had a lot more to do. Looking for a new base, studying his notes, researching Jason, making corpse compulsion, and collecting blood beads. Hiss, is it time for me to train an assistant? Miami, Louis is back in it again. In fact, for the past few years, he'd come back every year on vacation to exchange feelings with his grandfather, his old butler, Alfred, the 2 Anderson Andre brothers, and Max's eldest uncle. People are memory creatures, and even if the relationship is good, it will fade away if you don't see each other for a long time. Add to that the fact that his grandfather was old enough to see less of him and had to be rare, so Lewis came back for basically all his vacations and never traveled. This tour was still the only one in a few years, and then it was, well, let's not talk about it. Just stopped by. A black sedan then drove over. Stopping the vehicle, Ah Fu walked down from it. Young master. Hello Grandpa Alfred. Alfred had a smile on his face, and the look he gave Lewis was gentle from start to finish. Louis got into the special car. Between vehicle pickups and drop-offs, they soon arrived at the villa. Walking lightly in, he came to his grandfather's room, but as soon as he opened the door, Louis sensed something was wrong. A number of people stood in the wide room, all members of the family's elite, eyes sharp and muscles bulging, but in the very center there were only 5, the family treasury, great-uncle Max, a strange man, the psychic Elise, and Minnie at her side. Grandfather Carl, on the other hand, was sitting behind his desk, chatting about something with the strange man, and on the desk was a square-shaped music box of somewhat ancient style. Hearing the door open, everyone's eyes turned to him, and with so many eyes on him, Louis closed the door without changing his face. Grandfather, oh little Louis, finally back. Well, things just got done. Carl smiled at that. You guys didn't have a very good trip? Louis's mouth twitched. Yes, the trip did not go very well. It was quite fun, but it encountered something not so nice for a normal person. Tell grandfather about it later. Ha ha ha. Well, let's talk later. Man to man. But now, come, little Louis, come here first, and help grandfather look at this music box. Louis nodded and moved closer. Elise and Minnie, who were next to her, saw this and wanted to say something. That's when Louis sort of saw the box in its entirety. It was square, and there seemed to be some lines around it. Especially on top of the box there were 4 things shaped like combination locks with 4 letters written on them. Jack, jacks, because of the jacks in playing cards. This English word is also subconsciously thought to be associated with them, with the meaning of joker. Looking at the box, Louis scrutinized it, dripping up the cow's tears, blinking as his vision changed. The box also gradually changed in Louis's eyes, and he could vaguely see that the box had a white clown face that was wailing, screaming, hissing, and crying. Louis squinted, trying to see, but the next second, as if the sight was discovered, the clown silhouette inside snapped into clarity and looked at Louis dead on, his black and white eyes turning pitch black all of a sudden, and greed could actually be seen in these all-black eyes. Jingle bells. The turnbuckles on the side of the music box began to turn automatically, and the clown inside let out a reluctant scream, his eyes returning to black and white. The sound of the music faded to a halt and the clowns inside fell silent. Louis's eyes returned to normal. Grandfather, this is not easy. Of course, it's something grandfather I collected specifically. And what do you see, little Louis? Carl asked. A strange, clown soul. At that, Carl raised an eyebrow, and the strange man next to him immediately said, Sir, now you're sure. I didn't lie to you. This is really the legendary Jack Demon box. Carl ignored him and instead looked to Elise and said gently, Elise, it looks like you didn't lie to me. Elise sighed. Mr. Carr, I must remind you again. This box is very unsettling. It has demons sealed inside. The strange man was anxious. Demons? A demon that honestly grants wishes and doesn't play the trap? This is the real deal. The box that once gave that priest a child of his own. I prefer to believe it was the priest's piety that moved God to give the blessing. Much like the Holy Grail. Louis, who understood part of the story next to him, rolled his eyes. This seller was really capable of pulling the wool over the eyes in order to sell his stuff. It was all related to the Holy Grail. Why don't you use it yourself? Wait. Yeah, why don't you use this one yourself? End of chapter. Chapter 98, A Man of Integrity, Hidden Rules, Extra. Grandfather, this box, why doesn't he use it himself? Louis asked. Carl glanced at the man. The man selling the box stiffened. I don't think I can keep such a treasure, so I might as well offer it to someone who can actually use it. Everyone looked at each other. No one believed it. At this point, in fact, this box grants wishes at the cost of 6 lives and, moreover, can only grant 1-word wishes, Carl said slowly, actually announcing the real secret of the box right out. And on the box, it did have several Roman numerals written on it, from 0 to 6, and the combination lock shaped like a combination lock that said Jack there was obviously turnable as well. And he, in fact, didn't know this kind of rule. He only knew that this box needed cannibalism to fulfill his wish, and he was worried that he would be revolted because he didn't understand the rules, so he might as well just sell it for money. So he followed the family back. The man's face stiffened even more. Looking at Carl's calm but dignified eyes, he finally couldn't help but spit out the truth. I really don't know. When my father picked it up at the Rose Manor, he just thought it looked good. I also, just because of the legend of the French demon box, think this box is, so want to sell it to you. I'm sorry, leave me alone. No, you don't have a chance, Carl said slowly, his tone calm but undeniable. I gave you a chance, but you didn't respect me. You wanted to be rich and try to cheat an old man who spoke to you about honesty. And now, you don't have a chance. No, this gentleman, that's my box. The The man wasn't able to say anymore, because Max had already commanded the two burly men next to him to drag him out. And for what? Who knew? The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze a bit as he watched a man being dragged out. Instead, Carl smiled, easing the atmosphere. Don't be nervous, someone who cheats on others doesn't deserve this from everyone. Now, moving on to the box. I need to make sure that this box, does it have any consequences? And if it really does grant wishes, Carl said, his eyes going to Elise. Elise was the most famous psychic in this area. And most crucially, she had credibility. Unlike other people who had a little bit of tricks up their sleeves, and having worked with the Kano family a few times, she also knew the ropes, which was why Carl had chosen her. Louis at this time also understood the grandfather's meaning. This is to let himself act as a watcher. After all, it is the mysterious side of things he cannot allow. At this time it is necessary to come to himself as a family member. Looking to Elise, and in passing to Minnie, who noticed his gaze and nodded at him. And at that moment, Elise looked at Carl with some difficulty. Okay. Elise placed her hand on the demon box again and closed her eyes. Louis also took this moment to gaze at Elise, curious as to what kind of power a psychic like Elise had, and if there was even a division of types. Minnie is out of body with a little bit of prophecy attached. So what about Elise? Just by looking at it, Louis frowned. He didn't see an out-of-body soul, only a small amount of translucent power actually emanating from its body. The force was calm, like a fine tentacle probing the demon box. At the same time, there was some sort of wave emanating from it. If you can't see it, then look at the object on which she's applying her power to make a counter-argument. Louis turned his attention to the demon box. Unfortunately, nothing can be seen. Half a day later. Phew! Elise's eyes snapped open and she gasped. Minnie beside her rushing to assist. When it had slowed down a little, there was pity in the gaze that looked at the demon box. There is a deeper secret to the origins of this box, Mr. Carr, and I must warn you once again that this box is very unsettling. And if you still decide that you want to use it after listening to what I have to say. Elise shook her head and said no more. She never interfered with other people's choices. Go ahead. Carl's face remained calm. His name was Jack, and that was back in the late 1800s. His name is Jack, originally just an ordinary man, then accidentally possessed by a demon and almost lost his body. But he is tenacious and has been fighting against it, and has not been completely eroded, and even vaguely has signs of symbiosis. At this point, he finds a priest asking for help, who has never seen him in this situation and actually restricts the demons to some degree, and in a fit of greed, builds a special box and lies to the man that walking into the box will exorcise the demons. Instead, it turned out to be a mechanism that sealed him in with the demon and used the demon's contractual ability to twist it with the box into a mechanism where sacrificing 6 souls grants 1 wish. However, because of the limited ability of the demon, the priest puts a restriction on the wish, and can only turn the 4 spaces on it to form words to fulfill the wish. The priest later sacrificed 6 people and successfully wished for a child of his own. Thus, in the box, Jack and the demon gradually merged into one, suffering darkness and souls forever. Since then the box has traveled all over England and France, granting many wishes and causing many hits. There are 3 other hidden rules to the box, and Jack told me that anyone who uses the box will surely go to hell when they die. One can only grant a wish once, for the soul of one who has made a wish is already predestined and has no value. The box's wish mechanism is fine. It doesn't default, and previous people's wishes did come true, but whether or not it does in fact come true depends on the demon's ability, and if it's not capable enough, then only a portion of your wish will be fulfilled, Elise said, suddenly glancing at Louis and then whirling to look at Carl seriously. Jack also told me that the demon has its eye on your grandson, and there's no telling what it might do if it comes out. What? Carl, who had remained calm, clenched his palms violently and his cloudy eyes seemed to sharpen. You? Sure. Elise nodded undaunted. Yes, that's what Jack said. By the way, there's also a hidden temporary rule, also set up by that priest in the first place to prevent wordplay and sacrificing himself into it, that demons can't harm the person who activates the box. That's all. Now, Mr. Carr, do you still want to activate the box? The whole room fell into an unspeakable silence. Carl closed his eyes and wondered what he was thinking. Next to him, Max wanted to say something, craning his head to look at Louis and then at his father, a tangle of emotions squeezing out of his face. Louis, on the other hand, didn't change his face, just looked at the box and pondered those few rules. End of chapter. Chapter 99, The God of Domination. The Promise. This demon is quite interesting. But of course, even more interesting is this Jack and that priest it possessed. This Jack had a good willpower and was actually able to resist the demon and even become one with it. The priest, on the other hand, had great means to create such a box that utilized the devil. But of course, he ended up with a bad move, and was so underhanded by the devil that his soul needed to go to hell. Now, there are 3 known side effects: going to hell, only being able to use it once, and limited abilities. So, what can I use for an article? Wish away the side effects, or wish to never die to circumvent the side effects? Or maybe something else. It all depends on the priority of this thing, but it's probably not going to work. After all, this thing's power comes from demons, and demons are self-thinking, so how can they be so easy for you to drill holes in them? They are the masters of the drill. Just as Louis was still pondering, Carl had opened his eyes and looked like he had already made his choice. Louis, get out of here. Apparently, Carl wants Louis to leave as a way to keep the demon from getting to Louis. Grandfather, we'll go to hell. Louis frowned, his tone intensifying. Unexpectedly Carl said something that surprised Louis. I would have gone to hell. To be able to live a few more decades and enjoy it on Earth is to have earned it. What? Would have gone to hell? Grandfather, what are you talking about? I've killed countless people in my life. When I was young I killed rivals in order to survive. When I was middle-aged I plagued the local area for the benefit of my gang. And in my old age, although I don't take direct action anymore, I'm the one who gave many of the orders. So how is it possible that such a person like me won't go to hell? Instead of going to hell after a natural death, why don't you live a few more decades and enjoy it? I have to say, logically, Grandfather's theory is fine. But there is a caveat to all of this. Was Grandfather really sure he was going to hell? Next to him, Elise had a strange look on her face at the moment. Grandfather, are you really so sure you're going to hell? Louis asked. At that, Carl smiled. MS. Elise, about that. You tell my grandson. Elise organized her words and started with this. The church says that all men have sinned and had peddled ransom notes in the Middle Ages, which is really an interpretation of the doctrine. Or, of course, a distortion. Immediately afterward, he added, in this world, all human souls are bound to go where they belong, and if you believe in Christ, then you are under the jurisdiction of God and Satan, as opposed to whatever you believe in. But that was only the rule a long time ago. Nowadays, for some unknown reasons, as well as geography, most of the time, God. At that, Elise paused. It was Carl who took over and said, God is overbearing and tends to overstep the boundaries of his jurisdiction. So usually there are only 2 ways for all souls to go, either to heaven or to hell. Therefore, all men have sinned, and all men need to atone for their sins, or else they need to go to hell. And I, apparently, am beyond redemption. Louis heard it. It's a matter of dividing up the business. For some reason, the leader of the leading gang, God, takes most of the business into his arms, and also steals business from other gangs across the region. And not only that, but he makes rules that anyone he wants to control must follow his rules. And his own grandfather is now sinful by his rules and needs to go to hell. So Grandfather thought about contacting hell ahead of time, taking a walk on the wild side, and getting the devil to give parole for a couple decades so that he could live in style for a while longer. Nice guy. Actually, the God of this world is so overbearing, anyone who doesn't believe him has to play by his rules. Louis was shocked. So then wouldn't I be? Wait, I shouldn't count. I'm covered by God. Grandfather, have you tried to believe in other gods? Carl shook his head. Of course I tried. It didn't work. Being born on this land doomed everything from the start. And a lot of the pagan gods aren't manifesting now, and I don't know why. So, what now? Stop Grandfather? Or not? Louis stood there and thought as the whole room fell silent once more. And Carl actually didn't push. Just looked at Louis with a gentle, kindly gaze. He knew Louis was concerned about him, and he didn't want him to go to hell. Have this heart, has proved everything. When he left, with his ability can also help Max together to protect the gang, guarding the family, but have to cultivate him to become a talent, to receive an education. Otherwise even if early wisdom is easy to grow crooked. Grandfather, don't use it yet, okay? Give it to me, I'll figure it out. And if I can't, I'll have a way in the future. Louis suddenly said, while looking at Carl with a very serious gaze. Carl, who was thinking about the future, was stunned. Louis, what are you talking about? Don't interfere with your grandfather's decisions. Max chided. He didn't mean any harm. It was just that, as Carl had said, it was the best option. And at least this way, Carl would be able to live for a few more decades. Uncle, nothing good tends to come out of getting involved with demons. I don't trust this box. And, hell or whatever. It's not like there aren't other ways to do it. And I think I'm capable of helping Grandfather in the future. Louis said seriously, raising his finger. A cluster of flame between his fingers ignited out of thin air, and immediately transformed into a fire dragon circling around the room in a majestic manner. The room was searingly hot, proving that this thing was as real as it gets. Elisa's eyes widened. Minnie's body shivered slightly, and Max's eyes filled with wonder. Ha 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 ha. Carl, however, burst out laughing. There was full satisfaction in the eyes that looked at Louis, and there was no more hesitation. Standing up, he walked over to Louis and patted him on the shoulder. Good lad. Grandfather promised you wouldn't use it for a while. Anyway, there's still quite a few years left to live, so it's not too late to use it when it really doesn't work. And until then, Grandfather listens to you. Louis nodded, taking the matter to heart. He did not believe that the left Dao Min Dian would not have a way to prolong his life, and if he could not do it, he would bring that kowtow method to use first. Max saw that his father had changed his mind and didn't say anything more. He actually didn't really want his father to use this thing. He always felt that the danger was a bit high. It was really that the unreliability of demons was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Elise was also relieved to see it. It wasn't that she didn't want to prolong her opponent's life, but it was the truth that such a method would require the sacrifice of someone else's life and soul, and that dealing with demons often didn't end well. On the contrary, Minnie, who had been following Elise around, was still confused. She didn't really understand what they were saying. Forgive her, she was just a normal student out of a public high school. I don't know what the hell is, or what God is doing. It's so weird. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Admonition Monkey's Paw Perfume. Things seemed to end satisfactorily as Carl waved his hand. Sorry for the trouble, Miss Elise. I'll give you a satisfactory payment this time. I'm happy enough to have helped you. Thank you for making the right choice, Elise said. To this, Carl was non-committal. Wait, Aunt Elise, could you wait a moment? There is something I would like to consult you about, Louis said suddenly. Elise looked at this particular teenager in surprise and nodded, leading Minnie out of the room. Watching Max as he sent Elise and Minnie out, the only people left in the whole room were Louis and Grandfather. Grandfather sat back behind his desk at this point, beckoned for Louis to come over, and then opened his mouth. Amazingly, little Louis, don't risk your life because of me. Your ability makes you stronger the more you fight, but there's an old Chinese saying that if you always walk by the river, there's no such thing as not wetting your shoes. It's only a matter of time before something happens to you like that. My ability to get stronger the more I fight? Louis raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a flash of thought, he probably guessed why his grandfather had thought of this. After all, he had never avoided his grandfather, and he had been able to cultivate so quickly, and had borrowed many of the family's conveniences, so how could he possibly avoid it? However, it looked like Grandfather had misunderstood. I'm not the one with the ability to get stronger after a fight. At that, Carl smiled. You're still too young, despite your early intelligence. But of course, maybe it's because of the trust, and I'm glad that you didn't hide too much in front of me. You revealed anomalies from the time you were abducted and sold, and since then, with each mysterious event you have experienced, your means have become richer and your strength has become stronger. That's fine, but not too often. It's easy to expose, and the United States of America isn't as simple as you think. Louis' heart fluttered, which meant that the upper echelons of the United States of America had a response regarding the mysterious side? In the next few years you give me a good time in school, have a normal life, don't go and be an anomaly. Times are evolving. So much has changed between a few decades ago and now. Gangsters can hardly last. The real masters in the future will still be those big capitalists. We need transformation. Someone to stand squarely in the sunlight and support the new family business. So the future still depends on you, Carl intoned. Louis was only slightly shocked at this point in his mind that he was to some extent a man of the future. But his grandfather was not. He was a man of the war years and yet he was able to make such judgments based on the current situation and experience. Got it, Grandfather, Louis responded. Anyway, first agreed to do it. How to do it, when to see. He did not believe that the school does not have some strange things. Seeing Louis agree, Carl smiled. Then his face was solemn. There are some things I have to explain in advance. A part of the family's property will be left for you. That asshole father of yours can just casually raise it. The property doesn't have his share. As for the future, whether you want to assist your eldest uncle to continue the gang's career, or go to do something else, it's all up to you. Other than that, I have some things to give you, and these things will have to be given to you. But remember, it's dangerous, and if you're not sure, never, million, don't use it, or it will only bring about more serious consequences. Louis looked at the old man's serious face and nodded. He already understood in his heart that this was the old man doing the property division in advance for the afterlife. Immediately after that, Carl opened a drawer and took out from it a claw with long black hair, which looked like a monkey's claw? Not done yet. Another drawer was opened further down and a bottle of perfume with only a thin layer at the bottom was removed. These are the two items, both of which are mystical side items that I've collected over the years. Dangerous and rare items that really have special powers. Thought you'd like that. The old man pointed to the monkey's paw and did not pick it up. It's a monkey's paw with evil magical powers, and if you hold it, you'll be granted 3 wishes. But the way it grants wishes is highly malevolent. If you want a fortune, then perhaps what will be waiting will be an insurance settlement for your loved one. And if you want to bring your loved one back to life, then what will come back will only be bloodthirsty monsters. I've seen a lot of homes broken up because of it, so I didn't make a wish with it, but I couldn't let it go, so I collected it, and now, it's yours. Louis's cheeks quivered. Monkey's paw. He's heard of it. One of the stories created by the great world king of horror, Stephen King, is notoriously recognizable and has the ability to be extremely malicious. This thing is evil, and do not know how to fall into the hands of the grandfather. Now even if returned to their own, they do not dare to use awe. It's just a matter of putting it away, so you might need it someday. Then look to the next thing. Only a thin layer of perfume remains. Carl looked at the object, his gaze mesmerized with fear. It was created in the Middle Ages by Grey Noyer, a genius born with an extremely developed sense of smell. It has the magic power to control people. Just a little bit, it can turn itself into a highly charismatic person, a person in the limelight, and a little bit more, it can set off a great speech, or even turn a plaza of people into scented slaves. But going beyond the boundaries is so out of control that you can't help but split you up and fight for every piece of flesh, bone, eye, and even hair you have. That's how that creator died. And what little is left of it was accidentally passed down and preserved in a museum in England, which I used my means to get here decades ago. Now it's yours too. I hope you'll use caution. After saying that, Carl was a bit dry-mouthed and lay down on the recliner. Old, let it go before. Say a day without getting tired. TSK. Take that box and go out. I'm going to rest. Grandfather, take care of yourself. Louis said and walked out of the room with the 2 items and the doll box. Truth be told, his grandfather gave him a bit of a shock. Deep down, 2 items, few in number, but all fine. Just why? It feels like all the side effects are huge? With that question in mind, Louis headed toward the next room. When Louis had left, Carl suddenly opened his eyes, opened the drawer, and stroked the leather scroll with the Sin Eater spell again. In fact, by using this thing and transferring the entire Kano family, the family business he fought for, to someone else, then he'll be off the hook. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Ugh. Sighing, Carl sealed it up again and closed his eyes to bask in the sun. Louis came into the other room. Here, Elise and Minnie were waiting for him. Aunt Elise. Louis said hello first. Hello little Louis. Elise smiled. The corner of his mouth twitched, and without making a correction, Louis opened the conversation directly. Aunt Elise, I retained you in order for you to answer some of my questions. What power does the mysterious side have in this world? What strength? What classifications are there? And heaven and hell? Those evil spirits. Elise nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised that Louis would ask these questions. Many young people who accidentally entered the mystic side actually had similar questions. She was older and had seen some of them over the years. Mystery side. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Solving Confusion, Evil Spirits and Monsters. In fact, there is no need for you to think of the mysterious side as too mysterious. Most of the people on the mysterious side are just ordinary people, and they are not strong, and can even be said to be weak, and will only be able to communicate with the soul for a moment or two with so many little skills, and some of them won't even be able to do that. Those who go about exorcising demons just by relying on the cross, holy water, and the Bible are not much different from ordinary people, and often they can only exorcise ordinary souls that are wandering around. Like me, I'm just a regular psychic, but I'm just helping people with some experience. So, you're already pretty good. In Elisa's opinion, Louis did seem kind of nice, with just that huge hand of flame manipulation, easily banishing normal monsters, and learning a bit more about dealing with evil spirits. As long as you don't run into any of those special people, special witches, demons, evil gods, swarms of monsters, big evil spirits, or whatever, you're safe. Louis pondered. It seems that the power in the mysterious side of the upper and lower tiers of the span is not small. His own hand of flames can be ranked in, predicted, himself about in the middle tier? At this point, Elise continued, the composition of the forces on the mystical side is complex, but in addition to the church, it is the largest of the large and small slanted religions, pagan religions, special races, etc. And the smallest and most numerous are the wild mediums, exorcists, etc. And even then, the numbers are still vastly inferior compared to the evil creatures, such as the evil spirits. In this land, there are a lot of evil spirits and monsters, especially in some remote areas. There are also horror legends. Do not go there just because of curiosity, avoid it if you can. Wait, Aunt Elise, why are you highlighting evil spirits and monsters? Louis questioned as he spotted the blind spot. Elise mused for a moment and replied, people are complicated and changeable, and sometimes they don't want to leave when they get killed, or for other reasons, but it's against the rules of heaven, and the state of the soul is easily affected. Although many souls do not have the ability to affect reality, but there are some qualified souls can, so it will become more and more extreme after the murder, gradually turning into evil spirits. As for the number, the private violence here, you know, so there are quite a few souls who don't want to go to heaven and souls who got away with not going to hell, simply because of the presence of churches in basically every place. Souls are appeased without even realizing it by those ordinary priests who say mass once a week before they turn evil. As for the monsters, have you heard of Wendigo? And vampires, Bigfoot, the Mothman, the fallen tooth fairy, all of these are American folklore. And of course, a lot of them were brought over from Europe. These are real, living in the corners of the human world, and one only has to travel to those out-of-the-way places with a little bad luck to have a chance of encountering them. That's why I'm focusing on the boogeyman and these monsters, because both are ones that people have a decent chance of bumping into. As a matter of fact, there was another situation she didn't talk about, that is, the oblique religion. The United States of America has the highest number of oblique religions in the world. Just that most of them are of little substantial use. Coupled with the suppression of heaven, they have not been able to make any trouble, so she didn't say anything about it. Elise finished that and took the glass of water Minnie handed next to her to moisten her mouth. And Louis pondered. Evil spirits, monster races, and heaven and hell. Slanted religion, paganism. I didn't realize that the real mystical side of the world could be so chaotic. Is the United States of America able to remain peaceful thanks to God, the overbearing guy? The great American stage, and it's really fancy. You always surprise me with something new. It's the surprise that's not so good for the heart. Forget it. Regarding this messy situation, it seems that before cultivating mana and mastering truly powerful techniques, one cannot be too wavy and has to be a little meticulous. Louis looked at Elise again, only to think that the lady was indeed a person of integrity and friendly enough to answer questions. So it was no wonder that grandfather had chosen her to view the box. Moreover, being able to know so much information, this lady on the mystical side should also be more than just an ordinary psychic as she claimed to be. That's right, psychic. Aunt Elise, can I ask about psychics? Elise smiled and said matter-of-factly, of course you can. Psychics are just people with somewhat special soul qualifications. Because of the different qualifications, the abilities of psychics vary. Like me, it's just ordinary communication and shuttling. While like my assistant beside me, Minnie, her ability is out of body, which is much more powerful than mine. Most psychics in this world are ordinary communicators and pacifiers, but there is no lack of psychics with special abilities. But in the final analysis, they all have their abilities because of the idiosyncrasies of their souls. After answering this question and seeing Louis pondering, Elise looked at the box in Louis's hand with her eyes tangled. As for the monkey's paw and perfume, she didn't notice them because they were wrapped and she didn't turn on her viewpoint. As for what Louis was thinking, he just thought that these psychics were all gifted people. I'm afraid that there would be quite a lot of advantages if they were to cultivate in a proper way. It's all talent. It looks like pulling and controlling Minnie will have to be prioritized slightly more in the future. At that moment, seeing Louis come back to his senses, Elise said, Louis, I have a small favor to ask, and I was wondering if you would listen. You say, try not to use this box, you understand, and, if you can, think of a way to help free that soul in there. He's so pathetic. Elise looked at the box with pity in her eyes. When she had previously communicated with the box, it was Jack who had been repressing the clown demon's consciousness, and had told her those secrets. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so smooth. It's not an evil man. He's just a poor man. Louis frowned. The box was something he'd probably use for research, but he nodded in the face of Elise's request. Okay, I got it. Elise sighed and didn't say anything more. It was someone else's stuff after all and she couldn't interfere too much. In fact, there was another way for her to go about this, and that was to report it to the church, which was very powerful and had many professionals. Even the exorcism couple that made the newspaper were in a sense from the church. This shows the power of the church. It's just that she knows very well the church's style of action, which is equally divided into many factions within, and in the face of Jack's special situation of being fused with a demon, I'm afraid that most of the church's factions would choose to just purify it rather than trying to find a way to save Jack. So, professional ethics and compassion did not allow her to go to the church. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Compulsion becomes mutant corpse compulsion, more. Next, Louis talked with Elise for a while, but both got to know each other a little better. Elise went down the path of psychic mediumship because of her family as a child, She has a wide range of friendships, is well regarded and has a bit of a connection to the church. According to her, it means that under God's rule, one has to deal with the church more or less, and there is no harm in knowing something of his. Also recommended Minnie to Louis, saying that she had good talent and that she could come to her if needed in the future. Not yet. Of course, she has much to learn. Louis beamed. No problem. Minnie was a little embarrassed. She was just put here by Louis. She didn't expect Elise to take care of her so much. It made her feel a little guilty. Elise was in a slightly more relaxed mood. She wouldn't be able to make any money by following her. She was only slightly farther down the path of psychic mediumship, and a young person like Minnie might be able to take other paths in the future without having to follow her all the time. And Louis, backed by the Kano family, has his own skills. Most importantly, she saw ambition in his eyes. The future of such a person will not be bad, so it is also considered to arrange a way out for his assistant. After a bit more chatting, Elise chose to take her leave. Well, Louis, I look forward to seeing you next time. Louis waved goodbye. Watching the other man leave, Louis exhaled and rubbed his temples. Quite a lot had happened today and it had given him a better understanding of the world. Looks like God is the biggest gang leader in the land, suppressing everything. Hell, on the other hand, is the only gang that can break bread with God. Which, of course, is doubtful, as I've heard that hell is also connected to God. As for the bottom, it was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, complicated to the extreme, with all sorts of strange things, but it gave himself the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and develop. By the way, there is still a need to contact Minnie. This guy is not very strong-willed. I'm afraid that relying on prospect kidnapping alone won't work too well. I need to give her more effort to make it work. At that moment, an umbrella stood in front of him. It was Fu. It's windy. Go back inside. Louis nodded and the old and young returned to the house together. After the tour and this incident, summer was mostly over. Not far from the start of the school year. And Louis had been busy lately, but not busy working on Jason and the box, but practicing necromancy and perfume, and looking for a new base in the meantime. The new base has quite a few requirements. It can't be too far away from the school location. It can't be too close. It's best if there aren't too many people around, and it has to leave enough room for development. A farm or ranch or something like that would be even better. The cave. Refining the new magic blood spell beads first and stringing the ones with black threads, Louis looked to the altar on the side of the cave. Good news. The corpse compass is practiced, even 9 out of 12. Bad news. The corpse compass has mutated, but the exact efficacy is unclear. Open the altar. The inside of the compulsion is shaped like a centipede. The foot is as long as an arm. The foot limbs are especially many, and these foot limbs are actually shaped like miniature claws, a little bit like that head of the kernel-eating devil. More than that, it also has a layer of black in the red horny layer shell. The mouth grows a pair of blood-red tiny fangs. The overall look is buggy and beastly. Seeing the altar open, there was also a hint of hissing, and the feet and limbs were saved and ferocious. It wasn't until Louis probed and looked that the necromancer immediately paused, curling itself into a ball and shivering slightly. Because of the fusion of his own blood, all of these parasites are naturally suppressed by him, but as the best of the best killed from the many venomous insects, unruly and untamed is the nature of the nature. Obedient to Louis, to other creatures can be extremely ferocious. Easily a wild deer was eaten clean. Looking at the size and the shine of the armor, Louis nodded. It seems to be fully developed and ready to be used to implant a corpse. Yes, the reason they are practiced but not yet implanted in carcasses these days is because they still need to develop. Wild deer, rabbits, yaks, all of them were drained of blood by these 9 mutated corpse parasites. Louis didn't look any further. There was just something creepy about those dense foot limbs, an instinctive aversion that was as bone-chilling as fingernails rubbing against a chalkboard. It didn't take long. The frozen bodies of the 3 Freakshow brothers were thawed and transported. Just entering the cave, a few of the henchmen had some involuntary muscle tightening. It was really that the 9 arm-sized big bugs erected their upper bodies, their densely packed foot limbs moving about and hissing. It was really hard to resist awe. If Louis hadn't been there to hold it down, these 9 corpse parasites would have already scurried out to launch an attack. Putting the body down, several people hurried out. The 9 corpse parasites were all a little impatient, shaking their bodies. This was their instinct, but without Louis's order, they didn't dare to move. They could only keep hissing with longing. Snap! Louis clapped his hands lightly. Swish! 9 corpse parasites leaped and began to scramble up, entangled together like a ball of wool. A foot limb broke and fell to the ground or still constantly moving. Finally, one of the strongest corpse parasites was the first to break through, leapt out of the woolen ball and landed directly on the mouth of a deformed person, quickly entered the body through the mouth and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wiggle! Wiggle! The damaged parts of the deformed man's corpse actually began to slowly repair. corresponding to the fact that the muscles began to rapidly atrophy, while an additional layer of black film was added to the surface of the body, and the palms of the feet began to gradually become wider, with the toes curved in the shape of hooked claws. It was actually a bit similar to that nut-eater demon. Finally, the change is over. The body stood up. A pair of eyes were blood-red and godless, yet revealed a few ferociousness, especially the corners of the mouth. The tiger's teeth became sharp and protruding, already fangs. Soon the other two bodies were also occupied by new winners and changed to stand. And Lewis, too, had an inexplicable sensation, as if he could perceive their vague thoughts. That is, they're hungry now. The fusion, remodeling, and repairing they had just done had consumed most of their and the corpse's energy reserves, which were now in dire need of replenishment. No words were spoken, and the mind moved. The three parasitic corpses immediately pounced on the prey that had previously been drained of their blood and began to tear and feast. The other 6 corpse compasses could only look on with bated breath, hissing continuously from their mouths. Lewis ignored them and just watched the 3 compass corpses feed, and the dried-out muscles on their bodies began to start filling up at a slow pace. The original compulsion corpse to suck blood for a living. The battle strength is general. More relies on the corpse itself's strength. At most there is a blood-sucking to restore their own effect. Essentially in the end is for the subsequent real refining corpse to lay the foundation, contain the corpse. But now, because of the nut-eater that served as the trigger, there's a slightly bigger change happening. End of chapter. Chapter 103 Base Site Selection Strange Scarecrow, plus more. Being able to eat meat and suck blood to double recover itself. And this black film, is it going to turn into a cuticle like a kernel eater in the end? The changes so far seem benign. Increased defense and recovery. Did the lead have such a strong effect on the compulsion? Or is there another reason? Frowning in agony, Lewis had to give up and send someone to bring over 6 more deformed human sheep, slaughtering them and obtaining 6 dark green soul stones, and 6 composted corpses. However, there was a difference in intensity between these 6 and those 3. Slightly weaker. Even the black film was less than those 3. Comp 1, 2, 3 to 9 forget it. Lewis casually took an aim. Anyway, at present, these things are all physical cannon fodder to block the gun. It does not matter if there is a name or not, it is just good to call it, and if you want to have an exclusive name, you have to look at the chance to do so in the future. Phew, this compulsion corpse is a bit interesting. If take other blood and flesh also do not know whether more mutation will happen. Next time try. Lewis thought as he commanded the 9 compelled corpses to put on black robes and then stand guard on either side of the cave wall, spinning around before walking out of the cave. Next up is Jason and the box, the notes, and oh yeah, base sighting. The following day, he received 6 addresses of farms that met his requirements, and after a brief look, Lewis decided to go over and take a look on the ground. Then make your choice. In the United States of America, farms, ranches, etc. are very common, especially ranches, which are among the major livestock producers, thanks largely to the climate and the sparsely populated area. Accordingly, there are a number of horror moments that occur in this setting. Lewis quickly strolled through 3 of the places, all of which were unsatisfactory. Either the lion's share of the money to treat him as a wrongdoer or the place was too small and there was no room for subsequent development. Until the 4th. This land belonged to a family a long time ago, and legend has it that the people of this family all relied on some sort of scarecrow to ensure a good crop. But then, because of something that happened, all of that family died in this valley, and now the owner of this place is named John Rollins. A loan was made to our bank because of the drought, but until now he has not paid it back. So by law this farm will now soon be taken into the bank's possession, and if you take a fancy to it, I can assure you that it will be yours before long. So said the bank manager, holding up the paper. Every now and then he even glanced at Lewis, although he didn't quite believe that the teenager in front of him, who seemed to be just a student, could afford it, but he had no choice but to grasp at every straw now. Performance. After looking around, Lewis nodded. It looks pretty good, but a family died here a long time ago, and now it hasn't been taken over for the bank's ownership? So the other side agreed to the bank's acquisition? The reason I ask is because collateral like this is usually a bit of a dispute, and that kind of thing is a pain in the ass. Ha ha, sir, that legend is just that. A lot of people take it as kind of an anecdote, and I assure you that there is nothing strange here, or else the family that owns the valley right now wouldn't be in trouble yet. As for whether the other party agrees or not is not important. The important thing is that he does not have the money to pay the debt. You can rest assured that there will not be any trouble. Our bank has always been quality service and, the manager said with a smile, full of confidence. But Lewis raised his eyebrows slightly. Quite sure. But how do you feel as if you were setting me up? Take something that has not yet arrived to sell me. Also, how does this legend feel? Lewis immediately paused. Sir, come in. No need. I don't do business with people who are insincere, which you clearly are. What are you talking about, sir? This farm is absolutely low-priced and of good quality. I have others here if you change your mind. No need. Louis twisted right around. The manager was in a hurry. This was a big deal, and rushed after him, but just as he reached out his hand to stay, an arm had stopped him and pushed him away with a slap. But it was the two guys dressed in black robes who followed Louis. Sir, I'll give you 20% off. Louis didn't even look back. Are you kidding? He's not worth that kind of money? He just didn't want to be lied to, and incidentally didn't want to get involved in any other trouble. Maybe he was thinking poorly, or maybe he'd encountered a bit too many horror movies lately and subconsciously thought of that aspect, so he always had the feeling that this was another scene from some horror movie coming up, but wasn't sure. Then it's simply better to kill the wrong person and just give up. It's just that sometimes trouble can't be stopped when it comes. Whoosh! A scythe shot out from the farmland, accurately hitting the manager who was still trying to say something. The scythe cut through the artery. The gushing blood immediately gave the manager the death sentence. The manager covered his neck ho-ho and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Louis was silent. He wasn't scared. He just felt a little speechless. Ugh! Shat! Crunch! In the cornfield, the leaves fanned out and something seemed to be scurrying. At this point, ah! A scream rang out, but it was the woman in the house not far away who saw what was going on here and let out a scream of terror. And that's the moment. Another scythe flew out of the cornfield and headed straight for Louis's neck. Dang! The scythe cut into an arm, but the sound it made had the feel of cutting into leather. The black-robed man had his arm cut but didn't let out any screams, remaining silent and just looking up at the cornfield. Louis waved his hand. Next, the two black-robed figures immediately rushed in furiously. Whoa! Wow! Soon the sounds of a fight rang out from inside. Louis stood outside, looking on without changing his face, with absolutely no thought of doing it himself. Just kidding. Why do it yourself when you have henchmen? And at that moment, a man ran out of the next house, looking nervously this way with a knife. Wow! Another cornstalk rattling. A grotesque scarecrow with a head that resembled a human's shriveled head was thrown out, and Compass 1 and Compass 2, whose bodies were covered in gaping holes and whose black robes had been knocked off their feet, came out of it, and seeming to smell blood and flesh. The two fellows jerked their heads up to look at the family in the house next to them. The hideous, ugly face and scarred body instantly caused all of that family to scream. Louis ignored it and just crouched down to look at the dismantled scarecrow. So what kind of demon are you again? A scarecrow come to life? Or some weird curse? Louis drops a cow's tear and opens his vision. Immediately afterward, 3 souls were seen appearing next to the scarecrow. End of chapter. Chapter 104, The Curse of the Land. Base address determined. A fat man, a blonde, and a little girl in white. All 3 men watched Louis. You shouldn't have destroyed the scarecrow. It was just helping a farmer protect his field. The fat man let out a roar. At the same time, along with such words, some kind of seductive power began to try to invade Louis's mind. But Louis had numerous means of protection on him, and a slight heat from the mahogany idol amulet on his body isolated the influence. However, the other party still didn't give up, and even bullied his way up, approaching step by step. Do you know what a scarecrow is? It represents the bounty of the land. Why are you destroying it? Pick it up! Pick it up! The woman began to echo the same words, her eyes dead set on Louis, and began to move closer, while reaching out her hands as if she wanted to strangle Louis. Only the little girl, standing there in silence, just silently walked towards the scarecrow, ready to assemble it. Pick it up! Pick it up! Pick it up! Louis's eyes were flat as water, just amused. A bunch of unknowing things. The mind flickers, the eyes reach out. Dark green flames blazed. Ah! Both of them let out agonizing screams, as if they had been subjected to some kind of extremely horrific punishment, and in just a second, their entire souls disappeared. It's utterly soul-crushing. The dark green flames also went out in an instant, and the one soul stone on Louis's body quietly shrunk by a fifth. The little girl was so startled that her whole body paused there, and her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Louis. Kara kara. There was also a noise from the ground, only to see the already demolished scarecrow, the head that looked like a dryad arching forward, as if trying to get away from Louis. Snap! 1 foot on the head of this dryad for a bully. A cluster of ordinary flames burned between his fingers as Louis looked to the little girl, narrowing his eyes slightly. Now, I ask, you say, understand? The little girl nodded her head repeatedly. Being good. What's the deal with this scarecrow? It is the curse of this land, the one that those adults in our family leaned on decades ago to make the land productive and earn money. In those days, although there was a lot of land, the weather was unstable, the crops didn't grow, and they often lost money, so a family member got a book from a gypsy witch. And in that book it was written about a sorcery to create a guardian of the land, and that all that was needed was to kill a person, bury them in the land, and follow the sorcery to make a guardian of the land. Guardians can fertilize the land and make crops fruitful overnight, as well as kill crows and protect the crops, and our family has managed to turn around losses by making large tracts of land productive with this. But this sorcery then gradually showed side effects. It only protected the land, not the people. If someone interferes with the normal production of the land, they will go after people, even if it's just a little conflict, and some of those it kills become its slaves, compelling the new owners of the land for it, focusing on the land and not caring about anything else. After listening to this story, Lewis pondered. Gypsy witches. Gypsies are a wandering people, but unlike squids, they are more at the bottom. Persecuted. Gypsy witches. This mixed discrimination and fear of the name is from this. Usually, the first impression of gypsy witches is divination, followed by playing flutes to control snakes and rats. However, their real favorite is actually playing the accordion and other traditional arts. As for the story the little girl was telling, Lewis instinctively felt it was the way the family had gotten that book in the first place that he feared was a bit dishonorable. So their family ended up getting wiped out by this scarecrow. Of course, this is not something he should consider. It's been decades since then. So what's it got to do with me? Lewis only found this scarecrow profitable. It might be a good choice to use it as a guard, judging by the way it would cower in fear of its own attempt to escape. It should have basic intelligence, and that meant it could be tamed. Of course, if it can't be tamed, then burn it. It's just something that doesn't matter. Snap, kicking the dryad's head. I know you understand. I'll be remodeling this farm next. Part grazing, part randomly planting something. You guard the place for me. If you kill anyone or make a mess, I'll burn you down. Got it? The dryad head's mouth wriggled slightly, opening and closing up and down a bit. Louis looked at the little white girl again. You keep an eye on it and tell me if it doesn't behave. By the way, what's your name? My name is Bunny. Not even a proper name? Looks like something else happened inside this family back then. But it has nothing to do with me. After the explanation, Louis looked at the family, who had ducked back into the house, and made a phone call. Soon the bank manager's body and the police side were taken care of, and Louis came to the front of the house carrying the scarecrow's head, knocked on the door. Hello? Home? No one's home. Seems to be really freaked out to say this stupid thing. I'm here to talk to you about the farm buyout, but it looks like you're not very available today. I'll send someone over in the next couple of days to discuss it with you, so I hope you'll be calm by then. Louis finished and returned the dryad head to the car carrying it. Go home. Yes, young master, the steady driver said calmly. The whole group was not surprised by the scene and slowly started the vehicle. It was only the next day that the people Louis had sent managed to get the contract, and the whole thing went off without a hitch, really because the scene of the killings and the monster yesterday had really scared the family. So much so that they didn't want the farm at all now. They just wanted a sum of money to leave as soon as possible. But of course, unlike the shady bank, Louis had given them not a lot of money, enough to go on to a new life. With that, Louis was given a new base that was spacious enough and in the right location. But you can't go in there yet, and you'll need to do some remodeling before you can. And until then, Louis could finally focus on putting his energy into the matter at hand. It's just that things are going slightly weird. The cave. So yeah, why does this mannequin look like that when it's done? I've obviously followed the process, haven't I? *********. Mary Shaw UING OCD. Amidst the cursing, Louis finally made his first scapegoat doll. Well, rag doll style mannequins. The rest of it was fine, neatly crafted and much softer than machine-made, but the doll head was off, with its crooked mouth, slanted eyes, and curved beak, and how it looked like a slip of the tongue. Who are you mocking? The point is, the material inside the scapegoat doll is Louis' own hair and blood, and the face created is Louis' look. So, oddly enough. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Two Laws Doll's Diluted Perfume. Forget it, it's ugly, but at least it's the first time. It's not a failure. Louis decided to save it anyway. In fact, making these dolls was quite troublesome, especially the scapegoat dolls, which had to be made by one's own hands, and the materials in them were best used only if they had spirituality. Louis, being a mysterious side-pourer, had to squeeze some more out of the nut eater, and there was quite a bit of its bones and intestines in it. Bones for a brace, intestines for thread, and incidentally a straw gleaned from that scarecrow's body for stuffing. Finally, take a handful of your own hair, mix it with your fingertip blood and wrap it around a roll of paper with your birth date written on it. Place it into the heart of the doll to act as the core and sew it shut, and then sleep with him for one night, and it's a done deal. He made dozens of scraps to become such a one, so even if it looks a little funny, he recognized it. It works well anyway. You're sleeping with me tonight. After grabbing the funny doll hard, Louis looked to the other doll next to him. This doll is much more graphic than the funny doll. Made of wood, it resembles a human being, and even has a creepy Valley of Terror effect when you look at it closely for a long time. The core inside is similarly laced with things like birth dates and hair, only the purpose is not the same as that doll of Louis'. This doll, which looks wooden on the outside, has various structures inside mixed with ashes, corpse oil, blood, wallowed earth, acacia branches. It could be said that the materials were special, but there was actually room for improvement. Except for the corpse oil and ashes and blood, which were taken from the kernel-eating demons, the other materials were ordinary goods. Even so, this doll is perfectly capable of putting people to death. Also, because Louis made it fine enough and of good enough quality, he even made a secret compartment specifically to follow Mary Shaw's notes to pop out the core in the heart area as a way to make a replacement candidate. As long as the head isn't destroyed, then the doll can be used all the time by simply replacing the parts. Maybe I can get some articles on the regular rich guys with this. This is something that is used to retaliate. If there is nothing to retaliate against, then the first choice is naturally to use it to make a profit. And that is what those ancient warlocks did. However, considering what his grandfather had said, Louis still chose to keep quiet first, and wait until his wings were a bit fuller before he went to make things happen. After all, although this world is chaotic, it is also considered a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. Shaking his head, he put both figures away. Louis looked into the alcove in the rock wall of the cave, which held a bottle of perfume and a box and a monkey's paw. With a scornful glance at the monkey's paw, Louis looked toward the perfume. A flash of longing flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly calmed down. The perfume is made from the medieval remnants of the bottle given to me by my grandfather, who, I must say, did give me something strong enough. The smell emanating from just opening the cap of the bottle was an ultimate fantasy, and if he didn't have barely enough willpower, he was afraid that he would have to fall in first. That's when he completely believed his grandfather's claim that this thing could control hearts and minds. And it did. As for the current bottle, just the diluted version of the bottom residue mixed with water, the effect is weakened a lot, but still able to significantly increase the charm of the passing dogs have to lean over. Chewing cannot be shooed away, and the residual nature of its smell is also strong. Until now he has a vague smell has not dissipated, so much so that Louis had to dilute it again, turning it into 3 bottles to get 3 weakened versions of the perfume in total. This thing is powerful. If it is practiced in conjunction with the charm technique, I think it will be an absolute treasure. Thousands of thieves and prostitutes. There should be charms in the whorehouse, right? Controlling his gaze in an effort not to look towards the perfume, Louis turned his head towards the box. This thing was the most dangerous of these things after Jason and the monkey's paw in terms of importance. And with it, Louis had some ideas he wanted to try out. Took the box out. Cow tears drop on and perspective opens up. Gazing once more at the music box, the hazy spirit appeared once more, a black and white half-colored clown demon, looking at Louis with a hideous grin. But there was no more testing like the last time. But then Louis put his hand on the box. Buzz! Instantly, the box began to vibrate, and the turn handle on the side actually began to turn on its own as a pleasant, soulful music played. The 4-paneled letters with Jack written on them started spinning like crazy, and something inside was trying to get out. Louis's eyes flickered, and with a thought, the dark green flames violently scurried towards the box, drilling madly towards the inside along the gaps in the letters. The unearthly scream of terror immediately resounded throughout the cave. The burly men outside the cave covered their ears without changing their faces, and incidentally closed the specially built gate a little tighter. Inside the cave, the frequency of the box's vibration violently accelerated. The dust flew, just about to directly burst open, and from time to time the dark green flames were still bubbling outward from the crevices, so it was obvious how exuberant the burning was. However, the box on the outside has remained intact from the beginning to the end, and it's surprisingly hard. Louis stepped back slightly and recruited Compass 1, Compass 2, Compass 3, the 3 main guards in front of him, quietly watching from behind, lest there be any accidents. He remembered that the legacy of the poison fire art described burning evil souls to inflict extreme damage on the wicked, souls, etc. While demons, if he remembered correctly, a large portion of demons actually did not have a physical body, and just belonged to an even more powerful type of spirit body. Plus there's probably no more evil soul body in the world than a demon. It also means that poisonous fire magic is specialized against them. Along with the screams from inside, the dark green soul stone in Louis's hand was rapidly disappearing. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Listening to the screams getting weaker and weaker, Louis's mind moved, and the dark green flames instantly dissipated. Gazing his eyes over again, the box didn't move a muscle, and the face inside no longer dared to smile with him. Louis walked over and touched the box. Here, go on. The box jolted. In Louis' perspective, the black and white clown demon's face reappeared. Only this time, his expression was much more humanized and his eyes were black and white and normal. No, don't burn. I'm Jack. He seemed to be saying something, but Louis, not being psychic, couldn't understand it in this case, and could only lip read it. It was just that he wasn't very convinced about the other man calling himself Jack or something. The devil shouldn't be pulling his crotch so much, should he? Can't even swallow the soul of an ordinary person or something. It's kind of funny. I want to make a wish. Can you waive the side effects? Louis asked. The clown demon nodded with difficulty after a brief hesitation. Seeing this, Louis laughed coldly instead, and with a thought, the dark green flames rose again. Ah! Fooling around you, agreeing so simply. You're not skilled in this demon business. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Teasing and Torturing the Assistant Program. Willing to undo the side effects? Willing. Willing to undo the side effects? No. Willingness to lift. After one ordeal, when Louis asks again for a willingness to be relieved of the side effects, all you get is silence. Not talking? Not talking means you don't want to. Go on. Another scream rang out, but the other man still didn't speak. Seeing this, Louis shook his head, his face showing disappointment. Not very good. Sure enough, demons just aren't honest. The clown demon was even trembling in its claws. It was angry. It was upset, but it didn't have the mood or the strength to talk at all now. Forget it, it didn't matter. Pack the box back into the rock wall. Louis turned around, but his expression had regained its calmness. He had never believed in the whole letting him off the side effects thing, but was simply torturing the demon. Demons are such creatures that Louis is not afraid to defend himself against them with the utmost malice, no matter what the other side said. What to do? Louis all do not believe. Directly first on a set of torture packages to thwart the sharpness before, and so on the future need to fight with their wits, to see if it is a false and snake or coercion and enticement. Jason, when will my base be fixed? Louis hummed a little song he made up and sang as he walked out of the cave. Back home, Yulenka is preparing for the transfer and preparing various documents. In the United States of America, there is a lot of paperwork to be done to transfer to another school, and she has been running around for days. In fact, she didn't want to do that. Wasn't it nice to be a big sister in her old high school? It was just that Yulenka didn't have much of a choice under Louis' lechery, and she knew why Louis did what he did. And at that thought, she glared hatefully at someone who was grinning like a fox next to her. At this point, eyeing Louis's return, the two quickly returned to normal. Looking at the two men, that assistant plan in Louis's mind resurfaced. He's really busy, and predictably will be even busier in the future. And I'm afraid that training assistance is imperative. Louis sat down on the couch. Emma immediately brought glasses of water, and Yulenka self-consciously tuned the TV to Louis's favorite show. Louis sipped his water as he emptied his mind to think. This Emma guy is only tame to himself. He still has trouble empathizing with other people, and without empathy it's possible for people to do anything cruel. Yulenka, for her part, has a lot of small minds, but is instead the most stable one, because she loves her mom, Jenny, and now that David and Jenny are in love, she's the last one who wants problems in the house, plus is smart and good at expanding her network, pulling people together, and making cliques, and really, it actually works better than Emma. Of course, neither of these two combined are as good as the lovely Mary. At least Mary doesn't have so many small minds. Unfortunately, Mary still needs to finish her own schooling to work on math puzzles and will have trouble coming back for the next 2 years, and so on, since both of these men have their own faults, but both are capable of obedience to themselves, if the two are used in combination. Louis' eyes lit up. These two people are not against each other. They will naturally form a constraint on each other, coupled with the fact that there is not much difference in intelligence, and there will not be a situation where one is high and the other is low, and the two can reach a perfect balance. In that case, he or she might also be able to teach a part of his or her ergong, not only to develop the ability of the assistant, but also to prepare for the future harvesting of yin and yang. Just kidding. After being with himself for so long, both of them are beautiful. He also has a desire for exclusivity, and he naturally has thoughts in his heart. Do you want to learn the law? Louis said suddenly. The two men sitting peacefully on one side of the room froze, their expressions varying. Emma was overjoyed, Yulenka puzzled then nervous, but after the first reaction, Emma recoiled and calmed down, while Yulenka breathed heavily. Seeing this, Louis had something in mind. As expected, the two had their own strengths and weaknesses. Emma had grown quite a bit in the past 2 years and was no worse than Yulenka, and was initially overjoyed because she was just too excited when something she had wanted for so long appeared. It was Yulenka, on the contrary, who seemed to have a lot of doubts. As a matter of fact, The two had been with Louis for so long that they naturally knew exactly what the spells Louis was talking about were. It's just that all this time Louis had no intention of teaching them. So why was it so sudden now? As for why Yulenka will be this kind of performance, because she herself knows clearly, in the heart of Louis, her position is not as good as Emma. Coupled with the magic spells this thing, she over the years is also sort of some understanding, often very rare, and now Louis but suddenly want to teach them together magic spells. She is worried that there is a problem in it. After all, ask why before you do anything. Louis wasn't sure exactly what the two men had in mind, but he could probably make a pretty good guess. I will teach you the arts, but only if you don't spread them out, or you will be cursed by me. Louis issued a warning first. Emma and Yulenka both nodded. Regardless, it was jutsu, and they had been with Louis long enough to long for, and wonder about, that power. As for the curse, they also believed in it, and they had seen it when Louis had previously experimented with zapping little people. But, what did it matter? It was said as if they could get out of his control. So, they don't think it's a problem at all. There are just benefits. Good. I'll teach you the basics of Ergon first. With this, it will be easier for you to practice other arts. Louis began practicing air kung fu for them with one-on-one instruction. This is more difficult. It involves the operation of the meridians, acupuncture point storage, yin and yang, 5 elements and other doctrines and ideas. The two of them cannot have much of a foundation for this. They can only Louis hand-in-hand teaching. He personally pointed out acupuncture points on their bodies and used his internal air to show them the way. However, in the process, Emma is okay. Yulenka is after all a few years older. For men and women have already some knowledge, more or less shy. When the instruction is finished, the face has been a blush. The body also made a lot of sweat beads. Hair sticking to the face. A little sticky. Got it memorized? I don't want to have to teach you guys over and over again. Yulenka snapped back with a start. Remember. Well, you guys practice first, and I'll work on some of the basic arts practice to see how to speak them so you can understand them better. Let's just say that learning and teaching are not the same, and that Louis is feeling the benefits of the legacy book. Although he was a left-hand path, he was also a person with a legacy. This legacy would allow one to not have to be as slow a learner as they were, even with a lot of the basic things they needed to learn, like those acupuncture points, meridian direction and so on. Those arts and ergons are automatically in the inheritance. There is no need to learn them additionally, reducing the cost of errors and omissions in time. It could be said that apart from certain aspects that were inferior to those of the righteous path, this left path of his own was not bad. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Starting School and Old Acquaintances. The rest of the shift is over. Time passes slowly, and in the blink of an eye we come to September. Louis's new base still hadn't been taken care of, and it could only be said that building a new base with confidentiality was indeed time-consuming. But the remaining dozen or so monstrous hogs and sheep had already been placed over, and special personnel had been dispatched to watch over the feeding. As for the rest, it's mostly stagnant as well. Perfume has been researched. The clown demon was now completely silent. Jason is not available for research at this time. A few more ordinary corpse parasites were practiced, but the results were not as good as they should have been. But it was determined that their mutation had something to do with the blood and flesh of the kernel-eating devils that were used as a lure. In terms of poisonous fire magic, only about 20 pieces were stockpiled. There was still a gap between normal villains and freaks, and most of them were 3-second goods that didn't last long at all. As for the two types of dolls, the cursed dolls made 2 more, but the scapegoat dolls didn't succeed a second time except for that funny one. The difficulty was really high, but Louis thought that it might be the type of material with spirit was less. It was time to change it. Louis has recently been thinking about refining the other 2 kinds of compulsion, especially the blood compulsion. Is simply used to take over the slave of the choice, but unfortunately the difficulty of a little bit, but also need time. Leisure time. Louis also made a few break teeth. As for the raw materials, well, 1 tiger, 2 crocodiles, 2 lions. The tigers are privately bred by a rich man who acquired them. The crocodiles are from the wild, and the lions are from the African savanna. None of them are simple goods, and if the group of animal protection organizations out there which have already developed a preliminary development saw them, they would probably be verbally abused. But those days are quickly coming to an end. Lakeland High School is in session. Louis fixed his tie and casually glanced twice at what he was wearing before walking out. At that moment David was making breakfast for a few people. David's business was doing well these days, and he had even hired some extra workers and a manager who had been able to take himself out of the heavy management, sort of moving up from the bottom small capitalist to the top. Louis, Eureka, Emma, breakfast is ready. Coming. One by one, the 3 men came down from the 2nd floor. Sitting at the dinner table, David, who was almost 40, watched the happy family with relief. with a gentle and beautiful wife, and 3 children with good academic performance. Even his career is flourishing. David feels that he is now living a good life. If only it could go on like this for the rest of my life. David hoped so from the bottom of his heart. Today is the start of high school. Do you have any future plans? And Yulenka, although I don't really agree with the idea of you transferring to another school, after all, it's a fact that Lakeland High School has a more generous faculty, so I respect your decision, but will you be able to fit in when you go there? If you can't, don't be a hero. Remember to talk to Dad and we'll figure it out together. David synthesized the 3 children's situations and asked so. Jenny, who was sitting next to her, nodded as well, and gave Yulenka an angry look, as if she also felt that Yulenka's sudden decision to transfer to another school had some not so good. Exasperated, Yulenka's fists clenched. Good for you. You see it all, Mom. Facing David's question, Louis smiled and said half-heartedly, study hard and try to further your education in the future. Go to a good university and try to go to MIT. For her part, Emma sipped her milk and said absently, study hard, get your awards, and follow Louis to MIT if you can. David listened to the first half first with a smile on his face, but after listening to the second half he suddenly realized a problem. Emma, is there a crush on Louis? This age, it is also the time of development. It is normal to like the opposite sex. If Emma likes Louis, if the 2 of them get married, fizz, it seems to be a good thing. Having figured that out, David's eyes suddenly changed a bit when he looked at Louis again. As for Yulenka, she laughed. I don't have that high of an idea. I'm probably going to get some club activities, and if I can, try for the position of student president of the school. See if I can get some extra points, and then go to a good university. David nodded with satisfaction. The 3 kids seem to have ideas. That's good, but still need to strengthen the supervision. Now the high school is getting more and more chaotic. Gathering parties, brawls, addiction to goods. It's almost more of a mess than they were in those days. This is not a good situation to be in, and it can be ruined if you're not careful. Well, I'll take you guys to school. The vehicle started and soon arrived at the new school, Lakeland Preparatory School. Not to mention, the new school's decoration and facade is really not bad. White marble pavement, towering school building stands, the students to and from the youthful, atmospheric, luxurious, regular, looks very style. Inside, the decor says college. It does seem well funded. Running a school in the United States of America is equally lucrative, with high tuition, additional service revenue, alumni donations, donations for enrollment, and elite connections. It can be said that any run a private school to run a reputation. None of them is a member of the real owners of this country. Its school board is also the interweaving of capital. Each school board represents one aspect of the resources. They likewise have other circles. These circles intertwine with each other, and ultimately constitute a one interconnected, covering the net of this country. When they came in, Louis and Emma were separated from Yulenka, who belonged to the transfer students and was in the upper grades. Louis and Emma, on the other hand, managed to get into a class through some money. Sitting in front of his desk, Louis began to think about when to pick a random club and run away. But Emma next to him managed to attract the attention of a few boys who tried to come over and strike up a conversation but were still dissuaded by Emma's cold expression and Louis next to her. At this point, Madison, slow down. Maria, you're right to hurry up. Look how slowly you're walking. 2 playful figures then barged in through the classroom door, quickly attracting the attention of the entire class. High school is the time of spring, for the pursuit of beautiful boys and girls is exaggerated, and this class already has Louis and Emma, such a pair of handsome boys and girls. Originally thought that there is no chance, did not expect that now there are 2 more beautiful girls. Louis even saw some of the boys already cheering and celebrating. Just, Louis' expression, however, changed. Maria, Madison, met at Camp Krana a few years ago and later ran into the 2 men he burned Esther to death. Wait, how does this Madison feel as if she's seen him somewhere before? There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the meantime, the expressions of the 2 girls who had just walked into the classroom also changed, and their footsteps paused. After Madison saw Louis and Emma, especially Louis, it was as if she had seen a ghost, but it was Maria next to her who froze instead, looking at Louis without knowing what she was thinking. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Madison and Maria's Psychic Society. Madison didn't even smile anymore as she tugged Maria's hand towards the other side of the room, finally picking a seat away from Louis and Emma. In fact, she'd prefer to just run out right now and change classes, but sadly, she didn't dare do that. It was too obvious. In the end, all that was left was to fidget and wait for the teacher to arrive. She didn't notice that Maria next to her was turning around frequently. In the back, Louis, who was pondering whether Madison was the protagonist of one of the movies he recalled, sensed the sight and looked up to see Maria, waving a hand in greeting, who returned the smile. Emma was beside herself when she suddenly said, "It's them?" Apparently, Emma recognized it too. "Well, I didn't realize they would be coming to the school, and it looks like home is in Orlando too. What a coincidence, but they seem to be afraid of you." "Louis," Emma said. "So, what do you say?" Louis asked Emma rhetorically, without a good grace. Emma smiled, but her eyes were fixed on the backs of the two, wondering what she was thinking. Soon, the teacher came, and the lesson that was taught Louis basically didn't listen much, but Emma next to him listened attentively. Although not as good as the kind of genius that Mary was, Emma had indeed always been a good student. Well, in terms of grades and awards alone, as soon as class was over, the students in the class began to get to know each other. In fact, some of them already knew each other, having been classmates before, and the others would quickly find their companions based on their tablemates, their looks, their mannerisms, and so on. Even though this is the United States of America, it's instinctive for students and equally as much a social need. In this situation, Louis and Emma's side also similarly swarmed some people, only Louis lazy to take care of, lying on the table and began to sleep, at the same time running the internal air, walking large and small circumference. Now his internal air is just a few steps towards the deep stage. There is still a lot of distance from the consummation. Have to strive for an early full of the internal air cultivation. Next to her, Emma flashed a very gracious smile and talked to the girls who flocked to her, only mostly they were the ones yakking away, with Emma just listening and no longer showing the hint of a smile she had just started to show. And Madison and Maria were already out of the class. No, to be precise, Madison had dragged Maria out. They are going to the grade level director and requesting a class change. In schools in the United States of America, there are no classroom teachers, but only guidance counselors and grade level directors, so they have to go to the grade level directors. But it didn't take long for them to return, Madison walking grimly at the front of the line. Yes, the application had failed. The director had dismissed her idea and was going to get a counselor to explain her situation and focus on it. Bitch, old bitch, just talking about it, I can't believe I have to do this, and I'm talking about calling me at home. Oh, fight it, they don't care anyway. She gets through, it counts as a win for her, and I have to thank her for actually letting me see those parents one more time. Madison's mouth was clattering, venting anger and resentment, and behind her Maria followed like a heel, listening to Madison's words with a helpless but somewhat habituated face. The two of them were neighbors and classmates, from elementary school all the way up to the present, so it's safe to say they know each other pretty well. Madison's family was relatively well off, and her parents were said to be in the movie business, though not as stars and presumably behind the scenes, usually very busy, often not coming home, and managing Madison loosely, or rather, most of the time not caring at all, just making sure there was plenty of material things to go around. And if it weren't for the inevitable return at Christmas, Maria might even have wondered if they'd secretly divorced and reorganized their family, forgetting they had a daughter like Madison. In this case, from a young age Madison was independent and fiery, the opposite of her. Of course, her family was probably that much better compared to Madison's. I think so. Maria touched her face, her eyes flashing gloomily as she walked into the classroom, her eyes suddenly wavering as her afterglow swept over Louis, who was sleeping on his desk, empty at his side. Flame, the fire that burned that day, burning the horrible Esther to death, remaining calm from start to finish, not afraid, not fearful, but instead in control of the emotions of others. The scene in elementary school made enough of an impression to stay with her for a long time. I didn't expect to run into it again today. So, what should be done? Maria cowered and bowed her head. High schools in the United States of America also have clubs, especially private schools, for the cultivation of student hobbies have a lot of support, partly because of the equipment purchased in this area is not a small profit, to participate in competitions and so on, which also has a way in. As for other reasons, you can't get away from fame and fortune left and right. However, students in the United States of America are very adventurous and rebellious, and can come up with anything weird. Societies are no exception. There are quite a few normal clubs, like the photography club and the adventure club, but there are even more abnormal ones. The spaghetti club, the guess what color is the students' underpants club, the psychic club, the religious club, and the Orleans chicken wing club. There's nothing you can't think of, nothing they haven't created. However, these had nothing to do with Louis. Louis had a clear goal and directly found the psychic club. He was going to find a club to hang out with and then just not go to class. But there was something to be said for club selection, and he wanted to see if there was anyone here who was more of a death wish. The psychic club was his first choice, but when he arrived, he realized that it was a small club, with only 5 or 6 active members, and the rest were nominees, which shouldn't be the case given the adventurous mindset of students in the United States of America. The reason for this is solely because most of the people are pulled away from the adventure club next door. And the reason? There are girls there. Isn't that enough? But for Louis, whether or not they're a target can't depend on that. It has to depend on what they'll do on a day-to-day basis. Ultimately, by virtue of the fact that the daily activities are to go to murder houses, haunted houses, etc., to film, play paranormal games, look for mediums, etc., as a way of verifying whether or not there are evil spirits at all. The Spiritualist Society managed to get Louis's favor, decidedly opt-in. It couldn't be helped. Their death-defying looks were just too much for Louis to give up. Great! Another member of our psychic club. Worth celebrating. It's decided. Let's organize an event next month and explore that villa we decided on earlier. President Guillermo del Toro shouted. A few of the remaining members of the community responded with their voices. Oh ha! Very good. Yeah, I can see that these guys are true fans of psychic adventures. At that moment, Gilmore turned and looked at Louis in embarrassment. Louis, look, can you help us with something? We still have too few members in this club. Why don't you go recruit some people? With your good looks, the best recruit is a beautiful woman? Louis laughed. Gilmore nodded and shook his head again. A male is fine, as long as he's human. He wasn't bad looking, but he was slightly chubby, and in the American school, fat people were the ones who suffered from bullying most of the time, and it was good enough that he wasn't bullied, and it wasn't really necessary to go out and recruit people or anything like that. As for the rest of the few members of the community, they weren't exactly handsome men and women with much appeal. Louis is different. Just look at it, all know is handsome. As long as Louis to recruit. Boys do not say. Girls will certainly come. The psychic club will be able to grow. Then, Louis unceremoniously chose to reject it. He didn't have this kind of idle mind, not to mention the idea of tempting people with his face. Even joining the psychic club was just to add a little bit of fun to school life. Then after setting the time and exact address of the event, Louis went straight back. Because of the early dismissal from school, Louis and Emma soon went straight home. At home, Louis met Yulenka, who seemed to be in a pretty good mood, humming a song on her lips, seemingly because on her first day at school she had managed to become class president on the basis of her good behavior and excellent social skills. One step closer to the ultimate goal, becoming a student government representative. For most of the month after that, Louis didn't go to class much, instead staying in the psychic club, focusing on his doll notes while quietly practicing his air kung fu. There were usually very few people inside the spacious classroom, with plenty of space and time for him to use. Lying on a chaise longue, basking in the warmth of the sun and sipping black tea, comfortable. There were no incidents during this period and there were no ups and downs in life. It seemed a little strange that everything was flat and quiet. In fact, this is the norm of life most of the time. How can there be so many ups and downs in the world? It just so happens that he also needs to be a little quiet. And the cultivation of ergong also needs time, even if it is the left way. The right way for 10 years. The left way how also have to be a year or 3 years. And then quickly even the last foundation is not there. The time passed 10 days in the quiet of the years. School life steps into stability. However, there are those who are not naturally peaceful players, such as Emma and Yulenka. And Madison. It's finally making some waves at school. And, as time goes on, cliques have become thoroughly established, and situations like American-style bullying begin to emerge. Schools are, after all, small, more closed societies, and even new schools with strong funding and faculty can't avoid them. In the United States of America, boys like to bully the weak and weak or fat. The girls, on the other hand, like to isolate the loners and bully the ugly or overly pretty ones, and the types of bullies both men and women like. The reasons for this are complex and varied, but really most of them are for ridiculously naive reasons and only a few of them are dominant, with many more just going along for the ride. As it happens, Maria, Madison, Emma, and Yulenka all fall into the pretty column of people. End of chapter. Chapter 109, American Bullying. Identify yourself. Flowers and greens. Hey Maria, wanna try this? A girl with wavy curls and a more sexy, mature look handed out a cigarette and raised an eyebrow. Maria, who was sitting in the school gym looking at the figure skating inside, looked up at the woman in front of her with a start. It was the first classmate who came forward to reach out to her. Because of her personality, she didn't get to know other students as well as others, and over time, she became transparent in the class. As for Madison, she has personality problems of her own, and has no friends at all in her class, instead pissing off a lot of people because of her fiery temper. So now, seeing a classmate who came to approach her of her own accord, Maria's heart was a little strange and at the same time a little excited. As for cigarettes, she had never smoked it, but she didn't mind trying it. Hurriedly, he stood up and took the cigarettes. Thank you. With the aid of a cigarette, the two managed to sit down. I'm Lily. I'm a figure skater at my school. What's your name? My name is Maria. The two just became friends. Well, probably. At this point, Madison, who just happened to go to the girls' restroom, ran into something. Bang! A bucket of water poured down over his head and the stream poured. If someone is down there, they are bound to turn into a soupy mess. Luckily Madison reacted in time and took a step back, but some of the water ended up splashing up her skirt. Ha 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 ha, pity, it didn't pour. You so, how dare you not want to take a bath? It stinks. 3 or 4 girls came out of the restroom stalls, laughing at Madison. Bitch, you seek death. Madison grits his teeth and charges up to open the fight. For her, bull ****** forbearance. If you don't obey, you have to fight. The fight is also really strong enough. Pulling hair, yanking clothes, taking teeth, anything. But in the end, it's still a two-fisted fight, and Madison regretfully loses, being blocked in the corner by 4 men, and even then still remains hardened and completely unconvinced. Bah! A mouthful of spit spat in the girl's face. The scream was followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. It wasn't until then that Maria came to Madison with Lily and dropped the cigarette she was holding in her unopened hand in shock at the sight, and then reacted by rushing over to help. The 4 girls, seeing someone coming, especially one who looked as if he was on the varsity skating team, immediately had the will to back out, and after another kick, pushed Maria away and ran sideways through the door. It's okay. Lily reached out at that moment, pulling up Maria, who had fallen to the floor, while looking over at Madison, who had risen from the ground, her eyes blinking. This is Madison, Maria said, trying to get over. But suddenly, leave me alone. Madison covered his face and ran straight off to the side. Madison, Maria shouted behind her, but Madison ran faster, perhaps not wanting Maria to see the scene of her woes. Well, looks like we came at a bad time. Interested in joining us for a drink? Maria shook her head. No, I have to go find Madison. Hey, I guess she doesn't really want to see you right now. Come with me, I'll show you how to skate, Lily said with a smile but a strong wrist, pulling Maria by the shoulders towards the gym. Maria didn't argue and was led to the gym. By the time the second day rolled around, Madison looked at the missing book bag and exploded again. And by now, Maria had been dragged to the gym once again to be introduced to the others by Lily. Inside the class, looking at the scene of the fight, Louis frowned, annoyed. It's better to be in the psychic club, peace and quiet. Next to her, Emma glanced at the frowning Louis, her eyebrows twitching slightly as she got up and stepped over, patting a man who was watching with a faint smile, who hastily stepped aside, even a little flattered. Emma came to the far end of the room unimpeded, held down a man's hair, and yanked him straight up. Seeing that it was Emma, a lot of people quieted down. Emma bent down and looked at the girl. Is it fun to bully your classmates? This is a classroom and I don't want to hear those annoying voices again. Otherwise, Emma looked around at her classmates the next second. The girls from the half part of the class who were pulled together by Emma and thought they were on their own made noises. Yeah, a fight would be a problem if the teacher saw it later. I've lost my desk. Beyonce, these bikers are so annoying. They don't know what they're up to all day. Yeah, look at the makeup she's wearing. She's ugly as hell and she's bullying people. Why don't she revamp herself first? The chittering caused all of those few people to blanch and back away. Not many people are able to completely ignore the voices of others, especially when the voices come together as if everyone is targeting them. And right now, they feel the psychological pressure. Madison, who was hiding in the corner with a book blocking her way, looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had changed all of a sudden. Just because of Emma's 2 words? Either way, it's a good time to fight back. Madison's eyes were fierce, the book clenched in her hand about to strike. But the next second, Emma gave her a look, her eyes calm, but Madison felt something uneasy. The book in his hands couldn't help but relax. All right, spread out. At Emma's word, the girls scattered, and the part of the girls all came near Emma, the group saying something, while the few girls slunk back to their seats. The boys, seeing that there was no more fun to be had, one by one dispersed. Louis, who had watched the scene all the way through, wasn't surprised. With Emma's disguise and intellect, it was easy enough to do this. All it took was a little preemptive solidarity with her so-called classmates. It wasn't like Yulenka, who was better than her in this area, was here, so naturally Emma was left to her own devices. This Madison, though, why did she feel a little stupid? It's also not very grumpy, so if it's really some horror movie character he's familiar with, he'll probably get the first kill. Wait, kind of stupid and not too grumpy. I think I know who she is. But, Isn't the size difference a little big? Lewis frowned slightly. Going through it, it seems that the only female characters in all the horror movies of my own recollection named Madison are the Coven. But that Madison remembered being a Hollywood starlet come to life. And the one in front of her was still in high school and didn't have any witchy, strange powers on her. But maybe that's because of age? It's not time yet? Coven. It does exist in this world. So maybe the familiar looking, but undeveloped, stupid airfield Madison in front of her might actually be the bitchy Madison of the future. Louis's mind was tentatively sure of Madison's identity. Spinning around, it occurred to him that he might have to collect some of her blood and hair sometime. The witches of Salem's lineage are all very capable. Resurrecting people is as much fun as TM, as well as fire control, instantaneous movement, mind reading, divination, etc., which is more of a natural ability, a supernatural ability, rather than witchcraft. It's arguably one of the best of the many witches out there. And now that an unawakened Salem witch had come to him, it was too much to say not to draw some blood and study it. If there really was a special power in the other party's blood, it might be another special material that could be utilized. The mystery side poor man's heart immediately surged. As for what excuse to take, soon after, the school physicals, with the ability to pay money, Louis gets a sample of Madison's blood with no problem. 4 days afterward, Louis experimented with Madison's blood, trying to see if it could be added to the corpse compost, if it would create a change, and if it could be used as a spiritual material. And at school, Lily finally reveals her true purpose. Daily, she forced herself to take Maria with her wherever she went as a friend, but whether it was for dinner or play, Maria was the one she purposely ignored. It's as if she's just a pendant to be used to follow, a contrast to show off her elegant demeanor, sophisticated charm, and social finesse. Needless to say, Maria lived up to her specially found greens. Although she is pretty, her withdrawn temperament and personality ruins it all. As long as she becomes her friend, she can be made to be a little follower as she pleases. And she doesn't even dare to resist, letting her be rubbed and pinched. Now, with this green leaf, the flower itself looks even more beautiful. Skating rink. Lily handed Maria her half-smoked cigarette, then stepped into the skating rink with a stretchy, graceful stride and kissed a man standing in the center passionately. That's her boyfriend, Sean, a member of the varsity hockey team. Maria stared dumbfounded, the half-smoked cigarette in her hand seeming to tell her what position she held in Lily's mind. In fact, the encounters of the past 2 days had made it clear to her why Lily had sought her out. Unfortunately, she didn't make any real friends, but only met a flower who saw her as weak and pretty, suitable for use as a green leaf. Soon after the two performed a program, they walked ahead with their companions in a laughing group, with only Maria following behind them, as if she were transparent. She wanted to go back to Madison. As it happened, Madison was thinking of her now, looking at Maria's empty desk. Madison heart a little regret. Perhaps the day should not run away directly, but also a little grumbling. Maria is really, after class how to be pulled away directly after class made a new friend to forget me. Ugh, forget it, let's just figure out how to get back at them first. Madison glanced viciously at the 4 men not far away, calculating in her mind that she couldn't learn from Emma's tactics like that, and going to please Emma, she was afraid of the man beside Emma. Then maybe join the student council to deal with them. She didn't know about other high schools, but at Lakeland High School, she had already inquired about it, and the student council had a lot of power, especially Christina, who was the representative of the student council. She had heard that she was very skillful, and that many school bullies in the school had been taught a lesson by her. Perhaps it should be said that she is the biggest school bully within the school. So, by joining the student council, you don't have to worry about being bullied, and you can get back at these guys in turn. It's decided. I'm joining the student council. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Yulenka's path to promotion. The protagonist appears less in this chapter. Student council. In the United States of America, the student government has substantial power, often representing the interests of the students in communication with the university, and accordingly, it is qualified to manage the students, organizing clubs, dances, festivals, charity fundraisers, feedback on needs, and so on. There are various divisions within it, but there are really only 4 main members that really matter. The president, who is also a representative of the student body, is somewhat of a rule-maker on campus. The vice president, who assists the president in his or her work, is also responsible for some aspect of the work itself, such as club management. Secretary, managing documents, conveying information, mainly responsible for upward and downward communication. Finance, which can also be simply understood as logistics, manages budgets and funds for activities. As for the grade representatives who are automatically added to the student council, naturally, They are the people elected by each grade to represent each grade to communicate with the student council, and usually, they communicate more with the secretary who is in charge of up and down communication. And now, Yulenka has taken the position of class representative, and one step further would be grade representative. However, since she is a transfer student, she still needs to squeeze the current representative out before she can become a grade representative. Of course, it's hard to beat her. After some random tactics, she took some ugly pictures of the other party messing around with a couple of boys and posted them on social media. And the next day the school administration unloaded her position because of the repercussions. Now, it's just a matter of communicating with the student body and she'll be on her way. What? Representatives from other classes? I wonder if all the third grade reps have something on me now. In short, the grade rep position was a must for her. For the moment, Yulenka reveled in the wonderful feeling of this struggle. It was especially enjoyable watching the students having to follow her orders. It was just that her opponents had too many weaknesses to play with at all and casually defeat them. Boring. I hope those guys in the student council give a. Then, I don't agree with Yulenka as a third-year representative. The student council crowd sits together in the student council classroom. Sitting in her chair, Christina, who had just recently become the student president, said so. A transfer student who's been enrolled for less than a month and wants to be grade rep? I don't see what she's capable of. And there's something wrong with the sudden scandal of the last grade rep. The unspoken meaning of the words is understood by all. There were 3 other girls sitting in the classroom at the moment, all from the student council. One is Nancy Thompson, a 4th year, former student president and now in the position of secretary, who is usually responsible for communicating with the student representatives, student clubs, etc. below her and conveying documents. One is Rebecca, a 3rd year, vice president and mainly in charge of the club. One is Patricia Montelli, 3rd year, finance, who is primarily responsible for budgeting and funding activities. Hearing Christina's words at the moment, Nancy frowned. Christina, that's not appropriate. It's not certain that the other party did the scandal thing. After all, there's no evidence of anything. And the other party was pushed up bright and early. So what? Christina raised an eyebrow. When I say she can't, she can't. I don't agree anyway. Nancy raised her eyebrows in some anger and couldn't help but wonder once again if she had made a mistake somewhere in choosing this woman to be the president. Bad and stupid. The two next to them were indifferent. They didn't care about any of these things. It was just a transfer student who wanted to be the class representative. So what if they were? So what if you don't? Shaking her head, unable to argue with the other party, who was after all the president now, Nancy walked out. Humph. Still think you're the president. All you do is boss me around all day, Christina muttered. Next to them, Rebecca and Patricia glanced at each other and headed straight for the door, with no intention of making conversation at all. Just because they're just too lazy to mind their own business doesn't mean they want to gossip behind people's backs and get involved in Christina's private affairs. They knew that the original third grade representative was one of Christina's supporters during the election. Seeing the two ignoring her and leaving, Christina's cheeks twitched and she slammed her fist on the conference table in hatred. Bitches! A bunch of bikers! You guys wait! She was barely pushed up by Nancy and her own people, but now that her people were screwed down, a few of them actually had this attitude. Damn it! Christina calmed down. She had to do something. Otherwise, what was the difference between her as president and not existing? What's the best way to discredit them? Scandalous photos? I don't remember them having such a messy personal life. And that Nancy guy used to go to the orphanage to help the orphans. There you have it. Hold an event. Make a mishap. Let them screw up the event. Have financial problems? Or personnel problems? The corners of Christina's mouth turned up slightly. Walked out of the classroom with a cheerful stride. A small community is also a community. And as power and money exist in student government, so too must the struggle. Yulenka got the news quickly, and faced with an apologetic Nancy, Yulenka's eyes flickered to a disappointed yet hopeful smile. I see. Maybe I didn't do enough. I'll try harder in the future. Mr. Thompson, can you tell me what the president is not happy with me? At that, Nancy said awkwardly and nonchalantly, she feels that you haven't shown the ability to do that, and that you may need to be watched a bit more. Oh well, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Yulenka was always polite. It wasn't until after Nancy left that Yulenka's expression turned cold and she frowned deeply. Ha, interesting. No? Then she'll find a way to get it herself. Yulenka was a man of action and got right to it. She first began to ask her staff for more in-depth information about Christina, such as gossip, tips, rumors, and so on. Then combined with the information he usually got, he came up with a general image of the other side. Christina is a proud, self-assured, righteous, somewhat intelligent woman who comes from a moderately well-off, middle-class family. She was just an ordinary grade representative in her last term, and would not have been able to become president. It was Nancy who was the tallest of the short ones and gave her support, and only then did she manage to become president. But there was a disconnect between her and Nancy, and she had a mediocre relationship with the other two in the student council, though she did mix well with people outside the school, and a couple of well-known school bullies on campus were on good terms with her. Also, there are some rumors that she has been involved in a missing student case before. I don't know if that's true or not. The character weakness is quite obvious. How else can we capitalize on it? Yulenka pondered. When one of her good sisters came over and found her, telling her a piece of news. In order to promote the progress of the relationship between freshmen and veterans on campus, the student council will be hosting a campus skating competition event, which has been agreed upon by the university. The exact time is the third week of next month. There's still a bit of time until now. It seems like a good place to start. Yulenka raised an eyebrow and sauntered away with a smile on her lips. Wow, Lily, you're fantastic. Yeah, that's a great skate. With that kind of skill, the first place in figure skating this time will definitely be you. I envy you, Lily. Ha ha, you guys aren't so bad. You can come together. Lily, dressed in a skating outfit, was surrounded by a few friends, talking and laughing, and behind them, Maria kept her head slightly bowed, her mind recalling the image of Lily skating on the ice just now, making all sorts of moves. Skating? That was a truly beautiful figure just now. Would it have been the same if it had been me? Just as the thought occurred, Maria's mind quickly shook her head in disbelief. At this point, a voice cried out, Maria! Maria! The shouts attracted many eyes, and following the shouts, it was Madison, who came with a burst of jogging and took Maria's hand. Maria, come on, come with me. Feeling the gazes of countless people gazing over, Maria's body felt as if it was stabbed by internal needles, and she couldn't wait to lower her head into the cracks of the ground, not daring to look around at all. It was just a stammer of agreement. Aha, got it. At this point, she felt the sight ahead of her. It was Lily. Looking back at her, Maria was stunned, and seemed to be presented with some kind of choice in the moment. Rough and tumble Madison hadn't responded yet, pulling Maria one way or the other. I just went to the student council to try to get. For Maria, it didn't seem like much of a choice. From start to finish, there was really only one real friend she had. Without looking at Lily again, Maria followed Madison's force just like that. Lily's eyes were a little cold, and a couple of her friends next to her said, Come on, Lily. I don't see her anyway. She keeps her head down all day long. There's nothing to talk to her about. Yeah, if she goes, she goes. She doesn't go well with us anyway, so it's good that she's gone. Come on, Lily. Lily nodded. Of course she knew this, but watching her chosen greens just walk away, not even having given them up herself, always gave her an uncomfortable feeling, as if she was being disliked. Never mind, the focus is on the skating competition now. As for her, she's just a stranger. While Maria and Madison were both talking and laughing in the hallway at the moment, Maria had learned from Madison the reason why the other woman had called her in such a hurry. It turned out that Madison had met Nancy and managed to become a member of the student council, although it was only a member of a department, but it was still the student council, and with this status, it was a step into the circle, and was not easy to be bullied by those cliques. With this good thing, she certainly wouldn't forget Maria. That's why it came to her in a hurry. Maria's heart warmed slightly, and suddenly, Madison asked, Maria, is that just now your new friend Lily that you've made in the meantime? Maria nodded subconsciously. Madison, who was walking in front of her, changed her expression slightly. She was careless, but she wasn't oblivious. As much as it was tempting to just rush right up and maul them, Madison had grown up a bit these days and knew that going over there wouldn't be able to beat them up, and in turn could easily get her into trouble. Maria, isn't that Lily going to be competing in the new skating competition set up by the student council? Well, she's in the figure skating division and will definitely be in it. Then let's join in, Madison said suddenly, turning around. What? Maria was surprised. What's wrong? Figure skating, I understand, is to test the movement is not beautiful, fluent or not, but the most important thing is not to see the beauty of the person is not beautiful. We too will certainly be able to win the championship. Listening to Madison's somewhat ignorant statement, Maria was a little unsure of what to say. It won't work. We can't even skate. How can we compete? Madison was a little pissed off. Every time, no matter what she did, she always looked like she was bottoming out, saying no without even trying. Asshole. Maria's ing family. Bunch of assholes. Madison stopped talking and Maria followed carefully, knowing that she had angered Madison as well. Neither of them spoke again, and they walked onward. At the school building, The four men painting their nails in the corner watched the two Madison's eyes twitch slightly as they headed for the building that housed the student council. After school, Louis stretched out. Next to him was Emma, and as for Yelenka, she had told Louis something in general terms about what to do, which was largely about those great school struggles of hers. Louis wasn't interested in any of that, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He was more concerned with the experiments on Madison's blood than with any of that. We'll know soon enough if we can produce results. Emma, how's practice going these days? It feels like it's working. There's a change in my body. But Louis, is this really powerful? Can you teach me that fire setting spell? I feel like that's the one that's good. Don't even think about it. I won't teach you any other jutsu until you've practiced this. Louis rebuffed decisively. Emma wasn't disappointed. It was just the answer that had been expected. At this point, Emma suddenly tugged on the corner of Louis' shirt and nudged her mouth, looking in the direction of four slightly familiar-looking girls who were crowding a girl toward the alley. These four are the four guys who bullied Madison the other day, Emma reminded. Louis nodded. He didn't usually keep track of what people like that look like. Come on, go over there. The alley. Maria looked at the four men in front of her and tried to calm herself down. What are you guys dragging me in here for? You're friends with that biker from Madison, aren't you? I hear you're the only friend she has? Oh, I pulled you in just to see what Madison's bimbo friend looks like, and now that I've seen it, bowed head, covered face, airless, brooding, actually worse than that Madison. No wonder. She probably sought you out as a friend because you're worse than her, too, right? She wasn't angry that she was being degraded. Well, and did get a little angry, but more because they were insulting Madison. Maria shivered all over, and a trance passed before her eyes, as if some voice were speaking in her ear. End of chapter.